The cold cohabiting girl is a reborn empress? 1 year ago. Xiao Yuan, from now on, this will be your new home. The open doorway stood a gentle young woman, her face adorned with a warm smile. The golden-rimmed glasses perched delicately on her nose added an air of intellectual elegance to her inherent beauty. Su Qingling, a close friend of Su Yuan's mother, Lin Wan. During Su Yuan's childhood, whenever his parents were occupied, Su Qingling would take him under her wing, fostering a bond of profound intimacy between them. Even after her relocation due to work, she maintained frequent contact with Su Yuan's family. Recently, upon receiving the tragic news of Lin Wan and her husband's unfortunate demise during a hunting expedition, she resolved to bring Su Yuan to live with her. As for Su Yuan, he had heard his mother mention Su Ai before, noting that she was now engaged in scientific research and had a daughter. Strangely, he realized he had never heard his mother speak of Su Ai's husband, but that was a private matter, and he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Snapping back to reality, Su Yuan offered Su Qingling a gentle smile. "Thank you, Su Ai." Before he could finish, a slender, delicate finger playfully tapped his forehead, the touch cool and soft, accompanied by Su Ai's mock indignation. "Oh, you! It's only been a few years, and you've already grown distant from your Su Ai, have you?" Though they had not seen each other for a long time, Su Qingling's demeanor remained as warm and enthusiastic as it had been during Su Yuan's childhood. This warmth brought a flicker of comfort to Su Yuan, who was still engulfed in sorrow. After helping Su Yuan settle his luggage, Su Qingling called into the room. "Xiao Yan, come here and greet your brother Su Yuan." Before long, a young girl appeared before Su Yuan, dressed in simple yet stylish athletic wear. She had her hands tucked into her pockets, her demeanor relaxed and casual, with long, graceful legs that were strikingly shapely.
Su Anyan,
The daughter of Su Qingling, who was the same age as Su Yuan, 17 this year. Though her features differed somewhat from her mother's, she possessed an equally captivating beauty. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her large, sparkling eyes were clear and bright, her delicate brows reminiscent of distant mountains, and her perfectly shaped nose complemented her soft, thin lips. Regrettably, unlike her mother, Su Anyan exhibited little enthusiasm in the presence of the suddenly introduced peer. Her gaze remained calm, her expression indifferent. After a brief hello, she diverted her attention elsewhere. Su Qingling offered an apologetic smile. "Xiao Yuan, please don't take it to heart. This child naturally possesses a somewhat aloof disposition." Su Yuan shook his head dismissively. "It's all right." 1 year later, in the bedroom, morning light filtered through the curtains. Su Yuan lay on the bed, his hands cradling his head, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the ceiling. A year had passed since he came to live with Su Ai. She had taken excellent care of him, and her nurturing had gradually helped Su Yuan emerge from the shadow of his parents' loss. In contrast, Su Ai's daughter seemed excessively distant. Upon reflection, two individuals residing under the same roof and attending the same school. Yet throughout an entire year, it appears they have scarcely exchanged a word. Their interactions are limited to mundane phrases such as "Have you eaten?" "Please make way," and Of course. Su Yuan understands that this aloofness is not directed at him by Su Anyan. As the renowned ice goddess of their school, she possesses none of the vivacity or exuberance typical of youth. Her demeanor remains consistently distant and detached, even towards teachers and school officials. The sole person capable of eliciting a smile from her is Aunt Su. Shaking his head, Su Yuan decides to set aside thoughts of Su Anyan and instead looks forward to today's awakening ceremony. After all, I am a transmigrator according to the narratives I've read. Tomorrow should herald the awakening of the system, right? Indeed, Su Yuan is a transmigrator from Earth, having undergone a rebirth that it was only a year ago. Following a tragic incident involving his parents, that he awakened memories of his past life due to overwhelming grief. This world, known as Blue Star, is a realm of high martial arts. Upon reaching the age of 18, individuals refine their genes, enabling them to sense the energy known as source power in the universe and embark on their cultivation journey. Moreover, a fortunate few, the chosen ones, may awaken innate talents, giving them a head start. Regrettably, the odds of such occurrences are exceedingly slim. However, those lacking talent need not despair. Among the pinnacle figures of the current Great Xia dynasty, nearly half possess no innate gifts. In fact, The opening page of the compulsory high school course Introduction to Martial Arts bears a quote from one of the 9-stage sovereigns of Great Xia. Talent? Merely a shortcut. Without shortcuts, I too can carve my path to the summit. At that moment, a series of knocks resonates from outside the door, and Su Anyun's melodious yet frigid voice calls out, "Breakfast is ready." This is one of her most frequently uttered phrases to Su Yuan. "Coming," he replies, rising from his bed. Upon entering the living room, he finds Su Qingling has prepared breakfast. Even in an apron, her beauty remains undeniable. As Su Yuan arrives, she brings the meal to the dining table, her face alight with a smile. "From today onward, you both shall embark on the path of cultivation. Give it your all. And remember, regardless of whether you awaken a talent, do not lose heart. Talent is merely an embellishment." As Su Yuan smiles in response. "Understood." Su Anyun nods in agreement. After finishing their meal, Su Anyun sets down her dishes, stating, "I'm done." She then stands and returns to her room. Su Yuan is accustomed to this behavior and remains unfazed, tilting his head back to drink the pure, handmade soy milk crafted by Aunt Su. Meanwhile, Su Qingling gazes at her daughter's retreating figure, letting out a resigned sigh. Su Anyun has many admirable qualities, yet her demeanor is excessively cold. Initially believing that having Su Yuan around might enliven her, she finds that there has been almost no change at all. Sensing Aunt Su's despondency, Su Yuan set down his cup and offered words of comfort. Aunt Su, human personalities are incredibly diverse. Some are as passionate as fire, while others are as cool as ice. These traits are innate and, in truth, not of great consequence. Furthermore, he continued, and Yan's disposition has its merits.
Su Qingling blinket, injit.
What merits? With utmost seriousness, Su Yuan replied, "She won't fall into early romance, nor will she be swept away by a reckless youth. She remains the epitome of a well-behaved daughter." A soft chuckle escaped Su Qingling's lips, her spirits lifting considerably. In the room, after closing the door, Su Yen took a deep breath. For the first time, a profound emotional wave flickered in her captivating eyes. She approached the window, tilting her head to gaze at the boundless azure sky, murmuring softly, "At last, this day has arrived. I shall return to the starry expanse." Indeed, Su Yen had been reborn. The timing of her rebirth was remarkably serendipitous, coinciding precisely with Su Yuan's arrival at their home. In her previous life, she had awakened an unparalleled talent. From that moment, she swept through challenges with invincibility, ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts with her prodigious prowess. Just when she believed she had reached the apex, an unforeseen event transpired, causing tumultuous upheaval in Blue Star. Yet, this served as a catalyst for her to transcend Blue Star and step into the cosmic realm. Only then did she realize the insignificance of Blue Star. In the vast universe, civilizations abound like mist, and ancient, colossal legacies are innumerable, while Blue Star is but a mere speck of dust in the grand cosmos. On Blue Star, the zenith of martial arts is the 9th tier. In the Great Xia, this is sufficient to earn the title of Supreme. But in reality, this is merely a ticket to the celestial realm. Beyond the 9th tier, one must advance further to adapt their physical form to the cosmic environment, enabling them to traverse the stars and roam the universe. The starry expanse. This is a grander stage, a sacred ground where countless races and limitless strong ones unleash their brilliance. Inner cosmos, outer cosmos, cosmic seas. To speak solely of the outer cosmos, it comprises 10 major star domains. Each domain is further divided into numerous territories by various powers and empires. Blue Star is merely an ordinary planet on the fringes of the ancient Source Star domain within the outer cosmos. And she, upon entering the starry realm, she would continue her legendary journey. This is an ancient millennium cosmic renaissance, where countless prodigies emerge from ancient powers and legacies. Ultimately, after enduring myriad trials and tribulations, she ascended to the imperial realm, commanding the heavens, and alongside 9 other exceptionally gifted young imperial cultivators, they were collectively revered in the cosmic expanse as the 10 Radiants. The 10 Radiants. This is a title that reverberates through the universe. It signifies a brilliance that outshines even the most luminous stars in existence. They surpass their predecessors, eclipsing their contemporaries, traversing the starry skies, and instilling awe throughout the cosmos. Their every word and action are potent enough to determine the fate of vast stellar forces. They are the strongest of the younger generation in the universe, revered legends admired by countless souls. Indeed, this is the glory of a past life. To be reborn means to start anew. Whenever this thought crosses her mind, a flicker of profound coldness flashes in Su Anyun's eyes. In her previous life, after ascending to the throne, she had the potential to rise even higher, yet she fell victim to the treachery of deceitful individuals. She vowed that when she returned to the starry sky, she would personally bring this matter to a definitive conclusion. Taking a deep breath, Su Anyun closed her eyes. Moments later, after adjusting her mindset, she reopened them, now restored to a tranquil state and the vastness of the cosmos. There exists a rich heritage, teeming with prodigies who have even cultivated in the womb before their birth. Regrettably, the civilization of Blue Star is far too primitive. One can only begin to perceive the source energies of the universe after the human genome reaches its natural perfection at the age of 18, thus embarking upon the path of cultivation. However, merely 18 years. For me, it is but a trifle that in my past life, I ascended to the imperial realm. In this life, I shall do so again. Yet, at that moment, a notification suddenly echoed in her mind. Ding! System binding in progress. Binding successful. Chapter 2. SSS Class Talent. The Shadow that Rises. A comparison system? Su Anyun was momentarily taken aback. The cultural disparities between Blue Star and Earth were minimal, both rich in various fantastical literature, some of which alluded to the existence of a system. However, Su Anyun never anticipated that such a fantastical creation would truly exist and one day become her own reality. The universe is vast and boundless. Even now, numerous mysteries remain unexplored, perhaps indicative of some unknown force. With these thoughts, Su Anyun soon regained her composure and inquired, "What capabilities do you possess?" Ding! This system is a comparison system with a straightforward function. At regular intervals, it will compare the strengths of both parties. If the host's strength surpasses that of the bound counterpart, a substantial reward of resources will be granted. If the host's strength is inferior to that of the bound counterpart, the licking dog adventure will commence. Should the grand adventure challenge fail, the host's strength will be confiscated, rendering them unable to continue their cultivation, and the system will be unbound. Note: disclosure of any information regarding this system is prohibited. Failure to comply will be considered a failure of the Grand Adventure Challenge. Current interval: 10 days. The comparison function. As long as my strength exceeds that of my opponent during the assessment, I shall receive a bounty of resources. Su Anyun felt a stir of excitement within her. In this second life, her experiences and memories were her greatest assets. She lacked neither cultivation methods nor combat techniques. Her only deficiency lay in cultivation resources. Now, with this system, her growth rate would receive a significant boost. As for the possibility of failure, truth be told, it had never crossed her mind. After all, she would not lose. Thus, the purpose of this system had been greatly simplified. All she needed to do was collect the system's resource rewards every 10 days to expedite her growth. Since this is a comparison system, do I choose the comparison target? Or is it predetermined? Ding! Extracting suitable targets within range. Extraction successful. Selected target: Su Yuan. Note: upon winning a single victory, the system will automatically match a more formidable opponent, and the value of the next victory reward will be doubled. Note: if defeated, the comparison target remains unchanged. Winning a single victory to switch to a stronger opponent and doubling the next reward? What a delightful surprise. Su Anyun was confident in her ability to triumph in each comparison. Consequently, the resources awarded by the system would experience explosive growth exponentially. With this system, not only could she swiftly regain her peak, but she might even surpass her previous life's achievements. After finishing breakfast, Su Yuan helped Su Qingling tidy up the dishes before taking a brief respite. As the time to depart for school approached, he knocked on Su Anyun's door. "It's time to go." Moments later, the door swung open, and Su Anyun stepped out. She cast a light glance toward Su Yuan. To him, Su Anyun held no particular impression. Compared to the harrowing and indelible memories encountered after entering the starry expanse, her recollections of the Blue Star were exceedingly mundane. most of which had already faded into obscurity, let alone the trivial details. She only vaguely remembered that Su Yuan possessed mediocre talent and later seemed to have enrolled in an ordinary martial arts university, tragically perishing during an expedition. At that time, Su Qingling appeared to be deeply saddened for an extended period. In her previous life, she had learned before departing from the Blue Star that she was not Su Qingling's biological daughter. She was a staunch advocate of remaining unmarried and was merely an orphan taken in by her. Yet, the kindness of her upbringing outweighed all else. Su Anyun still acknowledged Su Qingling's maternal role in her life. In this lifetime, in order to spare Su Qingling any sorrow, she would save Su Yuan, but nothing more. She and he were destined to be inhabitants of divergent worlds. After this initial comparison, their lives would diverge like two parallel lines, never to intersect again. Su Yuan noticed that Su Anyun's gaze toward him today seemed somewhat peculiar. Of course, he did not dwell on it. After all, Su Anyun was often lost in her own little world. Who could fathom her thoughts? At the entrance of their home, Su Yuan and Su Qingling waved goodbye. "Aunt Su, we are leaving." Everything seemed to be going smoothly, and Su Qingling's face beamed with joy. Su Anyun, however, maintained a placid expression, devoid of any turmoil. Upon seeing this, Su Yuan felt a profound sense of reflection. The dynamic between this mother and daughter was striking. One radiated warmth, while the other was frigidly detached. Such extreme differences in temperament were indeed remarkable. Upon arriving at Lan City No. 1 High School, Su Yuan and Su Anyun parted ways. Although they attended the same institution, they were in different classes. Su Anyun excelled academically, consistently ranking first in her grade, and thus was placed in Class 1. Conversely, Su Yuan's performance was merely average, hovering in the upper middle tier, which led him to Class 3. Once in the classroom, the students were all aglow with excitement, bouncing around like monkeys. It was understandable, given that today marked the day of awakening. Su Yuan's own emotions were in flux as well. While it was said that traversers came with inherent advantages, who could guarantee such a notion? Soon, the classroom bell rang. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, entered the classroom and took his place at the podium. The usually stern old man wore a smile today. "Dear students, from this day forth, you shall embark on the path of cultivation. I have repeatedly emphasized that talent is merely an embellishment. Your future achievements will primarily depend on your efforts. Of course, differing aptitudes mean varying limits to what can be attained through hard work, but you will surely go further than those who do not strive at all." After his speech, the class was filled with eager anticipation, and Su Yuan was no exception. Finally, when the second bell rang, a throng of students surged forth, forming a line outside the classroom, all making their way to the playground for today's awakening ceremony. On the playground, the awakening was underway. In the era of martial arts, upon reaching the age of 18, everyone has the potential to absorb source energy for cultivation. However, the awakening of one's innate talent remains a highly anticipated event for all. After all, who does not aspire to awaken an SSS-level talent? The dreams of dazzling brilliance, marrying a beautiful heiress, vanquishing formidable foes, and ascending to the pinnacle of life are universal. Unfortunately, if ideals are akin to voluptuous beauties with ample bosoms and curvaceous forms, then reality resembles a daunting pile of bones. Ultimately, only a fortunate few can awaken their talents. The first to undergo the awakening were the students of Class 1. Over 40 individuals had already been tested, with only one awakening a B-level talent and another a C-level talent. The rest merely served as bystanders, until Su Anyun took the stage. Instantly, a wave of excitement rippled through the playground. Though it may seem kitsch, Su Yuan had to concede that Su Anyun was indeed a goddess of unparalleled attention. If one were to be even more conventional, it would be expected that she would soon awaken an SSS-level talent. As Su Yuan pondered this, not long after, a brilliant light erupted from the awakening platform. Boom! Accompanied by a violent surge of energy, the talent detection stone shattered spectacularly. What? In that instant, everyone was rendered speechless. In this world, talents are diverse, and only the awakened individual knows the nature and effects of their talent. The talent detection stone can only provide corresponding ratings based on the fluctuations of source energy, ranging from the lowest D level to the highest SSS level. Beyond that, all are classified as SSS level. And now the talent detection stone has exploded? This must signify an extraordinary presence among SSS level talents. As the crowd stood in shock and the school authorities were baffled, Su Yuan took a deep breath. Unprecedented. Truly unprecedented. On the awakening platform, Su Anyun maintained her composure. Her talent had finally returned. While the highest talent rating on Blue Star is merely SSS level, in truth, her talent surpassed that. Just then, a figure leapt from the faculty seating to the awakening platform. It was none other than Principal Xiao Jiangwo of Lon City First High School, his face brimming with excitement. Su Anyun, you have awakened an SSS level talent? What effects does it possess? Su Anyun pondered for a moment, then raised her hand. Subsequently, a shadow slowly detached from behind her, rising as if it were a tangible entity. Chapter 3. The demon, the divine sun, and the goddess have all been trampled beneath my feet. This scene not only left Principal Xiao Jiangwo speechless, but also plunged the audience into profound astonishment. The shadow has risen? Su Anyun's talent is rather peculiar, isn't it? Xiao Jiangwo found himself at a loss for words. Having served as the principal of Launching No. 1 High School for nearly 2 decades, he had witnessed an array of bizarre and extraordinary talents among cultivators. However, he had never before encountered someone capable of manipulating shadows. After observing the enigmatic shadow for a while, he cautiously inquired, "Can it attack?"
Su Anyun nodded.
She then commanded the shadow to perform various combat motions, punches, stabs, kicks. Xiao Jiangwo's eyes widened as he felt the force and momentum behind the shadow's strikes. Utterly astounded, a corporeal shadow, in contrast to his shock, Su Anyun remained remarkably composed.
Combat?
This was merely one of the fundamental abilities of her shadow servant. Its true strength extended far beyond this. Otherwise, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, teeming with endless races and ancient forces, there existed countless prodigies, divine offspring, and holy maidens, whose combat talents were terrifying and unfathomable. Yet, why was it she, an inconspicuous individual stepping from a marginal planet into the starry expanse, who ultimately ascended to the imperial realm, dominating the star fields and asserting her supremacy? Of course, she had no need to reveal any of this to outsiders. Excellent. Splendid, you may step down now. Your SSS level talent will undoubtedly secure you the highest level of resource allocation. Xiao Jiangwo was filled with excitement. If memory served him correctly, the strongest talent recorded in Launching's history had only reached S level. Now, with an SSS level emerging, it would surely cause a sensation. Su Anyun nodded gently. As she descended from the awakening platform, the gazes of the crowd towards her had completely transformed. If once Su Anyun had been the goddess of admiration, the dream of every male student, now, having awakened her SSS level talent, she had become an unattainable deity, destined to dwell in a realm apart from them. As time passed gradually after Su Anyun, the school replaced the talent testing stone with a new one. The talents that followed were similarly scarce. Even if there were any, they were merely D or C grades. Finally, it was the turn of Class 3, where Su Yuan was situated. One by one, they took their turns on stage. Suddenly, the talent testing stone erupted with brilliant light. Although it was significantly weaker than the radiance triggered by Su Anyun, it still reached the level of A. Incredible. An A grade. Amazing. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Su Yuan looked up. Goodness, he had wondered who it might be. Turned out to be Zhang Yuan. That fellow Zhang Yuan, Su Yuan's good friend. Initially, the two individuals became acquainted through Su Anyun. Zhang Yuan had long harbored a secret affection for her. Upon learning that Su Yuan was lodging at Su Anyun's residence, he promptly designated Su Yuan as his adoptive father, hoping to extract as much information about Su Anyun as possible. Unfortunately, both Su Yuan and Su Anyun were not particularly familiar with each other, leaving little to share. After numerous disappointments, Zhang Yuan ultimately recognized the futility of his aspirations towards Su Anyun and relinquished the notion altogether. However, through their interactions, he developed a fraternal bond with Su Yuan, and their relationship flourished. At this moment, Zhang Yuan stood on the stage, engulfed in a blazing aura, clearly having awakened his elemental fire talent. His display was nothing short of spectacular. garnering the envy and admiration of countless onlookers. The principal, Xiao Jiangwo, wore a smile that radiated even brighter than a blooming flower. This year, their school, Lanzhong No. 1 High School, was experiencing an extraordinary harvest with an SSS grade talent and an A grade talent. Once his awakening concluded, Zhang Yuan descended from the platform and returned to Su Yuan's side amidst the gazes of the audience. With a playful grin, he snapped his fingers, conjuring a vivid fireball that danced at his fingertips. He cast a smug glance at Su Yuan, asking, "Brother Yuan, do I look impressive?" Su Yuan grinned back. "Indeed, you do." Zhang Yuan tossed his hair dramatically, lamenting, "Alas, I am not an SSS grade talent. Otherwise, I would launch a new pursuit of the goddess Su." Su Yuan chuckled. "Even if you were an SSS grade talent, it would be in vain. That girl. It seems there is no one in the world capable of eliciting a smile from her. She is naturally cold-hearted." Zhang Yuan wholeheartedly agreed. At that moment, an unharmonious voice interjected, "How amusing. It is clear that she looks down on you, which is why she remains aloof." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, not needing to turn around to identify the speaker. Zhao Rizu, the son of the director, who resembled a scrawny monkey with a pockmarked face. Initially placed in Class 1 by his father, his poor performance resulted in a demotion to Class 3, rendering him the subject of ridicule for many. "Who do you think you are, horse-faced pig, to speak?" Zhang Yuan retorted without hesitation. Now awakened with an A-grade talent, he could confidently claim to be a genius, unafraid to confront Zhao Rizu. Zhao Rizu's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with fury. His most cherished concern was his horse-like visage, which awkwardly matched his name, as Zhu phonetically resembled pig. The nickname horse-faced pig was an epithet he detested profoundly. Yet, with a sly glint in his eye, he let out a sinister chuckle. "You may not have heard, but even the coldest of women can become warm in the presence of a man who knows how to handle her. Just wait. Soon I will awaken an SSS grade talent, and I will surely captivate her completely." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Su Yuan with a peculiar look. "By the way, observing her indifference towards you, one might wonder if you have secretly committed some unsavory act within her abode, which has led to her disdain for you. Perhaps you have pilfered her intimate garments to soothe your own restless soul?" Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow in response, exclaiming, "How can you be so vile?" Su Yuan raised his hand, signaling Zhang Yuan to silence. "Brother Yuan." Zhang Yuan turned, bewildered by Su Yuan's demeanor.
Su Yuan merely smiled, stating,
"What purpose does it serve to converse with such a lowly creature? A rat in the gutter. His heart is foul and needs the purifying light of sanctity." Sanctity. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Without further explanation, Su Yuan lifted his hand and delivered a solid punch to the loathsome visage of Zhao Rizu. A cry of agony escaped Zhao Rizu's lips, for he did not anticipate that Su Yuan would strike him in front of so many witnesses, leaving him momentarily stunned. The intense pain caused stars to dance before his eyes, tears streaming down his face as he clutched his nose, shouting in agony, "Damn you!" Su Yuan turned back to Zhang Yuan, brandishing his fist with a grin, proclaiming, "This is the light of sanctity." Zhang Yuan blinked in astonishment, then gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." The commotion soon caught the attention of their teacher. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, approached with a stern expression, demanding, "What is happening during the awakening ceremony?" Zhao Rizu, still clutching his nose, wailed, "Su Yuan hit me." Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing the account, Mr. Wu regarded Zhao Rizu with undeniable disdain. The disciplinary head, Zhao Rizu, was known for his arrogance and sycophancy towards the powerful, much to the dismay of the principled Mr. Wu. Regrettably, just as Mr. Wu was about to reprimand Zhao Rizu, the staff at the awakening platform announced his name. Clutching his nose and gasping in pain, Zhao Rizu shot a venomous glare at Su Yuan as he passed, threatening, "Just wait." Once Zhao Rizu had departed, Zhang Yuan spat, "What a scoundrel! Such a being is nothing but filth. Brother Yuan, do not let him bother you. Simply disregard him. If he were to awaken a talent, it would be a true misfortune for the heavens." Chapter 4. The talentless me. Is it so unusual for me to boast a little? While Zhang Yuan was fervently critiquing, Zhao Rizu had already arrived at the talent testing stone. He extended his hand and pressed it against the surface. Then, the talent testing stone once again emitted a dazzling radiance, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. This brilliance, though weaker than Su Anyun's SSS level, was significantly more intense than Zhang Yuan's A level. This is the glow of SS level talent. Before them, a spectral figure of a magical wolf, formed from swirling black mist, gradually materialized behind Zhao Rizu. Its blood-red eyes were filled with brutality and ferocity. This represented a creature-type talent. Zhang Yuan was left dumbfounded. He sensed a profound malice from the heavens, his mouth agape. No way. This dog actually awakened an SS-level talent? In contrast, Su Yuan remained remarkably composed. As a transmigrator, the absence of petty antagonists around him was hardly noteworthy. While the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, shaken by Zhao Rizu's SS-level talent, Su Anyun, however, displayed no sign of disturbance. An SS-level creature-type talent? It might hold significance on Blue Star, but in the vast universe it was hardly impressive. For instance, in the ancient Source Star domain where Blue Star resides, there exists a colossal empire known as the Silver Dragon Empire. Every member of its royal family possesses creature-type talents, and the companion beasts they awaken are true silver dragons. This seemingly fierce and violent dark magical wolf is nothing but an ant in the presence of a silver dragon. On stage, after a brief moment of astonishment, Zhao Rizu recognized his own prowess and immediately erupted into a boisterous laugh. Ha ha ha! SS-level talent. How exhilarating! I'm on the rise. At the head table, the director of education, Zhao Rigua, also wore a jubilant expression. SS-level talent. An absolute prodigious potential. If it weren't for Su Anyun, he'd surely secure the city's top ranking this year. He might even contend for a spot among the top 10 in the province. Colleagues around him congratulated him, saying, "Old Zhao, you have a remarkable son. Old Zhao, your son's future is limitless." However, there were a few who disapproved of Zhao Rigua, among them the principal, Xiao Jiangwo, who merely frowned and remarked symbolically, "An SS-level talent is indeed commendable." Zhao Rigua shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent, while inwardly pondering. "My son possesses SS-level talent. In a few years, this principal position will no longer belong to you, Xiao Jiangwo." Upon returning to his class, Zhao Rizu strutted with an air of arrogance. As he passed by Zhang Yuan, he flashed a grin, gave a thumbs up and then slowly turned it downward, taunting. "Is yours truly just a level? Is this all you have?" The arrogant tone infuriated Zhang Yuan, who couldn't help but feel irritated. "Look at you so smug." Zhao Rizu chuckled, shifting his gaze towards Su Yuan. "Once I take down Su Anyun, we shall be family. In the future, do take good care of me." Su Yuan beamed back, "Thank you." Zhao Rizu was taken aback by Su Yuan's unexpected reaction. Momentarily stunned, Zhang Yuan, equally perplexed, exclaimed, "Brother Yuan, why are you thanking him? He is mocking you." Su Yuan shook his head. "I had only heard of dogs relying on their masters before, but now I see people relying on dogs as well. So thank you, Pigface, for broadening my horizons." Zhang Yuan paused for a few seconds, then quickly grasped Su Yuan's meaning, slapping his thigh and laughing until tears streamed down his face. "Ha ha ha, people relying on dogs. Brother Yuan, you are the best." Zhao Rizu's smile instantly froze. At that moment, a staff member called out Su Yuan's name. Zhang Yuan, still chuckling, clutched his stomach but managed to give Su Yuan a fist bump. "Go for it, Brother Yuan." Su Yuan nodded, disregarding Zhao Rizu beside him, and confidently approached the awakening platform. Upon reaching the platform, Su Yuan placed his hand on the talent testing stone as per the established protocol. A warm sensation coursed through his fingertips, the stone stimulating his body with source energy. If one possessed a natural talent, they would successfully awaken at this moment. However, in the initial seconds, the talent testing stone showed no response whatsoever. It was only at the very end that a faint glow finally emerged. Based on the intensity of the light, it was determined to be a D-level talent. I see many comments mentioning this part is somewhat disappointing. I sincerely apologize. The beginning of this book is indeed not well written, but in the following chapters, the protagonist will possess an SSS level talent. This is widely known and not concealed. Rest assured, The following parts will be absolutely thrilling. The reviews attest to that. Thank you. Simultaneously, Su Yuan sensed his talent in the depths of his mind. D-level, power amplification, a rather common type of talent, capable of slightly enhancing the cellular vitality of the body, granting the awakened individual considerable strength. D-level, ha. Su Yuan had mentally prepared for this and did not exhibit any particular reaction. As he descended from the platform, he silently counted in his mind. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Finally, at the moment his feet touched the ground, an exhilarating notification echoed in his mind. Ding! God-level lottery system binding successful. Ah, how satisfying. The corners of Su Yuan's mouth slowly lifted. The shadow cast by his D-level talent dissipated, and he returned to the crowd with a radiant smile. Meanwhile, below the stage, Su Anyun maintained her composure. Her recollection of Su Yuan was minimal. In her memory, he was merely an unremarkable individual with an ordinary talent. It is perplexing. She truly cannot comprehend why her system would select Su Yuan as her binding partner. With such a low starting point, is it perhaps intended to bolster her confidence? Yet, as the reincarnated Empress, she has no need for this so-called confidence. Her resolve is unwavering, perhaps. It is akin to a novice benefit in a game. Upon returning to the classroom, the gazes directed at Su Yuan were tinged with a hint of envy. They did not mock him for awakening a D-grade talent. After all, those who can awaken any talent are indeed a rare few. Even the lowest D-grade talent surpasses the absence of talent. However, Zhang Yuan appeared somewhat uncomfortable, hesitating and unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. In his eyes, having awakened an A-grade talent while Su Yuan had merely awakened a D-grade talent felt like a betrayal to a brother. To this, Su Yuan found it amusing. Stop acting like a coward. I'm perfectly fine with my D-grade talent. Talent is merely a starting point, not the culmination. Who knows who will surpass whom in the future? Zhang Yuan glanced at Su Yuan, noticing that he did not seem disheartened, and he quietly exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yuan had a few words left unspoken. Brother, my apologies for only awakening a D-grade talent. Is it all right if I take a small leap? Of course, Zhao Rizu, who had just received a solid punch from Su Yuan, could not resist the urge to mock. With his nose in the air and chin held high, he sneered, starting point and end point? What does a mere D-grade talent amount to? With my SS-grade talent, I can step all over you for a lifetime. In this entire school, only Su Anyun and I are of the same caliber. Just watch. You'll see how I win over the aloof Su Anyun. His words not only ridiculed Su Yuan, but also belittled those ordinary classmates who had not awakened any talents. The crowd glared at him with disdain. Yet Zhao Rizu remained oblivious, exuding an air of I am the best in the world, provoking a desire to strike him. Su Yuan sighed, don't bark like a dog. Your awakened talent is wolf spirit. If you're truly lacking in life, perhaps you could learn to howl like a wolf instead of barking like a dog. It's quite disgraceful. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, disregarding Zhao Rizu's feelings. Given his dismal social standing, it was easy to infer what kind of person Zhao Rizu was in daily life. His face turned a deep shade of crimson. Gritting his teeth, the shadow of a demonic wolf slowly materialized behind him, causing the atmosphere to chill several degrees. Once summoned, the demonic wolf's piercing blood-red eyes fixated on Su Yuan, exuding a violent intent that sent shivers down the spines of many. Yet, Su Yuan merely observed with a cold gaze, showing no signs of retreat. Zhang Yuan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Yuan, his palms aglow with two flickering flames. What are your intentions? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a shadow quietly emerged beneath the phantom of the demonic wolf. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a shadowy blade pierced through. The demonic wolf let out a mournful cry, its aura swiftly waning. The once solid phantom now diminished significantly. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Was this a shadow? Chapter 5. Conceal? I have no need to hide my talents. Everyone turned their gaze. There stood Su Anyun, her expression coldly directed towards them. The distance between Class 1 and Class 3 was not great, and naturally Su Anyun noticed the commotion. However, after severely injuring Zhao Rizu's dark magic wolf, The shadow that initiated the attack vanished without a trace, and Su Anyun turned away as if nothing had transpired. Su Yuan pondered thoughtfully. This individual, although she appears frigid, it seems she still acknowledges her own. Zhang Yuan, equally surprised, glanced at Su Yuan and then at Su Anyun, leaning closer to whisper in Su Yuan's ear, "Brother Yuan, has Goddess Su finally been swayed by you?" Su Yuan gently cleared his throat. "What are you thinking? She is likely merely testing her abilities, and with the barking of a dog, the metaphorical gun aims at the head of the bird, and the hammer strikes the head of the dog. That's all there is to it." Zhao Rizu's expression darkened. He sensed the magic wolf's presence had significantly weakened and hastily retracted it. He then shot a venomous glare at Su Yuan. Relying on a woman, what a coward. Immediately after, he turned his gaze towards Su Anyun in the crowd, his eyes filled with fervor and greed. This girl is truly something. The stir beneath the stage did not escape the attention of those in the leadership seats. However, in today's world where martial arts thrived, as long as no lives were lost, minor skirmishes were permissible. Thus, the school leaders chose not to intervene. Yet, upon witnessing Zhao Rizu's SS-level magic wolf illusion being swiftly vanquished by Su Anyun's shadow, they couldn't help but express their admiration. Truly deserving of an SSS-level talent. It surpasses SS level by a considerable margin. Indeed, while SS level is formidable, it still falls slightly short in comparison to SSS level. The youth are often impetuous, but such competition is beneficial for the growth of strength. Meanwhile, Zhao Rizu remained silent, his expression grim, his eyes shrouded in malice. Perhaps due to the injury sustained by the magic wolf, Zhao Rizu had settled down considerably. Next, there were still others from different classes to undergo their awakenings. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yuan delved into the study of his system. Divine Lottery System, Host, Su Yuan, Realm. Awakening Stage 1, Cultivation Method. None, Combat Skills. None, Emotional Value. 0 minutes later, Su Yuan comprehended the system's function. It was quite straightforward. In essence, as long as his actions or words elicited emotional fluctuations in others, he would obtain corresponding emotional values. The stronger the individual experiencing the emotional shift, the more intense the fluctuation, thereby yielding greater emotional values. The sole purpose of these emotional values was to facilitate a lottery. As for the potential rewards, the system offered no elucidation. Ding! A beginner's gift package is being distributed. Would you like to accept it? Yes. Su Yuan did not hesitate for a moment. The novice gift pack is now available. Obtained. 1 10-fold draw, special, guaranteed gold. A 10-fold draw? And it comes with a special effect that guarantees a gold reward? How delightful! Without hesitation, Su Yuan immediately initiated the 10-fold draw. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Thank you for your patronage.
Su Yuan.
Wait a moment. Are you kidding me? 3 thank you for your patronage right off the bat? This is utterly disappointing. It seemed that the system sensed Su Yuan's growing frustration. On the 4th draw, he finally received a reward. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 1 Martial Skill Enlightenment card. Martial Skill Enlightenment card can be used on martial skills of a rank or below. Upon use, will elevate the mastery of the skill to the realm of perfection. What? That's astonishing. If memory serves me right, a rank martial skills are already the pinnacle accessible to ordinary individuals. In this world, the mastery of martial skills is categorized from low to high as follows: mastery, proficient, expert, insightful, perfection, and the highest level, true meaning. Perfection is already the second highest realm. Generally, a martial artist achieving the insightful level in a skill is quite remarkable, enough to be regarded as an expert. However, perhaps this lottery had exhausted Su Yuan's luck. The next 4 draws yielded nothing but, thank you for your patronage. Until the 9th draw, ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 1 hour of stasis space. Huh? An hour of stasis space? Su Yuan was taken aback. He glanced around. Is this the kind of time-stopping phenomenon I imagined? By the heavens, I, Su Yuan, am a paragon of virtue. 1 hour of stasis space. Upon use, creates a special space where time outside stands still. suitable for cultivation, comprehension, and practice. This is more like it. But could this be the guaranteed gold reward? While the effect is indeed extraordinary, an hour's duration hardly seems worthy of a golden quality reward. Let us see what the final draw brings. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained SSS level talent Ancient God Bloodline.
Su Yuan?
SSS level talent? Now that's more like it. This truly deserves the golden quality reward. Notice, merging this talent will cause some anomalies. The system can assist in concealing them. Would you like to proceed? Conceal the anomalies? Su Yuan grinned. No need. What is life all about? It's about living freely and joyfully. Hiding away is simply not my style. Furthermore, I need to evoke emotional responses in others to accumulate emotional value. So, shock. Isn't that a splendid emotional response? Therefore, I refuse. Notice. Talent merging in progress. Boom. In an instant, a tempestuous force surged into Su Yuan's being. If the previous degrade enhancement merely awakened a fraction of Su Yuan's genetic potential, granting him strength beyond that of an ordinary person, now, infused with the ancient divine bloodline, every cell within him underwent a profound transformation. It was as though he had experienced a transcendence in the very essence of life, resonating with an intense vibration from the depths of his cells. Simultaneously, behind Su Yuan, a faint ethereal silhouette materialized. It depicted a vast and resplendent starry sky, a colossal hand plucking stars and seizing the moon, shaking the heavens. Power and exponential surge of power rushed violently through Su Yuan's body, rendering him akin to a fearsome beast in human form. The commotion Su Yuan had stirred left those around him utterly bewildered, eliciting a myriad of emotions. What was happening? Zhang Yuan blinked in confusion. Brother Yuan? Zhao Rizhu cast a dubious glance at Su Yuan. Humph, just a D-grade scrap, trying to play tricks. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a figure darted past. Swiftly, so swiftly that they barely perceived it. Then, a crisp sound of a slap echoed. Crack. Immediately after, Zhao Rizhu was sent flying. He spun through the air several times before crashing to the ground like a toppled onion. In that instant, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 6. If you annoy me, I shall strike you. A continuous stream of notifications flooded in. Su Yuan beamed with a radiant smile, stretching his limbs. My apologies, I failed to control my strength. The system he had bound himself to required the collection of emotional values to earn rewards. This ensured that he was destined to lead a life of audacity. Enduring grievances? Such a notion was inconceivable. If you vex me, I shall strike you. At the podium, Zhao Rigua, witnessing this scene, was incensed. In a flicker, he appeared beside Su Yuan. At that moment, Su Yuan turned his head and met Zhao Rigua's gaze, where a faint glimmer of golden light flickered. In that fleeting instant, for reasons unknown, Zhao Rigua felt a slight tremor in his heart. It was as if the being before him was not a mere student, but rather a formidable beast. Of course, this sensation was but a momentary lapse. He was, after all, a third-tier powerhouse, while Su Yuan was merely a newly awakened novice. Yet, that brief pause was sufficient for Principal Xiao Jiangwo to position himself between the two. Director Xiao. Xiao Jiangwo's gaze was sharp. The newly awakened youth are eager to test their mettle. This vigor and vitality is commendable. But what do you mean by this? Upon hearing this, Zhao Rigua internally cursed. However, Xiao Jiangwo, being a third-tier powerhouse like himself, made it clear that defending his son would yield no advantage, and would instead invite ridicule. Realizing this, he inhaled deeply, fixing a steely gaze upon Su Yuan. Very well, to awaken a D-grade talent with such sharpness. You are indeed extraordinary. Su Yuan, was it? I shall remember you. Su Yuan grinned widely. My apologies, Director Zhao, but I am not of D-grade talent. The talent detection stone malfunctioned earlier. He did not conceal his true capabilities, for that would be an exercise in futility. Revealing one's strength and talent to acquire greater resources is the rational course of action. Moreover, the guise of the underdog has long since become passe. A dragon can indeed devour a tiger. As he spoke, he playfully inquired, or might it be that your eyesight is failing? And you failed to notice the phenomena behind me just now? Zhao Rigua's lips twitched. He inhaled deeply. What phenomena? You are truly blissfully ignorant. Do you have any idea that the talent detection stone is a product of the Daxia Research Center, meticulously developed and subjected to countless tests? Even if your gender were misidentified, the results would remain infallible. No matter how many times you test, the outcome will not waver. A D-grade talent is simply a D-grade talent. What purpose does self-deception serve? I suspect you employed some special artifact to produce the earlier phenomena. Principal Xiao Jiangwo pondered briefly before asking, Student Su Yuan, what talent did you just awaken? The talent testing stone indicated a D-grade, yet the extraordinary phenomenon you just exhibited is indeed quite remarkable. Class 1's location attracted Su Anyun's furrowed brow as she glanced over. She was well aware that the talent detection stone was nearly infallible. Moreover, as a reincarnated individual, she was acutely aware of Su Yuan's mediocre abilities. However, how could she account for the recent anomaly? As the crowd reacted with a myriad of emotions, Zhao Rizu, who had been sent sprawling by Su Yuan's slap, finally managed to rise to his feet. His face bore a glaring handprint, his lips swollen, and one of his front teeth had been knocked out, leaving his speech breathy and distorted. You dare to hit me? What have you done to deserve this? If prior to the awakening of talents, Zhao Rizu's anger at receiving a punch from Su Yuan was merely a fleeting emotion, then after the awakening, as he considered himself an SS-grade prodigy, being publicly humiliated only intensified his fury. Principal Xiao Jiangwo cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Rizu and coughed lightly. Director Zhao, though young Zhao possesses commendable talent, his temperament requires considerable refinement. Zhao Rizu's lips twitched in irritation, nearly causing him to spit out blood. His son had been sent flying by Su Yuan, yet this old fool had the audacity to comment on Zhao Rizu's temperament. In the midst of this tense standoff between the two school leaders, Su Yuan suddenly interjected, Principal, according to the regulations of the Education Bureau, after awakening one's talent, warriors are permitted to engage in duel challenges. Correct? Principal Xiao Jiangwo was taken aback momentarily before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, as long as both parties consent, a duel challenge may proceed, provided it does not result in fatalities. Su Yuan nodded and then turned to Zhao Rizu, donning an amiable smile. Well, you seem quite dissatisfied. How about I offer you an opportunity for revenge? Care to engage in a duel with me? The room fell into a stunned silence. Su Yuan was daring to challenge Zhao Rizu, the SS-grade awakened one. It was crucial to understand that only after awakening could one begin to absorb source energy for cultivation. Thus, everyone was starting from the same baseline, all at the first segment of awakening. The sole determinant of combat strength was talent. How could Su Yuan possibly have the audacity to make such a challenge? Meanwhile, Zhao Rizu, upon hearing Su Yuan's challenge, felt a surge of exhilaration. This was a divine opportunity for him to exact his revenge. From his perspective, being struck down by Su Yuan was a result of a sneak attack. In a fair confrontation, Su Yuan wouldn't even be able to graze him with a single finger. He spat disdainfully, his eyes narrowing, revealing a fierce glint. Do you believe that because Su Anyun has severely injured my demon wolf, you stand a chance? Do not be naive. Even if my demon wolf retains merely 1/3 of its power, it can still effortlessly overpower you. Su Yuan smiled. Just say whether you dare or not. Zhao Rizu raised his chin, maintaining his pride. Only a coward fears. At that moment Zhao Rigu, who had remained silent, finally spoke. He cast a cold smile towards Su Yuan. You are quite the bold one. After the awakening ceremony concludes, you two shall fight before the entire school. Let it serve as the highlight of this year's awakening ceremony. What do you think? Xiao Jiangwo furrowed his brow. He understood Zhao Rigu's intentions all too well. It was clear he aimed to buy time for Zhao Rizu, allowing his demon wolf to regain its strength. Zhang Yuan harbored some concern. Yuan go. Yet, Su Yuan remained unfazed. Since he intended to collect emotional values, if he was to engage, it would be nothing short of grand. Under the gaze of the multitude, thoroughly defeating Zhao Rizu to amass a substantial amount of shock value was undoubtedly worthwhile. Thus, he readily agreed. Very well. After the awakening ceremony, you dare. Zhao Rigu's eyes gleamed with a sinister smile. To challenge his son. would demand a price. And so, the awakening ceremony continued. Alas, it seemed the preceding participants had exhausted their fortune. In the subsequent evaluations, only 2 B-grade talents, 2 C-grade talents, and 5 D-grade talents emerged, with no further developments. At last, the awakening ceremony for this year's senior class at launching number 1 high school concluded successfully, yielding remarkable results. 1 SSS grade talent, Su Anyun; 1 SS grade talent, Zhao Rizu; 1 A grade talent, Zhang Yuan; 4 B grade talents, 4 C grade talents, and 7 D grade talents. Out of nearly 1,000 participants, only 18 possessed talents, resulting in an awakening rate of less than 1/50th. This was, nonetheless, the finest outcome in the history of launching number 1 high school. It is evident how rare talents are. Thus, the challenge posed by Su Yuan, a D-grade talent, against Zhao Rizu, an SS-grade talent, evoked deep admiration from countless onlookers. Regardless of the outcome, many marveled at Su Yuan's courage. In the center of the playground, the crowd parted to create space for the two. Su Yuan and Zhao Rizu stood on opposite sides.
Chapter 7. Instant annihilation.
A shocking display. Can you handle it? Among the crowd, Zhang Yuan silently cheered for Su Yuan. As for Su Anyun, to be candid, she held no interest in this farce. The sole reason for her presence was to await Principal Xiao Jiangwo, who would escort her to the Education Bureau for the certification of resources allocated to SSS-level talents. Hey, who do you think will emerge victorious? Though I hold a disdain for Zhao Rizu, it is evident that he will triumph. Everyone here is merely at the first stage of awakening, lacking even basic energy manipulation. It is certainly a matter of who possesses the stronger talent. Damn it, how did that guy Zhao Rizu awaken an SSS-level talent? His luck is simply absurd. What a pity. I hope Su Yuan is not subjected to too much humiliation. Didn't Su Yuan also exhibit a peculiar anomaly earlier? Perhaps the talent detection stone is malfunctioning. The likelihood of that is exceedingly low. Moreover, certain low-tier talents can also create significant disturbances. This matter is rather unpredictable. Indeed, what do you all understand? Even if Su Yuan has only awakened a D-level talent, as long as he clings to Su Anyun's coattails, he could soar. Are you unaware? The relationship between Su Yuan and Su Anyun seems quite tenuous. They hardly exchange words when they encounter each other. That may not necessarily be the case. Goddess Su is the epitome of an icy beauty. She doesn't converse with Su Yuan, nor does she engage with anyone else. That is not quite the same, is it? Su Yuan lives with Su Anyun. The significance of cohabitation cannot be compared to that of others. Outside the arena, discussions buzzed fervently. Inside, Zhao Rizu unusually refrained from taunting. His current desire was to deliver a severe beating to Su Yuan, compelling him to beg for mercy beneath the jaws of his dark wolf. Thus he raised his hand. An endless black mist swirled before him, twisting and coalescing into a dark demonic wolf. Its piercing crimson eyes remained filled with ferocity, undiminished by previous injuries. Roar! A low growl, thirsting for blood, emanated from its throat. Ordinary wolves possess fangs, yet this demonic wolf was lined with a multitude of sharp teeth, instilling dread. Tack! Zhao Rizu pointed at Su Yuan, commanding the dark wolf to launch its assault. Roar! The demonic wolf unleashed a ferocious howl as it charged towards Su Yuan, whom it regarded as prey. In stark contrast, Su Yuan merely stood his ground. Then, with a crack, his feet suddenly exerted force. The ground fractured into myriad fissures. The tremendous backlash propelled Su Yuan's form forth like a cannonball. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding spectators were rendered utterly bewildered. What incredible speed! Holy moly! Did he just shatter the ground beneath him? What is happening? Is this physical prowess for real? Has he activated a cheat? Before the awakening of their genetic potential, high school seniors primarily engage in theoretical studies. While a select few may possess exceptional physical attributes, it is utterly implausible for them to possess the strength to shatter the ground beneath their feet. Moreover, the speed exhibited is beyond the realm of normalcy, far exceeding that of an average individual. The sole explanation for such phenomena is innate talent. Yet, how could a D-grade talent bestow such formidable physical prowess? On the podium, Principal Xiao Jiangwo abruptly rose, his gaze fixated on Su Yuan's figure, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The explosive power and velocity displayed were indicative of a mid-tier physical standard. It was inconceivable that a D-grade talent could yield such enhancements. The talent detection stone must have malfunctioned. A mid-tier physical standard. Although this level of strength may not be deemed overwhelmingly powerful, the concern lies in the fact that Su Yuan had only just awakened. Furthermore, the talent detection stone had classified him as D-grade. Even among the upper echelons of D-grade physical enhancement talents, it was impossible for him to attain such strength, unless, as Su Yuan had asserted, he was not a D-grade talent at all. Su Anyun's beautiful eyes sparkled. This level of strength. Mid-tier? A D-grade talent could not achieve such a feat. Could it be that he was not merely posturing, but that the talent detection stone had indeed erred? Listening to the series of notifications emanating from the system, Su Yuan felt exhilarated. His smile grew increasingly radiant. At that moment, he encountered the dark magic wolf, which lunged fiercely, sinking its teeth into Su Yuan's left hand. Yet, could it truly inflict harm?
Su Yuan chuckled softly.
With the bloodline of an ancient deity coursing through him, his physical resilience was far beyond what this mere SS-grade dark magic wolf could challenge. In the instant the dark magic wolf was momentarily bewildered, Su Yuan extended his right hand, gripping its neck as if it were a vice. He then lifted the dark magic wolf high, treating it as if it were refuse, and forcefully slammed it into the ground. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the earth fractured once more, creating a deep crater. The dark magic wolf lay at the center of the pit, its neck and body contorted in a grotesque manner, clearly broken. After a brief moment, it convulsed twice before its form gradually dissipated into a faint black mist, retreating back into Zhao Rizu's body. The injuries sustained by the dark magic wolf were far more severe than those inflicted by Su Anyun's shadow strike. Zhao Rizu's complexion turned ashen in that instant. It was impossible. This could not be happening. Outside the arena, silence reigned. An absolute silence. At this moment, the entire audience was rendered speechless. No, this fellow Su Yuan actually confronted the SS-level dark magic wolf with nothing but his physical form. Moreover, he triumphed with such apparent ease? What manner of humanoid beast is this? The atmosphere at the podium was equally hushed. The smile on Zhao Ri's face had completely frozen. The resounding defeat of Zhao Rizu was akin to a stinging slap, harshly landing upon his countenance, leaving a burning sensation. He could not comprehend it, utterly bewildered. That Su Anyun possessed an SSS-level talent and could effortlessly vanquish Zhao Rizu's dark magic wolf was one thing. But Su Yuan, what right did he have? He was merely endowed with a D-level talent. Why did his son's SS-level talent seem so feeble in comparison? In stark contrast stood Principal Xiao Jiangwo. Moments ago, the dark magic wolf had sunk its fangs into Su Yuan's palm, yet it inflicted no harm whatsoever. Such terrifying physical prowess could only be indicative of an SSS-level corporeal talent. The talent assessment stone must have malfunctioned, with exhilaration written across his face. He promptly decided to have Su Yuan undergo a second talent evaluation. He took up the microphone. Student Su Yuan, please proceed to the awakening platform for your second talent measurement. Chapter 8. Exceptional Talent. Extraordinary Aptitude. Devouring Source Energy. Below the stage, Su Yuan extended his hand, forming an OK gesture. Yet, instead of immediately advancing, he turned to gaze at Zhao Rizu, whose complexion had turned ashen. Under Su Yuan's penetrating stare, Zhao Rizu trembled involuntarily, retreating several steps. What do you intend to do? A smile broke across Su Yuan's face. Though it radiated brilliance to Zhao Rizu, it resembled the grin of a fiend. Falling behind meant suffering consequences. Those who wager must accept defeat. This was a dual challenge, after all. It was imperative to impart some lessons. As the words left his lips, Su Yuan surged forward, appearing before Zhao Rizu in the blink of an eye. He lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick directly to Zhao Rizu's chest. Bang! The sheer force shattered two of Zhao Rizu's ribs, causing him to emit a muffled groan and spew forth blood as he was sent flying. He landed several meters away, struggling to rise but ultimately succumbing to darkness, collapsing unconscious. Shock 2, Shock 4, Shock 6, Admiration 3, Admiration 2. Oh, after thoroughly thrashing Zhao Rizu, it seems some individuals have offered their admiration? It appears that many have long harbored grievances against this fellow but lacked the courage to voice them. Now that I have avenged them, it is only natural to garner their admiration. At the podium, Zhao Rihu was seething with rage, his anger threatening to erupt. Yet, he was powerless to intervene and had no choice but to summon medical personnel to attend to Zhao Rizu's injuries. During this interval, Su Yuan had already ascended the awakening platform, commencing his second test. Placing his hand upon the testing stone, he found that, much like the first time, there was no notable reaction in the initial seconds. After a brief pause, a faint glow began to emanate from the stone.
Su Yuan rimandam fast.
For he possessed dual talents. One of these was indeed a D-grade enhancement of strength, while the other was the SSS-grade bloodline of an ancient deity. However, the onlookers remained oblivious to this fact. They began to murmur amongst themselves. Is Su Yuan truly a D-grade talent? How could he have defeated Zhao Rizu, who possesses an S-grade talent? Indeed, what could possibly explain this? If he had merely managed to win through effort, it might be understandable. But Su Yuan had utterly annihilated Zhao Rizu, leaving him without a shred of fighting chance. What in the world? At the leadership table, Principal Xiao Jiangwo furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Based on Su Yuan's earlier display of strength, it was utterly implausible that a D-grade talent could achieve such feats. The director of education, Zhao Rihu, wore a sinister smile. If he was merely a D-grade talent, there would be ample opportunities to deal with him later. In Class 1, Su Anyun observed Su Yuan on stage, lost in thought. The reaction of the testing stone seemed amiss. If he were truly just a D-grade talent, he should not have been able to disregard the attacks of the dark magic wolf. In Class 3, Zhang Yuan felt a swell of anxiety for Su Yuan. Brother Yuan, put forth some effort. As the audience below reacted with a myriad of emotions, the talent testing stone on the awakening platform suddenly trembled violently. Subsequently, it erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance.
Moments latte. Bang!
The awakening stone shattered once more. Initially, the crowd was taken aback, but as exclamations of incredible and amazing echoed through the air, the entire playground erupted in exuberance. An SSS-level talent. Indeed, an SSS-level talent. Everything suddenly made sense. No wonder Su Yuan was able to effortlessly defeat the SS-level Zhao Rizu. His talent was simply superior. On the leadership platform, Principal Xiao Jiangwo's previously knitted brows gradually relaxed, transforming into hearty laughter. He had thought that the emergence of Su Anyun was already a divine blessing. Yet here appeared another Su Yuan, two individuals with SSS-level talents. This year, the first high school of Lanqing was poised to make a significant mark in the entire Nanjing administrative region. In stark contrast, the director of education, Zhao Rigua, had lost all remnants of his prior arrogance, slumping in his seat like a defeated dog. He understood that he could no longer provoke Su Yuan. An SSS-level talent was beyond his reach. Among the crowd, Zhang Yuan was bewildered. He had initially contemplated the possibility of a rift forming between himself, who had awakened an A-level talent, and Su Yuan, who had only awakened a D-level talent. Now, reflecting on his previous thoughts, they seemed utterly absurd. Su Yuan was, astonishingly, an SSS-level talent. He took a deep breath, his gaze towards Su Yuan growing resolute. After realizing that he was not destined for Su Anyun, he had discarded that title. Now, with his adoptive father in the limelight, he hoped to cling tightly to his coattails. Su Anyun gazed at the young man on the awakening platform, her beautiful eyes shimmering. An SSS-level talent. Although her memories of her past life on Blue Star had become quite vague, she was certain that Su Yuan had not awakened such a talent in her previous existence. Could it be that my rebirth has altered the timeline, creating what is known as the butterfly effect?
Su Anyang ponder.
Nevertheless, even if Su Yuan had awakened an SSS-level talent, in her eyes, it still posed no threat. With a 200% confidence, she believed she would easily crush Su Yuan in the first round of competition 10 days later and emerge victorious.
Shock 4, Shock 6, Shock 11, Admiratino 8, Admiratino 7 Favor 9.
Having put on a grand display, Su Yuan garnered a substantial amount of emotional value. He glanced at the system panel, noting that he had accumulated nearly 500 points of emotional value thus far. The lottery prices in the System Mall are as follows. System Mall, Beginner Lottery. 100 points per attempt, up to 100 attempts. Guaranteed to receive a purple quality reward. Intermediate Lottery. 500 points per attempt, up to 100 attempts. Guaranteed to receive a gold quality reward. Advanced Lottery. 2,000 points per attempt, up to 100 attempts. Guaranteed to receive a red quality reward. Note: the higher the lottery level, the greater the probability of obtaining high-tier rewards. Once I accumulate 500 emotional points, I shall attempt an intermediate lottery. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. One must not skimp on resources during the early stages of development. Perhaps fortune will smile upon me. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan descended from the awakening platform and returned to his classroom. Envy, shock, jealousy, desire. A myriad of gazes greeted him. Zhang Yuan approached directly, kneeling on one knee, arms raised towards the heavens, flames erupting like fireworks. Welcome back, adoptive father. The birth of a king. Let the fireworks commence.
Su Yuan.
All right then. Despite the ostentation and awkwardness, what is this inexplicable feeling of exhilaration? The awakening ceremony concluded, and Su Yuan along with Su Anyun became known as the God Su and God Suo among the students of Lan City No. 1 High School, an SSS grade talent, a once-in-a-century occurrence. They were the CR de la CR of geniuses. However, the awakening of talent, after all, does not concern the majority. Thus, after a fervent discussion, the attention of the crowd gradually returned to the forthcoming. First absorption of source energy. Source energy pervades the universe. Until the genes are perfected, it remains undetectable. Yet once the genes are activated, everyone can sense and absorb it, albeit at varying speeds. The Daxia Education Bureau mandates that upon completing gene activation, each senior high school student must be issued a level 1 source crystal for their first absorption of source energy. This step is also capable of identifying the gifted. In the classroom, the homeroom teacher, Old Wu, smiled warmly at everyone. All right, the source crystals have been distributed. Students may now begin attempting to absorb the source energy contained within. During the absorption process, it is imperative to heed the key points emphasized in previous theoretical lessons. One must not rush in recklessly. Source crystals. Crystals formed from the concentration of source energy. The higher the grade of the source crystal, the more source energy it contains and the higher its purity. Although a level 1 source crystal is the lowest grade, it is still quite expensive. On the market, one can fetch a high price of 3,000 yuan, a sum that ordinary families can hardly afford. As for how to absorb the source energy from the source crystal, it is quite simple. One merely needs to hold the source crystal in their hand and then practice the corresponding source energy cultivation method. The currently promoted Tian Yuan cultivation method by Daxia has undergone countless generations of refinement and is suitable for the vast majority of practitioners, serving as the foundation of martial arts cultivation and a required course for high school students. Those students who had yet to awaken their innate talents stood ready, their hearts racing as they clutched the source crystals in their hands, silently praying for a favorable aptitude. Indeed, assessing a warrior's potential requires consideration of 2 dimensions. The first dimension pertains to the innate talent, which was revealed during the awakening ceremony. The second dimension, more commonly understood, encompasses aptitude. Aptitude includes comprehension, understanding, sensitivity to source energy, and efficiency of absorption, among other factors. A warrior devoid of innate talent can still achieve a measure of success in the future, provided their aptitude is sufficient. Undoubtedly, Su Yuan's innate talent is classified as SSS level, placing him among the elite. However, he remained uncertain about his aptitude. As a transmigrator, he could not afford to bring shame to his predecessors. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan took a deep breath, calmed himself, and commenced the operation of the celestial origin cultivation method. According to the textbook, a level 1 source crystal, for those in the awakening phase, has an absorption efficiency of approximately 60, requiring about 2 hours to fully absorb. The first time one absorbs source energy, consuming 1/10 of a level 1 source crystal is deemed a success. The remaining crystal can be taken home for gradual absorption. While Su Yuan focused on absorbing the source crystal, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, who was patrolling the classroom, approached him. Given that Su Yuan had awakened an SSS-level talent, Mr. Wu was eager to ascertain his aptitude for source energy absorption. Upon noticing the source crystal in Su Yuan's hand, Mr. Wu was momentarily stunned, disbelief flooding his expression. Before his eyes, the source crystal in Su Yuan's grasp was visibly transforming from pure white to transparent at an astonishing rate. This indicated that the source energy within was being absorbed at an extraordinary speed. Mr. Wu was utterly bewildered. What kind of speed was this? Yet, that was not the end of it. Aside from the source crystal in Su Yuan's hand, Mr. Wu was astonished to observe that the ambient source energy in the air was gradually converging towards Su Yuan, as though his body were a black hole for source energy. The sensation might not be apparent to others, as they were still in the awakening phase. However, Mr. Wu was different. As a first-tier formal warrior, his sensitivity to the flow of source energy far surpassed that of his classmates. Thus, witnessing Su Yuan's increasingly voracious absorption, he felt his understanding of reality being profoundly challenged. His mouth opened and closed in disbelief, and after a prolonged moment, he finally managed to utter a word. Monster. Chapter 9. Is this the thrill of dominance? How exhilarating. Indeed, it is monstrous. Generally speaking, a martial artist in the awakening phase can perceive the source energy within the space and slowly absorb it, which is already quite remarkable. Who could possibly awaken like Su Yuan? Not only is he able to absorb the source energy from the source crystal at an astonishing speed, but he can also expand his absorption range to the surrounding space. With an SSS-level innate talent and such terrifying cultivation aptitude, Old Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. There is undoubtedly hope for him to challenge the martial arts champion of the Nanjiang Administrative District this year. Beside him, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He glanced at the level 1 source crystal in his hand. Just moments ago, he had exerted himself to operate the Tianyuan cultivation method, feeling only a faint flow of energy with barely acceptable absorption efficiency. And yet, Su Yuan, this is simply outrageous. At that moment, a sudden exclamation echoed through the classroom. Su Yuan's deskmate, looking utterly bewildered, pointed at the level 1 source crystal in his hand and stammered, Teacher, it seems that the source energy in my source crystal has been absorbed by Su Yuan. Upon hearing this, everyone was collectively dumbfounded. Old Wu was nearly petrified. It is well known that source crystals are the condensed form of source energy. Although the energy within does dissipate, the speed is exceedingly slow. Yet, Su Yuan could directly siphon the source energy from the source crystals of others. What kind of absurdity is this? Old Wu took a deep breath, striving to suppress his inner astonishment. Everyone, keep your distance from Su Yuan. He is eligible for SSS-level resource allocation from the Education Bureau. But you only have this one complementary source crystal. Quickly find a place unaffected by him to absorb your source crystal and complete your first intake of source energy.
Su Yuan.
To be honest, he had not anticipated that the enhancement brought by the ancient divine bloodline would be this formidable. Not only does his physical quality far exceed that of ordinary individuals, but his affinity for source energy is also astonishingly unreasonable. Thus, as he observed his classmates panic and their frantic retreat from him, Su Yuan mused, is this what it feels like to be dominant? How exhilarating! Meanwhile, in class 1 of the 3rd year, a similar incident unfolded. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Su Anyun, and the shadow beside her. Their faces were filled with shock. Su Anyun was leaning back in her chair, eyes closed in meditation, while her shadow sat cross-legged nearby, gripping a level 1 source crystal and continuously absorbing energy from it. Moreover, the absorption rate was remarkably swift. In no time at all, the source energy within the level 1 source crystal was entirely consumed, leaving it transparent and rendered a useless stone. The homeroom teacher of class 1 rubbed his eyes, feeling as though his worldview had shattered. Su Anyun's talent was shadow manipulation, which was already sufficiently peculiar. Yet, to his astonishment, the shadows she commanded could also absorb source energy for cultivation. This was utterly extraordinary. Faced with the astonishment of the crowd, Su Anyun remained unfazed. The ability to autonomously absorb source energy for cultivation and to receive a complete return on her gains was merely a trivial capability of her shadow attendant. Moreover, As her strength increased, the number of her shadow attendants would continue to grow. At that point, her cultivation speed could multiply several times over. Principal Xiao Jiangwo hummed a tune as he approached the teaching building. Following the awakening ceremony, it was time for the unified first source energy infusion. He was curious about how the two SSS-level prodigies, Su Anyun and Su Yuan, were faring. With this curiosity, he planned to take a look. Additionally, after their session, he intended to bring them directly to the Education Bureau for resource allocation certification. The thought of having produced two top-tier geniuses made him giddy. His bonus this year was likely to increase tenfold. Oh, and there was also the SSS-level Zhao Rizu. Had it not been for Su Yuan and Su Anyun, his presence would undoubtedly have made headlines in Lan City this year. Unfortunately, the fear of comparison loomed large. After being decisively outshone by Su Yuan in front of everyone, Zhao Rizu's image as an SSS-level genius had crumbled, to the point where Xiao Jiangwo had almost forgotten him. Lost in thought, Xiao Jiangwo arrived at Class 1. Peering inside, his smile gradually faded, replaced by sheer astonishment. Shadow cultivation? This must be a trick. He had initially believed that Su Anyun's talent lay in using shadows for attack, a capability both bizarre and difficult to counter, a true divine skill in battle. Yet now he was informed that these shadows not only fought but also assisted in cultivation. How terrifying. How utterly terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jiangwo's eyes widened in shock. He could hardly fathom how far Su Anyun might grow given ample resources and time. If memory served, the strongest warriors emerging from Lan City had only reached the 7th tier. Su Anyun was destined to shatter that record, aiming for the 8th tier, or even the 9th. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he pondered Su Yuan. Su Anyun's extraordinary talent and dual qualifications were evident. He wondered what Su Yuan's circumstances might be. If his aptitude were slightly inferior, he would likely find himself distanced by Su Anyun in the future. Xiao Jiangwo withdrew his gaze and headed towards Class 3. However, as he approached, he sensed something amiss. The source energy lingering in the air seemed to be converging towards Class 3. A vague suspicion began to form within him, prompting him to dash to the entrance of Class 3, peering inside. The scene that unfolded before his eyes rendered him utterly petrified at the threshold. The visual impact was far more intense than witnessing Su Anyun's shadow in practice. He beheld the entire class huddled in the corners, trembling with fear. Only Su Yuan remained, eyes closed, seated serenely in the center of the classroom. Around him, a faint vortex of source energy coalesced, shrouded in wisps of white mist. Gulp. Xiao Jiangwo's throat constricted. Su Yuan's voracious consumption of the surrounding source energy struck his tender heart with a powerful jolt. As Su Yuan devoured the source energy, a continuous stream of prompts indicating emotional value gains resonated in his mind. The exhilaration was simply beyond compare. He momentarily diverted his gaze to check, and found that his accumulated emotional value had reached an impressive 621 points. Let us try our luck with an intermediate draw. Ding! Consuming 500 points of emotional value for an intermediate draw. Chapter 10. A Soulful Strike. The golden quality reward reappears. The Mark of the Sun. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the golden quality reward. The Mark of the Sun.
Su Yuan?
What is this? A golden quality reward? A mere casual attempt at a lottery has unexpectedly bestowed upon him a stroke of fortune. A soulful strike? It is noteworthy that the intermediate lottery requires 500 emotional points for a single draw, and only after accumulating 100 draws does one trigger a guaranteed golden quality reward. Such luck. Without hesitation, Su Yuan promptly added 100 emotional points to conduct a beginner lottery. Ding! Thank you for your patronage.
Su Yuan.
Well then, it has become evident that one cannot rely on fortune indefinitely. He then turned his attention to the reward he had acquired. The Mark of the Sun. It sounds rather formidable. The Mark of the Sun, in a certain world's cultivation system, those marked by the Mark of the Sun are referred to as the Holy Sons of Radiance, capable of absorbing the power of the sun and storing it within the mark. Note: the sun here actually refers to a star. Note: as one's strength increases, the quantity and quality of the solar power that the mark can contain will continually elevate. Remark: The power of the sun deals additional damage to all entities possessing dark attributes. Oh, absorbing the power of a star and storing it within the mark. Does this not provide him with an additional means to confront adversaries apart from his source energy? Moreover, dealing extra damage to all beings with dark attributes? The image of Su Anyun gradually surfaced in Su Yuan's mind. Her talent lies in manipulating shadows. Shadows, without a doubt, possess dark attributes. This implies that his newfound talent serves as a special attack against Su Anyun, potentially triggering a critical hit. However, it must be noted that there is no possibility of conflict with Su Anyun, as she is the daughter of Aunt Su. Su Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head, and opted to merge with the mark of the sun. Compared to the spectacle produced during the fusion of the SSS grade talent, the ancient god bloodline, the merging of the mark of the sun was considerably more serene. On the back of his right hand, a sun-patterned mark gradually crystallized, exuding an air of profundity and mystery. Eager to test the effects of the mark of the sun, Su Yuan paused his cultivation and opened his eyes. What first greeted his gaze was the astonished expressions of his classmates, akin to gazing at a monster, along with the bewildered countenance of their teacher, Mr. Wu, and the principal. Su Yuan withdrew his gaze, standing up nonchalantly to stretch his limbs. Feeling the abundant source energy within him, he cast a glance out the window. It was precisely noon, with the sun blazing in the sky, an ideal moment for the mark of the sun to absorb solar power. Thus, Su Yuan approached the door. Mr. Wu, principal, I need to step outside for a moment. Mr. Wu, still in a daze, questioned, Step outside for what? Principal Xiao Jiangwo echoed his confusion. Su Yuan pointed towards the sun above, to bask in the sun and grow stronger. The crowd? Bask in the sun. To grow stronger? What on earth? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to make of the situation. Principal Xiao Jiangwo was the first to react, his eyes sparkling with realization. Su Yuan had awakened a physical enhancement talent. Could it be a facet of his innate abilities?
Hurriedly inquired, Su Yuan.
Does your assertion about becoming stronger from sunbathing relate to your talent? After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan recalled the system's explanation. The mark of the sun was a cultivation system from another realm, which others would hardly comprehend. Thus, he simply nodded, yes, it is part of my talent. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in despair. Becoming stronger from sunbathing. How can that be human? In the midst of the astonished murmurs and incredulous expressions from his classmates, Su Yuan departed the classroom, intending to head to the playground to experience the effects of the mark of the sun under the direct rays of sunlight. Principal Xiao Jiangwo followed closely behind, eager to witness this extraordinary talent. As they passed by the entrance of Class 1, many students noticed them and expressed their curiosity. Isn't that Su Shin from Class 3? Why is the principal following him? What could they be up to? I have no idea. Why wasn't Su Shin invited? Unfazed by the chatter, Su Anyun casually glanced outside. After a moment's thought, she commanded her shadow attendant to step out and locate Xiao Jiangwo. The sudden appearance of the shadow startled Xiao Jiangwo. The shadow gradually took on a human form and opened its mouth to ask, Principal, when will we head to the Education Bureau for resource allocation certification? The shadow's voice was somewhat hoarse, reminiscent of Su Anyun's own tone. Su Yuan examined the speaking shadow with a sense of admiration. Such a talent was indeed convenient. It complemented Su Anyun's icy demeanor perfectly. He would no longer need to engage in conversation himself. He could simply let the shadow do the talking. Yet, he pondered whether this would cause her to become even more withdrawn. Unaware of Su Yuan's inner musings, Xiao Jiangwo responded, Please hold on a moment. Once Su Yuan verifies his talent, we will proceed to the Education Bureau. Understood. The shadow nodded slightly, showing no curiosity about what the talent verification entailed, and then, like a receding tide, melded back to Su Anyun's side. Xiao Jiangwo, witnessing this, couldn't help but marvel. What an extraordinary talent.
Su Yuan agreed.
It is indeed remarkable. Upon arriving at the playground, Su Yuan sought out a spot where sunlight shone most brightly, free from any obstructions, and sat down cross-legged. According to the system's description, the mark of the sun was an innate talent bestowed upon individuals from that world. Through it, They could absorb the power of the sun without needing to operate any particular mental techniques or cultivation methods. It was a natural and effortless process. As for whether the sun of other worlds was the same as Blue Star's sun, Su Yuan believed they were likely quite similar, as they were both stars after all. However, due to Xiao Jiangwo's ignorance of the existence of the sun's mark, and with Su Yuan leisurely basking in the sun without a care in the world, several minutes passed before Xiao Jiangwo was left in utter confusion. Wait, is this really a means to grow stronger? This is absurd. If that were the case, how could anyone else survive? A few moments later, Su Yuan sensed that the sun's mark had absorbed an ample amount of solar energy. He rose to his feet, intending to test the effects of this newfound power. Xiao Jiangwo approached with curiosity, inquiring, "How does it feel?" Su Yuan smiled broadly and replied, "It's quite satisfactory." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Jiangwo tentatively asked, "Could you perhaps demonstrate its effects?" His genuine curiosity about how simply sunbathing could enhance one's strength was evident. Su Yuan readily agreed, raised his right hand, and casually pointed towards a nearby willow tree. In an instant, the sun's patterns on the back of his hand illuminated, and a searing beam of solar energy shot forth, piercing the trunk and igniting it in flames. Xiao Jiangwo's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Your source energy. It possesses elemental attributes, and this level of attack strength. It's nearly at the first-tier upper echelon." Contrary to the shock experienced by Principal Xiao Jiangwo, Su Yuan maintained his composure. It is essential to recognize that the sun's mark is a golden quality reward that rivals the SSS level talent of the ancient god bloodline. As his power escalated, the sun's mark would accommodate an even greater volume of solar energy, and its strength was bound to become increasingly formidable. Just imagine the day he casually gestures, causing the sun to rise and a nuclear explosion to unfold across the land. That would be truly magnificent. For now, however, it was merely adequate. Xiao Jiangwo found himself teetering on the edge of existential doubt. In his previous assessment, he believed that, despite both possessing SSS-level talents, Su Yuan's potential was slightly inferior to Su Anyun's. This perspective was not born of favoritism but rather a shared consensus in the contemporary world. Physical enhancement talents were stronger in the early to mid-stages. Yet, as one ascended to higher realms, a transcendence in life levels would elevate everyone's physical strength. Ultimately, the competition would hinge on output capabilities. At that point, elemental and mysterious talents would become increasingly coveted. But at present, Su Yuan's physique could transform solar energy through mere sunbathing, imbuing it with elemental properties. This was nothing short of cheating, effectively allowing him to reap the benefits of both advantages. This was utterly outrageous. "Principal," Su Yuan called out, noticing Xiao Jiangwo's prolonged silence. Clearing his throat, Xiao Jiangwo became aware of his lapse in composure and quickly regained his focus, though his gaze towards Su Yuan was filled with complexity. After a long pause, he took a deep breath, accepting the harsh reality of the disparities that can exist between individuals. Let us head to the Education Bureau. Chapter 11. The silver-haired lowly and the ice-blue-haired mature director, approximately 10 minutes later, all 18 gifted individuals from Lon City No. 1 High School had gathered. Given the rarity of gifted individuals, even those with the lowest D-grade talents were afforded certain resources. However, standing at the forefront of the crowd, undeniably the most radiant, were Su Anyun and Su Yuan, both of whom had awakened SSS-grade talents. As for Zhao Rizu, who had awakened an SS-grade talent, the impact of Su Yuan's earlier blow had been rather severe, leaving him still recuperating in the school infirmary. Naturally, Su Yuan had not aimed to seriously injure him. It was merely a lesson that would cause discomfort, not death. In light of this, the Director of Education, Zhao Rizu, refrained from pursuing grievances against Su Yuan. It was not out of a lack of desire, but rather from sheer intimidation. Had Su Yuan still been a D-grade awakener, he would have sought vengeance for his son without hesitation. However, now Su Yuan was an SSS-grade gifted individual, with 100-fold courage. He would not dare to confront Su Yuan. Moreover, it was a dual challenge between the two, a matter of fairness and justice. If anyone were to blame, it would be Zhao Rizu himself for his poor judgment and lack of strength. At the forefront of the group, Su Anyun stood beside Su Yuan, clad in her vibrant athletic attire, hands tucked into her pockets. eyes closed as she appeared to be in a state of serene contemplation. Zhang Yuan, positioned behind them, cast his gaze back and forth between Su Yuan and Su Anyun, ultimately shaking his head in exasperation. He simply could not comprehend it. In his youth, he had harbored a secret admiration for Su Anyun. Yet now, he could only perceive that Su Yuan and Su Anyun were a match made in heaven. Su Yuan was handsome, and Su Anyun was beautiful. Furthermore, both were SSS-grade gifted individuals. Unfortunately, the two acted as if they were mere strangers on a daily basis. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yuan murmured softly, "Su, the campus belle, really possesses a rather cold demeanor. According to the usual narrative, shouldn't young men and women living under the same roof develop feelings for each other and embark on a passionate youthful romance?" Suddenly, Zhang Yuan felt as though someone was observing him. He lifted his head, only to meet Su Anyun's indifferent gaze. "What did you say?" Her voice was crisp and melodious, yet it carried an unmistakable chill. Zhang Yuan found himself at a loss for words, stumbling over his response. Fortunately, Su Yuan came to his rescue, stepping beside Zhang Yuan and offering Su Anyun an apologetic smile. "I apologize, he was only joking." Su Anyun cast a fleeting glance at Su Yuan before retracting her gaze, choosing silence once more. To assume that living under the same roof would naturally lead to mutual affection and a fervent youthful romance? Such naivete. In her previous life, countless paragons and prodigies across the cosmos had professed their love for her, only to be met with her disdainful rejection. In the end, even among the 10 Radiants, one individual had dared to pursue her. In comparison, what claim did Su Yuan have to her favor? Was it merely his SSS-grade talent? Su Anyun shook her head, dismissing such thoughts as utterly meaningless. The chasm between her and him was ineffable, beyond the realm of verbal expression. As they made their way to the Education Bureau, a dedicated vehicle provided their transport. Su Yuan and Zhang Yuan were not in the same car as Su Anyun. Su Yuan reclined in his seat, hands clasped behind his head, engaging in casual conversation with Zhang Yuan. Suddenly, he shifted the topic, saying, "To be honest, I have no feelings for Su Anyun. Please refrain from making such remarks in the future. I wouldn't want her to take it out on you in my absence." Zhang Yuan shrugged. Understood. However, after a brief moment, he turned to Su Yuan, a mischievous glint in his eye, and asked, "Brother Yuan, there's no one else here. Speak candidly, do you truly have no feelings for the illustrious Su?" Su Yuan chuckled, somewhat exasperated. "I genuinely have no feelings. Aunt Su is wonderful, but Su Anyun, we simply do not resonate. I can only regard her as a younger sister, though I suspect she would not appreciate that sentiment." Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "True. I used to envy you, Brother Yuan, living in such proximity to the school beauty. It must have been a daily feast for the eyes. But upon reflection, I realized that such an icy persona would be unbearable for anyone."
Su Yuan nonchalantly shrugged.
"Unbearable is a stretch. Everyone has their own temperament. Her nature is simply that way, and I respect it." Zhang Yuan sighed. Although that scoundrel Ma Lianju is despised, he did utter a truth. There are no truly cold-hearted girls in this world, only those who have yet to meet the right person.
Su Yuan remained fast.
Then I hope she encounters the right one in the future. At the Education Bureau, in the Director's office, sat a girl who appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old. Her beauty was striking, akin to a masterpiece crafted by the heavens. Beneath her long, silvery hair were enchanting heterochromatic eyes, her left eye a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a flawless flame gem, and her right eye a deep blue, resembling crystal-clear lake water, exuding an ineffable allure. Reclining against the chair, she leisurely savored a lime-flavored lollipop while her petite legs swung gently, unable to touch the ground. In her hands, she held the wildly popular comic series Drillman, engrossed in its pages. Suddenly, the phone on the desk buzzed, interrupting her reading. The silver-haired girl furrowed her brow slightly and absent-mindedly answered the call. "Director, we have received word from launching number 1 high school that during this session's awakening ceremony, 2 individuals with SSS-level talents and 1 with an SS-level talent have emerged. They are currently en route, preparing for the corresponding resource allocation certification." The staff member reported in detail. The silver-haired lowly, with a lollipop in her mouth, could only respond indistinctly, "Got it." Just then, the creaking of the office door announced the entrance of a striking figure from outside. If the silver-haired girl symbolizes the purity of youth, then the woman before us epitomizes the very essence of the phrase natural beauty. With her tall stature and exquisite curves, her icy blue hair cascades down her shoulders, perfectly framing her breathtakingly voluptuous form. Her face, bearing a striking resemblance to the young girl, is adorned with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, imparting an innate allure. However, at this moment, her expression is one of exasperation. Sister, I've told you not to impersonate me anymore. If there were outsiders present, witnessing this alluring woman, with her impressive figure, addressing a girl who appears to be only 12 or 13 as sister, they would likely be utterly bewildered. Yet, this is indeed the truth. The ice-blue-haired beauty is none other than the silver-haired Loli's elder sister, the current director of the Lanchang Education Bureau, Shangguan Ru. Chapter 12. The Summer Dynasty's Shocking Anomaly, one of the four pillars, the seventh-rank Marquis, the Spectre Marquis, the one masquerading as the director with silver hair and is none other than Shangguan Ru's elder sister, Shangguan Meng. The elder sister is a petite and charming young girl, while the younger sister embodies a tall and alluring mature lady. The stark contrast in their identities and appearances could hardly be more pronounced. Well, I merely wish to ensure that our esteemed educator did not overlook any vital information. Shangguan Meng set down her phone, her hands resting on the edge of the chair. She swung her delicate white legs playfully, flashing a radiant smile at her younger sister. Despite the significant difference in their appearances, their voices bore a striking resemblance, which led the Education Bureau staff to mistakenly assume they were the same person during the call. Our esteemed educator, Shangguan Ru, chuckled helplessly. Only her sister would address her in such a manner. Meanwhile, the rest of the family regarded her as somewhat eccentric. Returning to the matter at hand, she inquired, "Sister, what was discussed during the call?" "Oh, nothing much," Shangguan Meng replied nonchalantly. "Just that 2 SSS-level prodigies have emerged from Lan City High School, along with another SS-level prodigy. They will be arriving shortly for resource allocation certification." "Oh?" Shangguan Ru's eyes sparkled with excitement. 2 SSS-level prodigies? Is this a stroke of incredible luck? It is important to note that this is not the imperial capital, where most students come from ordinary families. The emergence of an SSS-level talent is already exceedingly rare. To have 2 such prodigies is beyond expectation. If memory serves, the highest talent previously recorded in Lan City was merely S-level. I wonder if any of them possess physical abilities. Shangguan Ru felt an inexplicable thrill. Shangguan Meng smiled, her eyes twinkling. "What? You have not yet abandoned your theory?" Shangguan Ru, with a serious tone, replied, "This is no mere theory. It is a fact. Qi and source energy are both forms of unique energy. If we can master it through standardized training, it would significantly enhance our combat capabilities." Here we go again. Shangguan Meng rested her chin on her hands, her lollipop bobbing as she gazed at her sister, who was speaking fervently. "No worries. I have faith in you." Shangguan Ru, overwhelmed with emotion, leaped forward to envelop Shangguan Meng in a warm embrace. "Sister, you are the best." Shangguan Meng replied leisurely, "While I believe in you, it is crucial for you to maintain balance. Your previous training methods nearly pushed people to the brink of collapse, and they have yet to cultivate what you refer to as qi. Those individuals must possess considerable talent as well, but after encountering you, they look as though they have seen a living nightmare." Shangguan Ru huffed lightly, that merely reflects their lack of determination. Their pressure threshold was not yet reached, and they faltered too soon. If I could have SSS-level physical talents under my guidance, I would undoubtedly be able to replicate qi. Shangguan Meng remained non-committal. However, upon sensing the immense pressure upon her chest, a glimmer of mischievous delight flickered in those enchanting heterochromatic eyes. A pair of dainty hands stealthily approached the majestic peak. "Ah!" Shangguan Ru let out a startled exclamation, recoiling as if struck by lightning. Clutching her chest, her exquisite cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she glared at Shangguan Meng with indignation. Gritting her teeth, "Sister," Shangguan Meng, with a charming smile, playfully shook her small hand. "It was an accident, humph." Just as Shangguan Ru was about to erupt, a knock echoed from outside the office. "Director, The representatives from number 1 high school have arrived. Reluctantly, Shangguan Ru had to relent, casting a fierce glare at Shangguan Meng. This is a time for official matters. Personal affairs can wait until later. With that, she turned to leave. To her surprise, Shangguan Meng sprang from her chair and followed closely behind. Shangguan Ru questioned, "What?" With a beaming smile, Shangguan Meng replied, "Don't worry, I won't be a nuisance. I'm just curious about those 2 SSS-level gifted individuals." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ru immediately adopted a defensive stance. "Sister, you're not planning to compete with me for them, are you?" Shangguan Meng tilted her head slightly, feigning innocence. How could that be? In the lounge, Su Anyun maintained a calm demeanor. The Education Bureau of Lan City. Most of her memories from Blue Star had become hazy. Yet, there were 2 individuals who remained vividly etched in her mind, prompting her to reflect upon them with a sense of wistfulness even after stepping into the cosmos. The place where she first encountered these 2 was right here. They were a pair of sisters. The younger sister, named Shangguan Ru, was a prodigy of unprecedented caliber. As a commonplace planet on the periphery of the 9-star alliance, Blue Star's gradual adaptation to the cosmic energy cultivation system was no small feat. Shangguan Ru, however, with her forward-thinking vision and extraordinary talent, became the first individual on Blue Star to encounter the existence of Battle Chi. Battle Chi. This was a force utterly distinct from source energy. It was a unique power birthed from the human body under extreme pressure, cultivated through an indomitable will. In the vast universe, countless talents existed, yet only a minuscule fraction could master Battle Chi. When refined to its utmost limit, one could tear apart the fabric of the universe with a mere gesture, dominating the starry expanse. In her previous life, she had cultivated 9 patterns of Battle Chi, becoming invincible within her realm. Yet, this still did not reach the pinnacle of Battle Chi. In this life, she aspired to master Battle Chi beyond the 9 patterns. As for Shangguan Meng, even the proud Su Anyun had to concede that she was a true prodigy in every sense. If memory served her correctly at this juncture, Shangguan Meng had already ascended to the 7th tier. In Blue Star, the formal classification of realms post-awakening was divided into tiers 1 through 9. Each tier was further subdivided into lower, middle, upper, and the legendary extreme ranks. Among these, tiers 1 to 3 were collectively referred to as the exploration realm. At this stage, the practitioner must gradually explore the mysteries of their being, transforming their physical structure to better absorb and contain source energy. The 4th and 6th levels are collectively known as the fusion realm. During this phase, the practitioner is required to integrate source energy into every cell of their body, initiating a qualitative transformation of life, thus becoming a true powerhouse. The subsequent levels 7th, 8th, and 9th are referred to as the limit realm. In this stage, every step represents a breakthrough of one's own limits. According to the customs of the Great Xia, practitioners of the limit realm are entitled to titles. At the 7th level, one achieves the title of Marquis, at the 8th, King, and at the 9th, Sovereign. Shangguan Meng, at the 7th level, a prominent figure within the Great Xia's Bureau of Unique Slayers, is esteemed for her talent and is honored as the Marquis of the Netherworld. Alas, for reasons unknown, in her previous life, Shangguan Meng publicly severed ties with her family, the Shangguan clan, one of the top families in Great Xia, after successfully breaking through to the 8th level and attaining the title of king. Subsequently, she vanished without a trace for a period of time. Later, when Su Anyun heard of her again, it was through the obituary released by the Shangguan clan. Should the opportunity arise, perhaps these sisters could be led away from Blue Star towards the cosmos. With their innate talents and qualities, they would undoubtedly serve as significant allies. Across from her, Su Yuan glanced at Su Anyun, who appeared to be lost in thought. Sigh. This person, day in and day out, seems to ponder endlessly. With her frosty demeanor, she rarely engages with others, remaining immersed in her own world. Those unaware might mistakenly think she is afflicted by a social disorder. Just then, the sudden sound of footsteps drew Su Yuan's attention. Turning his gaze, he was met with the striking sight of Shangguan Ru's ice-blue hair cascading down her back. Chapter 13. The sisters in bloom, and then there was her striking figure, accompanied by a face of exquisite beauty. Yet, the most distinctive feature was the beauty mark at the corner of her right eye. This perfect embellishment added an indescribable charm to her already flawless visage. The majority of the students present were utterly mesmerized, particularly the boys. The phrase drooling may seem exaggerated, yet it was not far from the truth.
Su Yuan rimand composed.
Accustomed as he was to living alongside Su Anyun, whose breathtaking face had significantly elevated his perception of beauty. Ahem. Principal Xiao Jiangwo gently cleared his throat, bringing everyone back to reality. He rose, gravely and solemnly introducing, "Students, this is the director of the Launching Education Bureau, Director Shangguan Ru." Director. The crowd was bewildered. In their minds, the head of the Education Bureau was either a stern middle-aged man or a benevolent elderly gentleman. Yet, they were now confronted with a strikingly beautiful young woman with rebellious ice-blue hair, appearing to be only 4 or 5 years their senior. Was she truly the director? This seemed absurd. Sensing the skepticism surrounding her, Shangguan Ru smiled gently, raising her hand to reveal a spinning icicle in her palm, explaining, "Students, the color of my hair is natural and related to my innate talent, not a result of artificial dye." Now it made sense. The crowd nodded in understanding. Su Yuan glanced at Zhang Yuan beside him, thinking, "Thank goodness your awakened talent is fire, not grass." Otherwise Zhang Yuan. Upon hearing this peculiar remark, Shangguan Ru turned her gaze toward the two and smiled slightly. Generally speaking, only elemental talents of S grade or above will cause a certain degree of physical alteration. Zhang Yuan. After being struck twice in quick succession, Zhang Yuan decided he preferred silence, wishing only to enjoy the view of beauty. However, at that moment, an inappropriate voice broke the stillness. "Mommy, among these brothers and sisters, who has SSS level talent?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ru froze instantly. The others were equally stunned. Turning to locate the source of the voice, emerging from behind Shangguan Ru was a silver-haired little girl, peeking out with an innocent expression as she scanned the crowd. Wasn't he this Shangguan Meng? Silence. An oppressive silence. If a heart could shatter audibly, the room would have echoed with the sound of breaking glass. No, this director Shangguan appeared scarcely older than them. How could she possibly have a daughter? Moreover, this silver-haired little girl. Why did she have heterochromia? The crimson and azure eyes, in stark contrast to her silvery hair, exude an enchanting allure that is difficult to articulate. To put it bluntly, her experience points are maxed out. The girls feel a pang of inadequacy, while the boys express their reverence. "Oh, esteemed mother-in-law, grant me a few more years." Suddenly, a burst of laughter shattered the silence of the lounge. Everyone turned towards the source of the laughter, revealing their astonishment. The one laughing was Su Anyun. It is well known that Su Anyun's image as an ice queen is deeply ingrained in the minds of many. According to certain busybodies, her interactions with others at school amount to no more than 5 sentences a month. As for her smiles, they are virtually non-existent. Why, at this moment, would she inexplicably laugh? As curiosity swirled among the crowd, they suddenly noticed that the silver-haired, heterochromatic little girl had somehow approached Su Anyun. How did she move so quickly? They then glanced at Shangguan Meng, whose innocent and lovely face was inching closer, her captivating eyes fixed on Su Anyun. "Big sister, what are you laughing at?" Su Anyun pursed her lips and gently shook her head. "Oh, nothing. I just suddenly thought of a joke." Shangguan Meng was about to say something more, but was abruptly lifted by Shangguan Ru from behind and, rather roughly, tossed out of the lounge. Bang! Shangguan Ru slammed the door shut. The onlookers were left speechless. Is she really that ruthless? Shangguan Ru, with a furrowed brow, swiftly changed the topic. So, which 2 students awakened the SSS level talents? Xiao Jiangwo, sensing the shift in atmosphere, wiped the sweat from his forehead and pointed to Su Yuan and Su Anyun seated nearby. "Director, it's these 2. Shangguan Ru nodded. "You 2, come with me. The rest of you, your resource allocation certifications will be handled by designated personnel." With that, she turned and departed, eager to escape the embarrassment of the situation. Su Yuan and Su Anyun rose to follow her to the director's office, where, to their surprise, Shangguan Meng also appeared. Shangguan Ru took a deep breath, preparing to leave once more. "You call me sister and I call you mother? I'm done." Shangguan Meng swiftly blocked Shangguan Ru's path, grasping her arm and playfully shaking it. "Sister, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Back to sister now? Shangguan-ru, initially intent on departing, suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. She reached out, pinching Shangguan-meng's delicate cheeks, playfully kneading them. Humph! It's good that you know your mistake. Will you dare to bully your sister again? Shangguan-meng remained silent, her eyes slightly narrowed, her lips gently parting as she appeared to be counting down 3, 2. Before she could utter one, Shangguan-ru withdrew her hand and cleared her throat softly, saying, ahem, let bygones be bygones. Let us consider this matter settled. Shangguan-meng nodded with a beaming smile, acknowledging her words. Observing this exchange, Su Yuan finally comprehended that the two were not mother and daughter, but rather sisters. How amusingly playful they were. Su Anyun maintained a composed demeanor, her gaze fixed, seemingly unperturbed. In her previous life, she had not been well acquainted with Shangguan-meng and had little understanding of her character. Hence, she was now reassessing her earlier thoughts. Was it truly wise to cultivate such a capricious individual into a reliable aide? Once the playful banter subsided, Shangguan-ru regained her seriousness. She first produced the talent assessment stone to reevaluate the aptitude levels of Su Yuan and Su Anyun. Su Anyun skillfully controlled her power, preventing the talent testing stone from exploding once more, resulting in both of them achieving an SSS rating. Following this, Shangguan-ru gazed at them with eager anticipation. Dear classmates, please provide a brief introduction to your talents. No need to delve into the specifics of your abilities. That remains your secret. A general overview will suffice. She hoped to encounter a physical enhancement type SSS talent, as such individuals could endure rigorous training and potentially manifest the existence of qi under pressure. Among the two, Su Anyun was the first to showcase her talent. She raised her hand, summoning a shadow attendant, demonstrating various actions including offensive and defensive maneuvers. Witnessing this, Shangguan-meng, who had been leisurely seated on the sofa engrossed in a comic book, set it aside and nodded in satisfaction. A commendable talent. Shangguan-ru remained silent, but she understood her sister well enough to realize that Shangguan-meng had taken a liking to this girl, named Su Anyun. Indeed, the ability to manipulate shadows was quite fitting for Shangguan-ru's role in the Annihilation Bureau. Nevertheless, there was still another candidate. Perhaps there was a chance of striking gold. Shangguan-ru, filled with anticipation, turned her beautiful eyes towards Su Yuan. And what about you? Su Yuan flashed a radiant smile. My talent is not as extraordinary as hers. It is merely a simple form of physical enhancement. Before he could finish his sentence, the notifications appeared. Excitement 200. Pity 300. Chapter 14. Excitement and compassion? What on earth? The Clover Group. Huh? Excitement value? And compassion value? What is this madness? Su Yuan found himself utterly bewildered. The values were astonishingly high. According to the system's description, the magnitude of emotional values generated depends on the strength of the individual experiencing the emotional fluctuations, as well as the intensity of those fluctuations. The principal and other school leaders are formidable, indeed. They are all third-tier powerhouses. After being profoundly shocked by his SSS-level talent and performance, they only attributed a few dozen points of emotional value to themselves. Yet here, it was 500 points. Could it be? Su Yuan lifted his gaze and inadvertently met the eyes of Shangguan-ru. Upon witnessing the unmasked desire and overwhelming excitement reflected in her beautiful eyes, Su Yuan realized that the excitement value was indeed provided by this director. As for the additional 300 points of compassion value, could it be that? Su Yuan stole a glance at the silver-haired little lowly sitting cross-legged on the sofa. The emotional value she contributed surpassed that of Shangguan-ru. Thus, there were only two possibilities. First, her strength was even more terrifying than that of Shangguan-ru. Second, her strength was comparable to Shangguan-ru's, but her emotional fluctuations were significantly greater. However, how old could this silver-haired little lowly be? She appeared to be merely 12 or 13. Unless she were the fabled legal lowly, it was implausible for her to cultivate before reaching 18, as her genes wouldn't be fully developed. As for the probability of encountering a legal lowly, it was so negligible that Su Yuan didn't dwell on it. Therefore, it must be the second scenario, right? Her emotional fluctuations were so intense that they caused her emotional value to skyrocket. This was not a good sign. Su Yuan took a deep breath and silently distanced himself from Shangguan-ru. What kind of tempest lay beneath the glamorous exterior of this beautiful director that could evoke such profound compassion from her sister towards him? Unbeknownst to Su Yuan, Shangguan Ru remained blissfully unaware of his small gestures. In her current state of overwhelming excitement, she gripped Su Yuan's shoulders tightly, shaking him as she exclaimed, "Classmate, do you truly possess an SSS-level physical enhancement talent?" Su Yuan hesitated slightly. Actually, unfortunately, his hesitation was misinterpreted by Shangguan Ru as shyness and modesty. Finally, I have encountered an SSS-level physical enhancement talent. This time, it will surely work. I absolutely must prove to those old geezers that she truly exists. A radiant smile illuminated Shangguan Ru's face. She released Su Yuan and turned towards her desk, opening a drawer to retrieve a business card, which she handed to Su Yuan. The information on the card read, Clover Group Chairman Shangguan Ru.
Su Yuan.
After reading it, he raised his head. Up and down, left and right, Director Shangguan meticulously scrutinized the surroundings. Yet, she still could not fathom a connection between herself and the chairman of the Clover Group. No, she questioned, are you certain this card is not a mere counterfeit? The Clover Group, a premier equipment manufacturing company of the Great Xia, was the sole designated official collaborator for the military, providing specialized military support. It was the foremost choice for many elite individuals when it came to customizing their own weaponry. In stark contrast to such a colossal entity, the position of the director of the Lan City Education Bureau seemed utterly insignificant. Moreover, upon closer inspection, this Director Shangguan appeared quite youthful, likely only a few years older than himself. It was hard to believe that someone so young could hold the esteemed title of chairman at such a massive corporation. If 100 people were asked, it was likely that 120 would express disbelief. Sensing Su Yuan's confusion, Shangguan Ru decided to employ a straightforward and somewhat brusque method to validate her identity. She retrieved her phone and casually opened a banking app, displaying her balance to Su Yuan. Count for yourself. Su Yuan was taken aback. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Halfway through, he ceased counting, as the number of zeros overwhelmed his imagination. So, do you believe me now? Shangguan Ru inquired with a smile as she tucked her phone away. This method, though seemingly simplistic and blunt, was often the most effective and impactful. Being someone who valued efficiency and was never one to beat around the bush, she resorted to what could be described as a nouveau riche approach. Well, I believe you. Su Yuan nodded, and before Shangguan Ru could speak, he proactively asked, Director, is there something you need my assistance with? His speculation was not unfounded. As a director of the Clover Group, it seemed odd that she would leave the opulence of the capital to assume a role in a small city like Lan. Surely, there must be a deeper purpose behind her presence. While he could not ascertain what that purpose was, he was certain it was related to physical enhancement abilities. Otherwise, she would not have so openly displayed such a substantial figure immediately after he revealed his SSS-level physical enhancement talent. Shangguan Ru nodded in approval and snapped her fingers. Bingo! You've guessed correctly. The reason I revealed my identity is to invite you, under the auspices of the Clover Group chairmanship, to participate in my physical enhancement training. How shall I put it? It is a private experiment. Physical enhancement training? Su Yuan inquired, his face filled with skepticism. Indeed, Shangguan Ru affirmed. Over the past 2 years of research, I have formulated a theory and pioneered a new system of power that I intend to replicate. The conditions for replication are rather stringent, necessitating an SSS-grade physical enhancement talent to increase the likelihood of success. Should you agree to participate, I shall personally cover all your equipment and resource needs from this moment forth, regardless of the eventual outcome. Furthermore, if one day you ascend to the 9th tier and attain the esteemed title of Supreme, I shall, in my personal capacity, bestow upon you a complete set of Supreme-grade equipment. If you harbor any doubts, we can formalize our agreement with a contract, and I can procure a reliable guarantor for you. Perhaps a general from the military? Su Yuan. Sister, your topic seems a tad too elevated. A Supreme-grade equipment set at the 9th tier? A military general as a guarantor? No, I may be a novice, but do I really need to be thrust into such a formidable combination right from the outset? In contemplation, Su Yuan pondered and then inquired, Director, you mentioned replication. Are you implying that this so-called new power system indeed exists and has been manifested previously? Shangguan-Ru nodded. She raised her right hand and a white, gaseous energy materialized, enveloping her palm. Observing this, Su Anyun's pupils constricted slightly. Battle Qi. This is indeed Battle Qi, a sophisticated power independent of the source energy system. In confrontations between equals, the one who commands Battle Qi can exert absolute dominance. This is the might of Battle Qi, which explains why countless prodigies across the cosmos pursue this enigmatic force. Although Shangguan-Ru only mastered the most rudimentary form of Battle Qi, it was sufficiently astonishing, especially since this is Blue Star, which has yet to connect with the cosmos. What is this? Su Yuan was unfamiliar with Battle Qi. He instinctively sensed that this power was distinct from source energy. This is the novel power system I have discovered, which I term Qi. Shangguan-Ru's eyes sparkled with pride as she swept her gaze over Su Yuan, a slight smile gracing her lips. Come, attempt to strike at me. Su Yuan nodded. He was acutely aware that Director Shangguan's prowess far surpassed his own, and there was no need to worry about any potential misfortunes. Such an occurrence was simply impossible. Therefore, he exerted all his strength, channeling the source energy within him alongside the terrifying explosive power of the ancient god bloodline, and unleashed a powerful punch. Chapter 15. You wish to participate, desiring not to part with him, do you not? Shangguan-Ru merely smiled faintly, remaining motionless in her place. The white mist that coiled around her right hand appeared to possess a consciousness of its own, swiftly expanding to envelop her entire being, forming a protective barrier upon her surface. When Su Yuan's fist made contact with this ethereal layer, it encountered significant resistance, rendering any further advance impossible. However, Su Yuan had anticipated this outcome. Having only just awakened, no matter how formidable his innate talent, it was unrealistic to inflict harm upon Shangguan-Ru across several major realms. What truly astonished him was the revelation that the source energy he had condensed upon the surface of his fist was inexplicably being disassembled by that white mist. The ability to decompose source energy. How extraordinarily bizarre. To wield such power during the awakening phase, enveloping the body with source energy to augment strength, your physique is indeed remarkable. Shangguan-Ru nodded in approval. As Su Yuan emerged from his state of shock, he felt a peculiar sensation upon hearing her words. The term physique seemed inappropriate and could easily lead to misunderstandings, especially if one frequently uttered such phrases, potentially giving the impression of being a nymphomaniac. But wait. Shangguan-Ru extended her other hand, revealing a miniature source energy fluctuation tester resting in her palm. The readings displayed a value of 0. What do you think? Shangguan-Ru inquired, her smile radiant. My qi does not rely on source energy. Rather, it exists as an independent system. When I employ it, there are no fluctuations in source energy, which serves as a testament to its authenticity. Su Yuan shook his tingling arm, questioning. Then could this be your innate talent, Director? Some talents seem to operate without the use of source energy. Do they not? Shangguan-Ru shook her head. No, I can assure you this is not my innate talent. A talent awakener is always aware of their own abilities. This qi was something I inadvertently mastered during a trial in university. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan grew even more curious. If that is the case with your financial resources, Director, surely you have conducted several experimental trainings prior? Have they all failed to replicate the results? Shangguan-Ru pouted. In truth, only a year has passed since I acquired qi, and I have not conducted many experiments. Moreover, SSS-class talent holders are exceedingly rare, not to mention those with SSS-class physical enhancement talents. This qi necessitates extreme physical refinement to be mastered. The previous test subjects lacked the willpower to endure the rigorous pressure tests and gave up far too soon, I see. Su Yuan pondered thoughtfully as he glanced at Shangguan Meng, who was seated on the sofa nearby. The reason she harbored feelings of pity value towards him was likely due to her witnessing the brutal nature of Shangguan-Ru's training regimen. Seemingly understanding the meaning behind Su Yuan's gaze, Shangguan Meng winked at him with a smile. Rest assured, big brother, my sister's training program is highly effective. Even without mastering qi, one can elevate their combat prowess and fighting spirit beyond that of peers in the same realm. In this regard, Shangguan Meng was not deceiving. Although the previous test subjects left the program with psychological scars, perceiving Shangguan-Ru as a specter of dread, their combat abilities indeed witnessed significant enhancement. One SS-grade physical enhancement talent even gained the strength to challenge those of the SSS grade within the same realm. However, these sisters could not fool Su Yuan, especially with the glaring 300 points of compassion value thrust before him. One could only wonder if he believed it. Yet, everything was for the sake of emotional value. Su Yuan inhaled deeply and turned to Shangguan Ru. "Director, you are formidable, are you not?" Shangguan Ru was momentarily taken aback by Su Yuan's sudden inquiry, but quickly regained her composure and nodded. "Indeed, I am strong." Su Yuan continued. "As the chairperson of the Clover Group, your connections must be vast, encompassing many top-tier powerhouses?" Shangguan Ru affirmed. "Precisely." Su Yuan pressed on. "If I were to partake in your training program and successfully replicate your mastery of qi, would it create a sensation within your circles?" Shangguan Ru straightened her posture, her pride evident, causing her chest to rise imperceptibly, enhancing her imposing presence. "Not merely a sensation. Should we succeed, it would herald a revolutionary change worthy of the annals of history. The entire world would tremble in response to my theories. Naturally, you would also find yourself in the spotlight of numerous influential figures." Shangguan Ru misinterpreted Su Yuan's intentions, believing he sought to leverage her program for social ascension into the realm of the elite. While this ambition might be deemed somewhat utilitarian, it nonetheless served as a motivation, prompting her to offer an unequivocal affirmation. Little did she realize that, in Su Yuan's eyes, everyone, including her, merely served as instruments for accruing emotional value. As a self-proclaimed pretender, Su Yuan possessed his own awareness. If one were to pose as someone remarkable, it must be on a grand scale. What merit was there in impressing peers? The emotional value to be gained was minimal, barely sufficient for a trifling reward. Accumulating enough for a significant draw would take ages. Therefore, one must perform before the great. Thus, Su Yuan solemnly agreed, extending his hand. For the sake of changing the world. Shangguan Ru was initially taken aback but quickly realized this was his agreement. She extended her hand in return, her radiant smile breathtaking. For the sake of changing the world. Excitement 300. Su Anyun. Shangguan Meng. These two individuals connected so swiftly? Su Anyun suddenly spoke up. "Director Shangguan, I wish to join as well."
Su Yuan?
Shangguan Ru? Shangguan Ru glanced at Su Anyun with a hint of confusion. "You?" It was not that she looked down upon Su Anyun. Rather, the nature of her training experiment was indeed of a hellish caliber. It required a relentless application of immense pressure on the physical form, pushing beyond the limits to awaken the utmost potential of the human body. Consequently, the subjects she had previously selected all possessed physical enhancement abilities, with the lowest being of grade S and the highest reaching grade SS. Although Su Anyun boasted an SSS grade talent, her ability to manipulate shadows did not confer her any advantages in this regard. She felt a twinge of concern that she might inadvertently damage Su Anyun during the process. After a moment's hesitation, Shangguan Ru advised, "Classmate Su, my training experiment is exceedingly intense, truly severe. I do not exaggerate. Several individuals with SS-grade physical enhancement abilities have previously failed to withstand it. Therefore, if you are merely swayed by the conditions I presented, officially granted SSS-grade resources, it would suffice for you to cultivate to a considerably advanced stage." Su Anyun shook her head firmly, her tone resolute. "I can endure." In her past life, she had missed her opportunity. In this life, she was determined to cultivate her battle energy before departing from Blue Star and entering the cosmos. The conditions and resources Shangguan Ru could provide represented her best chance for this cultivation. Shangguan Ru frowned slightly. At that moment, Shangguan Meng, seated cross-legged on the sofa, perused the files concerning Su Yuan and Su Anyun, and suddenly exclaimed in realization, "Oh, so you two are childhood sweethearts? Your desire to participate in this experiment is because you do not wish to be separated from him?" Chapter 16. "I have no relationship with him. I just want to become stronger." Su Yuan. I must admit, Shangguan Meng possesses a peculiar charm. It is as if one can never anticipate the astonishing words that may escape her lips. Childhood sweethearts? How utterly ludicrous. They had cohabited for nearly a year, and aside from mundane exchanges like "dinner's ready" or "I'm leaving," their meaningful dialogues scarcely exceeded 5 in total. Thus, they were hardly more than familiar strangers. Consequently, before Su Anyun could utter a word, Su Yuan took the initiative to clarify, "I'm sorry, but we are not childhood sweethearts. We merely—" He faltered mid-sentence, for he truly seemed at a loss as to how to articulate the nature of his relationship with Su Anyun. If it were Aunt Su, he might describe her as a cherished elder, akin to a confidant. But how to characterize Su Anyun? To bluntly label her as a familiar stranger? While he could apply that term to himself, vocalizing it felt somewhat inappropriate. As Su Yuan wrestled with this dilemma, Shangguan Meng appeared curiously intrigued. "I understand that in a narrow sense, childhood sweethearts refer to those who grew up together. However, you two are both adolescents. Isn't it quite normal to develop feelings for one another? There is no need to be shy. Were it another girl facing such playful teasing, even if she harbored no romantic notions, she would likely blush and protest with exclamations of no, or I truly don't." Yet Su Anyun remained unfazed, her demeanor tranquil, as though recounting the most ordinary of matters. "I'm sorry, but there is no relationship between us as you might imagine. My sole reason for participating in this experiment is simply to become stronger." As her words echoed, it was as if a unique mechanism had been triggered. Shangguan Meng momentarily froze, her smile gradually fading. She fixated on Su Anyun, her captivating eyes shimmering with an unusual light. So, she merely wishes to grow stronger? What a rare realization. In Su Anyun's gaze, she beheld determination, a reflection of her own past desire to be strong. Regaining her composure, she reclined lazily on the sofa and cast a sidelong glance at Shangguan Ru. "Sister, since this young lady has articulated her intentions so clearly, it seems rather unreasonable not to accept her." Shangguan Ru. She was well aware of Shangguan Meng's character. No one had ever been able to refuse her words, nor alter her decisions. Thus she nodded in agreement. "Very well. You may also join my training experiment. However, should you find it too arduous, feel free to inform me in advance. Quitting is permitted." Shangguan Meng smiled mischievously at Su Anyun, saying, "If you wish to become stronger, giving up midway is not an option." Su Anyun gazed back at her thoughtfully, sensing a subtle shift in Shangguan Meng's demeanor towards her. Did her earlier remark about wanting to grow stronger touch something within her? If that were the case, what could be Shangguan Meng's motivation for desiring strength? It was evident that she was already formidable, arguably the strongest among the younger generation of the Great Xia. Was it related to the affairs of the Shangguan family? She pondered. In her past life, the fracture within the Shangguan family, Meng's disappearance, and ultimately her demise were shrouded in mystery, enveloped in a veil of uncertainty. Perhaps there was indeed some truth to it. Nevertheless, she decided to put those thoughts aside. Her primary focus now was to gather resources, diligently cultivate, and strive to become stronger. If her memory served her right, the forthcoming years would not be tranquil. The Blue Star would witness numerous upheavals and turmoil. Now then, Shangguan Ru redirected the conversation. "The experimental project I discussed earlier is being conducted under my private capacity, and it will not affect any other choices you may have." She continued, "I have already instructed someone to process your SSS-level resource allocation certification. Starting today, you will receive the highest level of resource privileges granted to prodigious talents in this nation. Although there are still 3 months until the national examination, attending school during this period would be of little use. Instead, you will train with me. I assure you, after 3 months, your combat capabilities will soar. As for your plans post-examination, whether you intend to enter a martial arts university, join the military, or become a lone wolf, a free spirit, I will not interfere. However, you will need to return to me periodically for training until you master Qi or until the experiment fails. During this time, she promised to provide them with the finest cultivation resources, optimal medical care, and the best equipment. What you must do is not regard yourselves as mere humans. Push your potential to its limits, understood?" Su Yuan and Su Anyun nodded simultaneously. Shangguan Ru was thoroughly pleased and brimming with enthusiasm. "Since this experimental training has been on hold for quite some time, we need a few days for preparation. 3 days. The experiment will commence in 3 days. During this time, I hope you can mentally prepare yourselves and inform your parents that you may be unable to return home for several consecutive days." After a series of instructions, Shang Guanru allowed Su Yuan and Su Anyun to depart. Once they had left, Shang Guanru was filled with excitement. She sat beside Shang Guanmeng and took her hand. Despite being a captivating woman with an E-class physique, her joy was reminiscent of a child's sister. This time I might truly succeed. Shang Guanmeng, feigning a light laugh, nodded in agreement. Good luck. Yet in her heart, she was constantly pondering Su Anyun's words. I only wish to grow stronger. This phrase evoked a reflection of her former self within Su Anyun. Strength, she believed, was the key to shattering the chains that bound her. This was the unequivocal truth of the world. Gently, she caressed her sister Shang Guanru's icy blue locks, her enchanting heterochromatic eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Xiao Ru, regardless of whether your experiment succeeds, once it's over. That girl, I shall have her. Shang Guanru nodded in agreement. All right. However, she inquired further. And what about that boy? Shang Guanmeng retracted her hand, languidly stretching like a cat before resting her delicate face on Shang Guanru's shoulder. Her interest waning. Him? We'll see. After departing from the director's office, Su Anyun and Su Yuan walked side by side behind the staff. The two remained silent, creating a rather frigid atmosphere that made the guide tread cautiously, hesitant to breathe, even doubting whether these two SSS-level prodigies harbored any animosity. In reality, they were merely lost in their own thoughts. Su Yuan contemplated the 700-plus emotional points he had just garnered from the pair of sisters. Should he accumulate these points to reach 1,000 for a basic 10 draw, or opt for 2 intermediate single draws? Having recently experienced a stroke of luck, he felt as though his fortune had been exhausted. Perhaps it would be wiser to rely on quantity and attempt a 10 draw. Beside him, Su Anyun was similarly engrossed in her thoughts, pondering matters related to the system. She was curious about what the system's so-called abundant resources entailed. If they referred to resources obtainable on Blue Star, they would offer little assistance. After all, she had secured a ride with Shang Guanru, making ordinary resources trivial. Instead, resources such as soul crystals, star marrow, and source thunder crystal stones, which could only be found in the cosmos, would be of immense benefit to her. As for the evaluation of strength where she fell short against Su Yuan, not only would she miss out on abundant resources, but she would also be subjected to the so-called simpering dog adventure, a consideration she had entirely dismissed. In her eyes, Su Yuan posed no threat whatsoever. Chapter 17. From now on, let us be known as siblings in the hall of the Education Bureau. Everyone had completed the necessary resource allocation certification. Subsequently, resources of the specified caliber would be delivered to their doorsteps daily, eliminating any concerns for the masses. To my astonishment, the B-level resource allocation entailed a daily provision of 1 first-level source crystal. This amounts to 3,000 yuan, 100,000 a month. The authorities are certainly investing generously. Who could argue otherwise? As our ranks elevate, we shall be entitled to even higher-grade source crystals. By the way, each individual is permitted to select 3 combat techniques. What have you chosen? Thus far, I have selected the triple wave cutting blade. I intend to wield a blade in the future, looking remarkably dashing. I believe the sword is far more impressive. Amidst the lively discourse, Su Yuan and Su Anyun rejoined their group. Upon overhearing their conversations, Su Yuan realized with a start that fellow Shang Guanru had seemingly never mentioned anything regarding the SSS-level resource allocation to either of them. Could it be that, in her eyes, these resources are utterly inconsequential? The more Su Yuan pondered, the more convinced he became. He promptly affixed the label of super-rich lady to Shang Guanru, as a reminder to himself that when it came to acquiring resources from her, he must not show any leniency. At this moment, Zhang Yuan approached. Brother Yuan, how's it going? I just checked my A-level resource package. It's absolutely phenomenal. Yours, with the SSS-level resource package, must be beyond extraordinary, right?
Su Yuan casually chuckled.
Brushing it off. It is indeed quite impressive. As their conversation unfolded, the topic shifted to Shang Guanru. Zhang Yuan, with a look of admiration, clutched his chest and feigned a heartbroken expression. This director Shang Guan is so young yet has attained such a prestigious position. She is truly exceptional. She is also remarkably beautiful. What a pity that she already has a daughter. My heart is shattered. Su Yuan smiled but refrained from responding. He chose not to disclose the true relationship between Shangguan Ru and her sister, Shangguan Meng. He feared that his adopted son might develop unrealistic fantasies, leading to disappointment and despondency. Such a woman is beyond the reach of my son. After a while, Principal Xiao Jiangwo gathered everyone. Upon learning that Su Yuan and Su Anyun intended to take leave and would not return to school before the martial arts examination, he readily consented. It would be a waste of time for such prodigious talents to remain in school. As for their plans, the director surely had arrangements in place, so there was no need for him to worry. Outside the Education Bureau, after bidding farewell to Zhang Yuan, Su Yuan's taxi arrived. He took the front passenger seat while Su Anyun settled in the back. The entire journey was marked by an absence of conversation. The somewhat oblivious yet warm-hearted driver glanced into the rearview mirror and cheerfully inquired, "Young lady, did your boyfriend upset you?" "Ah," Su Yuan thought, feeling quite exasperated. "Why is it that no matter where I go, people insist on linking me to Su Anyun? Please, he truly harbors no feelings for her." With a sigh, Su Yuan clarified, "Uncle, we are not a couple. She is my sister." It seemed that the driver understood Su Yuan's intent was merely to silence him. Thus, upon hearing Su Yuan unilaterally designate their relationship as siblings, Su Anyun displayed no reaction, her gaze fixed unwaveringly outside the window, devoid of any ripples of emotion. Consequently, Su Yuan found himself compelled to acknowledge that, aside from her exceedingly indifferent demeanor, Su Anyun possessed commendable qualities. At the very least, she would not behave like other girls, causing unnecessary trouble or engaging in petty squabbles. She was undoubtedly low maintenance. Who would have thought that, upon learning of their sibling status, the driver would respond with a hearty laugh, feeling no embarrassment but rather launching into a discourse on the dynamics between siblings. "Oh, I see. My apologies, my apologies. As an older brother, one must always be accommodating to his sister. After all, aside from your parents, you are the closest people in the world. If your sister is upset, you cannot simply leave her be. You must comfort her." Su Yuan broke into a cold sweat, simultaneously trying to placate the driver while fervently wishing for the passage of time to hasten. At long last, they arrived home, and the nightmare concluded. Rarely, Su Yuan retrieved his phone and meticulously filled out a review. The driver was excellent in every regard. Handsome, enthusiastic, and did not take detours. It's just a pity about his mouth. Putting away his phone, Su Yuan produced his keys and unlocked the door. Su Qingling had not yet returned from work. As the connective thread between the two, her absence rendered communication nearly non-existent. However, just before they parted ways at the entrance, Su Anyun casually remarked, "If you ever need to use such an excuse again, just say we are siblings." "Huh?" Su Yuan was taken aback for a moment, but Su Anyun had already entered her room, closing the door behind her. What does this mean? A cold sense of humor? Shaking his head, Su Yuan returned to his own room, deciding to accumulate emotional points until reaching 1,000 before redeeming them. Su Yuan did not rush to draw a lottery, but instead sat cross-legged on his bed, gradually absorbing the ambient energy lingering in the space. Though somewhat sparse, every little bit was valuable and he had time to spare. An hour later, the doorbell rang. Su Yuan stepped outside to find that it was the Education Bureau delivering the daily resource package. Remarkable. Their efficiency was commendable. It had been only a short while since he registered and verified his information, and already the daily resource package was at his doorstep. To prevent energy leakage, the two packages were enclosed in specially designed boxes equipped with a miniature identity verification system. Only the iris scan of the registered individual could unlock them. Su Yuan placed one of the resource packages at Su Anyun's door and gently knocked. "Your resource package has arrived. I left it at your door." With that, he turned and returned to his own room. Before long, the door to Su Anyun's room swung open, and a shadowy attendant wheeled in a resource box. Upon completing an iris scan, Su Yuan successfully authenticated his identity and opened the resource box. Inside lay an itemized list: SSS Level Talent Holder Daily Resource Package, Awakening Stage, 10 Level 1 Source Crystals, 3 Level 1 Beast Blood Nutrient Extracts, 2 hours. Unlimited access ticket to the Beast Garden, accumulative, 1 hour. Expert Level Combat Skill Guidance Time, accumulative, Such were the privileges afforded to an SSS-level talent holder. How delightful! After meticulously inventorying each item, Su Yuan was filled with astonishment. It is worth noting that the mere cultivation resources alone, the 10 level 1 source crystals, are valued at 30,000 yuan in the market. The 3 level 1 beast blood nutrient extracts also command a market price of 30,000 yuan. In total, this amounts to an impressive 60,000 yuan. And this is merely the foundational daily resources. Other unique resources, such as the unlimited access ticket to the Beast Garden and expert-level combat skill guidance, are beyond monetary valuation. Moreover, these resources can even be accumulated. It is truly a well-considered arrangement. First, I'll utilize the source crystals and beast blood nutrient extracts, and then venture into the Beast Garden for some practical experience. The Beast Garden. This is a specialized venue for raising ferocious beasts, designed to provide combat training for practitioners of various levels, officially established by the authorities. The beasts within are captured directly from the wild, ensuring their ferocity and wildness, which significantly enhances the effectiveness of practical training. However, the entry fee is exceedingly steep, making it unaffordable for the average household. Chapter 18. A robust physique. Quintuple source energy. Invincible among peers. Previously, the instructor of the practical combat course introduced the Beast Arena, explaining that it is divided into 2 types of tickets, the quantity ticket and the time ticket. The quantity ticket allows challengers to specify a fixed number of beasts to confront, concluding the challenge once completed. In contrast, the time ticket permits the challenger to face an unlimited number of beasts within a designated time frame, albeit at a cost exceeding 10 times that of the quantity ticket. Nevertheless, many affluent martial artists flock to this opportunity, for combat serves as the finest teacher. The ferocity of the beast sharpens one's combat prowess far more effectively than any instructor in a martial arts school. Su Yuan murmured softly, his gaze flickering. The ancient divine bloodline not only fortified his physique, but also imbued him with boundless energy. Every cell in his body yearned for strength and longed for battle. Thus, he resolved that once he had absorbed the source crystals and the nutrient extract from beast blood, he would visit the Beast Arena to unleash his pent-up energy. Seated cross-legged, Su Yuan held a level 1 source crystal in each hand. He began to silently cultivate the Tianyuan cultivation method, drawing energy from the source crystals. As with his initial experience of absorbing source energy, the 2 level 1 source crystals began to fade at a visibly rapid pace. An hour later, only 2 level 1 source crystals remained from his daily resource package. This absorption rate was extraordinarily terrifying, far surpassing the realm of ordinary geniuses, and even rendering prodigies feeling inadequate. Su Yuan gazed thoughtfully at the remaining 2 source crystals in the resource box. According to the teachings of martial arts unveiled, a martial artist in the awakening phase typically requires the absorption of 20 level 1 source crystals to reach the limit of energy that their body can contain. Considering the 1 crystal absorbed at school, I have consumed a total of 9 level 1 source crystals, which should theoretically mean I have reached 50% of my capacity. However, it appears that I have barely achieved 10%. The awakening phase serves as a preparatory stage for becoming a martial artist. Practitioners in this phase must absorb external source energy and store it within their bodies. When the body can no longer accommodate additional source energy, one must cease absorption and begin to compress the energy within, condensing it into a source aperture, marking the completion of the first stage. There are 9 segments in the awakening phase, necessitating the process of energy saturation and aperture condensation to be completed 9 times. Only when 9 source apertures are ready can one strive to break into the first tier. The ancient divine bloodline has significantly enhanced my bodily strength. In this context, I am akin to a bottomless pit, requiring resources 5 times that of an ordinary individual. As I progress, this disparity may even amplify further. The drawback lies in the immense resource consumption, yet the advantage is straightforward and brutal: invincibility among peers. This is merely the awakening phase. Each of my source apertures will contain quintuple the energy of an ordinary person, not to mention the subsequent realms. As for the drawbacks, they pose no concern. To ensure that the horse gallops swiftly, one must provide ample grass. With the presence of the affluent Shangguan Ru, such concerns are rendered unnecessary. Contemplating this, Su Yuan proceeded to absorb the remaining 2 level 1 source crystals without hesitation. Once completed, he swiftly consumed the 3 vials of level 1 beast blood nutrient extract. A formidable physique breeds fearlessness. Exhilarated, Su Yuan wiped his mouth and discarded the empty vials into the trash bin. Such a brutal method of absorption, if attempted by anyone else, would not necessarily result in explosive demise, but would certainly leave them gravely injured. However, for Su Yuan it was still insufficiently intense. Thus, he picked up his phone and dialed the number left by Shangguan Ru. In no time, the call connected, and Shangguan Ru's voice resonated from the other end. "Hello? What is it? Director Shangguan, I have exhausted today's SSS level resource pack. Could you possibly arrange for some additional resources to be sent my way? Anything from source crystals to beast meat or nutrient potions would suffice." Shangguan Ru fell silent for a moment. If I recall correctly, the daily SSS level resource pack contains 10 level 1 source crystals. At the standard absorption rate, it would take 20 hours to fully absorb them. Even if you are a genius absorbing source energy at 3 times the normal rate, it would still require nearly 6 hours. How is it that you have already completed the absorption? Indeed, upon hearing this, Shangguan Ru gasped, then murmured to herself, "Impressive. Truly impressive. No wonder you possess the SSS level physical enhancement talent. It genuinely seems there is a hopeful prospect for manifesting chi this time. Just wait at home. I will send someone to deliver some cultivation resources to you, but you must exercise caution and not overindulge." Su Yuan replied with a grin. "Rest assured, I know my limits. By the way, if possible, could you also send over some combat techniques? I would like to familiarize myself with them before the experimental training begins, to avoid any inadequacies in combat power." Shangguan Ru pondered for a moment and agreed. Certainly, the SSS level resource allocation inherently includes the privilege of selecting combat techniques. However, the state has regulations that even for SSS level allocations, access to combat techniques is limited to A level at most. Higher-tier techniques can only be learned at prestigious academies or through military service, earned with merit. You may consider this a means for the nation to attract and cultivate prodigious talents. Su Yuan comprehended this fully. Even the so-called daily resource pack embodies this principle. After all, once one has experienced the abundance of cultivation resources daily, how can one return to a meager, impoverished existence? It is well understood that transitioning from frugality to opulence is effortless, yet from opulence back to frugality is a daunting challenge. All levels of resource privileges cease upon reaching the 3rd tier. Beyond that, one cannot expect the state to provide resources freely. One must exert effort and trade personal contributions for resources of a higher tier. This is fundamentally a transaction. Fairness and justice prevail, leaving no room for criticism. Very well, I shall select an A-class combat skill. In a moment, I will send you the list of available combat techniques. Once you have made your choices, kindly relay them back to me. A few minutes later, Shangguan Ru transmitted the list of selectable combat skills. Su Yuan conducted a thorough selection based on categories, ultimately choosing 3 combat techniques. 1 for offense, 1 for defense, and 1 for agility, each tailored to his unique strengths. Prior to awakening, the school offered practical combat classes, allowing students to practice various weapons according to their individual preferences and advantages. Su Yuan excelled with the spear, not the hand pistol but the long spear. In today's technologically advanced world, while firearms exist, their effectiveness diminishes significantly against high-tier adversaries. For instance, handguns and rifles prove largely ineffective against warriors of the 3rd tier or above. As for the upper limit of firearms, even nuclear weapons fail to pose a threat to those of the 7th tier and above. However, the realm of cold weapons tells a different story. Crafted from various formidable alloys or the bodies of advanced beasts, cold weapons wielded by high-tier warriors unleash unfathomable destructive power. Thus, the truly formidable warriors are masters of cold weaponry. Among the myriad of weapons, the spear stands as the foremost of the long weapons, revered as the king of all arms. Su Yuan found it most intuitive to wield. Before long, he completed his selection of 3 combat techniques: A-class combat technique, 9-kill spear, A-class combat technique, singularity source shield, A-class combat technique, shadow flash, chapter 19, 3 intricate combat techniques capable of overwhelming Su Yuan Within the list of combat techniques provided by Shangguan Ru, there exists a rudimentary description of the skills. After careful comparison, Su Yuan discerned that these 3 techniques were most compatible with him. Moreover, within the confines of the system space lay an A-class combat technique, Enlightenment Card, which would unconditionally elevate the proficiency of an A-class combat technique to the realm of perfection. He found himself brimming with anticipation. Displaying his prowess before others was secondary. His primary desire was to astonish others with the perfection of his combat skills and thereby accumulate emotional value. I am not one to show off. Yet the system has not granted me the opportunity, mused Su Yuan, the modest one. After sending the information to Shangguan Ru, he set his phone aside, simultaneously digesting a nutrient-rich essence derived from fierce beasts while patiently awaiting the generous offerings from the affluent Shangguan. In the adjacent room, Su Anyun was practicing a unique technique, while her shadow attendant sat cross-legged on the bed, each hand gripping a source crystal, continuously absorbing source energy and channeling it back into her body. If the absorption rate of a typical practitioner is quantified as 1, a prodigy at 3, and a genius at even higher levels, Su Anyun could currently be classified as a prodigy, with her absorption rate approximately 3 times that of an ordinary practitioner. Su Anyun exhibited no particular reaction to this, as innate talent could indeed be cultivated over time. While her physical aptitude may not be exceptionally remarkable at present, she remained unperturbed. She intended to utilize various rare materials to enhance her physical capabilities. Furthermore, she had her shadow attendant. Its rate of source energy absorption surpassed that of an ordinary individual by nearly 10-fold. A level 1 source crystal, which would take an ordinary person 2 hours to absorb, could be fully consumed by the shadow attendant in under 10 minutes. Consequently, she did not squander her time on energy absorption but instead focused on practicing the technique of layered force. This was not merely a combat skill but rather a specialized source energy control technique. By layering source energy, one could unleash formidable power. Many combat techniques were founded upon this principle. For instance, the widely circulated technique in the Great Xia, known as the triple force, emphasizes the layering of strength as its name suggests. As the saying goes, the greatest principles are often the simplest, and the greatest skills are often unadorned. This seemingly ordinary technique possessed immense potency. While the triple force layering might not seem extraordinary, 6-fold or 9-fold layering was merely adequate. However, imagine the terrifying power when the force is layered 100-fold, or even 200-fold. Su Anyun was well aware of this. Once, she had shattered a continent with 130-fold layering of force and obliterated an entire planet with 220-fold layering. Currently, this frail physique is nearing its limit even with the application of triple energy. Su Anyun paused, her gaze calmly fixed on her right hand, which had turned crimson from the practice of layered energy. This seemingly unremarkable triple energy is, in fact, a manifestation of the B-grade martial technique triple energy, which can only be wielded upon reaching the mastery level. It is equivalent to having spent merely a brief moment to elevate a B-grade martial skill to mastery. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly be astonishing. At this moment, the shadow attendant conveyed a message, indicating that it had completely absorbed the 10 first-level source crystals. Su Anyun performed a similar action as Su Yuan, requesting training resources from Shangguan Ru. What? You have also absorbed all the source crystals in the daily resource package. Shangguan Ru exclaimed in surprise over the phone. During her time in the imperial capital, she had encountered a few SSS-level talents. While not numerous, they were not few either. Although they possessed the same top-tier innate talents as Su Yuan and Su Anyun, the number who could compare with them in terms of training aptitude was indeed exceedingly rare. Such a rate of resource consumption could only be termed as monstrous. Su Anyun paid little heed to Shangguan Ru's astonishment. Her greater concern lay in the implication of the word also. This suggested that Su Yuan had not only completed the absorption of the source crystals but had done so even more swiftly than she, prompting him to contact Shangguan Ru prior to her. By the way, Su Yuan has already selected the martial techniques he requires. Would you like to take a look as well? Sure. Su Anyun did not decline, though she did not lack powerful martial techniques. Revealing those she had yet to study could easily attract unwanted attention. Thus, she planned to select a few techniques to keep her intentions concealed. A few minutes later, she had finalized her choices: A-grade 9 kill spear, A-grade singularity source shield, and A-grade Shadow Flash. After sending her selected techniques to Shangguan-Ru, she received a laugh cry emoji in response. Shangguan-Ru, you too. Is this a case of mutual understanding or prior communication? There are quite a few options for A-grade techniques, and yet you both chose the same three. Su Anyun remained silent. Her selection of these three techniques was based on her own rationale. The 9-kill spear possesses the greatest power and destructive capability, incorporating the principle of energy layering, capable of amplifying the first strike's force 9-fold, aligning perfectly with her current training needs. The Singularity Source Shield can concentrate source energy at a single point, unleashing a powerful impact to counterattack, achieving a unique defensive effect. The only challenge lies in the meticulous control of source energy, but this is entirely manageable for her. As for Shadow Flash, while evasive techniques are generally similar, the inclusion of shadow in its name led Su Anyun to choose it. Encountering Su Yuan's choices was purely coincidental. Enough. Whether you choose the same combat techniques or not, it allows for mutual sparring and discussion, which could deepen understanding and enhance mastery, remarked Shangguan-Ru. It is unnecessary, Xian Yanyan replied. Indeed, for her it was superfluous. In her previous life, although she had not selected these three combat techniques, her experience and insights enabled her to master them effortlessly to an exquisite degree. Shangguan-Ru conceded very well. After putting down her phone, Xian Yanyan cast a casual glance towards the adjacent room. A wall separated them, preventing her from seeing what Su Yuan was doing. She harbored a hint of doubt. Had Su Yuan truly absorbed all the source crystals? Though both were SSS-level gifted individuals, the SSS rank represented the pinnacle of the talent assessment on Blue Star, not the limits of her own potential. It was her unique affinity as a shadow attendant that allowed for such rapid absorption of source energy. Yet, Su Yuan seemed to surpass her in speed. It appeared that his physical talent might be particularly adept at source energy absorption. Such a talent was relatively common in the universe. Those who developed early would progress swiftly, but their growth would eventually plateau. Contemplating this, Xian Yanyan felt a twinge of urgency. The system's first comparison would occur in 9 days. If Su Yuan maintained this rate of source energy absorption, his physical enhancement talent, typically stronger at lower realms, could grant him superior combat ability. Could she possibly lose to Su Yuan in the first comparison? No, that was inconceivable. She shook her head, dismissing the absurd thought. The system's comparison would not merely assess realms, but combat strength. Even if her realm might be slightly inferior to Su Yuan's, she possessed unwavering confidence in her combat prowess. Leaving aside other factors, her mastery of 3 exquisite combat techniques was more than sufficient to overpower Su Yuan. Chapter 20. Epiphany. A-class combat technique. 9 Slayer's Spear, mastery achieved. Shangguan-Ru exhibited remarkable efficiency in her endeavors. Before long, she dispatched personnel to deliver the resource supplies required by Su Yuan and Su Anyun. Upon hearing the doorbell, both Su Yuan and Su Anyun emerged from their respective chambers and coincidentally crossed paths. They exchanged a fleeting glance before averting their eyes. Both had grown accustomed to the silence. In the absence of Su Qingling, the link between them, their interactions had dwindled to nearly nothing. Arriving simultaneously at the entrance, they collected their designated resource boxes from Shangguan-Ru's appointed individual, then turned and returned to their rooms. The entire exchange was executed seamlessly, devoid of any awkwardness or dialogue. True strangers in familiarity. Inside the room, Su Yuan opened the second resource box of the day. Similar to the official daily resource package, it contained an itemized list, 20 level 2 source crystals, 10 first-order beast nutritional essences, A-class combat technique, 9 Slayer's Spear Soul Seal, A-class combat technique, Singularity Source Shield Soul Seal, A-class combat technique, Shadow Flash Soul Seal level 2 source crystals. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Each level 2 source crystal harbored energy equivalent to nearly 10 level 1 source crystals, coupled with superior purity. While the absorption of level 1 source crystals was swift, it still necessitated time to expel impurities. In contrast, the impurities in level 2 source crystals were significantly fewer, facilitating easier absorption. Hence, their market price was not merely 10-fold that of level 1 source crystals, but rather 15-fold. One level 2 source crystal commanded an astonishing market price of 45,000 yuan. Indeed, she was a veritable affluent benefactor. An ordinary awakened individual would require the absorption of 20 level 1 source crystals to achieve a full body of energy, condensing into a pore. However, with his formidable physique, Su Yuan needed 5 times the energy of a typical awakened individual, equating to 100 level 1 source crystals, to condense a single source pore. 20 level 2 source crystals were tantamount to 200 level 1 source crystals, sufficient for him to forge 2 source pores and attain the pinnacle of the second tier of awakening. The adage wealth in culture, strength in arms indeed held truth. Without the purchase of source crystals to aid in cultivation, relying solely on the energy traversing through space would be a futile endeavor stretching into the distant future. To complete 9 pore condensations and break into the first tier, an ordinary awakened individual required 180 level 1 source crystals, amounting to a total price of 540,000 yuan, a burden too great for an average family. As for him, the cost escalated to 7 million. It was exorbitantly costly. Su Yuan was left in profound reflection. Even with the inheritance from his parents, such a colossal expenditure was utterly daunting. Moreover, the resources allocated by the state to SSS-class talent holders were woefully insufficient. It seemed that aligning oneself with the wealthy was the only recourse. No, wait, it was not merely a matter of dependency. He, with his robust physique, would assist her in manifesting the essence of qi. In return, she would provide the resources necessary for his swift advancement. This is a fair exchange between him and Shangguan Ru. In addition to the grade 2 source crystal, there is also the first-order beast essence, which is far superior to the blood nutrient extract. 1 vial costs nearly 80,000. Su Yuan picked up one of the vials, uncapped it, and drank it down in one swift motion. If this scene were to be witnessed by outsiders, it would surely leave them astonished. It is important to note that even the blood nutrient extract from ferocious beasts can only be consumed in small sips by most people. The essence from ferocious beasts must be heavily diluted before even a trace can be ingested. Yet here is Su Yuan, consuming the beast essence as casually as one would drink water, as if it were the most mundane of actions. This remarkable ability stems from the enhancement of his physique through the ancient divine bloodline, rendering him extraordinarily resilient. The beast essence that enters his body is swiftly overwhelmed and consumed by the vigilant ancient divine cells within him. Exhilarating. While his cells were engaged in digestion, Su Yuan did not hasten to absorb the source crystal. Instead, he turned his attention to the 3 battle skill soul seals. The battle skill soul seal. This is a small disc, resembling jade, no larger than a 1 yuan coin, emanating a faint glow. Simply affixing it to the center of the forehead allows the contained battle techniques to be imprinted directly into one's mind. Su Yuan alternately pressed the 3 battle skill soul seals to his forehead. Soon, the contents of the 3 battle techniques were indelibly etched into Su Yuan's memory, and the glow from the seals faded, indicating they could no longer be used. 3 battle techniques. And only 1 enlightenment card. Which battle technique should it be applied to? After a brief contemplation, Su Yuan ultimately decided to allocate it to the offensive technique, the 9 slaughter spear. Offense is indeed the best defense. If one can eliminate the opponent before they strike, there would be no need for defense or agility. Moreover, the 9 slaughter spear ranks among the most elite of A-class battle techniques. Having made his decision, Su Yuan retrieved the battle skill enlightenment card from his system backpack, selected 9 slaughter spear, and activated it. Ding! You have used 1 battle skill enlightenment card, elevating your mastery of the A-class technique, 9 slaughter spear, to perfection. Boom! In an instant of enlightenment, he ascended. Now, with his formidable physique, even though he remains at the awakening stage, a single shot from his spear could obliterate any first-order powerhouse. Taking a moment to relish the delightful sensation of enlightenment, Su Yuan found himself eager for more opportunities to draw from the lottery. If he could continue to obtain enlightenment cards, it would be a wondrous occurrence. Alas, his current emotional value was too low. It was time to cultivate. Once his internal source energy was replenished, compressing it into source apertures would require some time. It would be perfect to make a grand appearance at the Beast Garden and harvest some emotional value. With this thought, Su Yuan immersed himself back into his cultivation. In the adjacent room, Su Anyun handed the grade 2 source crystal to her shadow attendant for absorption. Meanwhile, she reviewed the battle techniques she had just mastered, 9 Slaughter Spear, Singularity Source Shield, and Shadow Flash. Currently, she could easily stack 3 layers of strength. And if wielding a spear, she could effortlessly unleash 3 strikes, marking her as mastered. When she could execute 5 strikes infused with powerful energy, she would be deemed proficient. Mastery, however, required the ability to deliver 7 strikes, while a nuanced understanding demanded the capacity to unleash 9 consecutive strikes. She was confident that, before the first comparison arrived, she could cultivate the 9-kill spear to the level of nuance. Then she would turn her attention to the Singularity Source Shield. Her physical form was currently frail, yet her control over source energy was remarkably refined, far exceeding the expectations for her current level. Thus, her grasp of the Singularity Source Shield commenced at the level of mastery. As for the Shadow Flash technique, with a bit of practice, she could easily reach the level of nuance. Once all 3 A-class combat techniques attained the level of nuance, she was uncertain how to present her power levels during the system's comparison. Later, after work, Su Qingling returned home. Upon learning that both Su Yuan and Su Anyun had awakened their SSS-level talents, she was left utterly stunned. To her, it seemed irrelevant whether they awakened their talents or not. She would devote herself entirely to nurturing them regardless. Yet 2 SSS-level talents? Was this some sort of jest? The news was so shocking that she felt a daze while cooking, as if enveloped in a fog, experiencing an almost surreal sensation. Lacking any martial talent herself, she had been unable to progress beyond the first tier after forming 9 source apertures, eventually leading to gene deactivation and the dissipating of her source energy, rendering her an ordinary person. Now, both Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yan had transformed into extraordinary prodigies. After dinner, Su Yuan, as usual, intended to assist Su Qingling with the dishes, but was met with refusal. Xiao Yuan, you are now a top-tier genius. Focus on your cultivation. There's no need for you to handle such trivial chores. Su Yuan, bemused, replied, Aunt Su, it's just a little time. It won't make much difference. However, Su Qingling remained adamant. Just as neither could convince the other, a shadow slowly materialized beside them. Su Anyun rose from the dining table and calmly stated, Let it wash. With that, she turned and returned to her room. The shadow attendant then began to patiently and meticulously wash the dishes from the sink. Su Qingling widened her eyes, curiously observing the shadow attendant, which bore a resemblance to Su Anyun, and wondered, Isn't this a bit of an overqualification for the task? Su Yuan chuckled, Of course not. He reached out and gently patted the attendant's shoulder, encouraging, Keep it up, do a good job. The attendant shuddered slightly but remained silent. In the room, Su Anyun's footsteps suddenly paused, her striking brows furrowing as she sensed, Is that a solar aura? Chapter 21. Journey to the Beast Arena. A challenge across a vast realm. The radiant sun power, a variant of stellar power, is essentially a more advanced form of source energy. However, the blue star has yet to establish a connection with the cosmos. The energy system of the native ecological sphere is confined to ordinary source energy and the abilities conferred by innate talents. In contrast, stellar power, even amidst the vastness of the cosmos, is considered high-tier energy, as it is directly drawn from celestial bodies. Yet, why does Su Yuan exude the aura of radiant sun power? Could it be related to his talents? Su Anyun felt a tinge of helplessness. This individual, in her memories, was merely an average person with unremarkable talents. How could he, upon his rebirth, not only awaken an SSS-grade talent but also possess such peculiar abilities? Not only did it significantly enhance his physical strength, but it also boasted a source energy absorption speed comparable to that of a shadow servant. Now, it seemed he could potentially absorb radiant sun power. At present, the shadow servant had yet to advance, and encountering radiant sun power would almost completely counter its abilities. This posed quite a dilemma. The first comparison would occur in just 9 days. This meant that, aside from her own restrained talents, Su Anyun's combat prowess in other aspects must surpass Su Yuan's by a considerable margin. The 3 A-grade battle techniques of subtlety should suffice, right? While Su Anyun considered Su Yuan as a hypothetical adversary, assessing his combat capabilities, Su Yuan was preparing to venture out to the Beast Arena, eager to unleash his combat desires and witness the strength of the top-tier A-grade battle techniques in the realm of perfection. And Su, I'm heading out. All right, With his ticket in hand, Su Yuan hailed a cab to the beast arena. Given the vast expanse of the arena and the ferocity of the beasts housed within, which often emitted earth-shattering roars, the beast arenas in every city were generally situated on the outskirts. An hour later he finally arrived. Although it was on the outskirts, the area was still quite populated. After all, while the cost of admission to the beast arena was steep, the practical training benefits it provided were substantial. Any martial artist capable of affording the exorbitant ticket prices would seldom hesitate to spend, all in pursuit of elevating their combat strength. After passing through security, Su Yuan approached the service desk. The attendant, exuding professionalism, greeted him with a warm smile. "Hello, are you looking to challenge a beast of the awakening tier?" It was evident she recognized Su Yuan as a student and surmised that he must be a gifted martial artist. After all, it was unlikely that a high school senior from Lon City, who had just completed their awakening today, would dare to challenge a beast without formidable talent backing them. Su Yuan did not make an immediate decision but instead inquired, "Excuse me, I would like to ask if there are safety personnel present during the challenge." "Correct?" The receptionist nodded patiently and explained. "Indeed, the challenge of ferocious beasts is fraught with peril, and unforeseen incidents may occur. To ensure the safety of the challengers, there are safety personnel present." "Very well. I wish to challenge a first-tier ferocious beast." "All right." "Huh?" The receptionist, who had initially intended to input Su Yuan's information, froze momentarily upon realizing that Su Yuan was indeed referring to a first-tier ferocious beast. "Are you certain, dear student? You do mean to challenge a first-tier beast and not an awakened stage one?" Su Yuan smiled gently. "I am quite certain." The receptionist hesitated. Though there are safety personnel overseeing the challenge, according to regulations, they only intervene in instances of crippling level danger. "Do not worry, I have confidence." Su Yuan remained unperturbed. According to the principal, his physical strength was already comparable to that of a mid-tier martial artist, even without the use of combat techniques. He had a premonition that even a top-tier or even a limit-tier first-tier ferocious beast would fall before him should he employ his skills. "Very well." Seeing that persuasion was in vain, the receptionist could only comply. "Please scan your iris to verify your account information." Su Yuan complied. Upon successfully retrieving Su Yuan's account information, the receptionist was left utterly astounded. The seemingly handsome youth before her was an SSS level talent?
Dear Student.
Your account currently holds a 2-hour unlimited entry ticket. The entrance is over there, and a staff member will explain the corresponding challenge rules to you. At this moment, the receptionist was filled with excitement. An SSS level talent was exceedingly rare, an absolute prodigy. No wonder he dared to challenge a first-tier ferocious beast right away. It was truly embarrassing that she had initially suggested he challenge a first-stage awakened beast. "Thank you." Su Yuan offered her a polite smile before turning to leave, heading towards the entrance. The receptionist watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with admiration. In the first-tier ferocious beast challenge area, at the entrance, He sat leisurely in a chair, scrolling through his phone. He was a second-tier martial artist serving as a safety officer in the first-tier ferocious beast challenge area. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a piece of news that made him leap from his chair. "Wow! Arlon City has actually seen the emergence of 2 SSS-level talents and 1 SS-level talent this year." As a martial artist, he was keenly interested in the annual awakening statistics. Just moments ago, the official report from Lon City had been released, detailing this year's awakenings. Among the 6 high schools, aside from Lon City No. 1 High School, only Lon City No. 2 High School produced an A-level awakened individual, while the rest only reached B-level at best. Lon City No. 1 High School, however, had yielded 2 SSS-level talents, 1 SS-level and 1 A-level. As he was still reeling from the shock, the Bluetooth headset emitted an alert. "Ding! A challenger has arrived. Please proceed with the reception. Here comes the action." He took a deep breath, suppressing the astonishment within him, and turned his gaze towards the youth approaching from a distance. "Huh? So young?" He was somewhat taken aback. Generally speaking, warriors challenging first-tier ferocious beasts are typically in their 20s. After all, one can only begin cultivation upon reaching adulthood at 18, and both aptitude and financial resources pose significant constraints. To ascend to the ranks of a first-tier warrior by the age of 20 is already considered an exceptional achievement among many. Yet, the individual before him appeared to be nothing more than a student. Wait! He suddenly lowered his head, retrieving his work phone to check the information about the challenger. Su Yuan challenge first tier ferocious beast time ticket 2 hours not yet started. Su Yuan by heavens. He slapped his thigh in realization. He recalled that official briefing he had just read. Among the 2 prodigies from Lanqing No. 1 high school who awakened SSS level talents, one of them seemed to bear this name. He was finally seeing a living person. Chapter 22. In less than a minute, you managed to defeat it? With a heart brimming with excitement, he eagerly approached. Although he was merely a second-tier warrior and his counterpart was merely a newly awakened student, what did it matter? This individual was an SSS grade talent, destined to become a formidable force in the future. Meanwhile, he had lingered at the second-tier lower echelon for many years, and barring any unforeseen events, he would likely remain stagnant for the rest of his life. So, what was a little flattery? Classmate, are you here to challenge the first-tier ferocious beast? He jogged up to Su Yuan, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Su Yuan looked somewhat perplexed at the enthusiastic man before him. Just as he pondered the identity of the stranger, his gaze fell upon the safety officer badge pinned to his chest. Ah, so he was a safety officer in the challenge area. However, he had previously heard that the safety officers in the beast arena were known for their aloof demeanor. They rarely engaged in conversation beyond the initial introduction of challenge rules, only intervening when one was on the verge of demise. Yet, the reality seemed to differ from the rumors. Yes, I intend to challenge the first-tier ferocious beast. He's eyes brightened. Excellent. This way, please. By the way, you can just call me Xiao Chun. Xiao? Xiao Chen? Su Yuan hesitated to address the scruffy, middle-aged man, who appeared to be twice his size. At that moment, the system unexpectedly chimed with an emotional value acquisition prompt. Admiration 13. Admiration? Su Yuan contemplated briefly and quickly understood. It was likely that this safety officer had learned of his status as an SSS grade awakener, which explained his warm demeanor. This was only reasonable. In this world, strength commanded respect, and possessing top-tier talent was akin to holding a ticket to the realm of the powerful. While not yet realized, people were inclined to offer appropriate respect and enthusiasm. However, Su Yuan held a principle. If someone displeased him, he would retaliate, regardless of the circumstances. Conversely, if one respected him, he would reciprocate, and they would be good brothers. Thus, he smiled and shook his head. I'll just call you Uncle Chun. He was momentarily taken aback. Then, his simple face broke into an even brighter smile. He had initially thought that an SSS grade talent would be somewhat arrogant, which was why he had adopted a deferential approach from the outset. To his surprise, his counterpart turned out to be a polite young man. In an instant, He's fondness for Su Yuan soared. Now, even if Su Yuan were merely an ordinary student, he would still extend the same warmth. As they made their way to the challenge area, he meticulously explained the challenge rules to Su Yuan. According to regulations, if one wished to challenge a ferocious beast across tiers, they must commence from the lower tier of that realm. Only upon successful completion of the challenge could they advance to the next level. For instance, although you are currently in the awakening phase, to challenge the first-tier ferocious beast, you must first contend with the first-tier lower beasts.
Understood, Su Yuan nodded readily.
Indeed, I noticed that you are unarmed. Here, we provide a variety of weapons free of charge. What weapon do you typically use? The spear. A spear? His eyes lit up. I also specialize in spear techniques. How fortunate.
Su Yuan chuckled.
He found it fortuitous as well and resolved to observe Su's spear skills later. Should there be any shortcomings, he would offer his guidance. Given Su's earlier demeanor, he was unlikely to take offense. With that thought, he led Su Yuan to the designated area for spear-type weapons. You may try any of the spears here. They vary in weight and material, all available for free use. Since you are currently in the awakening phase and your strength has yet to fully manifest, I recommend starting with a wooden spear. As he spoke, he suddenly fell silent, astonishment filling his eyes. Su Yuan had approached a black iron spear, lifted it effortlessly and began to probe, thrust, and poke with ease. Su, your talent. Could it be a physical enhancement ability? Indeed. No wonder. This black iron spear weighs over 100 pounds. Most people would struggle to wield it. It is somewhat unsuitable. Su Yuan nodded, setting the black iron spear aside and reaching for a nearby spirit copper spear. Spirit copper is a unique material capable of conducting source energy, typically utilized by martial artists capable of externalizing such energy. Moreover, it weighs nearly 1.5 times that of the black iron spear, approaching 200 pounds. Su Yuan tested it briefly, manipulating it with grace, and satisfied, turned to Chen He. Uncle Chun, this spear is perfect. I shall take it. Chun He was taken aback. He vaguely recalled that when he was at the first tier, he could hardly manage the spirit copper spear due to its weight. Now, observing Su Yuan, who had only just awakened, wielding it with such ease. Was this the chasm that separated genius from the ordinary? After selecting the weapon, Chun He guided Su Yuan through the gate into the challenge zone. This was a vast, open arena, with another large gate at the far end, serving as the entrance for ferocious beasts. Chun He positioned himself at the edge of the corner and called out to Su Yuan. Once you are ready, just let me know, and I will allow the beast to enter. Feel free to unleash your full potential. With me here you shall encounter no issues, at least in principle. Safety personnel only intervene when a challenger is faced with life-threatening danger. However, principles can be slightly adjusted. After all, this is a talent of SSS rank. Even a minor injury could jeopardize my position. Moreover, simply from that Uncle Chen, I could never allow Su Yuan to be harmed. I am ready. In the center of the arena, Su Yuan gripped the spirit copper spear, his eyes brimming with anticipation, his body poised in optimal condition. Very well. Chun He pressed a button. With a thunderous rumble, the distinctive gate at the far end of the arena slowly ascended, unleashing a cacophony of restless, ferocious growls. A colossal gray wolf emerged from within, a fearsome creature previously described in textbooks, a formidable predator known as the terror wolf, a prime example among the first-tier lower beasts. Although slightly inferior in strength, its extraordinary speed and savage temperament rendered it a remarkably fierce hunter. Having been confined for an extended period, the terror wolf was filled with rage, its icy eyes fixated intently on Su Yuan as it crouched low, a posture indicative of impending predation. At the edge of the arena, upon witnessing the formidable terror wolf as the first beast to enter the fray, Chun He assessed the combat capabilities of both parties. Given Su Yuan's SSS-level physical enhancement talent, he concluded that this first-tier lower terror wolf would likely prove no match for him. The battle should be resolved in under 10 minutes. With this thought, he relaxed slightly and began to peruse the nearby holographic screen, intending to gather information on the next beast to appear. However, it was not long before Su Yuan's voice resonated from the center of the arena. Uncle Chun, let us move on to the next one. Chun He was taken aback. What on earth? He turned to look. In the arena's center stood the young man, gun in hand, and before him lay the once ferocious beast now transformed into a lifeless corpse. A gaping, fist-sized wound pierced the heart of the enraged wolf, blood gushing forth in a vivid crimson pool. Chun He was left in a daze. No, it couldn't be. From the beginning until now, barely a minute had passed. Had he truly killed it? Chapter 23. The S-rank evaluation achievable only through challenging oneself. A double announcement. It is essential to recognize that while the fearsome wolf is not considered an exceptionally powerful entity among first-tier lower beasts, it is by no means weak. Particularly, as a variant of wolf-like beasts, its agility is remarkably high. Although the confines of the challenge area are limited, vanquishing it in a short time frame remains a considerable challenge. Yet how is it that when the task fell to Su Yuan, in the brief moment he diverted his gaze, the fearsome wolf was instantaneously slain? Shock value? 20. Su Yuan flicked the gun, shaking off the blood and remnants from its tip. The shot he had just fired did not employ any combat techniques. It was purely a manifestation of his innate strength. Remarkably, this was his inaugural encounter with a ferocious beast, and he found it considerably less arduous than anticipated. Or perhaps, the ancient divine bloodline not only fortified his physique, but also endowed him with an instinct for combat. As observed moments ago, it was the enraged wolf that initially assumed a predatory stance, preparing to launch an assault on Su Yuan. Yet, The outcome was that Su Yuan's terrifying explosive power allowed him to deliver a precise and ruthless shot, piercing the creature's chest before it could strike. This, indeed, is the invisible enhancement that talent brings. Su Yuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After patiently awaiting the staff to remove the carcass of the enraged wolf, he turned to Chun He, Uncle Chen, the next one. Oh, certainly. Chun He hastily snapped back to reality, still in shock. He elevated the standard of the ferocious beast from first-tier lower to first-tier mid-level and pressed the button to release the beast anew. The challenge area is equipped with a comprehensive monitoring system, controlled by an intelligent terminal capable of recording combat data, kill times, and even providing corresponding evaluation ratings through intelligent analysis. While the staff prepared to unleash the next beast, Chun He retrieved the combat record of Su Yuan's recent encounter. A mere glance left him astounded once more. Combat data, challenge target, first-tier lower beast, killing time, 19 seconds, combat rating, S-rank, 19 seconds, S-rank. Chun He's eyes widened. Since assuming the role of safety officer, he had never encountered an S-rank evaluation. Even those first-tier warriors with commendable combat prowess had only achieved A rank at most. And now, a newly awakened student had attained an S-rank evaluation. Moreover, the kill time was a mere 19 seconds. A monster, an absolute monster. Meanwhile, within the beast arena, an announcement echoed. Announcement. In the first-tier beast challenge area, congratulations to challenger Su Yuan for achieving an S-rank evaluation while challenging the first-tier lower beast. What? An S-rank evaluation? Who is this formidable individual? Incredible. My highest rating thus far has only been B rank. Where did such a fierce competitor emerge? In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment and curiosity. At that moment, a man disdainfully raised an eyebrow. The first-tier beast challenge area? What significance does that hold? The first-tier lower beast. I could defeat it even with my eyes closed. Upon hearing the man's words, a third-tier warrior chuckled and shook his head. Brother, it seems you seldom visit the beast arena. The combat evaluation system here is exceedingly intelligent. If your realm surpasses that of the beast, your score will significantly diminish. Achieving an S-rank evaluation is challenging, even if you are at the same realm as the beast. Only by challenging higher tiers can one hope to attain it. At these words, the man felt somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, it was his first visit to the beast arena, and he had not anticipated such a faux pas. At that moment, someone nearby suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Su Yuan? That name sounds vaguely familiar. Where have I heard it before? Damn, I remember now. Isn't he the SSS-level prodigy that just emerged in our Lan city this year? Upon hearing this, the crowd became intrigued. SSS-level prodigy? He awakened an SSS-level talent? Yes. This year, we had 2 individuals in Lan City manifest SSS-level talents, and he is one of them.
No wonder.
He must have just awakened, right? That means he is still in the awakening stage, not yet a formal warrior. It's no surprise he managed to achieve an S-rank evaluation. That SA considerable tier challenge. The crowd buzzed with admiration for Su Yuan. Of course, there were others who, unable to achieve such feats, muttered bitterly from the corners. Humph, what's the big deal? If I awakened an SSS-level talent, I could achieve an S-rank evaluation too. It's just relying on talent. What's there to be proud of? The announcement from the beast arena had been audible in the challenge area as well. Indeed, this was precisely the effect desired. A slight smile curled at the corners of Su Yuan's mouth as his gaze gradually fell upon the beast before him. A first-tier mid-level beast, the shattered stone ape. This species of ape is notoriously troublesome among beasts. Higher-tier ape beasts often possess greater intelligence than their counterparts. However, the shattered stone ape before him was merely first-tier and had yet to reach that level of intellect. Nevertheless, its bulging muscles and the hard armor encasing its arms and fists indicated that it was a formidable opponent. Roar! The shattered stone ape stood upright, its height comparable to that of an adult man. It pounded its chest in a display of fury, steam billowing from its nostrils as it charged directly at Su Yuan. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as the shattered stone ape's fist crashed down where Su Yuan had been standing. The challenge area was constructed from special materials. Had it been an ordinary surface, it would have surely been reduced to a massive crater by now. What immense power! Not far off, Su Yuan, having distanced himself, was filled with excitement. He felt an overwhelming urge to discard his spear and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the beast. Yet he refrained. What distinguishes a human from a beast? It is the ability to wield weapons, to utilize tools. Furthermore, he came here to observe the effectiveness of his combat skills. Thus, Su Yuan sprang into action. Before his form arrived, a glimmer of cold light surged forth. The stone ape's pupils contracted sharply. It had underestimated him. This human appeared exceedingly frail, yet his explosive power and speed surpassed all expectations. With no time to evade, it could only raise its arms, attempting to shield itself with the hard armor covering its forearms to withstand the impending assault. As a mid-tier first-grade ferocious beast, the stone ape's exterior armor was sufficient to withstand attacks from ordinary upper-tier first-grade martial artists. Previous challengers seeking to slay it had to target the unprotected, softer areas. But Su Yuan? He decidedly did not heed that. Clang! The tip of the spear collided with the armor, producing a dull yet crisp sound. Chun-He, witnessing this, was about to call out a warning to Su Yuan to change his attack strategy and focus on the unprotected lower body. However, before the words could escape his lips, they lodged in his throat as his eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is this?" There, Su Yuan exerted force in his hand. In an incredibly brief moment, the spear retracted slightly before thrusting out twice in succession. By the time the second strike landed, the stone ape's armor already exhibited signs of cracking. Immediately, the third thrust penetrated through the stone ape's forearm, driving straight into its chest. Each thrust's power eclipsed the last. The stone ape met its demise in an instant. With a swift motion, Su Yuan withdrew the spear. The massive body of the stone ape crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Chapter 24. Mastery? No, I have already reached a realm of perfection. What is this? Chun-He was taken aback. Although the stone-shattering ape had fallen, the image of Su Yuan's 3 consecutive thrusts lingered in his mind. This must be a form of combat technique. Within an exceedingly brief span of time, 3 thrusts were executed in rapid succession. Each thrust was swift, precise, and ferocious. With each subsequent thrust, the power escalated beyond the last. The cumulative effect resulted in the third thrust possessing an explosive force capable of piercing the stone-shattering ape's tough armor and eliminating it instantaneously. The principle is elegantly simple. While it may appear straightforward, mastering it is exceedingly challenging. As a martial artist specializing in spear techniques, Chun-He naturally has profound insight into this. He could also unleash 3 consecutive thrusts, yet he would never achieve the fluidity and grace exhibited by Su Yuan. Furthermore, he discerned that Su Yuan displayed no signs of fatigue after delivering those 3 thrusts. This indicated that he had undoubtedly not exerted his full strength. Perhaps he could unleash several more thrusts in succession. Previously, Chun-He had contemplated that if Su Yuan's spear technique were somewhat immature or lacking in actual combat, he might offer some guidance. In retrospect, this notion seemed utterly ludicrous. He felt a surge of emotion, unable to restrain himself from applauding Su Yuan. A spectacular kill. Thank you.
Su Yuan smiled. I'm fast.
He merely sensed that this first-tier mid-level stone-shattering ape seemed somewhat feeble. The 9 slaughtering spears, classified as an A-level combat technique, truly requires the integration of source energy for full effect. In the awakening phase, thanks to the innate abilities of his ancient god bloodline, he could envelop his body with source energy, yet he could not separate it from his body. Consequently, the 9 slaughtering spears he executed were merely a shadow of its true form, a significantly weakened version. Even so, with just 3 thrusts, he had dispatched the stone-shattering ape. Thus, if he were to fully utilize the 9 slaughtering spears, could he obliterate a first-tier upper-level beast, or even a first-tier peak beast? As for second-tier beasts, there exists a fundamental disparity between second-tier and first-tier beasts. He was uncertain, but perhaps, possibly, he could contend? Just as Su Yuan was lost in thought, Chun-He suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes lighting up as he slapped his forehead. Young brother Su, in our martial community of spear practitioners, there exists a combat technique of considerable renown, hailed as one of the most destructive techniques beneath the S-class. It is called the 9 slaughtering spears. Its principle is akin to the spear technique you just executed. While us ordinary martial artists have no opportunity to encounter it, you are different. You possess an SSS-level talent, and you absolutely have the chance to learn it. Should you master it, your strength will undoubtedly soar. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan smiled. As a practitioner focused on spear techniques himself, he was well aware of the status and prestige of the 9 slaughtering spears among spear-wielding martial artists. Otherwise, he would not have chosen it from the array of A-level combat techniques. However, to master it, apologies, but my 9 slaughtering spears have already ascended to a realm of perfection. Broadcast. In the first-tier beast challenge area of this venue, congratulations to challenger Su Yuan for achieving an S-level evaluation while confronting a mid-tier beast. Boom! Another broadcast announcement. Once again, an S-level evaluation. The Beast Park erupted with excitement. Is it possible that this Su Yuan is exceedingly formidable? He just awakened today and has already dared to challenge the first-tier beasts. Not only that, but he has successfully triumphed over both the lower and mid-tier beasts, achieving S-level ratings in each encounter. We have a prodigy emerging from Lan City this year. Alas, the challenge area is closed to outsiders. Otherwise, I would be eager to see if he possesses 3 heads and 6 arms. Do you think he might also succeed against the upper-tier first-tier beasts? That seems rather challenging. Though possessing an SSS-level talent is impressive, it does not render one invincible. If we consider the combat power of a lower-tier beast as 1, and a mid-tier beast as 2, then an upper-tier beast would equate to 4. I believe this may be where his journey ends. You make a valid point. However, achieving this much is already quite remarkable. I suspect that the top scholar of the South River Administrative District this year may very well be claimed by our Lan City. Shock 18, Shock 21, Shock 16. A surge of emotional value accrued. Su Yuan glanced at the system panel. Host. Su Yuan, Realm. Awakening Stage 1, Cultivation Method. Celestial Origin Cultivation Method, Combat Technique. A-Class Combat Technique 9 Slaughtering Spears. Perfect. Emotional Value. 751. Has he already amassed over 700 emotional points so swiftly? It seems that frequenting a place like the Beast Park, with its multitude of martial artists, is indeed beneficial for showcasing one's prowess. Each martial artist is akin to a plump sheep ripe for the shearing. The stronger they are, the more emotional value he can extract from them. With this thought, Su Yuan felt invigorated, determined to achieve S-level evaluations in the first-tier beast challenge area today. Uncle Chun, let us go again, alright? Chun he had already noticed that Su Yuan had reserves of strength left while defeating the rock-shattering ape, so he readily agreed. However, for the sake of caution, he offered a slight warning. The strength of an upper-tier first-tier beast is double that of a mid-tier beast. Do be vigilant. Yes, I understand. Rest assured. The gate opened once more. Meanwhile, in the Lan City Education Bureau, Director's Office. Yes, the list I sent you earlier. Ensure that all the required supplies are delivered within 3 days. Yes, that will be all. After hanging up the phone, a radiant smile spread across Shangguan Ru's face. Ever since the last experimental training ended in failure, the project had been suspended for some time, and she had been punished by her family, dispatched to serve as the director of the Lan City Education Bureau. Unexpectedly, this misfortune turned into fortune, as she encountered Su Yuan, who had just awakened with an SSS-level talent for physical enhancement. Truly, fate has smiled upon her, unwilling to let such a genius go unnoticed. Buzz. As Shangguan Ru gracefully settled back into her seat, her phone buzzed with a new message. Upon reading it, a spark ignited in her eyes. Ah, an S-rank evaluation has emerged? Prior to Su Yuan's arrival, Shangguan Ru had issued directives to the Beast Arena, instructing them to notify her should anyone achieve an S-rank evaluation. This was her means of selecting exceptionally talented individuals to serve as secondary experimental subjects in the absence of any SSS rank physical enhancement talent awakeners. Let me see who it is. Shangguan Ru opened the challenger's profile and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the name, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Why is it this fellow Su Yuan? She had assumed that Su Yuan would be engaged in his cultivation at home, absorbing the source crystal she had recently bestowed upon him, or perhaps excitedly contemplating the A-rank combat techniques he seldom encountered. Yet, here he was at the Beast Arena achieving 2S rank evaluations, killing a first-tier lower beast in 19 seconds, defeating a first-tier mid-level beast in 31 seconds. Though possessing an SSS rank talent is formidable, it should not confer such overwhelming prowess. Intrigued, Shangguan began to watch Su Yuan's battle footage. As she witnessed Su Yuan erupt into action, delivering a fatal blow before the enraged wolf could strike, her eyes sparkled with delight. Impressive, indeed. Such instinctive combat skills are rarely seen among students. It appears he is a natural-born warrior. Soon after, the footage shifted to the moment Su Yuan vanquished the Rockstone ape. With a gentle click of her mouse, Shangguan paused the scene, rewound, and replayed it. After watching it several times, a profound shock gradually enveloped her features. Her strength far surpassed that of Chun He, allowing her to discern at a glance that Su Yuan's 3 consecutive shots, which penetrated the Rockstone ape's hard shell, were executed with the 9 Slaughter Spear. Chapter 25. The game of cultivation begins. Such a method of exertion, such penetrating power and destructive force. It is undoubtedly the 9-kill gun. To unleash 3 shots in succession is the hallmark of mastery. Shangguan leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, gazing at the boy's fierce silhouette on the screen, unable to suppress a smile. How much time has passed? Not even an afternoon. Even though his major in school is practical combat focused on marksmanship, it is still quite remarkable. An exceptional physique, extraordinary talent, and unparalleled comprehension. What a divine gift bestowed upon me. Thankfully, my sister has taken a liking to that young girl. I have to compete for attention. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. What do you mean by troublesome? The sudden voice that echoed in her ears startled Shangguan, nearly causing her to leap from her seat. Unbeknownst to her, Shangguan had appeared behind her like a specter, a playful smile gracing her face. Shangguan yearned to shout, "Get lost!" at this rascal, but the memories of being beaten throughout her childhood compelled her to remain silent, instead gritting her teeth and responding, "Weren't you already gone? Why are you back?" Shangguan blinked innocently. "First, tell me who you were calling sister just now?" Shangguan froze momentarily before hastily taking Shangguan arm, declaring earnestly, "Absolutely, you must have heard wrong. I was referring to a young, lovely, beautiful, and lively older sister." Bang! Shangguan was flung away. It was not until she crashed against the wall that she used her source energy to cushion the impact, finally coming to a halt. Once she landed gracefully, she wore an expression of exasperation. "Sister, I'm grown up now. Why do you still resort to violence?" Shangguan pursed her lips, her demeanor proud. A day without discipline, and the house would be in disarray. Shangguan settled onto the sofa. "I had indeed planned to leave, but upon hearing that 2 individuals from the Morong family were coming, I decided to stay a few more days to see if I could find an opportunity to teach them a lesson." "The Morong family?" Shangguan furrowed her brow. The Morong family is also one of the top aristocratic families in the Great Xia, on par with the Shangguan family. Both are surnamed with double characters and share a close relationship, being family friends. However, this camaraderie is limited to the previous generation. Shangguan and Shangguan hold a deep-seated aversion towards the members of the Morong family. Which members of the Morong family? Morong Xiao and Morong Bai. Upon hearing the name Morong Xiao, a flicker of disdain crossed Shangguan beautiful eyes. Why would they come to Lan City? Shangguan unwrapped a lemon candy and carelessly tossed it into her mouth, casually remarking, "Perhaps the news about you in Lanqing has reached the Morong family, prompting Morong Xiao to pursue you. As for Morong Bai, he is in his senior year this year and has just awakened his SSS level talent. Starting this year, the top 2 from each administrative district's martial arts examination will be selected for the Star Realm program. Are you aware of that?" Shangguan nodded. "I know." Although she resided in Lanqing, her information network was still quite effective, and she was naturally aware of the so-called Star Realm program. This initiative was the latest policy decreed by the 12-person Council of Daxia. The specific details of the Star Realm program had yet to be disclosed, but it was rumored to offer unimaginable benefits. Several anomalies had emerged in the imperial capital this year. Even with Morong Bai's SSS level talent awakening, he had little hope of ranking in the top 2. Thus, They planned to employ the tactic of borrowing the examination slots to seize a position in the Nanjing Administrative District. Will the 12-person council intervene? Shangguan Ru asked, her gaze incredulous. Shangguan Meng regarded her sister as if she were daft. How could they? With the 12-person council overseeing matters, the aristocratic families dare not overtly seize the slots. However, manipulating things behind the scenes, such as altering household registrations, is child's play. This is merely playing within the rules. As long as they do not break the rules, the council will turn a blind eye. Shangguan Ru sighed. If this continues, the aristocratic families will eventually become the parasites of Daxia. Shangguan Meng shrugged. Originally, the 12-person council had only 4 seats for the aristocratic families. Now there are 7. What can be done? Furthermore, our Shangguan family is one of those aristocratic families. While it might be acceptable to speak of this in front of me, outsiders would only think you are being hypocritical. This was indeed the case. However, after pondering for a moment, Shangguan Ru smiled and approached Shangguan Meng. Sister, you are so formidable that you might directly break through to the 9th level and suppress Daxia all on your own. What was that ancient saying? Dare to call upon the sun and moon to renew the heavens. At her words, a peculiar light flickered in Shangguan Meng's heterochromatic eyes, and tilting her head slightly, she asked with a teasing smile, are you serious? If I were to act for the greater good and turn against my own kin, whose side would you take? Shangguan Ru was momentarily taken aback. Of course I was just joking. Shangguan Meng withdrew her gaze, twirling her silver hair between her fingers. In a light-hearted tone, she said, if the old folks at home were to hear such a jest, it would be quite the matter. Shangguan Ru fell silent. She understood that her sister's relationship with the family was rather strained, yet surely it would not come to the point of swords drawn? Afterward, the two refrained from discussing the aristocratic families in Daxia, and instead returned to the matter of Murong by borrowing examination slots. Since the Murong family wishes for Murong Bai to secure one of the top 2 slots in the Nanjing Administrative District, we shall not grant them their wish. Currently, we have 2 promising candidates. Shangguan Meng paused. The girl named Su Anyun. I have a premonition that she is akin to me. Sister, do you hold such high regard for her? Shangguan Ru was taken aback. Although the girl named Su Anyun had awakened an SSS-level talent, with a particularly unique ability to manipulate shadows, could she truly stand shoulder to shoulder with her sister? It is worth noting that within the upper echelons of contemporary Daxia, her sister, Shangguan Meng, was universally acknowledged as the greatest prodigy in Daxia's history. As the youngest marquis in Daxia, she was laden with expectations, destined to ascend to the rank of a 9th-tier supreme being, reaching the pinnacle of Daxia. What merit did Su Anyun possess to warrant such attention from her sister? It is not so much a matter of optimism, but rather an instinct. Without delving further into Su Anyun's affairs, Shangguan Meng shifted the conversation to Su Yuan. By the way, I reviewed the combat footage earlier. While he is slightly inferior to my younger self, he is still competent. With proper guidance, he should surpass that Murong Bai fellow. Shangguan Ru scoffed. If my experimental training succeeds, and Su Yuan can master the power of Qi, he will undoubtedly outclass Murong Bai. As usual, Shangguan Meng encouraged her sister's aspirations, then extended her delicate hand with a radiant smile. A nurturing game. Shangguan Ru understood and, with a grin, clasped her hand in agreement. Let the training commence. Just as the sisters reached a consensus, a notification chimed from the computer on the desk. Shangguan Ru approached the screen and glanced at it. A successful challenge against a first-tier ominous beast? An S-level evaluation? Chapter 26. We must treat our little ones with the utmost rigor. Level 1 Ascendant. S-rank evaluation. Shangguan Meng approached, her gaze fixated on the figures displayed on the screen. After a moment of observation, she nodded in approval. Not bad at all. You are almost catching up to the me of yesteryear when I first awakened. I wonder, though, whether the Beast Arena in Lan City possesses any level 1 apex beasts. Regardless of whether one is a warrior or a beast, each rank is subdivided into lower, middle, upper, and apex tiers. The first 3 realms are commonplace stages that one inevitably traverses in the path of cultivation. However, the apex can only be reached by a select few prodigies. Consequently, apex beasts are exceedingly rare. Even when they do manifest, They are generally powerful candidates for beast kings who have yet to fully mature. Lan City is a small place, so it surely lacks any level 1 apex beasts. Yet, as Shangguanru spoke, her finger pointed at the still image on the screen. Her beautiful eyes betrayed a sense of awe that was difficult to conceal. Just now, he defeated a level 1 middle beast using the 9-kill spear, executing 3 thrusts in succession mastery level. Now, having slain a level 1 upper beast, he has employed the same spear, yet achieved 5 thrusts, proficiency level. It has been less than 5 hours since I imparted the battle technique of the 9-kill spear to him. With great interest, Shangguanmeng replayed the footage. The 9-kill spear. Though merely an A-rank technique, achieving such feats is indeed commendable. However, he is still in the awakening phase, unable to channel the technique using source energy, rendering it merely a hollow version. It is solely through the formidable strength of his physique that he managed to vanquish the beast. Shangguanru interjected quietly, speaking on Su Yuan's behalf. That is already quite impressive, you know? Shangguanmeng smiled. Indeed, it is impressive, yet there is evidently room for further ascension. With 3 months remaining at his current rate of growth, he will surely reach level 1. At that point, we shall observe the effects of his source energy on the technique. If he can achieve mastery or even advance to subtlety, then he may indeed have the qualifications to challenge Murong Bai. Shangguanru sighed in resignation. Sister, your expectations are truly stringent. Mastering an A-rank technique to subtlety within 3 months is a feat that even the top students of Wuxia Academy might struggle to accomplish. Shangguanmeng chuckled. Oh, come now. We are currently engaged in a nurturing game. Should we not apply the most rigorous standards to our little ones? Little ones? Shangguanru placed a hand to her forehead. Sister, where did you learn such terminology? I shan't tell you. Shangguanmeng hummed a cheerful tune as she returned to the sofa. Kicking off her shoes, she revealed her delicate, unadorned socks and fair, rosy ankles. She sprawled on the couch, popped a lemon candy into her mouth, and began perusing her favorite comic book. As the private plane descended slowly at the airport in Lanxing, a distinctive emblem adorned its side. A dark inverted triangle with a single open eye at its center. This was the insignia of the Murong family, known as the Eye of the Unknown. The cabin doors opened, and the stairs descended, revealing 2 figures, one following closely behind the other. The first, a young man clad in a black jacket and distressed jeans, possessed striking features, accentuated by piercings in his lips, ears, and nose. His nonchalant demeanor perfectly matched his attire. This was Murong Xiao, the 3rd heir of the Murong family, who graduated from Wuxia Academy with commendable prowess, ranking in the 6th tier. In elite circles of the capital, he was referred to as the 3rd young master Murong. As Murong Xiao stepped off the stairs, he glanced outside with a hint of disinterest, raising an eyebrow. So this is it. A small place bound to be utterly boring. Following closely behind him was Murong Bai, sent by the family to the Nanjing Administrative District to take the college entrance examination and earn a spot in the Star Realm project. His pallid, gaunt face appeared somewhat sickly, yet his thin lips were strikingly vivid, creating an unsettling contrast. After hearing Murong Xiao's comment, Murong Bai smiled broadly. With Shangguanru around, how could you possibly be bored? Murong Xiao smirked. That's true. But soon after, he cast a sidelong glance at his younger brother, his expression a mix of mockery and amusement. Father mentioned you'd be choosing your school here. Let me guess, are you on the hunt for a school with plenty of pretty girls? Murong Bai licked his lips lightly. Nanjing may lack strong individuals, but it is abundant in beauties. Since the family sent me here, I might as well enjoy myself. Murong Xiao let out a derisive sound. Brother, I truly admire you. I can't fathom what's appealing about those undeveloped flat-chested girls. If you want to have fun with women, shouldn't you seek out those with curvy figures? Murong Bai chuckled silently. The beauty of budding allure is beyond your understanding. Suddenly, Murong Xiao seemed to have an epiphany. A mischievous smile gracing his lips as he leaned closer to Murong Bai, teasingly suggesting, since you have such a fondness for these budding beauties, why not pursue Shangguanmeng? That would make us brothers-in-law, enhancing our familial ties. Murong Bai's expression shifted dramatically, stepping back hurriedly, teeth clenched. Murong Xiao, if you seek death, do not involve me. Murong Xiao chuckled. What's there to fear? No matter how formidable Shangguanmeng is, She is not a deity. She can't hear our conversation, can she? He then lifted his gaze towards the distance, a flicker of fervor crossing his eyes. Speaking of which, even if Shangguan Meng lacks certain attributes, it would still be worthwhile. After all, she is Shangguan Meng. Murong Bai felt a chill run down his spine. As Murong Xiao remarked, that is indeed Shangguan Meng. Their strength stems from innate talent, complemented by the formidable backing of the Murong family. However, the prowess of Shangguan Meng is remarkable. Even independent from the Shangguan lineage, she remains terrifyingly powerful. A 23-year-old at the 7th tier of nobility. Unprecedented and unparalleled. She is destined to ascend to the rank of a 9th-tier supreme being. Such a woman is not one to be trifled with. As for Murong Xiao, he only dares to boast in her absence. Should he find himself in her presence, he would surely not utter a word. Enough of this cowardice. Murong Xiao pulled Murong Bai closer. Let us first visit the Education Bureau of Lan City to sort out your academic registration. In the Beast Arena, after vanquishing a first-tier upper beast, Su Yuan initially contemplated challenging a first-tier ultimate beast. Regrettably, the arena in Lan City lacked such creatures, thus he had to abandon the idea. As for second-tier beasts, he chose not to challenge them, as a qualitative difference exists between the first and second tiers. His ability to confront such a vast difference in rank was due to the fact that, at the first tier, both warriors and beasts had yet to refine their physiques, possessing only a rudimentary grasp of source energy. Upon reaching the second tier, a beast's combat prowess would undergo a significant transformation. Furthermore, following this practical experience, Su Yuan realized that while he had attained a perfect level of mastery over the 9 slaughtering spear, executing it flawlessly was no simple task. He could easily thrust 3 times consecutively, and 5 times posed little challenge. However, to amplify the power to the 7th layer would push his body to its utmost limits. As for the complete version of the 9 slaughtering spear, executing 9 thrusts in succession remains beyond his current capability. This situation resembles a level cap in a game. His experience is in an overflow state. Once his physical strength surpasses its current threshold, he will be able to wield the full version of the 9 slaughtering spear without hindrance. Thus, a solid foundation is essential. Unable to challenge the first-tier ultimate beast, Su Yuan subsequently began to test his maximum combat power. He started by simultaneously battling 2 first-tier upper beasts, progressively increasing the challenge. 2 beasts. Challenge successful. Time to kill. 2 minutes. A-grade evaluation. 3 beasts. Challenge successful. Time to kill. 8 minutes. B-grade evaluation. 4 beasts. Challenge successful. Time to kill. 16 minutes. D-grade evaluation. Finally, out of breath, Su Yuan ceased his self-limit testing. Engaging 4 first-tier upper beasts simultaneously had already reached his limit. He could barely defeat them, achieving only a minimal D-grade evaluation. Su Yuan was quite satisfied with this result. Meanwhile, Chun He and several other safety officers, who had joined due to the 1 versus many challenge rule, had become utterly desensitized to the spectacle. Is it truly human? Even in the awakening phase, he can single-handedly confront 4 adversaries, vanquishing 4 first-tier formidable beasts. Although rated as D, one cannot deny the ferocity of his kills. Such terrifying combat prowess transcends their understanding. Aside from the S-rank evaluations, announcements for all other ranks are not disseminated. Thus, the external world remains oblivious to Su Yuan's subsequent feats. Nevertheless, when Su Yuan concluded his challenge and emerged from the arena, a throng of spectators eagerly awaited his arrival. Here he comes. He has emerged. Upon sighting Su Yuan, countless individuals erupted in excitement, their gazes ablaze as they surged towards him. Su Yuan, I am the Vice Master of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Here is my business card. Su Yuan, I am the manager of Haoyu Corporation. Here is my business card.
Su Yuan, E.M.
Chapter 27. Encountering Murong Xiao and the provocative Murong by many prominent figures in Lan City, exerted every ounce of strength to push through the crowd, eager to draw closer to Su Yuan and present their business cards. After all, he was a rarity and SSS-level talent, a combat prodigy who had just achieved 3 consecutive S-level evaluations. Who would not wish to engage in conversation with this rising star destined for greatness? Despite the efforts of the staff at the Beast Arena to maintain order, a certain degree of chaos ensued. Ultimately, it was the owner of the Beast Arena who intervened, commanding silence with a powerful presence that stilled the crowd. Li Chun, a fourth-tier, fusion realm expert. He had completed the exploration of the physical body from the first to the third tiers and was now embarking on the path of energy fusion as a formidable warrior. With his authoritative shout, the crowd fell silent, instinctively parting to grant him passage. Li Chun approached Su Yuan, offering a slight, apologetic smile. My apologies, Su. I am Li Chun, the owner of the Lan City Beast Arena. At 41 years of age, Li Chun appeared remarkably youthful due to his martial arts training. He sported a crew cut, had a square jaw, and his features were resolute. Su Yuan responded with a smile. Everyone is merely enthusiastic. It's quite all right. Li Chun chuckled in return, playfully chastising the group of eager men nearby. Look at Su Yuan, and then at you all. How old are you? Aren't you ashamed? The crowd erupted in laughter. As martial artists, most were straightforward, with only a few harboring narrow-mindedness. They openly wished to become acquainted with Su Yuan. And what was wrong with a little playful banter? Turning back, Li Chun remarked, you've just awakened your talent and achieved 3 S-level evaluations in one breath. Even with an SSS-level talent, that is no small feat. Your future is boundless. As the owner of the Beast Arena, I wield a modicum of influence. I understand that SSS-level talents receive official resource allocations. In addition, whenever you come to the Beast Arena for practical training, I will grant you an extra hour of unlimited time on each occasion. Consider it a small gesture of goodwill. I hope you won't think poorly of it. Wow!
How enviable!
Exclaimed the crowd. 1 hour of unlimited time, Owner Li, I want that too. The crowd voiced their admiration sincerely. Despite their own status and wealth, purchasing tickets for unlimited time was often a painful expense. Yet now, Su Yuan would receive an hour of unlimited access every time he visited. What was this? It was the privilege of a genius. Thank you, Owner Li. Su Yuan expressed his gratitude. To comprehend the situation, one must recognize that even an SSS-level gifted individual only receives a mere 2 hours of unrestricted time within their daily resource package. However, with an additional hour, it equates to a remarkable 50% increase. Such extravagance in action cannot be understated. Yet, today he is utterly exhausted and finds himself unable to fully utilize this hour of challenge time. Li Chun nonchalantly waved his hand, dismissing the matter. It's no big deal. By the way, he shifted the topic. Director Shangguan just called and asked for you to visit her. Director Shangguan. Shangguan Ru? Su Yuan was taken aback. Li Chun chuckled. Our Beast Park falls under the jurisdiction of the Education Bureau. Director Shangguan previously mentioned that if anyone achieved an S-level evaluation, we should inform her. Of course, I am unaware of the specifics of her request. I merely relay her instructions. Su Yuan nodded. All right. I will head over shortly. 1 hour later, at the entrance of the Lan City Education Bureau, Su Yuan stepped out of the vehicle. This marked his second visit within a single day. Earlier, while the students from Lan City No. 1 High School clustered at the entrance, waiting for transport and chatting, he had exchanged a few words with several security guards. Thus, upon seeing Su Yuan, one of the security guards greeted him with a smile. Student, back again? Indeed, Su Yuan replied with a smile. Just as he intended to engage in casual conversation before seeking out Shangguan Ru, the security guard suddenly furrowed his brow. Young student, let us pause our chat for now. With that, he briskly walked toward the center of the entrance, intercepting a young man who appeared to be a delinquent. Hello, may I ask what brings you here? Su Yuan turned to look. The young man sported a middle-parted hairstyle, a black jacket, ripped jeans, lip piercings, a nose ring, and earrings. The metallic embellishments on his face seemed rather excessive. Ha ha ha, I told you to remove those ornaments from your face. TSK, look at you now. Even a security guard dares to stop you. How embarrassing. The sudden laughter drew Su Yuan's attention. It emanated from a boy accompanying the metal-faced individual. He appeared to be of similar age, yet his face was ghastly pale, bearing a sickly demeanor as if he were on the brink of death. Damn. Morong Zhao's lips twitched in irritation. He was already vexed from being halted by a security guard, and now with Morong Bai's taunting, his displeasure intensified. As the third young master of the illustrious Morong family, Where could he not exert his dominance? How dare you, a mere security guard, impede my path? Are you tired of living? He spat disdainfully and raised his hand, delivering a fierce slap that sent the elderly guard flying against the wall. Cough, cough. The elderly guard, already advanced in years, was severely impacted by the collision and coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly sustaining internal injuries. Old fool, what bad luck! Morong Xiao expressed indifference towards the guard's fate. With eyes averted and hands tucked into his pockets, he strode towards the Education Bureau with a demeanor that suggested utter disregard for those around him. A subtle smirk played upon Morong Bai's lips, seemingly amused by the success of his provocations. At that moment, a voice broke through the tension. Are you both out of your minds? Su Yuan inquired, as he helped the injured security guard to his feet, his brow furrowed in concern. Although he was unaware of the origins of the two individuals, their audacious demeanor made him question their fearlessness in the face of the authorities. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Morong Xiao halted abruptly, slowly turning to fix an unfriendly gaze upon him. You little brat. Are you seeking death? He retorted. Morong Bai's smile widened. What's going on? Third brother? Why does it seem everyone dares to provoke you? This one do. Morong Xiao scoffed. Silence. Understanding the unspoken warning, Morong Bai promptly fell silent, yet his eyes gleamed with a sense of schadenfreude as they flickered towards Su Yuan. Morong Xiao shot a glare at his brother before advancing towards Su Yuan, each step amplifying the oppressive aura he exuded. By the time he stood before Su Yuan, the weight of his presence bore down like a mountain upon Su Yuan's shoulders. With a resounding crack, the ground beneath Su Yuan's feet fractured. Morong Xiao expressed mild surprise. Oh, you're still able to stand? Chapter 28 Sister Shangguan. Can you protect me? He appeared momentarily perplexed, but then quickly regained his composure. A talent? A physical enhancement talent?
Su Yuan remained silent,
casting a cold gaze in his direction. The mark of the sun gradually illuminated the back of his right hand. He was no fool. The oppressive aura exuding from the other party was overwhelmingly powerful, indicating a martial artist whose strength far surpassed his own. Engaging in a direct confrontation would yield no chance of victory. If a conflict were to arise, his only recourse would be to unleash all the radiant energy from the mark of the sun, targeting the eyes of this metal-faced adversary. It was likely that he could withstand his pressure. It seemed that his ranking was not low. A grade, S-grade, or something else? Morong Xiao asked with a sneer. Not receiving a response from Su Yuan, he scoffed. Regardless, even if you are an SSS grade talent, it does not grant you the right to meddle, especially in my affairs. Understand? Now kneel before me. Before Morong Xiao could finish his sentence, there was a sudden bang. As he collapsed heavily to his knees before Su Yuan, the force so great that it cracked the bluestone pavement beneath him.
Su Yuan.
This fellow had just been behaving like an arrogant young master. How did he suddenly kneel? Is he mentally unstable? Moreover, the oppressive aura surrounding him had vanished entirely. Just as Su Yuan pondered the situation, a delicate hand, sculpted like jade, grasped his right hand, and a melodious voice rang out beside him. Hey, hey, hey! Who did you just make kneel? This big brother is under my sister's protection.
Su Yuan.
Is that the voice of Shangguan Meng? He turned to see the silver-haired, heterochromatic little girl, who had left a deep impression on him, smiling brightly as she looked at the man kneeling before them. Not far away, Morong Bai's complexion paled dramatically. Despite his naturally ashen visage, the panic in his eyes was unmistakable upon seeing the suddenly appeared Shangguan Meng. As for the individual in question, Morong Xiao, beads of cold sweat began to dot his forehead. Shangguan Meng, how could she be here? According to the information from home, she was clearly dispatched to carry out an assassination mission against a target of immense strength, one at the Duke level. Gulping hard, Morong Xiao struggled to swallow. Although he could not fathom why Shangguan Meng referred to the boy who had just offended him as Big Brother. Her erratic nature had always been unpredictable, rendering even the most bizarre occurrences unsurprising in her presence. Morong Xiao took a deep breath, bowing his head even lower. I apologize. Truly, I apologize. I was merely jesting with this young man. It was all in good fun. With a playful flutter of her beautiful eyes, Shangguan Meng lifted her exquisitely lovely face to gaze at Su Yuan and asked, "Big brother, is he just playing with you?" Morong Zhao's lips twitched as he fervently prayed in his heart that Su Yuan would discern the uniqueness of his identity from the formidable pressure he had just exerted and choose to let the matter slide peacefully. Looking at Su Yuan, he certainly recognized the distinctiveness of Morong Zhao's status. That overwhelming aura was undeniably real, coupled with the audacity to injure others at will. He was likely a person of significant consequence. However, what did that signify? Su Yuan took a deep breath, turned to Shangguan Meng, and posed an exceedingly crucial question. "Sister Shangguan, can your sister protect me? Sister Shangguan?" At the sound of this address, both Morong Xiao and Morong Bai momentarily lost their composure, followed by a wave of intense astonishment. "No, you young man, do you even realize who stands beside you? That is Shangguan Meng, the unparalleled prodigy of the Shangguan family, the acknowledged foremost genius of the current Great Xia, a mesmerizing enchantress who roams the imperial capital, unchallenged by anyone. At such a tender age, she has become one of the 4 pillars of the Anomaly Elimination Bureau, successfully titled the Lord of the Nether. You dare to call her sister?" Even Shangguan Meng herself was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Su Yuan's address. Yet, she ultimately took a deep breath, tempered her temper, and nodded with a radiant smile. "Rest assured, my sister will undoubtedly protect you." With this assurance, Su Yuan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He glanced at the kneeling Morong Xiao before him and remarked, "That fellow just now didn't he seem to be joking? He genuinely intended to take action against me." Upon hearing this, Morong Xiao's eyes twitched. Damn, you brat. Just wait. Resentment value, 210. Anger value, 250. What? Su Yuan observed the recent influx of over 400 points of emotional value and then looked at the alternative metal face kneeling before him. This guy is incredibly strong? Seemingly perceiving Morong Xiao's thoughts, Shangguan Meng released Su Yuan's hand and approached Morong Xiao, leaning close to his ear and gently reminding him in the most innocent tone, "Hey, if you plan to do anything malicious, I will kill you." With just those few succinct words, Morong Xiao's body stiffened slightly, fear flickering in his eyes, instantly dispelling any thoughts of revenge against Su Yuan. He understood all too well that, given Shangguan Meng's temperament, she would not hesitate to eliminate him, let alone his elder brother. Shangguan Meng straightened her posture, a radiant smile gracing her face as she beckoned to Shangguan Ru in the distance. "Sister, over here. Someone is bullying brother Su Yuan." Upon arriving before the group, Shangguan Ru furrowed her brow after listening to Su Yuan recount the events. She first assessed the injuries of the security guard, confirming that he was not in mortal danger, and instructed that he be taken to the hospital for treatment. Only then did she turn her gaze towards Morong Xiao, her expression as frigid as frost, and spoke with a chilling tone, enunciating each word. "Morong Xiao, this is my territory, not yours. How dare you lay a hand on my people?" Meanwhile, Shangguan Meng, embodying the spirit of a child eager for excitement, beamed with delight. "Sister, this fellow is a villain. If you hadn't arrived in time, brother Su Yuan would have been in trouble. Quickly, teach him a lesson." Morong Xiao remained silent. Shangguan Ru had always harbored disdain for Morong Xiao, and with his violent actions against her little one, she almost lost her focus. It was against her experimental subject. There was no way she would show leniency. "Let us go." With those words, she delivered a powerful kick to Morong Xiao's chest, sending him hurtling 10 meters away. Su Yuan remarked, "That was fierce. By the way, what about that guy?" Just as Morong Bai attempted to slip away unnoticed, the keen-eyed Shangguan Meng excitedly pointed at him, exclaiming, "He is an accomplice." Morong Bai. Chapter 29. The Menacing Spectre? Then I shall employ the Holy Light Fist. In stark contrast to Morong Zhao's nonconformist punk appearance, Morong Bai, with his frail and pallid demeanor, often elicits affection and sympathy from numerous young women. Many are drawn to such a delicate disposition. Unfortunately, both Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru harbor no fondness for him. Rather, they exhibit considerable disdain. Morong Bai is acutely aware of this, and thus refrains from feigning misery in their presence. Instead, he directly broaches the matter at hand. My brother is actually here to assist me with my school registration. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Shangguan Ru, knowing that, unlike the erratic Shangguan Meng, at least Shangguan Ru was somewhat rational. Humph. Shangguan Ru let out a cold snort. She had already learned from Shangguan Meng about Murong Bai's ruse to take the college entrance examination. It's past working hours. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. Murong Bai glanced at the notice board outside the Education Bureau, noting that there was still over half an hour until closing time. It was evident that Shangguan Ru was deliberately targeting him. However, given her firm stance, he dared not voice his objections, lest he end up like Murong Xiao, sprawled on the ground nearby, still reeling from the encounter. Shangguan Meng's gaze flitted between Su Yuan and Murong Bai before suddenly brightening. Hey! The moment Murong Bai heard her voice, a shiver ran down his spine. To be honest, Shangguan Meng perfectly aligned with his phobias, but the terror she invoked was enough to overshadow any other thoughts. One could only imagine the formidable reputation she held in the capital. I offer you two choices. First, be pummeled by my sister. Second, engage in a duel with him. Should you win, you are free to go. As she spoke, Shangguan Meng pointed at Su Yuan, who had just awakened as a senior student today, the same age as Murong Bai. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Murong Bai's eyes. Really? It wasn't that he questioned Su Yuan's recent awakening, but rather the certainty of being allowed to leave should he win. For him, defeat was inconceivable. What kind of prodigy could possibly emerge from a backwater like Lanqing? While he may not rival the exceptional talents of the capital, he was more than capable of overwhelming any genius from such a small town. Oh? Shangguan Meng blinked. Are you doubting me? Murong Bai swallowed hard, his momentary panic quickly fading. No. I accept. Excellent. Shangguan Meng nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Su Yuan. Brother Su Yuan, you will win, right? Su Yuan regarded the frail figure before him, whose pallor suggested a dire state of health. Rather than answering Shangguan Meng's question, he earnestly inquired about a concern that had been troubling him. Is he on the verge of death? What if I accidentally kill him during our match? A brief silence enveloped the atmosphere, lingering for a fraction of a second before. Anger 20. Resentment 20. Puff. Puff. Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru could not hold back their laughter. Murong Bai, however, gazed at Su Yuan with a menacing glare. This fellow. If it weren't for Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru being present, he would undoubtedly have eliminated him. Shangguan Ru, tears of laughter in her eyes, reassured, fear not, this guy is inherently weak, he won't die easily. Go ahead and strike. If it truly comes to a life or death situation, I will call for a halt. Very well.
Su Yuan nodded.
As long as this frail individual could withstand a beating, he would impart the lessons of humanity to him. Within the Educational Bureau, where numerous martial artists, albeit of lower ranks, were employed, there existed a moderately sized training arena in the rear courtyard. At this moment, Su Yuan and Murong Bai stood facing each other. Shangguan Ru stood to the side, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the contest. Recovering from his daze, Murong Xiao cowered in the corner like a frightened mouse. He harbored an abundance of pent-up frustration, yet dared not reveal a hint of it, gnashing his teeth and swallowing his fury. Were it only Shangguan Ru present, he might have dared to act defiantly, but with Shangguan Meng here, he could only submit. Moreover, Shangguan Meng had issued an ultimatum. Should he lay a hand on the individual named Su Yuan, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. This was no idle threat. No one had ever been able to alter her decrees. Thus, he could only hope that Murong Bai might seize this opportunity to teach Su Yuan a lesson. With both Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru present, death was certainly off the table, but a fair fight, perhaps breaking an arm or a leg, seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? Unless they were willing to forfeit their dignity by showing favoritism. Yet, judging by his understanding of the two sisters, they were unlikely to resort to such measures. With this in mind, he took a deep breath, his gaze fierce. Murong Bai, give it your all and beat him senseless. Once I call for the start, you may begin. I will call for a stop only when necessary. Understood? Shangguan Meng cheerfully interposed herself between Su Yuan and Murong Bai. Murong Bai nodded expressionlessly, and Su Yuan mirrored his agreement. All right. Begin. Upon Shangguan Meng's proclamation, She turned and fled in haste, her demeanor akin to that of a frightened yet playful girl, wary of being caught in the fray. To Murong Xiao and Murong Bai, who were aware of her identity and prowess, her antics elicited exasperation. This woman constantly engages in such theatrics. However, in Su Yuan's eyes, he found Shangguan Ru's younger sister rather endearing. Of course, at this moment, Su Yuan's focus was entirely on the frail opponent before him. The distance between them was nearly 5 meters, and they stared intently at each other, neither willing to make the first move. Ultimately, it was Murong Bai who took the initiative. He admitted to himself that he feared Shangguan Meng. However, in Su Yuan's heart, there existed a profound disdain, 100-fold contempt for his adversary. What manner of being is this? How dare they stand beside him? Thus he merely uttered coldly, "Go die, trash." Upon finishing his words, he unleashed his innate talent. Suddenly, a torrent of black mist surged forth from within his body. This dark fog coalesced around him, gradually transforming into a grotesque and formidable spirit. The spirit, with its silent, gaping maw, roared at Su Yuan. Within that cavernous mouth were faces twisted in agony and horror. Observing the spirit, the onlookers, Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru, were overtaken by a profound aversion. In stark contrast, Su Yuan gazed at the terrifying apparition with curiosity. This is akin to the summoning talent of Zhao Rizu. Moreover, it appeared far more sinister than Zhao Rizu's dark magic wolf. "Go," commanded Murong Bai, directing the spirit to launch an assault on Su Yuan. Unperturbed, Su Yuan casually rested his left hand upon his right shoulder, slightly moving his right arm. Then, as he regarded the advancing spirit, a radiant and benevolent smile adorned his face. "When I dealt with that Zhao Rizu fellow, I remarked that the filth of sewer rats must be dispelled with holy light. I never anticipated I would employ it again." As Su Yuan's words echoed, the mysterious sun patterns upon the back of his right hand began to glow. Chapter 30. A one-sided assault, an unexpected transformation, a dual personality, the mark of the sun. The power of the radiant sun surged forth, enveloping Su Yuan's right fist in a resplendent glow. It appeared as if it were the fist of holy light. The menacing spirit summoned by Murong Bai seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It darted towards Su Yuan, lifting its spectral claw to strike fiercely. With a resounding crash, Su Yuan seized the ghostly claw with one hand. The former dark magic wolf had been unable to pierce his grip, and though the menacing spirit possessed significantly greater power than its predecessor, it remained insufficient. A radiant smile blossomed on Su Yuan's face. "Do you comprehend what the fist of holy light signifies?" The spectral entity, endowed with a modicum of sentience, flickered with a hint of awareness in its lifeless, pale eyes upon hearing Su Yuan's words. Before the spirit could react, Su Yuan's right fist came crashing down upon it. The impact was akin to searing flames melting solid ice. Instantly, white smoke erupted from the spirit as it emitted a piercing wail. Yet this was merely the beginning. Under the scorching influence of the radiant power, the spirit descended into a frenzied state, desperately attempting to distance itself from Su Yuan. However, Su Yuan's other hand clamped down on its wrist like a vice, while his fists rained down upon it with relentless ferocity, each strike resembling a cannonball. Onlookers gasped. Murong Xiao sprang to his feet, his gaze fixated on Su Yuan's fists. What kind of power is that? The summoning of spirits was a hereditary talent of the Murong clan. Only the most exceptional heirs could achieve awakening. Once awakened, they would attain an SSS rating. Furthermore, in battle, spirits possessed a degree of immunity to source energy, granting the Murong family an undeniable advantage over their adversaries. Yet now, the spirit was being subdued by that individual. Moreover, the nature of the subjugation appeared overwhelmingly potent. How could this be possible? Murong Zhao's heart brimmed with disbelief. It was known that after countless generations of bloodline refinement, the Murong clan spirits could disregard most forms of restraint. Even warriors with advanced fire and light element affinities might struggle to exert such effective control over the spirits of the Murong family. In contrast to Murong Zhao's astonishment, Shangguan Ru maintained a semblance of composure, albeit relatively speaking. In truth, Su Yuan's performance had far exceeded her expectations. When Xiao Jiangwo had brought Su Yuan and others to the Education Bureau for resource allocation certification, he had mentioned Su Yuan's extraordinary constitution of gaining strength from sunlight. Thus, Shangguan Ru was aware that Su Yuan's physical enhancement talent possessed certain elemental abilities linked to the sun. She initially thought that this power might offer him a slight advantage during his battle against Murong Bai. Yet she had never anticipated that the efficacy of such an ability would be so remarkable. Although she harbored disdain for the Murong family, she could never deny the formidable talents they possessed. She was acutely aware that common flames and light, often regarded as effective against entities like spirits, held little sway over the Murong family's apparitions. If their spirits had such glaring weaknesses, how could they have ascended to become one of the premier families of the Daxia? Now Su Yuan shattered her preconceived notions. Seated on the ground, Shangguan Meng propped her chin on her hands, gazing at Su Yuan, who was relentlessly pummeling the spirit within the arena, a faint smile gradually gracing her lips. This fellow. I never imagined he possessed such a unique ability. To be candid, the Murong family's spirits were notoriously troublesome, particularly the older members. Their spirits, having undergone extensive cultivation, had evolved to a truly terrifying degree. Even she would find them somewhat vexing to confront. With these thoughts in mind, she turned to poke Shangguan Rushua's fair thigh and cheerfully declared, "Hey, from this moment forth, he is also my little darling. After your training experiment concludes, both of them will belong to me." Shangguan Rushua. She wished to refuse, but could she truly turn down such a request? Within the arena, Murong Bai's prior arrogance was systematically dismantled by Su Yuan's relentless punches. He stared in horror at the spirit, which was growing increasingly feeble under the fist of holy light. His heart quaking slightly. What on earth? Is this fellow a monster? Hadn't his family stated that a newly birthed spirit could inherently reach the mid-tier of the first rank in terms of raw power and, due to its unique constitution, could withstand most attacks? Moreover, it could even instill fear and corrode the fighting will of its enemies through its spirit energy? Yet, why was the current situation so starkly different from his expectations? Not only could that guy inflict damage upon the spirit, but he was also dominating it in combat. Stop. Please stop. Upon sensing the spirit's aura dwindling to its limits, Murong Bai finally panicked. He stood there like a childish fool, attempting to implore Su Yuan to cease his onslaught. Su Yuan did indeed halt. Gripping the spirit's neck with one hand, he lifted his gaze, perplexed by the sight of the pale-faced, anxious figure before him. This guy surely can't be that dim-witted? To shout for someone to stop fighting when he sees he's about to lose? How absurd. Su Yuan shook his head, amused by this peculiar character. Returning his focus, he resumed his fierce assault on the spirit. But mere seconds later, a sudden burst of raucous laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. What a disgrace. Truly a disgrace. Upon hearing this bizarre laughter, Su Yuan momentarily ceased his assault on the ghostly entity, casually discarding the now silent specter to the side, before lifting his gaze towards Murong Bai. The individual who had moments ago been ensnared by terror now appeared transformed, cupping his face with his hands, half kneeling on the ground, and erupting into uncontrollable laughter, his shoulders trembling with madness. What a lunatic! Su Yuan furrowed his brow. At that moment, Murong Bai's fingers, which had been shielding his face, slightly parted to reveal an eye resting upon the back of his hand. This eye was a deep crimson. Within its gaze resided cruelty, savagery, and mockery, yet devoid of the fear and panic that had once gripped him. Outside the arena, Murong Xiao grinned widely. Once concerned that Murong Bai might lose the match, he now exhaled a profound sigh of relief. His gaze towards Su Yuan had transformed into one of pity. Little did he expect that this fellow would summon him. Someone was bound to suffer. As long as this duel was not forcibly interrupted by external forces, a thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. With this thought, Murong Xiao turned to the side, addressing Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng. Hey, we agreed on a fair fight. As long as no one dies, you won't intervene, right? Shangguan Ru shot him a cold glare. Do you think we are that kind of people? Shangguan Meng remained silent, her attention wholly captivated by Murong Bai. As she observed the frenzied figure within the arena, her enchanting heterochromatic eyes shimmered with an unusual brilliance. Was this a dual personality? Chapter 31. The Spirit Manifestation Soldier. The Rakshasa Body. If one must fight, then let it be so. There is no need for theatrics. Su Yuan remained unfazed by Murong Bai's sudden transformation. To him, whether Murong Bai's earlier panic was feigned or if this was indeed a manifestation of a second persona mattered little. In any case, it was a matter of engaging in combat. In fact, he secretly hoped this fellow would embrace a dual personality. The previous persona had been subdued by his might. If the new one dared to emerge, he would gladly bring it to heel once more. Moreover, upon a cursory glance, Su Yuan noted that the emotional energy contributed by Murong Bai, the direct victim of the recent skirmish, was negligible. However, the spectators Shangguan Meng, Shangguan Ru, and Murong Xiao had collectively provided nearly 900 units of emotional energy. Should another encounter occur, the potential for a doubling of that energy was tantalizingly high, promising a lucrative outcome. Oh, observing Su Yuan's calm demeanor, Murong Bai elongated his tone, a slight smirk gracing his lips. His already pallid complexion grew increasingly uncanny as his eyes transformed to a blood-red hue. Intriguing. He lightly licked his cracked lips, tilted his chin slightly upward, narrowed his gaze, extended a finger, and grinned. 1 minute. Within 1 minute I shall resolve this. You will tremble and crawl at my feet, pleading for my mercy. Su Yuan chuckled. Initially, he anticipated that this new form would possess some unique attributes. Yet, it appeared that Murong Bai remained fundamentally unchanged, still prone to empty rhetoric. Murong Bai's veins pulsed violently, his knuckles whitening as he clenched his fingers. Nothing irked him more than being compared to that worthless individual. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate to this Su Yuan what true genius entailed. Spirit Manifestation Soldier, Murong Bai proclaimed with a fierce command. Suddenly, the spirit that had been discarded by Su Yuan dissipated, transforming into a wisp of black mist that surged into Murong Bai's grasp. The mist swirled and roiled, ultimately coalescing into a massive black hammer, nearly the size of Murong Bai himself. This Murong Bai has only just awakened, yet he has already mastered the technique of Spirit Manifestation Soldier? On the sidelines, Shangguan Ru furrowed her brow. Gazing at the formidable black hammer in Murong Bai's hands, an ominous premonition brewed within her. Su Yuan might very well lose. Even among the direct descendants of the Murong family, those who can wield the ability of Spirit Manifestation Soldier are exceedingly rare. For instance, Murong Xiao, as Murong Bai's elder brother and the third son of the current family head, had failed to master this ability. Once a member of the Murong family is discovered to possess the Spirit Manifestation Soldier ability, their status would soar, allowing even collateral descendants to surpass certain direct heirs. Of course, this ability in itself is not without its shortcomings, and may even prove somewhat redundant. During the existence of the specters, the Murong family members faced their foes in a manner akin to 2 against 1, often gaining a significant advantage. However, once the specters transformed into demonic soldiers, it was as if they willingly reverted from a 2-on-1 scenario back to solitary combat. At this juncture, the potency of the demonic soldiers hinged entirely on the combat prowess of their master. Hence, the true reason the Murong family placed such immense value on this ability was not the ability itself, but rather what it symbolized and its association with another entity, the Rakshasa body. Thus far, every member of the Murong family who has acquired the specter transformation into soldier's ability has inevitably awakened a unique constitution known as the Rakshasa body at some stage of their development. This constitution is profoundly enigmatic. To date, apart from the Murong family, no one has been able to discern its true capabilities. However, one thing is certain. Those who possess the Rakshasa body experience a substantial enhancement in both physical strength and combat awareness, as well as in their martial skills. Suddenly, Shangguan Ru realized that Murong Bai dared to employ the specter transformation in the presence of Su Yuan, which implied he had just awakened and simultaneously obtained the Rakshasa body? Generally, those Murong family members who gain the specter transformation into soldier's ability do so only after reaching a relatively high level of martial prowess, and she had never encountered anyone who could awaken such a unique physique simultaneously with their initial awakening. If that is indeed the case, Su Yuan is in grave danger. Is the weapon you favor a hammer? It seems rather incongruous with your appearance, Su Yuan remarked with a grin directed at the smiling Murong Bai. Does it? Murong Bai replied with a smile. As he laughed, his appearance underwent a corresponding transformation. Eerie black markings emerged on his previously pale face. His teeth sharpened, 2 horns sprouted from his head, and his muscles bulged, making his figure appear significantly larger. Can you also transform? Su Yuan felt the aura emanating from Murong Bai, his smile unwavering. Surprised? Murong Bai's mocking voice echoed in Su Yuan's ears. After his metamorphosis into a Rakshasa, he was no longer the frail, sickly boy but had become a formidable and agile being of extraordinary explosive power. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Su Yuan, wielding a colossal black hammer born from the spectre transformation, which he brought crashing down upon Su Yuan. Boom! The ground trembled. Su Yuan narrowly evaded this terrifying blow. As he created distance, a glimmer of faint golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes. This Murong Bai was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far. In his transformed state, not only did he possess physical strength comparable to Su Yuan's, but his combat techniques and awareness had also seen remarkable improvement. Yet, it was precisely this that ignited the competitive spirit within Su Yuan. He gazed at Murong Bai before him, feeling the surging power within him, and smiled radiantly. Come, let us continue. As his words fell, 2 figures once again clashed in combat. Outside the arena, the realization struck. It was indeed the Rakshasa body. Shangguan Ru's expression shifted slightly. The Murong family's Rakshasa body was renowned throughout the Great Xia, and nearly every individual possessing this physique was an extreme and battle-crazed warrior. They would tear their enemies apart in the most brutal and merciless manner, thus becoming fearsome demons on the battlefield. Ah! The Murong family has maintained their secrets exceptionally well. Shangguan Meng inadvertently cast a glance at Murong Xiao. Just that single glance felt like a mountain pressing down on Murong Xiao's chest, nearly suffocating him. This was the pressure of a formidable expert at the marquis level. Every word, every action, even a mere look, was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the weak. However, it must be noted that he had awakened the Rakshasa body at just 18 years of age. Yet the old-timers of the Murong family were still uneasy, insisting on sending him to the South River Administrative District to compete for the top 2 spots in the martial arts examination. It seems this year, an extraordinary talent has emerged in the imperial capital. Shangguan Meng remarked softly, casually unwrapping a lemon candy and popping it into her mouth. She had not returned to the imperial capital in quite some time, nor had she paid attention to such matters. Thus she was not well acquainted with the new generation of talents. Murong Xiao was drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, there have been some monsters emerging. Shangguan Meng sighed, rising to her feet and lightly brushing off the dust from her clothes. Never mind. I initially thought to have little Su Yuan teach this frail wretch a lesson, but since he has awakened the Rakshasa body, we shall leave it for another time. It was evident that Shangguan Meng had foreseen the outcome of this battle. Although she felt a visceral aversion towards the Murong family, the Rakshasa body was notorious for its ferocity. Even though Su Yuan possessed an SSS-level physical enhancement talent, it paled in comparison to the Rakshasa body. Therefore, in this duel, Su Yuan would inevitably be defeated. Chapter 32. The hand as a blade, the fist as a gun. The 9-slaying spear transforms into the 9-slaying fist. Su Yuan triumphs. Is this truly the end? Upon witnessing Shangguan Meng rise, Murong Xiao instinctively uttered such a phrase. After all, he had just been forced to kneel before this impudent youth who had appeared from seemingly nowhere, only to be kicked away by Shangguan Ru. The frustration and indignation within him were so intense that it nearly made him spit blood, as he awaited Murong Bai to properly teach this fellow named Su Yuan a lesson and help him vent his anger. And yet, it was over just like that. However, the moment the words left his lips, Murong Xiao sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, Shangguan Meng turned around with a smile, blinking innocently as she said, I'm a bit hungry and wish to go for dinner. Are you suggesting I should remain here, starving, to keep you company? No. That's not what I meant, Murong Xiao replied, cold sweat pouring down his brow. He had believed that, based on his understanding of Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru, they would never halt a duel midway. It seemed, however, that while Shangguan Ru would not do so, Shangguan Meng was a different matter entirely. What made him think she would care about such trivialities? Helplessly, Murong Xiao cursed Shangguan Meng's lack of decorum in his heart. Yet on the surface, he could only force a smile, swallowing his words. Fine, let us just end it here. His words scarcely left his mouth when a figure suddenly flew out from the center of the battleground between Su Yuan and Murong Bai, crashing heavily against the wall. Murong Xiao was momentarily stunned, but then his heart filled with joy. What a surprise! A victor had emerged so swiftly? At the very least, that scoundrel had received a proper beating. However, when he turned to look, he was greeted by the sight of the panting victor standing in the center of the arena, and it was not Murong Bai, but Su Yuan. His pupils constricted sharply, and the feigned smile on his face instantly froze. Shock 200. Days 180. The one who had been thrown out was not Su Yuan. It was Murong Bai, the one who had awakened the Rakshasa body. How could this be possible? Murong Xiao's mind plunged into a void, unable to comprehend what had transpired. How could this native of Lan City, merely a senior student who had just awakened, possibly be a match for Murong Bai, who had awakened the Rakshasa body? He simply could not understand. Equally perplexed were Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng. Upon learning that Murong Bai possessed the Rakshasa body, both had sensed that Su Yuan would falter. It was not that they lacked confidence in Su Yuan. Rather, the enhancement in combat power afforded by the Rakshasa body was simply too immense, even surpassing Su Yuan's SSS-level physical enhancement talent. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before them. The ultimate victor of this duel was still Su Yuan. Shock 200. Astonishment 300. Shangguan Meng directed her gaze towards Su Yuan, who stood in the center of the arena. At this moment he was gasping for breath, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his right arm displaying a deep crimson hue from extreme exertion. Indeed, Su Yuan had emerged victorious. The reason for his triumph lay in a remarkably audacious endeavor undertaken during the battle. One might ponder what was his greatest asset at this juncture. Was it his formidable physique? Was it the mark of the sun? No, it was neither. Instead, it was the attainment of the perfect battle technique, the 9-kill spear. Once, during a practical combat class in school, Su Yuan had encountered a phrase that resonated within him. The palm strikes as if wielding a blade. The fist strikes as if firing a gun. One must infuse the essence of a firearm into one's punch, where the fist becomes the gun's tip, the shoulder the gun's tassel, the body the gun's shaft, and the feet the gun's muzzle. Thus, upon realizing he was gradually falling behind, Su Yuan redirected his comprehension of the 9-kill spear into the realm of boxing. He envisioned his fists as guns, transforming the 9-kill spear into the 9-kill fist. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed for the moment when Murong Bai's defenses were momentarily lax. With the determination to secure victory in a single strike, he unleashed the limits of his physical prowess, delivering a rapid succession of 7 punches. 7 layers of force, cumulatively explosive, erupted with terrifying intensity. After being pierced in the chest by this punch, even with the formidable strength of the Rakshasa body, Murong Bai still succumbed. This, indeed, was the reason for Su Yuan's victory. At this moment, upon catching the gaze of Shangguan Meng, Su Yuan mustered a smile, exclaiming, "I won." Shangguan Meng was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a radiant smile, "Brother Su Yuan, you are amazing." Shangguan Ru, equally astonished by the young man's triumph, was left in awe. She had not witnessed the intricate details of their duel, yet to conquer the Rakshasa body, Su Yuan's strength far surpassed her expectations. Murong Xiao, regaining his composure from the shock, cast a deep glance at Su Yuan before swiftly approaching Murong Bai to assess his condition. The state of Murong Bai was far from optimistic. Utilizing the Rakshasa body inherently demanded substantial energy, and as he had only just awakened, he had already overexerted himself to secure victory over Su Yuan. Now, compounded by Su Yuan's punch, his chest was concaved, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, leaving him unconscious. Such a brave lad. To strike with such severity. Murong Xiao inhaled deeply, lifted Murong Bai into his arms, and turned to depart. "Farewell, gentlemen. Safe travels, no need to see us off," Shangguan Meng cheerfully waved. "Oh, remember to come see my sister tomorrow for the school registration process." Murong Xiao, already agitated, felt his blood boil further upon hearing Shangguan Meng's nonchalant remark, nearly causing him internal distress. "Thank you for the reminder," he coldly retorted, vanishing from the sight of the crowd in the blink of an eye. In the office of the director, Su Yuan sat in his chair, while Shangguan Ru's hand gently caressed his arm. A cool sensation enveloped him, alleviating the soreness and numbness from his exertion. "Director, do you possess healing abilities?" Su Yuan inquired with curiosity. Shangguan Ru softly replied, "Yes, I majored in human biology during my university years and minored in human therapy. Your injury is minor, merely a rupture of the blood vessels due to excessive force. With my treatment, you should recover fully within 2 days."
Oh, Su Yuan gently nodded.
Shangguan Meng sat beside him, her arm resting on the table, her chin supported by her hands. Since earlier, she had been gazing intently at Su Yuan. "Brother Su Yuan, how did you manage to defeat that fellow?" she asked, her large, gem-like eyes sparkling with beauty that was breathtaking. Shangguan Ru also expressed her curiosity. "That fellow. In terms of physique, he should be stronger than you now. Your victory over him truly surprises me." "I understand that you are quite astonished," Su Yuan thought, glancing at the nearly 2,000 emotional points displayed on his system panel. He briefly explained the moment of inspiration he experienced during the battle. After listening, Shangguan Ru was immensely impressed and remarked, "The hand is like a knife, and the fist like a gun. Most martial artists have heard this principle, but to perfectly transfer the principles of gun techniques to fist techniques is not something just anyone can achieve. I have watched your battle footage from the Beast Arena. At that time, while defeating a first-tier upper-level beast, you executed 5 consecutive thrusts, demonstrating a mastery of the 9 slaughtering spears at the level of proficient. I initially thought that was your limit, but it seems your true limit should be 7 consecutive thrusts, which would be expert. Am I correct?" Su Yuan smiled. "Not quite. In fact, my mastery of the 9 slaughtering spears has reached perfect, but this body is not yet capable of supporting its full execution." Shangguan Ru rolled her eyes, somewhat exasperated. "Do you even comprehend what perfect level entails? Even some martial arts masters would hesitate to claim their mastery of techniques has reached perfect. Subtle level of 9 slaughtering spears allows for 9 consecutive thrusts, while perfect signifies the ability to integrate those 9 thrusts into the most exquisite strike, achieving the effect of vanquishing all enemies before oneself. You've only had the 9 slaughtering spears in your possession for half a day, and reaching expert level is already a monstrous feat, truly worthy of being called a prodigy of the spear. To claim you have attained perfect level is sheer nonsense, unless you are the reincarnation of a spear immortal."
Su Yuan chuckled.
In this day and age, it seems that even the truth is met with disbelief. Yet, as he had stated, his current physique was insufficient to support the perfect execution of the 9 slaughtering spears, rendering him incapable of proving his assertions. After a while, he concluded, "All right." Shangguan Ru retracted her hand, concluding the treatment of Su Yuan's arm. "When the experimental training commences, you will frequently sustain injuries due to surpassing the limits of your physical form. Consider this a rehearsal," she remarked. Su Yuan replied with a smile, "It's nothing. If one does not push beyond their limits, they remain ensconced in their comfort zone and will never attain true strength." Shangguan Ru clicked her tongue in admiration. It is rare for a senior student to possess such awareness. Su Yuan shifted the conversation. "By the way, Director, you summoned me for a reason, didn't you? I recall Li, the curator of the Beast Sanctuary, mentioning that you needed to speak with me, but I was delayed by those 2 individuals." Shangguan Ru explained, "It's nothing of great significance. As you know, the experimental training begins in 3 days, and I intend to customize a set of equipment for you and Su Anyun. Thus, I needed you to come in for measurements." Su Yuan was taken aback. "Equipment? But our progression is quite rapid. If it is tailor-made now, it might soon become obsolete. What's the harm? It won't waste much. It's merely a small expense. I have previously stated that as long as you participate in our experimental training, I will ensure that you are provided with the best conditions at every stage." "Wow, truly generous." Su Yuan silently gave Shangguan Ru a thumbs up in his mind. "By the way, what about Su Anyun? Has her equipment been arranged?" "Yes, she came by while you were challenging the beasts at the sanctuary. I have already recorded her data and sent it to the equipment manufacturer." "Oh?" Su Yuan couldn't help but feel curious. What weapon will she be using? Chapter 33. The Heir. A grand lottery. Take a chance. Transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. As for her, she requested a tang dao and a dagger. I surmise she intends to wield the tang dao herself, while the dagger is presumably intended for her shadow. Su Yuan nodded. A vision of Su Anyun wielding the tang dao with an air of indifference materializing in his mind. Indeed, one must admit, it suits her quite well. Regaining his focus, Su Yuan turned to Shangguan Ru and declared, "Then I shall opt for the spear. I wish to specialize in that one weapon. Other arms do not feel comfortable in my hands." "Very well," Shangguan Ru replied. "However, custom equipment requires extensive testing of various data, and since your hand has yet to recover, it will affect the testing. We shall postpone it for a couple of days. There is no hurry. After all, the equipment you require can be manufactured within a day." With the delay of the equipment customization, Su Yuan decided it was time to return home. The hour was growing late, and if he lingered, Aunt Su would surely begin to worry. "Director Shangguan, Sister Shangguan, I shall take my leave for now. Until we meet again. Until next time."
Goodbye, Brother Su Yuan.
After Su Yuan departed, Shangguan Ru struggled to suppress her amusement, but ultimately succumbed, bursting into laughter. "Sister, are you truly intent on feigning youth for eternity? That little fellow, Su Yuan, is quite a bit younger than us, and you allow him to call you Sister Shangguan?" Thud. Before she could finish her sentence, Shangguan Meng seized Shangguan Ru and flung her away. After a considerable time, Shangguan Ru returned, her hair disheveled. "Sister, could you perhaps provide a warning before you take action next time? I fear you might inadvertently strike someone else." Shangguan Meng rolled her eyes. "Humph. Who told you to imply that I am feigning youth?" Shangguan Ru appraised her elder sister with a critical eye and shook her head. "Indeed, I apologize. You are not pretending. You are genuinely youthful. After all these years, you still resemble a girl just entering junior high." Thud. Shangguan Ru was once again sent flying. For a 6th-tier powerhouse, this was indeed a rather undignified predicament. Yet for Shangguan Ru, it was merely a part of daily life, as her deep affection for her elder sister compelled her to endure such treatment, not out of fear of retaliation. By the time Shangguan Ru returned once more, a radiant smile graced Shangguan Meng's face. Observing this, Shangguan Ru promptly distanced herself, her gaze cautious.
Onla.
Shangguan Meng refrained from taking further action against Shangguan Ru, and instead stretched her limbs in a grand display of laziness. "In just a few days, I shall depart from Lan City. You must diligently train my 2 little ones in my absence." Shangguan Ru nodded in agreement. "Of course. This is my lifelong ambition. And with Su Yuan's formidable strength, I shall undoubtedly replicate the essence." Shangguan Meng shook her head. "That is not what I meant." She lifted her gaze towards the faint crescent moon rising in the horizon. "I intend to include them on my list of potential successors." "Huh?" Shangguan Ru was momentarily taken aback. "Successors? Successors. This is a unique system within the Great Xia. Once a formidable warrior breaks through to the fusion realm and attains the ultimate stage, they may designate one individual as their successor, a decision that, once made, cannot be altered. The advantages bestowed upon successors are numerous. Firstly, whether resources are D grade or SSS grade, they are freely provided up to the 3rd tier. Should one desire to continue receiving resources beyond that, they must exchange them for corresponding contributions. However, successors are exempt from this requirement. A successor of a 7th-tier duke can unconditionally enjoy resources until they ascend to the 6th tier. A successor of an 8th-tier king enjoys the same privileges until they reach the 7th tier, and so forth. A successor to a 9th-tier sovereign, provided their talent is sufficient, can be supported by official resources all the way to the 8th tier, achieving the rank of king. Moreover, upon the demise of the titled warrior, the successor inherits all that they possessed. Thus, one could say that the successor system is, as the term implies, a privilege employed by titled warriors to cultivate their successors. "But sister, you have only just met them." Shangguan Meng withdrew her gaze and smiled gently at Shangguan Ru. "Hence, I merely refer to them as candidates. Especially young Su Yuan. He seems to possess a remarkable restraint against the Murong family. Do you think it would make my future confrontations with them significantly easier if I had his assistance?" Shangguan Ru replied, "Challenging the Murong family. Only you, dear sister, would dare to utter such words within the entire Great Xia. And that girl named Su Anyun. My intuition tells me she harbors a certain monumental secret. How did I not notice? You naive fool. It would be strange if you did. All right then. I shall spare no effort in nurturing them. By the way, today Su Yuan had quite a scuffle with Morong Bai, and it appears he was gravely injured. I am concerned for them. No need to worry, Shangguan Meng replied with a radiant smile. Her striking eyes, one red and the other blue, shimmered enchantingly under the night's illumination. I have spoken with him. Should he dare to harm my people, I shall take his life. Shangguan Ru responded. Excellent. That is quite effective. With this thought in mind, even if Murong Xiao were granted 100-fold courage, he would not dare to engage in clandestine schemes. He is acutely aware that if he were to provoke Su Yuan, it could very well lead to his demise. Enough of this conversation. I shall indulge in a late-night snack now. Farewell. As the words fell, the figure of Shangguan Meng had already vanished from sight. The smile on Shangguan Ru's face gradually faded, her gaze lingering on the direction in which her sister departed. Lost in thought for a considerable time. For reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling notion that her sister was concealing something from her. Sister. She murmured softly, exhaling a sigh. I hope this is merely my imagination. Upon Su Yuan's return home, Su Qingling was seated on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in the television. As she noticed Su Yuan's arrival, she instinctively rose to greet him, only to pause abruptly, her expression shifting to one of concern. Following her gaze, Su Yuan glanced at himself and realized that he bore traces of blood from the ferocious beast challenge and duel. It's nothing, Aunt Su. I was at the beast arena challenging ferocious beasts. This blood belongs to them, not me. Upon hearing this, Su Qingling breathed a sigh of relief. Nonetheless, a trace of worry lingered on her face. You have just awakened. There is no need to rush into challenging ferocious beasts. Su Yuan chuckled. I couldn't help myself. After awakening my talent, I felt an overwhelming urge to test my limits. So I went ahead. Su Qingling contemplated saying more, but recalling that Su Yuan had awakened an SSS-grade talent, the promise of an extraordinary future, her words transformed into a gentle smile. Very well then. Why don't you take a shower to relax? I shall prepare a late-night snack for you. Thank you, Aunt Su. I'm quite hungry, he replied. The sound of cascading water filled the air, and amidst the rising steam, Su Yuan revealed his perfectly proportioned physique, a result of the ancient divine bloodline transformation. Today had indeed proven fruitful. He glanced at his accumulated emotional points, which had soared to over 2,400. This reaffirmed the accuracy of his previous insights. The stronger the individual, the greater the emotional fluctuations they elicited, thus yielding more emotional points. Figures like Director Shangguan and today S-Metal Face were formidable, which accounted for the explosive surge in his emotional points. In contrast, the emotional points gained from the Beast Arena seemed somewhat meager. He hoped fervently that Director Shangguan's words were true. Once that mysterious chi manifested, it would undoubtedly send ripples through the elite circles of the Daxia. At that moment, they would all be ripe for the taking. After indulging in this vision for a while, Su Yuan returned to reality, contemplating how to allocate his emotional points. If used for the beginner lottery, he could make 24 consecutive draws. If for the intermediate lottery, for consecutive draws. Yet, if he opted for the advanced lottery, he would only be able to draw once. However, the pinnacle of rewards in the advanced lottery is represented by the red quality, surpassing the golden quality by an entire level. Perhaps it is worth a gamble? Who knows, it might turn out to be as fortuitous as last time, when fortune smiled upon me. After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan ultimately resolved, why not take the plunge? A chance taken could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Even if the coveted red quality reward eludes me, the treasures obtained from the advanced lottery are bound to be exceptional. System: initiate one round of Advanced Lottery. Chapter 34. The Great Sun Visualization Sutra. Do I, the Empress, require his care? Ding. Consuming 2,000 emotional points for a high-level lottery draw. Drawing. Thank you for your patronage.
Su Yuan.
Upon seeing the phrase thank you for your patronage, Su Yuan nearly smashed the watering can in his hand. This is absurd. You must be jesting with me. A full 2,000 emotional points. After mustering the resolve to spend lavishly on a high-level lottery, Is this how you repay my efforts? If I could collect my emotional points, I could potentially amass quite a fortune. Su Yuan found himself utterly at a loss for words. However, the expenditure of these 2,000 emotional points was not in vain. At the very least, the system panel now displayed 100, next to the high-level lottery. This serves as a foundation for future red-quality rewards, not a total loss. Su Yuan attempted to console himself. Yet, the sight of the remaining 400 emotional points grew increasingly irksome. According to the law of conservation of luck, given such misfortune in the high-level lottery, perhaps I could recover some luck elsewhere. With this thought, Su Yuan resolved to wager the remaining 400 emotional points on a basic 4 consecutive draws. Ding! Consuming 400 emotional points for 4 basic lottery draws. Drawing. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 hour of stasis space. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 level 2 source crystal. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations! You have obtained Great Sun Visualization Sutra. Dawn Edition. Purple quality. Delightful. 3 successes out of 4 draws, and I received a purple quality reward. It is worth noting that the guaranteed reward for each type of lottery is the highest quality that can be drawn from that category. For instance, the golden quality reward, Trace of the Sun, obtained from the previous intermediate lottery was indeed the pinnacle of that draw. Likewise, the Great Sun Visualization Sutra, Dawn Edition I received this time holds the same significance. I now possess a cumulative total of 2 hours of stasis space, which I do not require at the moment, so I shall save it. The level 2 source crystal is somewhat acceptable. Su Yuan's gaze fell upon this draw's grand prize, Great Sun Visualization Sutra, Dawn Edition, a mental cultivation method. Within the Divine Palace, visualize the blazing sun to continually temper one's mental strength. Upon reaching mastery, I am the Great Sun. The Great Sun is me. With a single thought, I can incinerate all things in the world. However, for now, I only possess the first chapter. After reading it, Su Yuan was left with a singular thought. How remarkably prestigious. I am the Great Sun. The Great Sun is me. With a mere thought, I can incinerate all things in the world. Yet, Su Yuan now harbored a doubt. According to the teachings in the textbook Fundamentals of Martial Arts, practitioners in the exploration realm from levels 1 to 3 are incapable of cultivating mental strength, nor can they even perceive its existence. At this stage, mental strength can only be referred to as consciousness or will. Only upon reaching level 4, upon entering the fusion realm, can one begin to perceive the presence of mental strength. Moreover, this differs fundamentally from source energy cultivation. In the realm of the Great Xia, every martial artist diligently cultivates the Tian Yuan cultivation method. However, as of now, no cohesive system has emerged regarding the cultivation of spiritual power, nor is there a fixed methodology. If the Great Sun Visualization Sutra is to be practiced only at the 4th tier, it would have to remain dormant for the time being. With this thought, Su Yuan casually perused its contents, and to his astonishment, he stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. The Great Sun Visualization Sutra, Dawn chapter imposes no restrictions on realms. Even those at the awakening stage can commence their training immediately. Furthermore, according to the scripture, if one can harness the power of the sun during cultivation, the results would be exponentially enhanced. Remarkably, it creates a fantastical synergy with the sun's trace. The smile on Su Yuan's face grew ever brighter, as he could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment with this extraordinary method of spiritual cultivation. While others must wait until the 4th tier to refine their spiritual power, he could begin from the awakening stage, allowing him to leave his peers far behind. After his bath, Su Yuan did not return directly to his room. Instead, he first made his way to the living room. Aunt Su had prepared a late-night snack, which happened to be Su Yuan's favorite, stir-fried instant noodles. Though lacking in nutritional value, this dish was purely delectable, shimmering golden and exuding a tantalizing aroma, capable of awakening the deepest appetites. Delicious, the savory oil mingled with scallions, providing immense satisfaction. Observing the youth before her indulging heartily, Su Qingling wore a gentle smile, yet her eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. She was acutely aware that in due time, both Su Yuan and Su Anyun would depart from her side, embarking on their own illustrious journeys. Until that moment arrives, engaging in small acts of care, such as preparing this modest supper, brought her contentment. Slow down your eating, Su Qingling reminded with a smile, her gaze inadvertently falling upon Su Yuan. Fresh from his bath, Su Yuan donned a short-sleeved pajama, and the well-defined, powerful contours of his physique momentarily captivated Su Qingling's attention. The little boy who once chased after her, exclaiming, "I want a hug," had transformed into a robust and handsome youth. Su Anyun had also blossomed. She now stood as a graceful and beautiful young lady. Yet her demeanor remained as frosty as ever, indifferent to all but herself. This thought stirred a sense of concern within Su Qingling, prompting her to hesitate, unable to find the words to express her feelings. Su Yuan, sensing Aunt Su's hesitation, set down his bowl and chopsticks. Su, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? After a moment of contemplation, Su Qingling finally spoke. It is nothing of great significance. It's just, both you and Xiao Yan have awakened your SSS level talents, and you will certainly venture beyond Lan City. Your stage is the Great Xia or even the entire world. Xiao Yuan, I have every confidence in you, but I remain somewhat worried about Xiao Yan. You see, her demeanor is rather frigid, and I fear this may lead her into considerable trouble. Therefore, if possible, I would appreciate it if you could look after her a little when you are out and about. Su Yuan had assumed something significant had transpired, only to realize it was this matter. He chuckled lightly and, in a jesting tone, remarked, "Aunt Su, do you take me for someone who needs reminding of such matters?" After his parents' misfortune, it was Su Qingling who brought him in, much like a ray of sunlight illuminating his life. As for Su Anyun, that is a different story. Simply considering Su Qingling's sake, Su Yuan could never neglect her only daughter. Su Qingling sighed, "I know what kind of person you are, Xiao Yuan. However, over this past year, Xiao Yan has been rather distant towards you, almost like a stranger, and I worry you may harbor some resentment." Su Yuan was unfazed. In his mind, he recalled the moment before his abilities awakened, when Su Anyun had helped him fend off Zhao Rizu, and he smiled. "I understand she does not intentionally disregard me. It is simply her inherent nature. Moreover, for your sake, Aunt Su, I could never turn a blind eye to her. The two of us, she and I, are bound in this regard." Upon hearing this, Su Qingling breathed a sigh of relief, her gentle smile returning. "Xiao Yuan, thank you." Their conversation resumed its normal flow. Yet, neither Su Yuan nor Su Qingling noticed the shadow lurking nearby, its hue growing darker. In the room, Su Anyun wore an expression devoid of emotion. Have Su Yuan take care of her? What a jest! From dominating the blue star to suppressing the cosmos. Revered as the 10 Radiants and bestowed the title of Empress, she had always relied solely on herself. It was clearly she who, out of respect for Su Qingling, was looking after Su Yuan. Enough! Su Anyun found herself at a loss for words. Resolutely, she sank her focus back into her cultivation. Currently, she was in the process of condensing her source orifice. Tonight, she would achieve the formation of her first source orifice. Once the gap between her and Su Yuan widened, she would demonstrate to him just how audacious his promise of taking care of her truly was. Chapter 35. Successful condensation of the source aperture. The self-indulgent Su Anyun. After finishing his late-night snack, Su Yuan returned to his room. This evening, he had 2 important tasks at hand. First, to attempt the Great Sun Visualization Sutra. Second, to condense his source aperture, as his internal source energy had reached its capacity and stabilized after enduring subsequent fierce beast challenges and decisively defeating the frail opponent. Without hesitation, Su Yuan settled cross-legged on his bed. Fortunately, during his confrontation with that ghostly spirit, he had not depleted the radiant power of the sun within the mark of the sun, which could now assist his cultivation. With that thought, he gradually cleared his mind of distractions and began his attempt according to the descriptions in the Great Sun Visualization Sutra. As his consciousness awakened, the sun began to rise. The morning light descended, enveloping the divine palace. The Great Sun Visualization Sutra. Rising Sun was only a purple quality reward because it merely represented the introductory portion of the complete text. The rising sun symbolizes the nascent spiritual power akin to the freshly risen sun at dawn. Though this technique may appear obscure to outsiders, Su Yuan could effortlessly grasp its essence and execute it according to its principles due to the system's direct impartation. Gradually, the radiant patterns on the back of his hand illuminated, and the sun's power from the mark of the sun, under Su Yuan's careful control, began to flow into the so-called divine palace. This step was painstakingly slow, as Su Yuan's command over the radiant power was still feeble. Finally, when those scattered rays of sunlight settled within the divine palace, a sharp pain surged through him, nearly prompting him to abandon his effort. Even though this fragment of radiant power was insignificant, within the confines of the divine palace, it felt magnified 100-fold, like a multitude of sharp needles stirring within his mind. To be exceptional, one must possess the resolve of the exceptional. Lazing about and coasting only sets a limit on your potential. Only through hard work can one transcend their boundaries. Gritting his teeth, Su Yuan persevered and, following the sutra's instructions, turned his focus inward to the divine palace. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the blinding rising sun. Indeed, though it was the newborn dawn, it remained an almost unbearable sight for Su Yuan. He stared fixedly at it. After all, he could not go blind. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan finally closed his eyes, withdrawing from the meditative state. He had reached his limit. According to the sutra's instructions, this was merely the first stage of the Great Sun Visualization Sutra, known as Glimpse of the Rising Sun. Only when he could continuously gaze at the sun within the divine palace for an entire hour would he truly enter the path. Even though the radiant power had been displaced from the divine palace, his mind continued to throb with sharp pangs. Su Yuan did not rest, for this was a critical juncture. The introductory section of the Great Sun Visualization Sutra stated that after each session of cultivation, one must engage in activities that sharpen the will to perfect the effects of prior training. Thus, he chose to condense his source aperture. The essence of energy converges into a profound aperture. This process varies immensely in duration depending on an individual's innate qualities. Some may require a fortnight or even longer to condense their energy source, while others might achieve it in but a few fleeting days. Naturally, there are those exceptionally gifted individuals who accomplish it in an even shorter span. Su Yuan was uncertain how long it would take him to form a source aperture, given that his physical vessel could accommodate 5-fold the energy of an average person. It was a time for laying the groundwork, so a slower pace was inconsequential. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan relaxed, gradually calming his spirit, and delved into his being, sensing the abundant energy swirling within. He activated the heavenly origin cultivation method, guiding the dispersed energy within his body, meticulously directing it towards one of the 9 vital apertures, the divine union aperture. If one were to liken his intent to a wolf, then the energy would be akin to sheep. Initially, the process proceeded smoothly. However, when cornered, even a rabbit may bite, and similarly, the energy sheep resisted entry as the divine union aperture began to fill. At this juncture, it became imperative to exert willpower to forcibly compress the energy, subsequently nurturing it through cultivation to ultimately form the source aperture. Enter. Su Yuan commanded within, obstinately pushing the energy towards the divine union aperture. The immense influx of energy filled the aperture to its brim, often inducing excruciating discomfort. Yet, when compared to the agony endured during the practice of the Great Sun Visualization Scripture, this pain was trivial for Su Yuan. At midnight, under a sparse canopy of stars, the room remained uncurtained. A gentle moonlight streamed through the window, cascading over the youth's figure. In the darkness, Su Yuan abruptly opened his eyes. Have I succeeded? A flicker of astonishment danced in his gaze. He had anticipated that the energy required to condense a source aperture would be quintuple that of others. Thus, he assumed the time needed would also exceed that of his peers, albeit slightly. To his astonishment, he glanced at the clock mounted on the wall. Less than 5 hours had elapsed since he commenced his cultivation. 5 hours. He had successfully formed his first source aperture. Such a revelation would undoubtedly stir a commotion if shared. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Yuan closed his eyes once more, turning his gaze inward to the divine union aperture for a thorough reconfirmation. There, within the aperture, a faintly glowing orb radiated, unmistakably the source aperture. A sigh of joy escaped Su Yuan's lips. He had truly succeeded. The pursuit of cultivation was undeniably addictive, particularly when one's progress spiraled at such an exhilarating pace. However, despite the remaining energy crystals sufficient for Su Yuan to condense another source aperture, the exertion from the Great Sun visualization scripture and the energy required to form the aperture had left him profoundly fatigued, both in body and spirit. Thus, the only choice was to take a rest and resume training once vitality and strength were restored. Before succumbing to slumber, Su Yuan devised a plan. There remained 2 days until the experimental training commenced. In these 2 days, he aimed to condense one source aperture each day, aspiring to achieve a full awakening of the third stage by the time it began. For hours later, as Su Yuan drifted into a tranquil dream, in the adjacent room, Su Anyun slowly opened her eyes. Despite the numerous constraints imposed by this physical form during the process of condensing the source aperture, her mastery over source energy ultimately led to success. 9 hours to condense a single source aperture. This pace was remarkably swift. She cast a glance towards the neighboring room, where Su Yuan's lights had been extinguished hours earlier. Had he encountered failure, she pondered calmly. Even if one's speed in absorbing source energy rivaled that of a shadow attendant, merely relying on this absorption rate would not suffice to condense a source aperture. However, given that he possessed an SSS-level enhancement talent, this step should not take too long. In a day or two at most, he should be able to condense his first source aperture. That, in itself, would be a source of pride. Chapter 36. Ironwood Trees. The Mentalist Association, kindred spirits. After concocting a plausible reason for Su Yuan's departure from home in her mind, Su Anyun decided it was time to retire for the night. The process of consolidating the source aperture had consumed nearly 9 hours of her time, and it was now 4 in the morning. At this moment, she was far from the state of being able to forego sleep. It was not merely a matter of willpower but an indispensable aspect of her current, yet to evolve physical form. However, just as she was about to extinguish the light and surrender to slumber, she noticed that the light in Su Yuan's room had inexplicably turned on again. Initially, she paid it no heed, assuming he had arisen in the middle of the night for a visit to the lavatory. Yet, in the stillness of the night, she heard the sound of a door opening twice, accompanied by the faint click of a lock. Why would Su Yuan venture out at this hour? The sky had not yet brightened. What could possibly compel him to leave? Could it be that, after a failed attempt to consolidate his aperture, he found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning for hours, ultimately deciding to step outside for some fresh air? This was the most reasonable explanation Su Anyun could muster. Of course, she had no intention of following him. Truth be told, she held little genuine concern for Su Yuan's affairs. After fabricating a suitable rationale, she dismissed the matter and peacefully drifted into dreams. At 4 in the morning, the streets lay shrouded in darkness, the dawn yet to break, draped in dim hues. Only the air, having settled after a night of stillness, felt remarkably refreshing. Sensing the gentle warmth emanating from the source within him, Su Yuan's spirits soared. Despite having slept for a mere 4 hours, he felt no trace of fatigue, nor the disorientation that often accompanies the end of a training session. The effects of the Great Sun Visualization Sutra on his mental fortitude appeared to be decidedly effective. At that moment, he was en route to the nearby Yuha mountain, intent on witnessing the sunrise. It was not an impulsive bout of artistic inclination, but rather a principle derived from the Great Sun Visualization Method, Dawn Chapter, which stated that to optimize the effects of visualization, the imagined rising sun must closely align with the true essence of reality. Thus, observing and experiencing the state of the sun rising in the real world served as a profoundly beneficial aid to his cultivation. 30 minutes later, at Yuha Mountain, a lithe figure ascended the steps. Along the way, Su Yuan paused briefly at the mountainside, casting his gaze upon a nearby grove of iron-brown trees. This prompted a recollection of something he had heard by chance. Due to the unique soil composition of Yuha Mountain, it was suitable for cultivating a special tree known as the ironwood tree. Consequently, there existed a grove of ironstone trees at the mountainside, belonging to the Mentalist Association of Lawn City. The Mentalist Association could only be joined by those warriors possessing exceptionally strong mental faculties. Furthermore, only those who have attained the 4th tier of mental power could perceive and utilize such abilities, establishing a high entry threshold of at least the 4th tier, conferring significant status. As it stood, There was no universal, standardized method for training mental faculties across the globe. Thus, the practitioners of mental cultivation often employ the most simplistic training methods, akin to the way one would train their muscles, honing their mental prowess. The ironwood tree serves as the most common training material for these mental cultivators. This tree boasts an exceptionally hard trunk, and research has revealed its remarkable capacity to bear mental energy. Warriors endowed with formidable mental strength direct their mental force onto the ironwood tree, envisioning it as an extension of their own hand, leaving imprints upon its surface. This represents the most ordinary method of training. The depth of these imprints can also reflect the strength of one's mental energy. If I were to join the Mental Cultivators Association before reaching the 4th tier, it might indeed cause quite a stir, I pondered. With this thought, Su Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued his ascent towards the mountain peak. Upon reaching the summit, the horizon had yet to brighten. The biting mountain wind swept through, causing Su Yuan's garments to flutter, yet he felt no chill. Finding a large boulder, he seated himself upon it and took out a level 2 source crystal, cradling it in his hand. He absorbed the source energy while awaiting the dawn. Half an hour later, Su Yuan heard a rustling of footsteps behind him and temporarily paused his meditative state. Turning to look, he saw an elderly man leaning on a cane. The old man was of slight stature, with white hair and eyebrows, and a clear visage, though his right pant leg was conspicuously empty, creating a slight dissonance. Upon seeing Su Yuan, the old man appeared somewhat surprised. His gaze fell upon the source crystal in Su Yuan's hand, causing him to pause momentarily before smiling apologetically. My apologies, young brother. At this hour, I usually find myself alone atop Yuha Mountain. I did not mean to disturb your practice. It's quite all right, Su Yuan replied with a gentle smile, showing no concern. Su Yuan's naturally cheerful disposition, combined with the old man's affable nature, led to a swift rapport between them. Within minutes, they had become quite familiar. Through their conversation, Su Yuan learned that the old man, surnamed Tang, hailed from Lan City and had once been a soldier. The injury to his right leg had been incurred during his service. Of course, their conversation remained light and casual, devoid of any deeper topics. Soon, the horizon began to lighten, signaling the imminent rise of the sun. Just as Su Yuan contemplated finding an excuse to conclude their conversation and focus on the sunrise, the old man preempted him, saying, "Young brother, let us continue our chat later. I have no particular hobbies, but I do cherish watching the sunrise, and I wouldn't want to miss a single moment." Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, "Old Tang, it seems we are kindred spirits. I have just recently developed an interest in sunrises myself. This is my first visit, but I plan to return daily." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Tang's eyes, and he laughed heartily. "Wonderful. I never expected to share such a connection with young Su. In that case, let us pause our conversation and witness the sunrise together." And so the sun began to rise. As the first rays of dawn gently cascade upon the city, it slowly awakens from its slumber. The foothills begin to bustle with life, yet atop the mountain, a serene tranquility prevails, interrupted only by the soft breeze and the two figures seated upon a massive rock. In contrast to the blinding intensity of the midday sun, the current sun is decidedly more gentle. Even when gazed upon, it does not induce discomfort. Rather, it inexplicably evokes a profound sense of rejuvenation within the heart. With a focused mind, the sun rises, illuminating the divine palace. Su Yuan remains transfixed by the ascending sun, silently channeling the principles of the Great Sun Visualization Sutra, endeavoring to etch its image firmly in his memory for future contemplation. Beside him, Elder Tang engages in the same practice, his eyes alight with brilliance as he gazes at the newly risen sun. Beneath his calm exterior lies a tumultuous heart, surging with emotion. After more than half an hour, the sunrise concludes. Su Yuan gradually withdraws his gaze, closing his eyes to meticulously reflect on the sensation of the sun rising and all things reviving. Elder Tang, too, appears lost in reflection, as if still immersed in the impression left by the recent sunrise. A little while later, Su Yuan rises to bid farewell to Elder Tang. "Elder Tang, see you tomorrow." Elder Tang, snapping back to reality, nods with a smile. "Very well, young brother, See you tomorrow. Shortly after Su Yuan departs, Elder Tang also rises. However, upon descending to the midslope, he turns and enters the Ironstone Forest. Outside the Ironstone Forest, there is a protective fence and an exceedingly stringent identity verification system. Only association members who have passed the identity authentication may enter. Chapter 37. She will sever our heads and feed them to the dogs. Dare to try, and you shall perish. Ding. Identity verification successful. Name, Tang Yun. Identity, Vice President of the Launching Mentalist Association. Dripping water penetrates stone. Thought can connect with the divine. The Mentalist Association welcomes you. Dripping water penetrates stone. Thought can connect with the divine. This is the motto of the Mentalist Association, a sacred phrase cherished in the hearts of every warrior aspiring to master the mental arts. Tang Zhan leaned on his cane and ambled toward an ironwood tree. In truth, given his current level of mental prowess, he could easily forego the cane and walk using his nearly tangible mental energy to replace his amputated right leg. Yet he chose not to, for he wished to etch his battlefield experiences into memory in this manner. Taking a deep breath, a hint of nostalgia flickered across Tang Zhan's face. He endeavored to maintain his composure, though he could not entirely suppress his excitement. 27 years. It has been precisely 27 years since I withdrew from the battlefield. Due to my physical limitations, I turned to the study of mental arts, and I have finally achieved modest success. In due time, I may even devise a method for visualizing the rising sun to assist in mental cultivation. If the other mentalists in the association were to hear such words, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For thus far, no universally effective method for cultivating mental energy exists worldwide. Aside from a fortunate few who awakened with innate mental talents, the rest must rely on rudimentary and arduous methods to gradually hone their mental strength. However, if Su Yuan were to hear this, it would be an entirely different story. 27 years? What an extensive duration! Moreover, this is merely the practice of visualizing the rising sun, and the rising sun is merely the introductory section of the Great Sun Visualization Sutra. Of course, even if Su Yuan were aware of this, he would not mock Tang Zhan. After all, he is a prodigy. It is acceptable to be a novice, but deriding those who have yet to begin is quite ungracious. Regaining his focus, Tang Yun unleashed his profound mental energy upon the ironwood tree before him. The sturdy trunk began to indent at a visible rate, 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, until it finally ceased at 5 centimeters. Tang Yun's gaze remained unwavering. This was an indispensable part of his daily training, repeating the exercise 100 times after reaching his limit. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Su Yuan found it still quite early. Su Qingling and Su Anyun had yet to rise. After absorbing a level 2 source crystal, Su Yuan, with nothing to occupy his time, began preparing breakfast for the two of them. Before the incident with his parents, he often cooked for himself due to their frequent absences, thus honing his culinary skills. Even after moving to the Su household, where most meals were taken care of by Su Qingling, he still retained much of his culinary prowess. As Su Anyun, having exhausted herself from last night's training, arose later than usual, Su Qingling, who had to go to work, was already up early. Su Qingling donned a loose silk robe, her face unadorned, yet she emanated an understated, graceful beauty. Xiao Yuan, you! Why are you up so early and even made breakfast for us? Su Qingling exclaimed in astonishment. Su Yuan chuckled. I woke up early to exercise outside, and upon returning with nothing to do, I thought I would lighten your load, Aunt Su. Hurry and wash up. The taste should be quite delightful. You! Su Qingling replied with a smile, shaking her head, though her heart warmed. After freshening up and changing her attire, she joined Su Yuan at the dining table to enjoy breakfast together. How is it? She inquired. It's delicious. I had no idea your culinary skills were so exceptional. Xiao Yuan, whoever marries you will surely live in comfort. Mid-sentence, Su Qingling laughed and retracted her statement. My apologies, I misspoke. You are a super genius with an SSS-level talent. How could you be cooking at home? Su Yuan smiled nonchalantly. What of it? As long as it is for someone I truly cherish, I would willingly cook for her every day. Su Qingling stifled a laugh, surprised that Xiao Yuan possessed such a tender side. Su Yuan jested. I have yet to experience love. How could I not be a pure-hearted young man? Su Qingling's laughter rang like silver bells, transforming the entire morning into a joyous symphony. In the presence of others, she was a poised and sophisticated woman. Yet only before Su Yuan and Su Anyun did she reveal her gentle, beautiful nature. All right, after finishing breakfast, just before heading to work, Su Qingling beamed as she enveloped Su Yuan in a warm embrace. Thank you, Xiao Yuan, for preparing breakfast. It has certainly alleviated my work-related worries. As he inhaled the faint fragrance, Su Yuan's memories drifted back to his childhood. Returning to the present, he smiled. In due time, once Su Anyun and I have matured, you can retire, Aunt Su, and enjoy a well-deserved break. Su Qingling, who had taken a few steps away, turned back with a radiant smile. I look forward to that. Once Su Qingling departed, Su Yuan returned to his room and commenced his training. When the time was right, he knocked on Su Anyun's door. Hey, it's time for dinner. At the dining table, after taking a few bites, Su Anyun looked up, her gaze steady as she addressed Su Yuan. Did you make this meal? Clearly, she recognized the distinct flavor of breakfast that differed from the usual fare prepared by Su Qingling. Su Yuan did not deny it. Instead, he smiled. What do you think? Su Anyun replied coolly, it's quite good. Su Yuan remarked, it's rare for you to converse with me today. It seems this meal has truly impressed you.
Su Anyun responded.
By the way, after a failed attempt at refining one's qi, it is best to wait a day or two before trying again, as it could be detrimental to your health. With that, she closed the door. Su Yuan slowly typed a question mark. What on earth? Why was she speaking to herself? Furthermore, it seemed that the initial understanding of martial arts did not mention the necessity of resting for a period after a failed attempt at comprehension. Was this merely her own interpretation? Strange. Shaking his head, Su Yuan chose to disregard it. Just as he intended to tidy up the dishes, he noticed Su Anyun's shadow attendant already transporting the dirty bowls to the kitchen. Su Yuan felt a surge of emotion. He longed for such a convenient ability. Observing the shadow attendant who was acting as a laborer, he gently patted its shoulder as he had done before. Keep it up, brother. The shadow attendant did not respond, but its previously indistinct form immediately morphed to reveal some feminine traits. Su Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly corrected himself. Keep it up, sister. In Lan City, the realm of the elite, lay the most luxurious villa district. After arriving in Lan City, Murong Xiao and Murong Bai purchased Villa No. 002 for their residence, while Villa number 001 belonged to Shangguanru. At this moment, in Villa number 002, within Murong Bai's chamber, he lay in bed, recovering from his injuries, his eyes ablaze with fury. Following a night of premier treatment, the concavity in his chest had restored, and with some time for recuperation, he would return to his former self. Yet, each time he recalled the individual who had wounded him, a surge of anger welled within him, wishing to see that person maimed or even dead on the spot. Alas, he dared not act upon such thoughts. Murong Xiao had already conveyed Shangguan Meng's threat to him and made his stance clear. If you wish to court death, do not drag me into it. Should you truly invoke the family's power, that lunatic Shangguan Meng would not hesitate to have our heads severed and tossed back to the capital to feed the dogs at our doorstep. Murong Bai was acutely aware that Murong Xiao was not jesting. Shangguan Meng has always been true to her word. Do not lightly test her resolve. Before every rule was established, such things had indeed occurred. Thus, Murong Bai refrained from any reckless attempts, fearing that a mere test could lead to his demise. Su Yuan.
Su Yuan.
Murong Bai ground his teeth in frustration. He had learned the name of the person who had injured him, one of the two SSS Great Awakeners in this session in Lan City, endowed with a physical enhancement ability. As a distinguished young master of the Murong family, being bested by someone of unremarkable background was a source of immense humiliation for him, compounded by the fact that he could not retaliate. Damn it! What madness had seized Shangguan Meng to protect him so fervently? Did she have feelings for him? No, that was impossible. Shangguan Meng was merely insane and could not possibly be attracted to any man. Murong Bai clenched his teeth in frustration. At that moment, someone entered the room. It was Murong Xiao. He approached Murong Bai's bedside and, upon observing his pale countenance, flashed a grin. Hey, good news has arrived. Chapter 38. The Whetstone. Melting the iceberg, the confident Murong Bai. Good news? What good news could there possibly be? Morong Bai's face was shrouded in darkness. His most fervent desire at this moment was to see that fellow named Su Yuan suffer. However, with the protection of Shangguan Meng, he found himself utterly helpless against him. Morong Xiao raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. You better watch your attitude, kid. Due to the existence of his dual personality, Morong Bai held a rather peculiar position within the Morong family. He himself possessed the ancestral SSS-level talent of the Morong clan, the ghost spirit, which marked him as a relatively impressive genius. Yet, when compared to his older brothers and sister, he still fell short. His current standing was primarily attributed to another persona residing within him, one who mastered the transformation of ghost spirit into weaponry and possessed the rare Rakshasa body. It was this entity that was deemed the true genius. In the eyes of the Morong family's decision-makers, to be blunt, Morong Bai was merely a vessel. In the Morong family, strength held the utmost importance. Morong Xiao treated Morong Bai's other persona with utmost respect, yet he had far less patience for Morong Bai himself. Humph! Morong Bai scoffed internally. Nevertheless, he maintained an apologetic smile towards his third brother. It's just that I was irritated by that brat. Please bear with me, brother. Morong Xiao cast a casual glance at Morong Bai. Just now, Shangguan Ru called me. She mentioned that Shangguan Meng has relented, and you can now seek trouble with Su Yuan, but you must rely solely on yourself. Morong Bai furrowed his brow momentarily before quickly relaxing, an enigmatic smile gracing his face. So, Shangguan Meng intends for me to serve as a whetstone for Su Yuan? With arms crossed, Morong Xiao observed him with interest. Although his ineffectual younger brother often appeared blustering, he could still perceive matters with clarity. He remarked leisurely, "This is already quite favorable news for you. At least you have something to aspire to, which is certainly better than having pent-up frustration with no outlet." Morong Bai chuckled, his tone dripping with disdain. "I lost to him today merely because I had just awakened. Give it some time, and without anyone's assistance, I'll have him kneeling and begging for mercy, just a cornered fool. Shangguan Meng wants me to be a whetstone, but I hope I don't end up dulling his blade." Morong Xiao shrugged. "You know how Shangguan Meng is. She may say you can trouble him, but any serious harm is off the table. However, giving him a good beating should be permissible." Morong Bai was undoubtedly aware of this rationale. Yet it was still an unexpected delight. He gazed out the window, a hint of malice creeping onto his wan face. Isn't Shangguan Meng one of the pillars of the Anomaly Slaughter Bureau? She typically undertakes the most perilous missions, right? It would be fortunate if something were to happen to her one day. Morong Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, refraining from responding to this statement. The Anomaly Slaughter Bureau was an organization directly under the 12 Council of the Great Xia, which even the prominent families regarded with trepidation. After a while, Morong Xiao inquired about Morong Bai's academic status. "By the way, my father is pressing me. Have you decided which school to attend?" Morong Bai had indeed made up his mind. Whenever he arrived at a new place, he would scour local forums or university websites, searching for renowned beauty lists or campus flower rankings. During his moments of repose, a name caught his attention: Su Anyun, the ice-cold beauty, who had never shown a smile to any boy. TSK. Such a girl was precisely to his liking, as she would serve as an excellent candidate for training contrasts. Talent, aptitude, family background, wealth, and insight. Compared to the boys from this small town, Morong Bai, was undeniably of a superior caliber. He was confident that with just a hint of his charm, he could melt this icy exterior. With this thought, a triumphant smile graced his lips. "I will attend Launching No. 1 High School." In the Launching Education Bureau, within the office of the director, Shangguan Ru regarded Morong Xiao with a playful gaze. "So, Morong Bai wishes to transfer to Launching No. 1 High School? Is that not permissible?" Morong Xiao, with an air of nonchalance, responded. With Shangguan Meng absent, no one could hold him in check. Shangguan Ru's sole purpose for accompanying Morong Bai to Launching was to facilitate this transfer. The Morong and Shangguan families had long-standing ties, and although the elders had not made it explicit, they were subtly encouraging Morong Xiao in his pursuit of Shangguan Ru. "Of course it's permissible," Shangguan Ru remarked, retracting her gaze with a hint of sarcasm. Morong Bai transferring to Launching No. 1 High School coincided perfectly with Su Yuan's enrollment there. Previously, His elder sister had decided to use Murong Bai as a sharpening stone for Su Yuan at this stage. Since the latter was eager to get close, one could only wish him luck in avoiding a severe beating from Su Yuan. By the way, Murong Bai must personally handle the transfer procedures. No one else can authenticate it on his behalf. Murong Xiao raised an eyebrow and gently licked the stud on his lip. He is still lying in bed. How can he come? Naturally, you must carry him over, came the sudden voice, causing Murong Xiao to stiffen. The nonchalant smile on his face abruptly froze. Shangguan Meng. Was she a ghost? Despite being a six-tier powerhouse, he had been utterly oblivious to her presence. Shangguan Meng approached Shangguan Ru with a light-hearted stride, handing her a skewer of grilled sausages. Here, try this. The old lady at the corner makes them exceptionally well. I've enjoyed them several times already. Shangguan Ru. Her elder sister was indeed a glutton. However, the sausages were indeed quite fragrant, and she often patronized that old lady's stall. At this moment, Shangguan Meng resembled an innocent, gluttonous little girl. Who could have imagined she was one of the 4 pillars of the Great Xia's Anomaly Extermination Bureau? Her hands stained with the blood of countless powerful foes? At the very least, Murong Xiao introspectively pondered that if he were not a member of the Murong family and did not know the renowned spectral sorceress, he would truly be oblivious. Shangguan Meng turned her head slightly, her gaze fixed on Murong Xiao, blinking innocently. Are you looking at me? Murong Xiao quickly regained his composure and averted his eyes. No. Shangguan Meng redirected her gaze. Murong Xiao had just been silently relieved to have avoided disaster when, in the next moment, a tremendous force abruptly sent him hurtling through the air, crashing through the floor-to-ceiling window of Shangguan Ru's office, vanishing from their sight. The shards of glass from the window, enveloped in source energy, gracefully fell into the wastebasket without a single piece dropping to the ground. Shangguan Meng casually glanced over. That window can't be too expensive, right? Shangguan Ru. Not expensive. Shangguan Meng nodded lightly. That's good. For some reason, seeing members of the Murong family makes me want to strike. Perhaps their faces are just too punchable. Shangguan Ru let out a soft laugh, a hint of envy flickering in her beautiful eyes. She truly yearned for a life of such carefree abandon as her sisters. At that moment, hey, don't you like eating grilled sausages? Shangguan Meng, holding only an empty skewer, tilted her head upward, staring at the intact sausage in Shangguan Ru's hand. Shangguan Ru was about to say she simply hadn't had the chance to eat it yet. Whoosh! The sausage had already landed back in Shangguan Meng's hands, her eyes sparkling with delight and a broad smile. Then I'll help you finish it. Shangguan Ru. Then you might as well not have given it to me in the first place. In the evening, Shangguan Ru received a phone call. The weapon tailored for Su Anyun had arrived. Give it to me. Shangguan Meng, bored in the office and flipping through the previous issue of a comic, sprang to her feet, volunteering herself. Su Anyun and Xiao Su Yuan live together, right? I might as well check on how his hand is doing. Shangguan Ru had no objections, but she inquired, Sister, I have a question. What question? Why do you call Su Anyun by her name, but refer to Su Yuan with the Xiao prefix? Shangguan Meng contemplated for a moment, her expression earnest as she replied. Because he has struck members of the Murong family, so now he and I are on the same side. It's only natural to be a bit more affectionate. Shangguan Ru, good reasoning. All right, I now have a question. What question? Sister, don't you know where their family lives? Shangguan Ru asked curiously, intending to send Shangguan Meng the address of the Su family. No. Shangguan Meng shook her head, her smile radiant. My question is, how I call him is none of your business. Shangguan Ru in peril. Chapter 39. Why are you yelling so loud? In the next moment, a graceful figure was flung out of the window. Knowing that her younger sister shared her disdain for the Murong family, Shangguan Meng thoughtfully changed her direction. TSK. Shangguan Meng let out a soft huff, finding the situation increasingly outrageous. After a while, Shangguan Ru returned in a rather disheveled state. She felt compelled to advise her elder sister to reconsider her habit of tossing people out like chickens. It was high time for a change. Otherwise, it would certainly tarnish her image as a delicate beauty. Of course, Shangguan Ru only dared to voice these thoughts internally, fearing that her sister might not even hear the latter half of her musings before giving her another experience of aerial flight. A few minutes later, Shangguan Ru retrieved the weapons prepared for Su Anyun, a Tang Dao and a dagger, crafted specifically based on Su Anyun's physical data and usage habits. While others might find them cumbersome, in Su Anyun's hands, they would undoubtedly unleash her utmost combat potential. Quite impressive, Shangguan Meng remarked. Generally speaking, women do not typically wield such weapons, let alone a combination of a Tang Dao and a dagger. It was indeed striking, perfectly complementing her icy demeanor. At that moment, the phone rang, and the caller was Su Yuan. Shangguan Ru answered the call and, under Shangguan Meng's watchful gaze, opted for the speakerphone mode. Is this Director Shangguan? Su Yuan's voice came through. Yes, it is. What seems to be the matter? The source crystals you gave me last time are nearly depleted. I was wondering if you could possibly replenish them? Oh, the source crystals? Certainly, I can. Wait? Shangguan Ru's eyes widened in shock as she processed his words. What did you say? Depleted? That was 20 level 2 source crystals, equivalent to 200 level 1 source crystals. You must be joking. Shangguan Ru was genuinely bewildered. Under normal circumstances, an awakened would only require 20 level 1 source crystals to reach their energy capacity, necessitating the condensation of their source orifices before further absorption could occur. 200. For an ordinary awakened, this would suffice for the completion of 9 source orifices, pushing towards becoming a first-tier martial artist. Yet, this had only been about a day. How could Su Yuan claim he had absorbed them all? It was impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Shangguan Ru found it hard to believe, while Shangguan Meng's gaze flickered, remaining non-committal. On the other end of the line, Su Yuan appeared somewhat embarrassed. After all, one level 2 source crystal had a market value of 45,000 yuan. 20 level 2 source crystals amounted to a staggering 900,000 yuan, which he had managed to exhaust in just one day. Though there was a special training experiment contract between him and Shangguan Ru, representing a mutually agreed-upon transaction, spending 900,000 yuan in a single day felt rather extravagant, even to him. Yet what could he do? His constitution dictated such a necessity. Could your body possibly accommodate 5 times the source energy of others? Your body can contain 5 times the source energy? It requires the absorption of 10 level 2 source crystals to be filled to capacity. After listening to Su Yuan's explanation, Shangguan Ru was left even more bewildered. No, she had never heard of a physical enhancement talent exhibiting such an effect. Even if your corporeal form could indeed hold 5 times the source energy, what about the condensation of apertures? Once the source energy is at capacity, one must still condense the apertures. Prior to that, the body cannot absorb additional source energy, so you should still have 10 level 2 source crystals remaining. Oh, I successfully condensed my aperture last night. I am now prepared to begin forming the second aperture. Astonishment. Beyond mere surprise, it was sheer astonishment. Just yesterday, upon learning that Su Yuan had defeated Morong Bai by applying the principles of the 9 slaughter spear to his martial arts, Shangguan Ru had already concluded that, aside from his SSS-level talent, Su Yuan was undoubtedly a prodigy. Nevertheless, she had grossly underestimated his might. Not only did the source energy required for condensation surpass that of an average person by 5-fold, but his rate of absorption was astonishingly rapid. Even the initial hurdle of condensation, a common challenge in cultivation, appeared trivial before him. This is absurd. Just as Shangguan Ru was still immersed in her shock, Shangguan Meng had already seized the phone from her hand, beaming brightly. Su Yuan Gij, wait a moment. Once my sister prepares everything, I'll bring it to you. Upon hearing Shangguan Meng's voice, Su Yuan on the other end of the line paused momentarily. Shangguan Mei, aren't you supposed to be at school at this hour? Shangguan Meng replied cheerfully. I took a leave. Leave? Are you unwell or? Su Yuan's tone carried a hint of concern. He held a favorable impression of the lively, adorable, and whimsically romantic silver-haired girl with heterochromatic eyes. Shangguan Meng, wishing to steer clear of that topic, quickly returned the phone to Shangguan Ru. I won't say any more. Su Yuan Gij, you talk to my sister. Oh right. Taking the phone, Shangguan Ru finally regained her composure from the shock. Under Shangguan Meng's coercive gaze, she hastily concocted an excuse to brush off the matter concerning Shangguan Meng, then inquired, by the way, Ask if Su Anyun has exhausted her source crystals. If she has, I will replenish her supplies. Alright, I'll ask. In Su Anyun's room. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Su Anyun, who was engrossed in comprehending her combat techniques, paused and asked lightly, "What's the matter?" Director Shangguan inquired whether your source crystals have been depleted. If so, she will provide us with some additional ones. Not yet. Listening to the fading footsteps and the sound of the door closing, Su Anyun shook her head, feeling somewhat perplexed. Just yesterday, Shangguan Ru had supplied them with a total of 20 level 2 source crystals. Even if there is a slight dissipation during the absorption process, it is sufficient to meet the energy requirements of the entire awakening phase. Why would there be a need for supplementation? Of course, she did not dwell on it further and continued to immerse herself in the comprehension of combat techniques. Director Shangguan, Su Anyun stated that she temporarily had no need. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ru let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, if Su Anyun were to be like Su Yuan, she would truly begin to question her existence and reflect on the genius halo she had carried for so many years, pondering what it truly represented. After hanging up the phone, Shangguan Ru turned to her sister, Shangguan Meng, and asked, "Sister, what do you think? Is the situation?" Shangguan Meng blinked. "What situation?" "Of course. It's Su Yuan's cultivation speed. Seriously, who else is like him? If I recall correctly, it took you nearly 2 weeks to break through to a first-tier warrior, right? He surpassed you. Could he be an even greater genius than you, sister?" Shangguan Ru's expression was filled with emotion. Throughout her life, she had witnessed her elder sister create numerous miracles, and at this moment, she felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. In contrast, Shangguan Meng merely responded with a soft "oh," and, with a puzzled expression, countered, "Why not?" Shangguan Ru momentarily found herself at a loss for words. "But you are Shangguan Meng. If he is truly more formidable than you, wouldn't he that feel strange?" Shangguan Meng pondered for a moment, then shook her head seriously. "Not at all, I think it's quite wonderful." Shangguan Ru conceded, realizing that her sister had never exhibited any emotion akin to jealousy. Throughout her life and even now, Shangguan Meng had always been the object of envy, and no one had ever evoked jealousy in her. Moreover, Shangguan Meng stretched languidly, her demeanor resembling that of a lazy, drowsy kitten. "This is merely the beginning. The awakening phase is still a long journey ahead for me. Unless one day, little Su Yuan suddenly appears by my side, I might be startled. Otherwise, he still has much effort to exert, as I feel I am on the verge of a breakthrough." Shangguan Ru helplessly remarked, "Sister, what an abstract metaphor you have. Are you attempting to be a poet?" Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly realized that there was a significant point in Shangguan Meng's earlier statement, causing her to freeze momentarily. After a long pause, she gasped in shock. The astonishment in her eyes was far more intense than when she heard that Su Yuan had absorbed 22nd-tier source crystals. "Sister, what did you just say?" "Ugh." Shangguan Meng frowned, expressing her disdain. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Chapter 40. "Sister, are you truly intent on shouting so loudly? You questioned why I raised my voice. You must break through. This is not merely a transition from the 3rd to the 4th tier, or from the 4th to the 5th. Rather, it is a monumental leap from the 7th tier of Marquis to the 8th tier of King. The 13th tier of the exploration realm has ensnared a staggering 99 of martial artists. Only the remaining one of the chosen ones possess the potential to transcend the exploration realm and step into the fusion realm, where many halt their progress. Those capable of completing the fusion, reaching the other shore, and achieving a transcendence in their life's essence, are truly rare gems. The extreme realm. The emphasis lies in the word extreme. Each stride forward signifies a surpassing of one's own limits. Every step is arduous, as challenging as ascending to the heavens. How many formidable beings exist within the vast realm of the Great Xia? In the 7th tier, there are 321 marquises. Yet, in the 8th tier, the king's number merely 76. Each one of them is renowned and celebrated throughout the land. Most crucially, sister, you are still so young. You have scarcely earned the title of the youngest Marquis of the Great Xia, and now you aspire to become the youngest king of the Great Xia? As if that weren't enough. Do you realize you have a younger sister? I am but at the 6th tier. There remains a considerable distance to the 7th tier. This makes me appear rather inadequate, doesn't it? Gazing at the serene expression of Shangguan Meng, Shangguan Ru was struck by a profound realization of the gap between individuals. Meanwhile, Shangguan Meng had settled herself onto the sofa. At this moment, her petite legs swung gently, and as she reached into her pocket, she discovered that her beloved lemon candies were gone. With a softest, she scrunched her adorable little nose and remarked, "My mention of a swift breakthrough was merely a feeling. Who can say how long it will truly take? Could be a few months, or it might stretch into years, who can predict?" Shangguan Ru's face was filled with questions. Even if it takes years, that is still quite extraordinary, isn't it? Just look at those kings in our family. Aren't they all elderly gentlemen in their 70s or 80s? But sister, how old are you? Shangguan Meng blinked innocently, her expression one of pure naivete. Yet, wasn't Gu Qingtian not even 30 when he ascended to kingship? Shangguan Ru, Gu Qingtian, the 9th tier, titled Supreme, the chief of the 12-member council of the Great Xia. He was indeed not yet 30 at the time of his ascension. If memory serves me right, he was around 27. Forget it. Forget it. Shangguan Ru resolved to steer clear of this topic. Otherwise, her self-esteem would suffer incessantly. Just as she was grappling with her existential musings, Shangguan Meng suddenly interjected. "However, I feel I must hasten my breakthrough." Shangguan Ru paused, instinctively inquiring, "Why?" Shangguan Meng replied earnestly, "You see, sometimes, the desire to take action yet being unable to do so is exceedingly frustrating." As she spoke, a mysterious emotion subtly flowed within her enchanting heterochromatic eyes, yet ultimately, it transformed merely into a radiant smile. Given Murong Bai's character, it was certain that after enduring a few beatings from Xiao Suyuan, he would only escalate his antics. Should Xiao Suyuan discover his true identity and refrain from retaliating out of concern, it would indeed pose a dilemma. Shangguan Ru, perceptive by nature, immediately grasped Shangguan Meng's implication upon hearing these words. A flicker of astonishment appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Sister, are you suggesting that you intend to support him? Have you truly taken him as your successor to nurture?" "I never claimed such a thing," Shangguan Meng replied, her face adorned with a mischievous smile. "Besides, there is still Su and Yen, isn't there?" Shangguan Ru was unconvinced. "You are deceiving yourself. You have never treated Su and Yen with the same kindness as you have shown to Su Yuan. Or could it be that you are drawn to his ability to restrain the Murong family?" Shangguan Meng scoffed. "I can handle the Murong family on my own." Shangguan Ru was perplexed. "Then what is your intention?" Shangguan Meng shot her a glare. "What business is it of yours?" Under normal circumstances, Shangguan Ru would have obediently remained silent. However, the current moment was different. She was imbued with an insatiable curiosity, her face alight with intrigue. "Sister, you can't possibly be contemplating an affair with an old cow." In an instant, Shangguan Ru's figure vanished from the room. The tiny black dot soared further away, and a distant voice echoed, "I shall return." Shangguan Meng huffed, talkative, at the Su family. After concluding a phone call with Shangguan Ru regarding resources, Su Yuan found himself rewarded with a substantial influx of emotional value. It seemed that the rapid absorption of source energy and the consolidation of source orifices had astonished them, resulting in nearly 600 points of emotional value being credited to him. He intended to accumulate more for a significant gain. With these thoughts, Su Yuan immersed himself in the cultivation of the Great Sun Visualization Sutra. He believed he had firmly etched the image of the sunrise in his mind. Yet, it became evident that simulating the state of the rising sun with the power of the blazing sun was considerably challenging, yielding nearly zero advancement. However, Su Yuan remained unperturbed. After all, how long had it been? Merely a day. With time, change was inevitable. Soon, the 10-minute limit approached. Yet, instead of stopping immediately, Su Yuan pressed on, gritting his teeth to endure just a bit longer. 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. After surpassing his limit by 20 seconds, Su Yuan finally ceased the visualization, gasping for breath as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Ah! So exhilarating. However, at that moment he could not afford to rest. The previous day, after completing the Great Sun Visualization Sutra, Su Yuan had immediately commenced the consolidation of his source orifices. As the hour for dinner approached, he resolved to embark on the task of condensing the second source aperture during the tranquil depths of the night. Perhaps he could delve into the remaining two combat techniques. After all, one can never be too prepared for the next opportunity to draw a moment of enlightenment. It is prudent to explore beforehand. The defensive technique known as the Singularity Source Shield and the evasive technique called Shadow Flash, both classified as A-grade techniques, undoubtedly present a formidable challenge. Previously, he had merely inscribed their contents into his mind using the soul seal of techniques, yet mastering them would necessitate considerable study and practice. Around 6 in the evening, Su Qingling returned home from work. Just as she reached her doorstep, she was suddenly called out to, "Sister." She paused, curiosity piqued, and turned around. Upon seeing the little girl standing behind her, she was momentarily taken aback. What a beautiful child! In terms of looks, she was certainly on par with Xiao Yan. With her long silvery hair and striking heterochromatic eyes of crimson and azure, Su Qingling was reminded of a ragdoll cat. She had thought such jewel-like eyes could only be seen in kittens, never expecting to encounter them in a human. The girl appeared quite young, likely a middle school student. Regaining her composure, Su Qingling smiled and inquired, "Little sister, is there something I can assist you with?" The girl gently shook her head and pointed towards the house behind Su Qingling. "Is this the home of brother Su Yuan and sister Su and Yen?" Su Qingling's eyes lit up. "Yes, indeed. Are you a friend of Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yan?" Shangguan Meng pondered for a moment before nodding. "Something like that," she replied, patting the various bags she carried. "I've come to deliver something for them." "Oh, please come in. They are home. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Yan. Come out. Your friend is looking for you." The door swung open, and Su Yuan stepped out of the room. His hair slightly tousled, evidence of his recent endeavors with the A-grade combat techniques, which had left him somewhat exasperated. He had evidently overestimated his own capabilities. While the ancient divine bloodline had fortified his physical form, his understanding still required considerable effort. No, much more luck in drawing rewards. "Aunt Su, is that Zheng Yuan?" Su Yuan asked, glancing curiously towards the entrance. There stood a silver-haired little girl with heterochromatic eyes, who gently blinked at him. "Hello, Shangguan sister?" Su Yuan was momentarily stunned. He had initially anticipated that Zheng Yuan was the one seeking him, given that the latter frequently visited. To his surprise, it was Shangguan Meng who had come instead. Chapter 41. How adorable! A gentle pat on the head. Perhaps she is indeed weaker than I am? Tonight's dinner is quite sumptuous. After successfully persuading Shangguan Meng to stay for dinner, Su Qingling truly showcased her culinary skills, presenting a delightful array of dishes that tantalized the senses. At the dining table, Su Yuan and Shangguan Meng were engaged in cheerful conversation, the latter occasionally erupting into melodious laughter akin to the chime of silver bells. Su Qingling gazed at the two with a smile in her eyes. She had just learned that this little girl named Shangguan Meng was, in fact, the sister of the director of the Education Bureau of Lan City. Observing the camaraderie between her and Su Yuan, Su Qingling felt a genuine happiness within her heart. She knew Su Yuan's character, kind-hearted, amiable, and handsome, with a sunny disposition that undoubtedly captivated young ladies. However, when her gaze fell upon Su Anyun, who sat silently with her head bowed over her meal, a flicker of helpless melancholy crossed Su Qingling's eyes. This little one. Sigh. In truth, although Su Anyun was quietly eating, she was somewhat astonished within. In her previous life, before she had grown up, Shangguan Meng had long since vanished from the public eye. Eventually, news of her passing surfaced, leaving her only a memory in the minds of the people. Consequently, there had been virtually no connection between her and Shangguan Meng. All she could do was piece together the character and charm of this so-called Great Xia's first prodigy from various rumors and others recounting. If memory served, many had referred to her as a witch, speaking of her with fear and trepidation. It was said that beneath her beautiful exterior lay a demon, cold-hearted, ruthless, and merciless. Such descriptors had been heaped upon her. Yet, as Su Anyun delicately picked at her food, she cast a subtle glance at the silver-haired little girl, who was giggling behind her hand. Is this truly what people spoke of? Or is she merely putting on a performance now? Su Anyun could not discern. What she did know was that even those who feared, loathed, and cursed Shangguan Meng had never questioned her talent, her formidable prowess. The youngest noble in the Great Xia, the youngest sovereign, these were titles of undeniable brilliance that could never be obscured. It is indeed a pity that such a genius is confined to Blue Star. But what kind of person is she truly? Is she worthy of me taking her from Blue Star to the cosmos? Su Anyun pondered silently. As for Su Yuan, although Shangguan Ru was the wealthy benefactor providing him with resources, possessing an alluring figure and stunning beauty, the quintessential type that men should adore, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the innocent, whimsical, and vivacious Shangguan Meng before him. Even her past mischief, calling her sister Shangguan Rumam in front of everyone and referring to herself and Su Anyun as childhood sweethearts, only endeared her to him further. Yet, does this not indeed embellish her whimsical persona? Su Yuan inadvertently cast a glance at the opposite side, where Su Anyun sat. It appears there exists a control group, he mused. After dinner, the group congregated on the sofa, engaging in light conversation. Su Anyun, however, had retreated to her room after receiving the weapons brought by Shangguan Meng. In light of this, Su Qingling took the time to explain to Shangguan Meng, "Little Meng, it's not that Xiaoyan dislikes you. It's simply her inherent disposition." Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Naturally, Shangguan Meng was unperturbed. After a while, she rose to take her leave. Su Yuan accompanied her to the door, bidding her farewell with a smile. "Your sister is quite something for making you carry all those items alone. That knife must be quite heavy." Shangguan Meng playfully flexed her muscles with a cheerful grin. "Not a problem. I have plenty of strength." Such a sight was utterly adorable. Su Yuan instinctively reached out, affectionately ruffling Shangguan Meng's hair, chuckling. "You're still so small. How much strength can you truly possess? If your sister needs help with carrying things in the future, just call me." Unbeknownst to him, as his hand rested upon her head, Shangguan Meng's body stiffened momentarily. Should this scene have been witnessed by Murong Xiao and Murong Bai, they would likely believe they were dreaming. This was Shangguan Meng after all. "You bold fellow." However, Shangguan Meng simply let out a dismissive tsh and casually swatted Su Yuan's hand away, muttering, "Hey, that's going to hinder my growth." Su Yuan found her excessively endearing and teased. "Fear not, when you grow up you will surely be tall." Shangguan Meng took a deep breath, striving to suppress her rising ire. Suddenly, she recalled something. "My sister mentioned that Murong Bai has transferred to your school and might cause you some trouble. If he bothers you, don't hesitate to retaliate. Just avoid causing any fatalities for the time being. As for what happens next, my sister will handle it." "Murong Bai has transferred to number 1 high school?" Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback. He had long suspected that this Murong Bai, frail as he appeared, must possess some sort of background. Although Lan City No. 1 high school was the best in Lan City, the city itself was rather unremarkable. Why would someone like him come to study in a school here? Moreover, what did she mean by avoid causing fatalities for the time being? Did that imply fatalities could occur later? What on earth was going on? Su Yuan was puzzled. Just as he intended to inquire further, Shangguan Meng unexpectedly pulled something from her pocket, placed it in his hand, and scampered off, waving goodbye. "Goodbye! Goodbye." Su Yuan could only cease his inquiries for the moment. As the figure of Shangguan Meng disappeared into the distance, he opened his hand to discover that she had slipped him a lemon candy? This fellow. Su Yuan chuckled as he unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth. The refreshing scent of lemon wafted through, sweet and delightful. That evening, Su Yuan received a message from Zheng Yuan, the man destined to become the fire god. "Wow, brother Yuan, you missed school today, and you won't believe what happened. A transfer student has arrived in class 1. Although he seems somewhat handsome, he looks so sickly that his pale face makes one think he just emerged from a coffin." Upon reading this, Su Yuan immediately understood. This transfer student must be the one called Murong Bai. He seems to have an SSS-level talent just like you, brother Yuan. As soon as he arrived at school, Ma Lianzhu's father treated him like an ancestor, so I suspect this guy is quite important. Ma Lianzhu is also a coward. He directly acknowledged him as his elder brother. Su Yuan was hardly surprised by Zhao Rizu's behavior of recognizing him as an elder brother. This fellow, much like his father, Director Zhao, was one to bully the weak and fear the strong. Before Su Yuan revealed his SSS-level talent, Zhao Rizu had been flaunting his arrogance. It was only after being thoroughly beaten by Su Yuan that he tucked his tail between his legs and ceased to trouble him in any way. If he had dared to continue acting tough, it might have earned him a measure of respect from Su Yuan. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Yuan's messages continued to arrive. But what I really want to say isn't about that. It's about that coffin-faced guy who actually proclaimed he intends to conquer the campus beauty. Su Dang. Clearly, Su Dang isn't even at school. Who knows where he heard that from? It could very well have been from Ma Lianzhu. In any case, I sense he's coming in strong. Seeing that Su Dang isn't in school, he might even come looking for her at your place. Brother Yuan, you must protect Su Dang. I've resigned myself to the fact that she doesn't fancy me, but no one except you can approach her.
Su Yuan.
What kind of ungrateful child is this? He himself has stated that there could never be anything between him and Su Anyun. Why does he keep bringing it up? However, if that Murongbai finds his way here, Su Yuan would not mind giving him another thrashing. As the moon illuminated the sparse stars, Su Yuan sat cross-legged on his bed, commencing his second attempt at condensing his core. With the experience from his first attempt, the process of the second condensation was evidently much smoother. The first time had taken over 4 hours, whereas this time, he successfully condensed the second source core in just 3.5 hours. Feeling the warmth emanating from the 2 major acupoints within his body, Su Yuan contentedly opened the system panel. Host. Su Yuan Realm. Awakening Stage. Full completion of second-level cultivation method. Heavenly Origin Cultivation Method. Great Sun Visualization Scripture. Dawn Chapter. Combat Technique. A-Class Combat Technique. 9 Slaughtering Spears. Perfect. Emotional Value. 1032 Full completion of Awakening Stage. Second level. The emotional value has also surpassed the 1000 threshold once again. How delightful! Just as he intended to retire for the night, Su Yuan suddenly noticed that the light in the adjacent room of Su Anyun was still aglow. Why was she still awake at this hour? Could it be that she too was engaged in consolidating her source acupoints? He wondered to what extent her cultivation had progressed. She should, perhaps, undoubtedly, be weaker than me, right? Chapter 42. I am not pretending. I am sincere. In truth, if it were anyone else, there would be at least some exchange between 2 individuals who both possess SSS-level talents, sharing insights about their cultivation experiences. However, both Su Yuan and Su Anyun remained entirely oblivious to each other's circumstances. Of course, Su Yuan had little interest in the specifics of Su Anyun's cultivation progress. After all, no matter how strong she was, she could never surpass him. Thus, he quickly averted his gaze, extinguished the light, and drifted into slumber. In the adjacent room, Su Anyun frowned slightly at her failure to condense her second source aperture for the second time. She had initially believed that her mastery over source energy would suffice for success. Yet, it seemed she had overestimated the compatibility of her current physique with the source energy. Realizing that she still required some extraordinary herbs and treasures to enhance her aptitude and strengthen her body. Nevertheless, despite her failure in condensing the aperture, her combat prowess remained formidable. Her proficiency in 3A-level combat techniques had notably improved. With the advantage of her past life experience, she found that she could master these techniques to a proficient level merely by simulating them in her mind, without the need for practical combat. This was an astonishingly rapid advancement. Even the most gifted prodigies would find it nearly impossible to achieve such speed in mastering an A-level technique. The following day, in the early morning hours before sunrise, Su Yuan departed from home as he had the day before, heading towards Yuha Mountain, where he naturally encountered Old Tang. They engaged in a wide-ranging conversation, and as the sun began to rise, they instinctively paused in unison. Half an hour later, as the sunrise concluded, Old Tang, feeling a strong affinity with Su Yuan, spoke a few additional words. Young brother, observing the sunrise daily is a commendable habit. If you can persist, you may reap unexpected rewards. Su Yuan smiled and replied, Yes, I understand. You understand? Old Tang appeared somewhat surprised. The theory that observing the sunrise aids in the growth of mental strength was the culmination of his 27 years of research, and it had yet to be fully realized. This young brother before him seemed to be a student, likely having just awakened not long ago. How could he possibly know the secrets of mental development? Yet, upon further reflection, old Tang dismissed his concerns, reasoning that the young man must have interpreted the benefits as merely the uplifting effects of watching the sunrise, which brings joy and focus. He chose not to elaborate further, simply smiling and saying, "Then, see you tomorrow." Yes, see you tomorrow. Upon returning home, Su Yuan immersed himself once more in his cultivation. The reason was simple. The exhilarating sensation of rapidly ascending to new heights in his realm was utterly addictive, almost to the point of obsession. Most martial artists, in their pursuit of cultivation, either had to laboriously absorb the scant source energy present in their environment or spend exorbitantly on source crystals for absorption. Yet, for him, with the formidable financial backing of Shangguan Ru, he need only devote himself to rigorous cultivation. This has resulted in a remarkable phenomenon. While most individuals require several months, or even up to a year, to attain the 9th stage of awakening, he can achieve it in a mere 9 days. In the afternoon, Su Yuan concluded his training. Surrounding him lay a collection of dimmed and ineffective source crystals. The sensation of emptiness had vanished, replaced by a surge of abundant source energy within him. Tomorrow, he would commence specialized training. His arm had sufficiently healed, allowing him to evaluate his physical data and prepare for the acquisition of his weapon. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan contacted Shangguan Ru and, upon learning of her availability, took a cab to the Education Bureau. Upon arriving at Shangguan Ru's office, Su Yuan surveyed the room but found no sign of the silver-haired girl, Shangguan Meng, which left him somewhat disappointed. Just as he pondered this, Shangguan Ru appeared before him. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to someone discovering a precious treasure, as she took his hand and pressed her other hand against his wrist.
Surprised, Su Yuan inquired, Director.
"What are you doing?" "Sure," Shangguan Ru whispered, her expression serious as she concentrated. After a few moments, she released his hand, gasping in astonishment. "You actually condensed a second source aperture? A true monster, utterly extraordinary." Realizing what she meant, Su Yuan smiled nonchalantly. "I intend to begin condensing the third source aperture tonight." Shangguan Ru waved her hand dismissively. "Do not mention this in front of others again." Confused, Su Yuan asked, "Why not?" Shangguan Ru rolled her eyes. "Why? I fear you might attract unwanted attention. Condensing one source aperture a day, do you think this is a trivial feat? Consider those who toil for an entire month just to achieve one." With that, she turned to leave the room. "Come, follow me. I will take you to test your physical data." Su Yuan followed her. A few minutes later, they arrived at the testing facility. Standing beside the punching power testing apparatus, Shangguan Ru suggested softly, "Let us begin with the punching power test." Beginners at the awakening stage typically do not possess significantly greater physical abilities than the average person. True advancements in physical strength commence at the 13th stage of exploration. The standard punching power for an average adult male is between 50 to 100 kilograms, while for females, it is approximately 70 of that standard. After gene awakening, each condensed source aperture can increase strength by about 25 kilograms. Su Yuan was well aware of this information from his studies. By the way, yesterday Su Anyun's test result was 124 kilograms. 124 kilograms? Su Yuan exclaimed, surprised. Has she also condensed 2 source apertures? No, Shangguan Ru shook her head. When I first saw her data, I shared your initial thought. However, I have observed that she has only condensed a single source aperture. Logically speaking, as a female at the awakening stage 1, she should not possess such a level of power. Furthermore, the punching power testing apparatus is equipped with an intelligent evaluation system, which mandates that the tester must strike with pure strength alone, devoid of any combat techniques. Thus, there exists but one explanation. Her control over her own musculature has reached a truly astonishing level. To put it simply, she is likely a natural-born combat prodigy. I see. Su Yuan nodded. Quite impressive indeed. Shangguan Ru, somewhat perplexed, inquired, by the way, did you not know she had just reached awakening stage 1? Su Yuan shook his head. I was unaware, we hardly communicate. Shangguan Ru regarded him with a complex expression. You two are indeed odd. I initially thought her ability to condense a source aperture on the very first day of her awakening was already remarkable. until I witnessed your prowess. Never mind. Let us not dwell on that. Come, let us see your results. Su Yuan nodded, casting aside any distractions. He first relaxed his body and took a deep breath. Then, at the moment of exhalation, he summoned all his muscles, driving his right fist forward like a cannonball, striking the punching power testing apparatus with great force. Bang! A resounding noise erupted. The device displayed 512 kilograms. 512 kilograms? Despite Shangguan Ru being aware of Su Yuan's SSS-level physical enhancement talent and anticipating that his strength would far exceed that of martial artists at the same realm, she was still profoundly astonished upon seeing this figure. At Awakening Stage 2, one would typically expect a punching power around 150 kilograms. Yet Su Yuan's strength was more than triple that value. You, my friend. Shangguan Ru inhaled sharply, her beautiful eyes wide with amazement. Su Yuan, however, appeared somewhat dissatisfied with the outcome. I had anticipated my strength would be around 5 times that of an ordinary person. It seems I have only surpassed it by a little over 3 times. I still need to strive for improvement. Shangguan Ru rolled her eyes. Why must you always feign modesty? Su Yuan, with utmost seriousness, replied, I am not pretending. I am being sincere. Chapter 43. Coercion by Force. Do you have such a strong taste? Following the strength test, the speed test, and the neural response test ensued. With each result revealed, Shangguan Ru found herself astonished time and again. The strength was 3. 4 times the standard value for the same realm, speed was 3. 2 times, and neural response speed was 2. 7 times. Ultimately, gazing at the compiled data sheet in her hand, Shangguan Ru fixed her gaze intently on Su Yuan. After a prolonged silence, she finally remarked, What manner of ancient beast have you been reincarnated from? Su Yuan chuckled softly, neither affirming nor denying. After all, he possessed the bloodline of an ancient deity. An ancient beast? Not even close. Once the physical data tests were complete, Su Yuan shared with Shangguan Ru the weapon data he was most accustomed to using during practical classes at school. The gun measured 3 meters in length, with a blade of 35 centimeters and a barrel of considerable thickness. In the suburbs of Ning City, the capital of the South Jiang Administrative Region, there stood a colossal research center dedicated to ferocious beasts, known as Blueprint, under the auspices of the Great Xia Martial Arts Department. This esteemed research institution specialized in cultivating ferocious beasts and sought to explore the possibilities of their domestication. It is crucial to recognize that, despite the flourishing martial arts in today's world, the rampant proliferation of ferocious beasts remains a significant dilemma. Beyond the urban clusters, vast stretches of wilderness, continuous mountain ranges, and unfathomable oceans serve as the dominions of these beasts. Among them are beings powerful enough to rival human nobles, kings, and even supreme beings, and their emergence heralds destruction. At this moment, within the office of the Blueprint Research Institute, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline wore a sorrowful expression. Oh, my dear aunt. That is a first-tier extreme ferocious beast. We at the Blueprint Institute have only about 20 of them, and you wish to take away 5? Isn't that akin to carving my flesh with a knife? Absolutely not. The man was none other than Chun Kashuan, the chief administrator of the Blueprint Institute. Although his martial arts realm was modest at only the 4th tier, he was a renowned expert in the field of ferocious beast research in the country. Before him sat a silver-haired little girl with heterochromic eyes, occupying his original seat, her smile radiant. Not possible? Gulp. Chun Kashuan swallowed hard. At that moment, Shangguan Meng did not exude an ounce of oppressive aura, yet her nuclear smile appeared devilish in Chen Kashuan's eyes, causing him to break into a sweat. He trembled as he said, Young lady in principle. This truly cannot be allowed. Even if it's a first-tier ferocious beast, it is still of extreme caliber, and the number in the wild is exceedingly scarce. Each one is documented and regarded as a treasure by the martial arts department. Shangguan Ru casually responded with an "Oh, are you certain it cannot be done?" Chun Kashuan took a deep breath, mustering all his courage, and resolutely shook his head. No, it cannot. Very well. Shangguan Meng rose to her feet. Gently, he moved his body, and his joints emitted faint sounds. Wait, Chun Kashuan suddenly spoke up. Shangguan Meng looked at him with a face full of curiosity. What's the matter? Well, I made a mistake. There aren't 21st tier extreme ferocious beasts. There are only 15. It's ridiculous that I could make such a simple arithmetic error. Shangguan Meng, satisfied, withdrew her gaze. She walked over to Chun Kashuan and gently patted his shoulder. Director Chun, you're quite a decent person. Chun Kashuan felt like crying, but no tears came. In Lan City, the master of the ferocious beast garden, Chun He, was bewildered. He had just received news that 5 first-tier extreme ferocious beasts would be delivered to the Lan City Ferocious Beast Garden this afternoon. No way. These are first-tier extreme ferocious beasts. Their numbers in the wild are exceedingly scarce. They are of immense value, not to mention Lan City. Even in the provincial capital of the South Jiang Administrative District, Ning City, there are hardly any. He was perplexed when a message from Shangguan Ru arrived. The 5 first-tier extreme ferocious beasts are not open to the public. They are specifically prepared for 2 SSS-level gifted individuals, Su Yuan, Su Anyun. Now it made sense. Chun He understood immediately. No wonder the Lan City Ferocious Beast Garden suddenly had such treatment. It was due to the 2 SSS-level gifted individuals. What is status? This is what one calls status. However, on another note, he had witnessed the prowess of that young brother Su Yuan, who could challenge first-tier upper-level ferocious beasts, defeat them, and achieve an S-level evaluation. As for the girl named Su Anyun, she had yet to arrive, and he wondered how her strength compared to Su Yuan's. At the Su family, both Su Yuan and Su Anyun received the message from Shangguan Ru. The content was simple. It informed the 2 of the new batch of first-tier extreme ferocious beasts at the Ferocious Beast Garden, inviting them to challenge them if they were interested. First-tier extreme ferocious beasts? Su Yuan's eyes brightened. He was already capable of defeating first-tier upper-level ferocious beasts and achieving an S-level evaluation, yet he had no chance against second-tier ferocious beasts. Thus, he had always wanted to test the strength of first-tier extreme ferocious beasts, but unfortunately, the Lan City Ferocious Beast Garden did not have such beasts. He never expected his wish to come true. He would go directly. First-tier extreme ferocious beasts? Su Anyun's beautiful eyes sparkled. Currently, her combat strength was more than sufficient to defeat first-tier upper-level ferocious beasts. However, facing first-tier extreme ferocious beasts, she felt somewhat lacking, as she had only just awakened to the first stage. If I possessed a physical enhancement talent, defeating a first-tier extreme ferocious beast would be a piece of cake. But unfortunately, Su Anyun shook her head. The gap in physical strength between the first awakening stage and first-tier extremes was challenging to bridge with experience or combat skills. However, possessing merely physical prowess like Su Yuan is insufficient. He has only recently begun to engage with 3A-level combat techniques and is still far from mastering them, making it exceedingly difficult for him to inflict harm upon a first-tier extreme beast. In a few days, once he reaches the 4th tier of awakening, I should be capable of slaying a first-tier extreme beast. There is no need for haste. At that moment, she heard the sound of Su Yuan opening the door. Was he headed to the beast arena? After taking a taxi to the arena, Su Yuan encountered 2 familiar faces, Murong Bai and Zhao Rizu, who followed Murong Bai with a demeanor akin to that of a devoted underling. It was indeed a coincidence that after accepting Zhao Rizu as his subordinate, Murong Bai learned from him that the icy beauty, Su Anyun, whom he regarded as prey, was living with the individual named Su Yuan. This revelation, combining both new grievances and old animosities, infuriated Murong Bai. Yet, he was acutely aware that even if Shangguan Meng permitted him to trouble Su Yuan, he was not yet a match for him. He needed time to develop before he could confidently trample Su Yuan underfoot. With pent-up frustration, he planned to vent his anger by slaughtering some beasts. Little did he know that fate would have him encounter Su Yuan there. His eyes burned with fury, yet he gritted his teeth and chose to ignore Su Yuan entirely. Noticing Murong Bai's newfound caution and his decision not to provoke him, Su Yuan also dismissed him and proceeded directly to the service desk. However, Zhao Rizu, lacking discernment, remained oblivious to Murong Bai's prior defeat at the hands of Su Yuan, which had left him bedridden for an entire day. All he knew was that his newly recognized older brother was exceptionally formidable, an SSS-level talent with a powerful family background. Thus, upon seeing Su Yuan, he discreetly leaned towards Murong Bai and whispered, "Brother Bai, That's the guy. If you wish to pursue Su Anyun, you must first deal with him. The reason for his hushed tone was simple. He dared not let Su Yuan overhear. What would happen if Su Yuan decided to retaliate against him when Murongbai was absent? However, at that moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Zhao Rizu was left dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. Murongbai, having been struck at a sensitive point, retorted angrily, "I'll deal with you later." The commotion drew Su Yuan's attention. He turned to see Murongbai's outburst directed at Zhao Rizu, and a deep frown creased his brow. "You have such peculiar tastes?" Anger 10. Resentment 10. Chapter 44. Brother, let us not embarrass ourselves, shall we? Murongbai gritted his teeth. His pallid, sickly visage flushed a deep crimson, yet he refrained from uttering a single harsh word. Zhao Rizu, clutching his face, felt a stinging pain that left him bewildered, causing him to question the identity of his elder brother. Wasn't he supposed to be an SSS-level prodigy? Wasn't he to be a scion of noble lineage, endowed with a formidable background? Surely not. Is this it? Su Yuan had the audacity to assert that he intended to pursue my mother, and he stood there, pointing at him, unable to articulate a single word. Zhao Rizu's expression shifted. It seemed that following this elder brother offered no distinction from being alone. What is wrong with me? Su Yuan chuckled, observing Murongbai. Though Murongbai was feeble and could scarcely provide him with any emotional value, the thrill of provoking someone who dared not retaliate was undeniably exhilarating. Humph! Murongbai emitted a cold snort. A fire of indignation blazed within him. Since he could not exact revenge upon Su Yuan, he would unleash his fury upon ferocious beasts. He strode to the service desk, slammed his hand down, and bellowed, "Arrange a challenge against a mid-tier first-level beast." Quickly, the receptionist, startled by his outburst, wore a displeased expression. Upon completing Murongbai's identity verification and discovering he too possessed SSS-level talent, her gaze inadvertently flickered towards Su Yuan. Both were SSS-level talent holders, yet Su Yuan was handsome and amiable, while the individual before her had a complexion paler than a wall. Never mind. Despite her internal musings, she maintained a courteous smile and moderated her tone. "Greetings, classmate Murong. Your account includes a daily 2-hour unlimited pass for SSS-level talent resources, and I have already allocated your challenge area." Murongbai nodded coldly, then gestured towards Zhao Rizu, "Set him up with an awakening tier challenge, and charge it to my account." Upon hearing this, Zhao Rizu, who had briefly entertained thoughts of defiance, was instantly elated. "Thank you, Brother Bai," he exclaimed, immediately showering Murongbai with praise. After enduring the flattery, Murongbai felt somewhat uplifted. Once the formalities were completed and he turned to leave, Su Yuan's voice resonated from behind. "Sister Xia, could you assist me in setting up a challenge in the first-level extreme beast area?" "Thank you." The receptionist's eyes sparkled with delight, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! Classmate Su Yuan, you can challenge the first-level extreme beasts already?" Su Yuan replied with a smile, "Let us see if I can achieve an S-level evaluation. It's uncertain." The receptionist covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. "If those burly fellows overheard you, they would be utterly infuriated. They toil day in and day out, striving merely to attain B or A levels, while you have surpassed so many tiers and still aspire for an S-level rating." Several burly men nearby laughed in agreement. "Xia, your words are amusing. What talent do we possess, and what talent does Su Yuan possess? The individual aspires to be the top achiever. It is quite unfair to draw comparisons between us and him. Ha ha ha. Indeed, among our group, the most gifted can only be rated at a B level. Attaining both B and A level evaluations is already a remarkable feat. Is it not? My heart is heavy." Laughter erupted among the crowd. However, it was Murongbai, who had already turned to leave, that paused, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Though he may not match Su Yuan in strength, his knowledge and perspective far surpassed that of 100 rustic bumpkins, and thus he intended to reclaim some dignity on that front. "Hey!" Murongbai turned back, casting a casual, challenging glance at Su Yuan. "Have you lost your mind? Setting aside whether you possess the capability to challenge a Tier 1 extreme beast, Is it even possible for such a creature to exist in this insignificant place? Oh, I almost forgot. You hail from a small town, so it's understandable that you are unfamiliar with such matters. Even the Beast Arena in Ning City, the capital of the South River Administrative District, does not feature challenges involving Tier 1 extreme beasts. With that, he flashed a broad grin. So, would you like me to lend you some money to broaden your horizons? Just call me brother, and I shall cover your expenses. Beside him, Zhao Rizu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, I've been calling you that for so long. Why don't I have such privileges? The receptionist frowned. Who said we do not have Tier 1 extreme beasts in our arena? We just received 5 today.
Impossible.
Morongbei raised an eyebrow. I know well that the Beast Arena is categorized. Yours is the lowest tier and cannot possibly feature Tier 1 extreme beasts. The receptionist retorted, what is impossible about that? However, it is noted that these are specifically reserved for individuals with SSS-level talents and are temporarily closed to others. Morongbei was momentarily taken aback. Then a radiant smile spread across his face as he realized this was likely arranged by his family for his upcoming training. Tier 1 extreme beasts, even in the imperial capital, are exceedingly rare training resources, accessible only to the affluent. He then pointed at Su Yuan, grinning broadly. Since these beasts are a special provision, the annotations should specify who they are meant for. Those 5 Tier 1 extreme beasts are reserved for me. He is not allowed to touch them. The receptionist rolled her eyes. You must be out of your mind. The annotations clearly state that they are exclusively reserved for classmate Su Yuan and classmate Su Anyun. What does this have to do with you? Morongbei's expression stiffened, his smile frozen, and his hand, still pointing at Su Yuan, awkwardly hung in midair. The onlookers cast mocking glances his way. Oh, it seems this young master has made a mistake, someone remarked. I thought he was some distinguished heir capable of acquiring 5 extreme beasts at once. What a misunderstanding. Ha ha ha. Morongbei's earlier arrogance and disdain for Lan City had only served to deepen the crowd's disdain for this city dweller who had appeared from nowhere. At this moment, the mockery was relentless. Zhao Rizu, standing beside Morongbei, wished fervently to find a crevice to slip into. What could possibly be more embarrassing than a failed display of bravado? Brother, could we not bring shame upon ourselves? Yet, Morongbei, possessing remarkable composure, cleared his throat lightly, attempting to feign indifference as he turned to depart. However, just as he pivoted, a heavy hand landed upon his left shoulder, nearly causing him to stumble. Just as he was about to utter a string of curses, Su Yuan's mocking voice echoed behind him. Do not be in such a hurry to leave. Did your mother not teach you to refrain from pointing at others casually? Chapter 45. Who says he has a good character? This is pure deception. Upon hearing these words, cold sweat immediately broke out on Morongbei's forehead, and an unsettling premonition began to stir within him. What do you want to do? Nothing. I merely wish to impart some wisdom on how to be a person, Su Yuan replied with a light chuckle. He then gently grasped the finger Morongbei had just pointed at him and abruptly bent it downward. Crack! The faint sound of a bone snapping echoed through the air. Initially, Morongbei did not react, but when he saw his drooping, broken finger, his pupils constricted in horror. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, prompting a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah, my hand! My hand! This scene left Zhao Rizu, standing nearby, utterly stunned. He swallowed hard, a sense of dread creeping into his mind as he involuntarily recalled the kick Su Yuan had delivered to him during the awakening ceremony. Although Su Yuan had not struck with lethal intent then, his ferocity was unmistakable. Even now, his chest still throbbed with discomfort. Who, after all, was spreading rumors in the school that Su Yuan was an amiable and cheerful individual? This was nothing short of a blatant scam. Furthermore, did this fellow even comprehend Morongbei's status? If he was unaware, then he was indeed ruthless, daring to break a finger of someone whose background he did not fully grasp. If he was aware, then his audacity was even more remarkable. While Zhao Rizu's thoughts spiraled, Su Yuan noticed his old friend and smiled at him. What's the matter? Zhao Rizu shivered. And nothing.
Su Yuan Said, speaking earnestly.
As long as there's nothing, that's good. However, I have a piece of advice for you. Zhao Rizu's lips twitched. You Please go ahead. Su Yuan glanced at the writhing Murong Bai, who was in agony, and said leisurely, You regard him as your elder brother, yet he seeks to exploit you. Reflect on that for yourself. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Murong Bai and Zhao Rizu behind, both consumed by a growing sense of resentment. As they approached the challenge area, numerous individuals raised their thumbs in approval of Su Yuan, their eyes filled with admiration. Although Murong Bai's earlier remarks had been infuriating, these seasoned martial artists, being seniors, were reluctant to act against him for fear of losing face. But Su Yuan was different. He was a student as well. If you couldn't contend with him, then it was not bullying. It was merely a reflection of your own weakness. Thus, Su Yuan's recent actions truly provided them with a sense of vindication, uplifting their spirits. Well done, young brother. You are impressive. We, the people of Lan City, will not tolerate such arrogance. Su Yuan responded to each compliment with a smile. Upon reaching the challenge area, the safety officer was once again Chun He. Although the challenge area was a bit distanced from the hall, the robust martial artists possessed keen senses, allowing them to observe the unfolding events with clarity. Good job. Chun He laughed heartily and gave Su Yuan a thumbs up. It is often said that martial artists must contend. They fight for their breath. Look at that arrogant little brat. What's wrong with a small place? Even a humble locale can produce martial greats, true dragons of the world. He continued, lowering his voice, but I sense he possesses a significant background. If you were to break just one of his fingers, could it lead to trouble?
Su Yuan chuckled. No worries.
Shangguan Meng has already stated that as long as no lives are lost, anything that transpires will be shielded under Shangguan Ru's protection. The chairman of the Clover Group. That cloak is quite substantial.
Su Yuan felt assured.
That's good to hear. Chun He nodded, refraining from further inquiry into the matter. Are we practicing with firearms today? Yes, firearms. Equipment storage. Once again, Chun He was left bewildered. The last time, Su Yuan had chosen a formidable 200-pound spirit copper spear, which had left him astounded. Generally speaking, the limit of a first-stage awakened fighter's punch force hovers around 200 pounds. How could one possibly wield a weapon weighing 200 pounds? Yet Su Yuan could. This he could comprehend, considering his SSS-grade physical enhancement talent. However, barely 2 days had passed, and he claimed the previous spear was too light and unwieldy, opting instead for a 300-pound weapon? Who wouldn't be flabbergasted? Chun He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Su Yuan, what is your current punch force limit? Have you measured it? Yes, I have. Su Yuan casually twirled the spear with ease, responding nonchalantly. And how much is it? Approximately 500 and some. 500 and some? Wouldn't using this spear be a bit too strenuous for you? Not 500 pounds. Rather, 500 kilograms. Chun He? Shock level 30, all right. Impressive. He was left speechless. Just a few days post-awakening, he had directly surpassed 1,000 pounds of force. This transcended his understanding. This was no longer a mere human, but a superhuman. Let him be. Challenge Arena. Su Yuan stood tall with the spear in hand. He eagerly anticipated the prowess of a first-stage apex beast. In the standard classification of realms, apex is often not included in calculations. Achieving apex combat power is exceedingly challenging. It can be said that once you reach the apex level, you are nearly invincible within the same realm. Previously, when vanquishing a first-stage superior beast, even without employing source energies form 9 spear of slaughter, I could only unleash 5 consecutive thrusts. However, after solidifying 2 source orifices, I felt a significant enhancement in my physical strength. Perhaps, I could achieve 7 consecutive thrusts. Boom! As Su Yuan pondered, the gate slowly ascended. Step, step, step. A beast of modest size, resembling a tiger, gradually entered the arena. Unlike the previously released beasts that erupted with fury and roars, it appeared strikingly tranquil.
Su Yuan's gaze sharpened.
The dogs that bark ferociously at passers-by are often cowardly. The true beasts that pose a threat are typically the silent ones. The ordinary tiger beast, adorned with a pattern of brown and black, stands before me. Yet this particular creature has lost its usual markings, replaced instead by glaring bloodstains. In my mind, I recall the information I had just reviewed regarding this ferocious beast. Bloodstained tiger, number 4 of the Luo River. Originally a first-tier upper-level beast. It evolved to the first-tier limit after hunting and consuming 12 of its kind. A beast that has evolved through the slaughter of its own. This is a ruler among its kind, no wonder it has reached its limit. My gaze begins to shimmer with excitement. While others may flee from such a formidable adversary, I am different. The ancient divine bloodline not only endows me with a mighty physique, but also ignites my combative nature. Come, let me witness the extent of your strength. I spring into action. My terrifying explosive power propels my speed to its utmost limits. In the blink of an eye, I find myself before the bloodstained tiger. With a long spear weighing 300 pounds, I sweep it across with immense force. For an ordinary person, contact would mean devastation. A mere brush could spell death. Yet the bloodstained tiger does not flinch or evade. With a thunderous roar, its blood-stained hues deepen, and a savage aura erupts, selecting its prey. A massive paw strikes with such ferocity that it meets my sweeping attack head-on. A resounding thud echoes. Both the man and the beast recoil. I stagger back 4 steps while the tiger retreats 5. What a monster! Chun-He, observing from the side, narrows his eyes. The terror of a first-tier limit beast is indeed, as the rumors suggest, possessing combat power that transcends boundaries. The power unleashed by this blood-stained tiger in that fleeting moment has already surpassed that of certain second-tier beasts. Yet what astonishes him most is Su Yuan. In less than 2 days. How is it that he seems to have grown so much stronger since the first time he arrived? Chapter 46. The future Empress reduced to a mere supporting role? Is it an illusion? No, it is certainly not. Chun-He had witnessed the entirety of Su Yuan's previous battle against the ferocious beast. He could assert with conviction that the power, speed, reflexes, and explosive force exhibited by Su Yuan then were decidedly inferior to what he displayed now. However, martial arts cultivation is inherently a slow and gradual process. Excluding those warriors who are already on the brink of a breakthrough, one cannot expect significant progress in just a day or two. Even 10 days or half a month may yield no audible results. Yet, how is it that Su Yuan has made such remarkable strides in merely a couple of days? It seems implausible that his day of training could rival another's month of toil. Amidst Chun-He's bewilderment, the battle at the center of the arena had escalated to a fever pitch. It must be acknowledged that there are no weaklings among those who have managed to break through to the pinnacle of their abilities. Earlier, Su Yuan had seized an opportunity to thrust his spear into the right eye of the blood-patterned tiger. However, just as he aimed to drive the spear deeper, penetrating the tiger's brain for a decisive kill, the beast unexpectedly twisted its head with great ferocity, enduring the agony of its shattered eye, and lunged towards Su Yuan. This sudden turn of events clearly took Su Yuan by surprise. The foul wind of the beast rushed towards him, its gaping maw mere inches away, while his spear had yet to be withdrawn. As the saying goes, a longer weapon is stronger, yet in close combat the advantages of the spear could vanish, potentially constraining the wielder's effectiveness. Although Chun-He was astounded by Su Yuan's rapid growth, his reflexes remained remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, he was beside the blood-patterned tiger, ready to deliver a crushing blow to its skull. As a second-tier warrior, he needed but a moment to shatter the tiger's head and ensure Su Yuan's safety. Under normal circumstances, other fierce beasts would likely abandon their assault on Su Yuan to defend against Chun-He's punch, or at the very least evade the attack. However, the blood-patterned tiger seemed undeterred, its savage and bloodthirsty demeanor suggesting it was intent on a deadly trade with Su Yuan. Wait! Su Yuan's thunderous shout caused Chun-He to halt his fist mid-air, and he was struck by an overwhelming sense of disbelief. With a resounding clang, the 300-pound spear fell to the ground. Su Yuan's hands were now firmly gripping the upper and lower jaws of the blood-patterned tiger. This? Chun-He was taken aback. Previously, Su Yuan had mentioned that his tested limit for punching power was less than 1,000 pounds. Yet, the tiger's biting force exceeded 1,000 pounds. Nearly 1,500 pounds. He watched as the tiger's jaws slowly closed in on Su Yuan, its razor-sharp fangs now less than 10 centimeters from his head. Don't push it. Chun-He felt a surge of panic. He could not bear to witness harm befall Su Yuan. It's alright. Su Yuan's grip on the blood-patterned tiger's jaws had already been pierced by its sharp fangs. Blood trickled down drop by drop, yet there was no hint of retreat on Su Yuan's face. Instead, upon witnessing the blood, a fervor unlike any he had ever experienced surged within him. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a faint glimmer of golden light flickered in his gaze. In that moment, his muscles erupted, unleashing their latent, unparalleled power. Give me strength, Su Yuan growled. The muscles in his arms engorged instantaneously. The previously clasped jaws of the blood-striped tiger, at that moment, began to part slowly. Then, with a mighty stomp, the ground beneath him in the challenge area began to crack faintly. In the next heartbeat, Su Yuan seized the upper and lower jaws of the blood-striped tiger and lifted it with sheer force. He was left utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. What was this sorcery? Even the blood-striped tiger, with its eyes gleaming with murderous intent, momentarily displayed a flicker of fear, its limbs thrashing wildly in midair. Smash it!
Su Yuan Bellover.
With a violent thrust, he brought the tiger crashing down. A thunderous boom resonated. The spine of the blood-striped tiger was instantly shattered. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the following seconds, Su Yuan continued to grip its jaws, relentlessly pounding it from side to side, until the tiger lay lifeless, its spine fractured into a heap of cold, soft flesh. Panting heavily, Su Yuan discarded the now deceased blood-striped tiger. His breaths labored as the golden hue in his eyes gradually faded. A wave of weakness washed over him, yet his face radiated a brilliant smile. What a thrilling battle! Beside him, he was so astounded he could scarcely articulate a response, his throat constricting as his mouth opened and closed in disbelief. His gaze flitted between Su Yuan and the disfigured carcass of the tiger, and in his heart, only one question remained. Who among you is the true beast? Meanwhile, within the Beast Arena's hall, the announcement blared once more. Announcement. In the first-tier Beast Challenge area, congratulations to challenger Su Yuan for achieving an S-level rating in the first-tier Extreme Beast Challenge. Boom! In an instant, those waiting for their own Beast Challenges, those engaged in idle banter, those just having completed their challenges, all were rendered speechless upon hearing the announcement. What on earth? First-tier Extreme Beast? S-level rating? Is this for real? Su Yuan's name had become renowned throughout Lan City. After all, it was a small town that had never seen an SSS-level talent in its history. Yet this year, two had emerged, becoming the hot topic of discussion in every corner of the city. However, they were acutely aware that Su Yuan had only just awakened a mere 2 days prior. Previously, he challenged the first-tier lower, middle, and upper beasts, achieving an astonishing S-rank evaluation in each instance. This alone was enough to leave one in awe. Now, he has astonishingly secured an S-rank evaluation in his battle against a first-tier apex beast. Such extraordinary prowess. In an instant, the crowd was filled with exclamations of wonder. This year, it seems, Lan City is indeed poised to produce a true dragon. With such strength, the top scholar of Lan City is undoubtedly assured, and there exists a significant possibility of vying for the provincial top scholar of the Nanjing administrative region. However, at that moment, some voiced their curiosity in hushed tones. By the way, did we not have 2 SSS-ranked prodigies emerge from Lan City this year? This young gentleman named Su Yuan is so formidable. What of the other one? Why has there been no news? How would I know? But speaking of it, among SSS-ranked prodigies there should be distinctions in strength, right? From my perspective, Su Yuan must certainly be among the elite within the SSS ranks. It's a pity. I initially thought we had a pair of unparalleled talents. Now it seems the other young lady might merely serve as a supporting role to Su Yuan. Such a fate is the most unfortunate, for being both SSS-ranked prodigies, she will inevitably be compared to him. It would perhaps be better to awaken a slightly lesser talent. Oh, how could you say that? Even if she becomes a supporting role, she is still Su Yuan's supporting role. Compared to others, she remains vastly superior. Chapter 47. Will the youthful pig-headed boy save the fallen Demon King Sr.? In another challenge area of the Beast Arena, a first-tier beast was being mercilessly tormented. The creature, a mid-tier beast, was in a pitiful state, covered in gaping wounds, its limbs broken in multiple places, and large patches of flesh missing. Even though the beast's nature was inherently ferocious, it had lost all will to fight, cowering in a corner, trembling, its roars now feeble and lacking strength. The safety officer watched with furrowed brows. Typically, while the fate of such beasts is sealed in death, most participants aim for a swift kill during practical training. Yet, this pale, frail-looking boy was clearly engaging in a gruesome act of torment. Despite his formidable strength, he chose to prolong the beast's suffering, akin to a parasite slowly draining life. Logically, as a foe to humanity, the beast deserved no compassion. However, the safety officer found himself feeling a twinge of pity for the creature. Morong Bai's expression was grotesque, a sickly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As a practical training area, the beast arena often witnessed injuries among martial artists, necessitating the presence of numerous medical personnel and ample medical equipment. Minor injuries, such as broken fingers, were considered trivial by many martial artists, easily remedied with appropriate treatment and splints. However, the emotional torment inflicted upon him by Su Yuan was far more damaging than any physical injury, breeding an intense hatred within him. Yet, unable to best Su Yuan for the time being, he vented his frustrations on the beast, which he equally despised. He also harbored a profound loathing for Shangguan Meng. If only that individual could meet an early demise. He fantasized about 100 ways to torment Su Yuan without resorting to the beast as a mere substitute. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the arena. Upon hearing that Su Yuan had achieved an S-rank evaluation in the first-tier Limit Beast Challenge, Morong Bai's fury ignited even further. How dare he? How could a mere country bumpkin, emerging from obscurity, possess such formidable power? In a fit of rage, he commanded his grotesque spirit to seize the weakened beast's limbs, tearing it apart with brutal force, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. The safety officer grimaced, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Yet Morong Bai fixated on the glaring crimson, his face betraying a twisted sense of satisfaction. But then his expression shifted once more. The pathological delight derived from venting his frustrations on the helpless beast faded, replaced by the haughty disdain of a nobleman for a rat in the gutter. Trash, he sneered, raising his hand toward the grotesque spirit that had been mercilessly striking the beast. Under the influence of an irresistible force, the spirit dissipated into a black mist, only to coalesce in his grasp into a massive black hammer. If possible, he truly wished to avoid sharing a body with such a wretch. The feeble strike down upon those even weaker, while the strong draw their blades only against their equals. That individual named Su Yuan had vanquished him. But one day, he would surely defeat Su Yuan, forcing him to kneel in submission, acknowledging his own frailty, rather than indulging in the brutality of slaughtering the weak to vent his frustrations. With this thought, Morong Bai raised his gaze towards the nearby security officer. Hey, bring forth one first-tier beast, 3 heads.
Au?
The security officer was taken aback by Morong Bai's sudden transformation. The man before him, though still pale, seemed to possess a newfound intensity in his crimson eyes, emanating an entirely different aura. Unsure of the man's intentions, he quickly regained his composure. I just explained the rules. Only by challenging beasts of the corresponding tier and successfully slaying them can one increase their number. So let us begin with 1. Very well. Half a minute later, before the lifeless form of a first-tier beast, Morong Bai, wielding a massive black hammer, turned to the astonished security officer with a disdainful smirk. Hey, can we now summon 3 heads? Broadcast. In this venue's first-tier beast challenge area, congratulations to challenger Morong Bai for achieving an S-rank evaluation during the challenge against a first-tier beast. What the hell? What's going on? When did S-rank become so common? Is this a wholesale affair? Who is this Morong Bai? I don't recall hearing of him before. Aren't there only 2 SSS-rank talents in our Lan city this year? Besides Su Yuan, the other is a girl named Su Anyun. Where did this Morong Bai spring from? Wait, I remember now. He was the one who provoked Su Yuan and ended up with a broken finger, rolling on the ground in agony. Ah, is it really him? I thought him a mere weakling, yet he appears rather formidable. Strong he may be, but in contrast it seems Su Yuan shines even brighter. Due to the activation of his ancient bloodline's potential while slaying the first-tier ultimate beast with bare hands, Su Yuan was currently in a weakened state. After dispatching the blood-striped tiger, he intended to conclude his endeavors for the day. As the broadcast echoed, he was about to exit the venue and hail a cab home. Oh, a first-tier beast, S-rank evaluation? Not bad. I wonder, was it the waste or the somewhat less wasteful one? Su Yuan was aware of Murong Bai's dual personalities. Yet, regardless of which persona confronted him, they were all ultimately his vanquished foes. The news of Su Yuan's successful challenge against the first-tier ultimate beast and his S-rank evaluation swiftly reached the ears of Shangguan-Ru. What the heck? This guy is truly a monster. In her office, Shangguan-Ru was replaying Su Yuan's battle footage, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. This time, Su Yuan did not effortlessly vanquish the first-tier ferocious beasts as he usually did. However, the terrifying power he ultimately displayed, along with his fierce and savage bare-handed takedown, was still classified as Grade S by the intelligence system. Beside him, Shangguan Meng lay on the sofa, engrossed in the latest manga, her hands propping up her chin, and her petite white legs swaying in the air, completely captivated. The title of this manga was Will the Youthful Pig-Headed Boy Save the Fallen Demon King Senior Sister? A rather kitsch detail of heroic fervor. Sister? Sister? Shangguan-Ru called out twice. Seeing that Shangguan Meng remained unresponsive, she stood and approached her, gently tapping her shoulder. However, when Shangguan Meng looked up, Shangguan-Ru was startled and instinctively recoiled several meters away. Sister? Are you all right? To her surprise, Shangguan Meng's exquisitely delicate face was streaked with tear marks, though she seemed oblivious to this fact until that moment. She hastily raised her small hand to wipe her face, sniffled, and with an air of defiance, pouted, "Humph, what are you staring at? The plot is quite moving, you know." Upon hearing this, Shangguan-Ru's gaze shifted downwards to the cover of the manga. With such a long title, it hardly seems like a serious comic. What kind of touching storyline could it possibly have? Just as Shangguan-Ru mentally critiqued, Shangguan Meng leaped off the sofa, retrieved a lemon candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. It was a bit sour, but very sweet. By the way, Shangguan Meng turned to Shangguan-Ru. What did you call me for earlier? Chapter 48. The Sutra of Celestial Contemplation. What gives you the right to be called my twin star? What else could it be? Shangguan-Ru pointed to the display screen on the nearby table. Just now, a video of Su Yuan's battle from the Beast Arena was transmitted. He successfully challenged a first-tier extreme beast and received an S-grade evaluation. It's amusing how he appears to be an extroverted high school student. Yet in combat against fierce beasts, he exhibits an unparalleled ferocity. Oh my, Shangguan Meng teased with a radiant smile. Isn't someone particularly fond of this juxtaposition of personas? Shangguan-Ru's face flushed. I didn't. Stop saying such things. Minutes later, after watching Su Yuan's battle footage, Shangguan Meng beamed. It seems he genuinely appreciates the gift I bestowed upon him. Indeed, Shangguan-Ru remarked with emotion. The fervor and passion displayed by Su Yuan during battle were palpable, even through the screen. Yet she quickly added, "Sister, did you notice the faint golden glimmer in Su Yuan's eyes?" Shangguan Meng nodded. "I did. It must be a nascent ability inherent to his talent. If only he had employed it against Murong Bai, he could have severely incapacitated him." Shangguan-Ru agreed with a nod. Currently, Su Yuan's ultimate punch force is 512 kilograms, just over 1,000 pounds. However, when he faced the blood-patterned tiger with his bare hands, the power he exhibited was nearly 2,000 pounds. That's nearly double. What does this imply? Is his talent truly just SSS grade? After a moment of reflection, Shangguan-Ru changed the subject to Su Anyun. Speaking of which, despite awakening an SSS grade talent, why does Su Anyun appear so low-key? Shangguan Meng pondered. Perhaps she is quietly growing stronger. Shangguan-Ru replied, "Let us hope so. The experimental training is about to commence. I hope she doesn't fall too far behind Su Yuan." Achoo! Su Anyun gently sneezed. What a frail body. She shook her head, feeling somewhat exasperated. In her past life, she could traverse cosmic storms unscathed. In this life, she finds herself sneezing due to a mere cool breeze. Nevertheless, having accepted the reality of her rebirth, she quickly adjusted her mindset and began to search her memory for the secret methods of mental power cultivation. If the universe is likened to an ocean, Then the physical body is the vessel traversing this sea, while the mind, or rather the soul, serves as the captain of this grand ship. Ultimately, whether one reaches the other shore hinges critically on the captain. This may not be apparent on Blue Star, where even ninth-tier supremes possess a superficial understanding of mental cultivation. Yet once one ventures into the cosmic expanse, the scenario changes. Those who specialize in mental cultivation are known as mind practitioners. The formidable practitioners possess the ability to annihilate civilizations, shatter planets, and extinguish the light of the sun and moon with but a single thought. There are even whispers that when mental prowess reaches its zenith, one could bring forth life with a mere intention. However, this remains mere speculation. Even those at the peak of power cannot achieve such feats. Currently, the cosmos acknowledges 3 supreme methods of mental cultivation. Foremost among them is the Yentian Visualization Sutra of the Starry Sect, which perceives the sea of consciousness as a vast ocean of stars, envisioning individual stars to manifest the cosmos. These stars, akin to celestial bodies, were once referred to as suns or radiance before civilization ventured into the cosmic expanse. Regrettably, the Yentian Visualization Sutra is a closely guarded secret of the Starry Sect, making it nearly inaccessible to outsiders. In addition, there exists the Hungsha Genyu diagram and divine demonic thought. In my previous life, I only obtained the first half of the Hungsha Genyu diagram, and I hope to complete the latter half in this life. With this thought, Su Anyun gently closed her eyes and began to silently cultivate the Hungsha Genyu diagram. On Blue Star, warriors typically must reach the 4th tier to perceive and control mental energy. In this regard, I possess an undeniable advantage. During combat assessments, this alone enables me to overpower Su Yuan. That evening, during dinner, Su Qingling wore a gentle smile throughout. Upon noticing this, Su Yuan inquired playfully, "Has Aunt Su encountered something delightful today?" Hearing this, Su Anyun also looked up at Su Qingling. The only person she cared about on Blue Star was Su Qingling, and only matters concerning her could pique her interest. As the two turned their attention towards her, Su Qingling began to recount her experiences at the company. It turned out that after the Lan City Daily exuberantly publicized the awakening of Su Yuan and Su Anyun's SSS-level talents, nearly everyone in Lan City became aware of the emergence of a Gemini, one named Su Yuan and the other Su Anyun. Typically, Su Qingling refrained from discussing personal matters at work. However, a curious colleague approached her, jesting about whether Su Anyun, one of the Gemini, was related to her. Su Qingling, not one to lie, admitted the truth. This acknowledgement, however, stirred the company's CEO, who promptly rewarded Su Qingling with a promotion and a raise, assigning her a remarkably relaxed position as the company's image ambassador, stating the need for increased publicity. "I once thought my life would proceed in a mundane manner, only to find myself thrust into the limelight by the 2 of you young ones. Life is indeed marvelous," Su Qingling said with a smile, her gaze towards Su Yuan and Su Anyun filled with warmth. Su Yuan chuckled, "This is just the beginning. There's much more in store for you, Aunt Su." Su Anyun also chimed in, "It's good to get accustomed to it in advance. In this life, she will undoubtedly lead Su Qingling out of the Blue Star. Even if Su Qingling possesses no innate talent for cultivation, she will procure cosmic treasures capable of defying fate for her. Furthermore, upon her return to the 10 Radiances, she shall traverse the starry expanse and dominate the universe. Even if Su Qingling lacks any modicum of strength, she will be revered throughout the cosmos." As for the title of Gemini, she glanced at Su Yuan beside her, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. What manner of beings were those who could be her equal in a past life? A lone swordsman, a madman who pierced through the heavens and realms, a battle maniac who transformed himself into a hell's cape, subjugating the starry skies, reigning supreme, a celestial enchantress who plucked the stars and the moon, her every smile and frown enough to captivate all beings, rendering the starry skies dim. The cosmos sparkles, a grand era dawns, and countless prodigies emerge from ancient sacred grounds, showcasing their brilliance that eclipses the stars and crafting legends anew. And you, where shall you tread? If you cannot even escape the Blue Star, on what grounds can you be compared to me as Gemini? Noticing Su Anyun's gaze, Su Yuan turned his head, meeting her eyes. "Is there something on my face?" "No." Su Anyun averted her gaze and resumed her meal. At that moment, Su Qingling suddenly inquired, Xiao Yuan, I heard. You recently shattered the records of the Beast Arena, achieving several consecutive S-rank evaluations, including a first-tier extreme beast? Is that true? As her words fell, Su Yuan had yet to respond. Beside him, Su Anyun's hand holding the chopsticks trembled slightly. Chapter 49. The advantage is mine. I cannot lose. Su Yuan possesses an SSS-level talent in physical enhancement, rendering him extraordinarily formidable in the early stages. Although there exists a disparity between different realms during the initial phase of cultivation, it is not insurmountable. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Su Yuan to challenge a first-tier ferocious beast and subsequently receive an S-level evaluation. However, what Su Qingling mentioned earlier, a first-tier ultimate ferocious beast. Su Anyun's composure faltered. The ultimate realm, regardless of the context, is an exceptionally unique existence. Among ferocious beasts, it symbolizes the potential to ascend to the status of Beast King. Among humans, it epitomizes genius. To put it plainly, if one can transcend a realm to defeat an adversary, they are already an extraordinary being. But if one can surpass a realm to vanquish a genius of that realm, one must ponder, what are they? Indeed, it is true. Other first-tier ferocious beasts are manageable, though the ultimate first-tier beast poses a challenge, it is not insurmountable. As Su Anyun was engulfed in confusion, Su Yuan's light laughter resonated, sounding somewhat jarring. Su Qingling expressed her concern. That is a first-tier ferocious beast, a whole realm above you. And Su does not hinder your training, but little Yuan, you must exercise caution. If you get injured at that moment. Su Anyun set down her bowl and chopsticks. I have finished my meal. Upon saying this, she rose and returned to her room. Su Qingling was taken aback, noticing that Su Anyun's bowl still contained more than half. Xiao Yan, you haven't finished your food, I'm full. Returning to her room and shutting the door, Su Anyun flung herself onto her bed, her beautiful eyes gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. To awaken and be capable of slaying a first-tier ultimate ferocious beast, and to achieve an S-level evaluation? How did he accomplish this? A cascade of questions flooded her mind. She assessed her current combat prowess. Against a first-tier superior ferocious beast, she was confident of securing an S-level evaluation. However, against a first-tier ultimate ferocious beast, her confidence dwindled to 60%. Yet, this was predicated on her experiences from her previous life. What, then, does Su Yuan rely upon? Su Anyun sat up, her expression contemplative. Could it be that he solely depends on his physical talent to manifest such terrifying strength? She was acutely aware that although her talent was rated as SSS level, its true potential far exceeded that, merely constrained by the evaluation standards of Blue Star, which capped at SSS level. Could it be that Su Yuan's circumstances mirror her own? The universe is vast and boundless. Teeming with an array of talents, it is indeed plausible that he has acquired some extraordinarily formidable physical endowment. Yet, what perplexes me is that in his previous life, he was utterly ordinary and unremarkable. Why, then, has such a monumental transformation occurred in this life? Even if my rebirth has brought about some ineffable changes, resulting in a butterfly effect, it should not lead to this. Or perhaps, a flicker of confusion crossed Su Anyun's eyes. Has he, like me, also been reborn? But soon she cast aside this notion. In her previous life, Su Yuan had not even left Blue Star. Even if he were reborn, what resources could possibly grant him such astonishing power in this life? Enough of that. I shall not dwell on it. What does it matter if he can slay a first-tier ultimate beast? Given a few more days, I could accomplish the same. Moreover, I can cultivate my mental strength through the endless sand prison diagram. The initial comparison of combat prowess must be a comprehensive evaluation. In terms of realm, mental strength, and mastery of martial techniques, the advantages lie with me. I cannot lose. Su Anyun's gaze gradually hardened as she cast aside all distractions and began her training. For the first time, she sensed a hint of crisis emanating from Su Yuan. Yet, it was merely a hint. In the adjacent room at the dining table, Su Yuan refrained from voicing his thoughts in front of Aunt Su. Yet he was acutely aware of the truth. The reason Su Anyun abruptly left in the midst of her meal was likely related to her hearing of his slaying of a first-tier ultimate beast and receiving an S-rank evaluation. Ah, pride. Su Yuan shook his head in amusement. It seems that Su Anyun is not entirely devoid of humanity. At the very least, she possesses pride. If he was not mistaken, she was likely in her room training fervently, attempting to catch up to him. Unfortunately, she is still young. As a prodigy, as long as he does not languish in idleness, he could hardly believe anyone could surpass him, unless Su Anyun also possesses a system from her rebirth. However, is she the type suited to be the protagonist? Not at all. Thus, such a scenario is impossible. Little Su Anyun should obediently follow behind and eat the exhaust fumes. With this thought, Su Yuan summoned the system panel for a glance. Today, he had successfully achieved an S-rank evaluation for defeating a first-tier ultimate beast, which caused quite a stir in the beast arena, earning him a substantial amount of emotional value. Host: Su Yuan, Realm. Awakening Stage 2, Perfected, Cultivation Method. Celestial Origin Cultivation Method. Great Sun Visualization Scripture. Dawn Chapter Martial Techniques. A-Rank Technique. 9 Slaughter Spear. Perfect. Emotional Value. 1532 last time. He had painstakingly accumulated over 2,000 emotional points, only to receive a thank you for your patronage from a high-level draw, nearly causing Su Yuan to expel blood in frustration. Fortunately, a junior draw yielded a purple reward. Great Sun Visualization Scripture. Dawn Chapter, which replenished his spirit. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. They say, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Yet I stubbornly refuse to succumb to superstition. Is it merely a high-level draw? Once I accumulate 2,000 emotional points, I shall decisively claim my victory. You must see the crimson. The golden rewards are already astounding. Just the thought of the red-tier rewards sends one's heart racing. After a brief moment of yearning, Su Yuan closed the panel and began his preparations for cultivation. Tonight, he would strive to attain his third source aperture. The following day commenced with the ritual of observing the sunrise, drawing inspiration from the dawn, before returning home to cultivate. Last night, he had successfully condensed his third source aperture, thereby advancing into the third stage of awakening, achieving the remarkable feat of progressing a stage each day. In the afternoon, he ventured to the beast arena to challenge a first-tier ultimate beast. This time, Su Yuan resolved to forego his weapon from the outset. After all, his mastery of the 9 Slaughter Spear had reached the perfect level, leaving little room for further improvement. His goal was to completely master the explosive power he had harnessed the previous day, enabling him to summon it at will rather than being forced to rely on it only in dire situations. With this mindset, Su Yuan encountered some difficulties. In the absence of his explosive power, he was still inferior in sheer strength to the first-tier ultimate beast, and thus injuries were inevitable. However, when the first-tier ultimate beast posed a threat to him, he managed to invoke the explosive power once more, ultimately subduing the creature. As for why he did not slay it, with 4 already in his possession, Su Yuan preferred to keep them for gradual training rather than killing them. That evening, as he prepared to condense his fourth source aperture, Su Yuan received a call from Shangguan Ru. Starting tomorrow, the experimental training would officially commence, and she would pick them up at 8 in the morning. After hanging up, Su Yuan glanced at his emotional value, which had only accumulated just over 300 points today, totaling 1,892 points, still some distance from 2,000. He had noticed that since he defeated the first-tier ultimate beast, the Blood Pattern Tiger, and received an S-rank evaluation, the reactions of those around him had become somewhat indifferent, or rather, they had grown numb. They believed this was simply how it should be, that they were indeed this powerful, leading to a significant decline in the easily collected shock value. When a sensation reaches its threshold, one must resort to even more potent means. Currently, what could I use to impress others? My mental prowess remains in its infancy. The third stage of awakening, its impact seems rather lackluster. After much contemplation, it appears that only the perfect level of the 9 Slaughter Spear remains. Eureka! Su Yuan's eyes brightened. My physical strength and control over source energy are insufficient to fully manifest the complete 9 Slaughter Spear. Yet, my understanding of it at the perfect level still stands. Perhaps I could find a meticulous expert to offer guidance? This idea holds promise. However, before that, I must experiment to see if I can discern any flaws or weaknesses when others wield the 9 Slaughter Spear. Otherwise, I might end up as a laughingstock instead of impressing others. If I remember correctly, as Sister said, the combat skills chosen by Su Anyun and I are identical. Although I am unsure why she, a practitioner of the Tang Dao, would learn the 9 slaughtering spears, it matters little. What S decided shall be executed. Su Yuan left his room and approached Su Anyun's chamber, raising his hand to rap gently upon the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Chapter 50. The disdained Empress? The most lethal form of conceit, what is it? Upon the door's opening, Su Anyun gazed at Su Yuan with an indifferent expression. Are you busy at the moment? Let us get to the point. I heard from Sister Ru that you have also selected the 9-kill spear. Could you demonstrate it for me?
Su Yuan inquired.
Merely testing the waters. Given Su Anyun's character, he presumed she would likely decline. Alas, women are such enigmatic beings. After a brief contemplation, Su Anyun surprisingly acquiesced. Very well. She nodded gently. Please wait a moment while I change. When she reappeared before Su Yuan, Su Anyun had donned a more relaxed and natural sports outfit. The light-colored t-shirt paired with black shorts, and her high ponytail accentuating her exquisite profile, bestowed upon her a remarkably fresh and spirited aesthetic. Let us head to the courtyard. All right. In the courtyard, Su Anyun grasped a Tang Dao, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Yuan, radiating tranquility. Although knives and guns are fundamentally distinct, martial techniques are never as rigid or cumbersome. As long as one comprehends the essence of martial arts, whether wielding a gun, a knife, or even fighting barehanded, immense power can still be harnessed. Su Yuan nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this perspective. He had previously applied his understanding of the 9-kill spear to his fist techniques, utilizing the same principle. Watch closely. I will demonstrate only once, Su Anyun softly stated. Su Yuan was taken aback. Was there a misunderstanding between them? He sought Su Anyun to showcase the 9-kill spear to gauge whether his perception was keen enough to discern the flaws and deficiencies exhibited by others when employing this martial skill. Not to learn it. Why did it feel as though Su Anyun had misconstrued his intent? Believing he had encountered a bottleneck in mastering the 9-kill spear and was seeking her guidance? As Su Yuan pondered, Su Anyun commenced her demonstration. With her right foot slightly angled, she held the Tang Dao with one hand. 9-kill spear. Its essence lies in the strength and accumulation of power. Within a fleeting moment, one thrusts 9 strikes consecutively, each thrust more potent than the last, leaving the enemy defenseless. Mastery of 3 strikes, proficiency in 5, expertise in 7, and finesse in 9. Perfection in each strike results in a cumulative force, each thrust akin to a dragon, capable of vanquishing all enemies before you. As for the true meaning, that requires alignment with one's spiritual intent, a realm currently beyond your reach. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan playfully remarked, I have learned much. However, it is rare for you to speak so extensively today. Could it be that your mastery of the 9-kill spear has reached the perfect level? Su Anyun maintained a calm demeanor, stating that mastering an A-level martial technique to perfection requires an immense investment of time and effort. Many practitioners dedicate their entire lives to this endeavor without ever achieving such mastery. Your aspirations seem rather simplistic. However, while I may not have reached perfection, I am on the verge of achieving profundity. Su Yuan expressed his astonishment. Profoundly? Is that true? He felt compelled to pay closer attention. As Su Anyun noticed his gaze, she commenced her demonstration. With a swift thrust of her Tang Dao, the blade pierced the air with such velocity that it produced a series of explosive sounds. A few minutes later, Su Anyun sheathed her sword and stood poised. Just moments ago, she had executed 7 consecutive thrusts. Initially, she had contemplated whether she could reach her limits and deliver 2 additional thrusts in succession, thereby entering the realm of profundity. Ultimately, however, she had failed as her body restricted her capabilities. Her right arm, having endured excessive force, suffered ruptured capillaries, resulting in significant swelling that stood in stark contrast to her previously flawless skin. Is she truly this determined? Su Yuan gazed at Su Anyun's injured arm. When he had employed the 9 slaughter fist to swiftly defeat Morong Bai, he had experienced a similar condition. Of course, his injuries at that time were far more severe. However, individuals possess different physiques. He bore the bloodline of ancient gods, granting him extraordinary resilience. What about Su Anyun? Achieving this level of proficiency is already commendable. Well, I hope you gain some insight. Unaware of her arm's injury, Su Anyun tucked her sword away and prepared to depart. Su Yuan contemplated pointing out the 3 major mistakes, 12 minor oversights, and 21 areas for improvement in her demonstration of the 9 slaughter spear. However, upon reflection, he decided against it. Although she had mistakenly perceived him as someone seeking assistance, she had nonetheless delivered a sincere demonstration, nearly injuring her arm in the process. Moreover, even if he were to showcase his understanding of the 9 slaughter spear in front of Su Anyun to impress her, how much emotional value could he possibly gain? Her realm is likely significantly lower than his own. Awakening Stage 1, the emotional value she could provide would probably amount to just 2 or 3 points at most. Su Yuan remained steadfast in his original philosophy. If one is to showcase their prowess, it should be before the truly strong, not in front of mere novices. Of course, this is not to say that Su Anyun is a novice. Su Yuan held no disdain for her, he vowed. After all, the skill she had just displayed, while not comparable to his perfect mastery, was indeed at a level of proficiency, and she had nearly touched the threshold of profundity. The cohabitating girl is a cold, beautiful school flower and a prodigious talent, certified. Watching Su Anyun's retreating figure, Su Yuan felt a slight pressure, ultimately remarking to himself, "Thankfully, my friend, I am extraordinary," before withdrawing his gaze. Su Anyun, this peculiar individual, has autonomously cultivated the 9-kill spear to the level of proficiency. Yet, I can still discern numerous issues. It appears my assessment was not mistaken. My perception and understanding are indeed sufficient. Su Yuan promptly made a call to Shangguan Ru. Before long, the call was connected. "Rujia, what is it? Could you possibly leverage your formidable network to inquire if anyone in Lan City is practicing the 9-kill spear combat technique? What is this? Have you encountered obstacles in your martial training and are seeking a mentor?" On the other end of the line, Shangguan Ru remained unaware of the gravity of the situation, her tone laced with teasing and amusement. To her, it was quite a novelty that this monster among monsters, Su Yuan, was finally facing setbacks. It is worth noting that since Su Yuan's awakening, he has consistently left her with the impression of being invincible, despite his low realm, merely in the awakening phase. Just consider his accomplishments. An astonishing rate of source energy absorption, condensing a source aperture in a single day, challenging fierce beasts of various ranks with S-level evaluations, and mastering the 9-kill spear to the level of proficiency. Each feat surpasses normal limits. However, in the next moment, the smile on Shangguan Ru's face froze. Su Yuan's casually delivered yet undeniably boastful remark lingered in her ears, gradually manifesting a series of question marks upon her countenance. "I am not seeking a mentor. Rather, I am going to be a teacher. Hello? Rujia." Chapter 51. The enigmatic blood-red flower. After a moment of bewilderment, Shangguan Ru finally regained her composure. "You mean, you wish to instruct those martial artists who practice the 9 slaughter spear and guide them in their combat techniques?" Indeed. As he spoke, Su Yuan glanced at the panel, noticing an increase of over 100 emotional points. It was evidently more gratifying to engage with a formidable figure like Sister Ru. Shangguan Ru fell into silence. She felt compelled to elucidate to Su Yuan. "Although your mastery of the 9 slaughter spear has reached the level of proficient, it differs significantly from traditional mastery. After all, you remain in the awakening phase, employing merely the form of the combat technique without harnessing the source energy. Furthermore, martial artists capable of training in A-grade combat techniques are often exceptionally gifted, and their comprehension of the 9 slaughter spear may not be inferior to yours. Trust me," Su Yuan replied with unwavering conviction. "As long as you assist me in locating some martial artists who have hit a bottleneck in their training of the 9 slaughter spear, preferably those of higher caliber, I will prove myself. Of course, they should not exceed the level of perfect, for otherwise, I would be unable to teach them." Shangguan Ru found herself somewhat bewildered by Su Yuan's assertions. "Not exceeding the level of perfect? Are you implying that your understanding of the 9 slaughter spear has already attained the perfect level?" "Yes." Very well." Shangguan Ru agreed, albeit reluctantly, as she could hardly fathom how a perfect level A-grade combat technique could be mastered in a mere 2 days. Su Yuan detected the skepticism in her tone but dismissed it, knowing that the more doubt she expressed, the greater his potential emotional rewards would be. By the way, Sister Ru, the special training experiment is scheduled for tomorrow. If we can find someone, let us arrange it for tonight at 7. Alright. By the way, why not invite Su Anyun as well? Why don't you ask her yourself? It's somewhat awkward to do so. There's a reason behind it.
Su Yuan replied vaguely.
Just moments ago, Su Anyun had been showcasing her skills before him. If he were to approach her directly, saying, "Hey, come listen to my lecture, I'll offer you some guidance," it would undoubtedly bruise her pride. If Shangguan Ru were to extend the invitation, it might soften the blow for her. You two are quite something. Very well then. At the Yuxiangxia Villa number 001, the damp, icy blue hair cascaded over her shoulders, accentuating the allure of her fair neck. The casually draped bath towel offered a tantalizing glimpse of her exquisite curves. Shangguan Ru set down her phone and sighed softly. This is utterly absurd. Just moments ago, Su Yuan had requested her assistance in finding martial artists who practiced the 9 slaughter spear and had reached a bottleneck. He aspired to become their instructor. Was he jesting? She acknowledged Su Yuan's prodigious talent, which could nearly rival that of her sister, Shangguan Meng. However, despite all that, he remains merely a high school student in the awakening phase, his potential yet to be fully realized. Among his peers, he undoubtedly stands out as the most exceptional. Without a doubt, even amidst the multitude of prodigies in the imperial capital, he would still be a remarkable presence. Yet talent is one thing, and growth is an entirely different matter. Currently, Su Yuan, capable of challenging first-tier formidable beasts at the 3rd stage of awakening, has garnered an S-rank evaluation. However, let alone those formidable beings at the fusion realm, even 2nd and 3rd-tier warriors in the exploration realm, any one of them would far surpass Su Yuan's current capabilities. Their combat experience and mastery of martial skills would undeniably eclipse that of a mere genius who has only recently acquired a martial spirit imprint, unless, of course, one were a reincarnation of a gun sage, intuitively aware upon first grasping a gun that they would become the best in the world. But let us not delve into that. Otherwise, it would indeed be quite peculiar. Shangguan Ru gently shook her head. Naturally, although she found this notion somewhat implausible, she had previously promised Su Yuan that as long as he was willing to participate in the experimental training, she would provide him with any resources within her capacity. Warriors practicing the 9 slaughtering guns. Shangguan Ru pondered for a moment before picking up her phone to call the president of the Martial Arts Association in Lon City. A few minutes later, she received a list of warriors training in the 9 slaughtering guns. The A-rank martial skill is part of the benefits included in the resource package for those with SSS level talent. Yet, even those without advanced talent can earn contribution points to exchange for A-rank martial skills. Indeed, Lon City boasts 5 warriors practicing the 9 slaughtering guns. Among them, 1 is a 3rd-tier warrior, 3 are 4th-tier warriors, and 1 is a 5th-tier warrior, the president of the Martial Arts Association himself. Excluding the president, Xiao Li, the remaining 4 warriors practicing the 9 slaughtering guns include 3 who are proficient and 1 who has a nuanced understanding, none having attained the perfect level, thus meeting Su Yuan's criteria. Shangguan Ru organized the list and contacted the 4 individuals, inviting them to participate in a lecture on the 9 slaughtering guns. However, this left them quite startled. As the saying goes, no merit, no reward. They had not accomplished anything recently. What right did they have to be invited by the director to receive guidance on their martial skills? Director Shangguan, this feels rather embarrassing. Is there something you wish to ask of me? If so, please speak directly. I will certainly help if I can. The 4 warriors echoed this sentiment. Shangguan Ru hesitated to reveal that the one providing insight into the 9 slaughtering guns was a newly awakened high school student. Otherwise, out of pride, they might not voice their reservations but would undoubtedly file complaints with the governing body of Lon City, suggesting that she had lost her mind, potentially impacting policy decisions in education. Although such complaints would be of no consequence to her.
Su Yuan, oh Su Yuan.
I hope you do not cause me any embarrassment. Shangguan Ru shook her head and sent a text to Su Anyun. At 7 p.m. tonight, at the launching Ancient Spiritual Martial Arts Academy, there will be a lecture on the 9 slaughtering spears. The speaker has attained a perfect mastery of the 9 slaughtering spears. Will you be attending? Half a minute later, Su Anyun replied, Thank you, but I will pass. Shangguan Ru was taken aback. What was going on with these two individuals she had chosen? One claimed to have achieved perfection in the 9 slaughtering spears and was hosting a lecture, while the other was completely indifferent to a lecture on the perfectly mastered 9 slaughtering spears. Was she falling behind the times? Were the high school students of this generation truly so unique? As Shangguan-Ru pondered, she suddenly heard the sound of a door opening. She had been preoccupied with helping Su Yuan with the lecture matter and hadn't had the chance to change her clothes, so she had rushed out wrapped in a bathrobe. She felt at ease, for besides herself, only her sister Shangguan Meng possessed a key to her home. However, upon seeing Shangguan Meng, she froze in place. Her silver hair remained unchanged, her still captivating, but her attire had been transformed into a glaring crimson, as striking as the ethereal blossoms of the underworld. Sister. Chapter 52. The Second Advanced Lottery. Red Quality Rewards. Transformation of the Ancient God. Gluttony. A flicker of panic crossed Shangguan-Ru's beautiful eyes. The moment Shangguan Meng stepped through the door, she was met with an overwhelming, acrid scent of blood, intense and pervasive. As Shangguan-Ru's mind raced with her own speculations, Shangguan Meng merely stretched languidly, seemingly unfazed. In stark contrast to Shangguan-Ru's turbulent emotions, her nonchalant demeanor was almost endearing. She reached into her pocket, crinkled the wrapper of a lemon candy, and tossed it into her mouth. With her cheeks slightly puffed, she casually remarked, "Don't worry, it's not my blood." Upon hearing this, Shangguan-Ru finally exhaled in relief, her heart having raced with apprehension. Yet, a moment later doubts crept in. Given Shangguan Meng's current prowess, what kind of adversary could have left her in such a state? "Sister, did you go on a mission?" Shangguan-Ru inquired with curiosity. As one of the 4 pillars of the Great Xia's Anomaly Extermination Bureau, Shangguan Meng typically undertook the most perilous assignments. It's not an exaggeration to say she walked a tightrope. Shangguan Meng replied with a soft affirmation. The Bureau discovered that the Eagle American Federation had a 7th-tier vampire hiding within our borders, specifically in the South Jiang Administrative District, so I went to neutralize him. A 7th-tier vampire? Shangguan-Ru realized belatedly. No wonder Shangguan Meng was drenched in blood. If it was a vampire, it made perfect sense. Vampires are a unique group from the West, essentially human, yet their inherent talents are often related to blood control. Within their own hierarchy, there exists a classification of powers. Once they surpass the exploration realm and reach the fusion realm, they attain a title. The 4th tier corresponds to Baron, the 5th to Viscount, and so forth, culminating in the 7th tier Marquis, followed by Duke at the 8th, and Prince of the Bloodline at the 9th. How did a Marquis enter the Great Xia? And what could he possibly want in the South Jiang Administrative District? Shangguan-Ru pondered aloud. Although the adversary held the same tier as Shangguan Meng, she understood that her sister was an anomaly, nearly synonymous with invincibility within the same realm. Not to mention, she had previously mentioned nearing a breakthrough to the 8th tier. Thus, Shangguan-Ru was more concerned about the purpose of the Vampire Marquis' arrival in Great Xia and the South Jiang Administrative District. However, Shangguan Meng merely shook her head. The Bureau lacks substantial information. I'm not privy to those details. But individuals like him, regardless of their intentions, often prefer to take along a few exceptionally gifted individuals, don't they? So I had to act preemptively. Her tone, light and carefree, suggested that the being she had just neutralized was no more significant than a blood-sucking mosquito. Shangguan-Ru suddenly realized, "Sister, you must be worried that he might target Su Yuan and Su Anyan, which is why you swiftly dealt with him, right?" Shangguan Meng blinked and replied, "Are you certain you want to hear the answer?" Shangguan-Ru was momentarily taken aback before instinctively turning away to dry her hair. "I don't want to think about it, not at all." Shangguan Meng let out a soft sh and headed to the bathroom, shedding her garments. In the misty vapor, her fair and youthful physique was faintly discernible. After finishing her shower, Shangguan-Ru stood behind her, helping to dry her hair while engaging in casual conversation. "By the way, sister, you might not know, but it seems that Su Yuan has become a bit inflated lately." Shangguan Meng replied. Shangguan-Ru recounted the earlier events. After listening, Shangguan Meng merely uttered a nonchalant "oh." Perhaps he has truly mastered the 9-kill spear to a perfect level. Who knows? Shangguan-Ru, with a slight tremor in her hand, helplessly remarked, "Sister, no matter how high your expectations for him are, there must be a limit." It's only been a few days since he began learning the 9-kill spear. Not even 3 days. Achieving perfect level? How could that be possible? Shangguan Meng gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her striking heterochromatic eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Generally, it is impossible. Yet, in this world, miracles do exist. I have always adored miracles. As the appointed time approached, Su Yuan stepped out to hail a taxi, heading to the Guling Martial Arts Academy. This was the venue that Shangguan Ru had arranged for his lecture, and also his personal garden of opportunities. He intended to harvest a substantial wave of emotional points here, followed by a round of high-stakes draws. During this time, Su Anyun heard Su Yuan leaving. Having just received an invitation text from Shangguan Ru, she naturally assumed Su Yuan was attending a lecture, oblivious to the fact that he was the one delivering it. After all, just that evening, he had requested her to demonstrate the use of the 9-kill spear, indicating that his mastery of it was still quite rudimentary. By 10 o'clock that night, Su Yuan returned home with a radiant smile. Just as he anticipated, pretending to be modest yielded little profit, while presenting himself grandly would lead to substantial gains. Upon his arrival at the Guling Martial Arts Academy, the 4 warriors that Shangguan Ru had arranged for him had already arrived ahead of time. Initially, they believed Su Yuan was also there to listen to the master elucidate the 9-kill spear. However, when they discovered that Su Yuan was the master who would be explaining the 9-kill spear to them that evening, their expressions were simply priceless. Some even called Shangguan Ru directly, their tones somewhat accusatory, questioning whether she was jesting with them. After all, their prowess was quite commendable. 1 third-tier warrior and 3 fourth-tier warriors, all notable figures in Lan City. Of course, this was based on their ignorance of Shangguan Ru's true identity and strength. Otherwise, even if Shangguan Ru were to amuse herself at their expense daily, they would not only remain unbothered but would actually delight in it. Ultimately, it was still Shangguan Ru, under the coercion of Shangguan Meng, who, as the director of the Education Bureau, I vouched for them, urging them to cooperate with Su Yuan for a while. If no results were achieved, we would reconsider. Thus, they finally consented, each demonstrating their mastery of the 9-slaughter spear. Then, what a delightful surprise! Regardless of whether their proficiency with the 9-slaughter spear reached the level of mastery or subtlety, Su Yuan was able to pinpoint several flaws and shortcomings in their techniques with remarkable acuity. His discerning eye and profound insights left the warriors thoroughly impressed, prompting them to apologize for their earlier dismissive attitudes. Su Yuan, of course, merely smiled in response. After all, harvesting the fruits of their labor is nothing to be ashamed of. In the room, the 4 warriors possessed considerable strength, contributing a substantial amount of emotional energy, which, coupled with Jie's astonishment upon learning of this matter, ultimately provided me with nearly 2,000 emotional points. Now, the total stands at 4,231 points. Enough for 2 high-level draws. Su Yuan took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the draws. Ding! Consumed 4,000 emotional points, commencing 2 high-level draws. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 1 combat skill epiphany card, blue quality. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Ancient Goddess 10 transformations, gluttonous transformation, red quality. What? A red item? Chapter 53. The power of 10 fiends in a state of disarray. Su Anyun gazed at the blinding crimson light, leaving Su Yuan somewhat bewildered. Logically speaking, regardless of the lottery type, a minimum guarantee of 100 draws was expected. Under such circumstances, even if one were to conduct 50 or 60 high-level draws without encountering red, Su Yuan would consider it normal. Yet, the last draw yielded only a thank you for your patronage, and now a red prize appeared? Brother Tongzi, I know you still care for me. Taking a deep breath, he tossed the combat skill epiphany card into his system backpack and turned his attention to the red quality reward. The 10 transformations of the ancient god. Transformation of the gluttonous beast. Description: a supreme secret art that can only be cultivated by those possessing the bloodline of the ancient gods. Generally speaking, fewer words denote greater significance. The description of the 10 transformations of the ancient god is merely a single line, yet the phrase supreme secret art carries immense weight. A few minutes later, Su Yuan skimmed through the general outline of this secret art, deepening his understanding of the ancient god bloodline. It turns out that the ancient gods refer to a group of exceedingly powerful primordial beings from ancient times. When they first came into existence, their physical forms were not extraordinarily strong, but as time progressed, they would continually grow more powerful. This enhancement seemingly knows no bounds. Once an ancient god reaches maturity, feats such as plucking stars and grasping moons become commonplace. Some can even hunt cosmic beasts among the stars, tear apart the void, and traverse the abyss. What exactly does this ancient times refer to? It surely cannot be the ancient times of a mere planet. Could it encompass the entirety of the universe? Su Yuan mused with curiosity. Moreover, it seems that he is currently in the cub stage. As time passes, he would not even need to cultivate source energy. His physical form would naturally grow stronger. Truly a bug-level lineage. As for the origin of the 10 transformations of the ancient god, it is even more imposing. This art was conceived by the most powerful of the ancient gods, the ancestor, who, after subduing the 10 fiends of antiquity, fused their essence into his own bloodline, thereby acquiring their myriad abilities. Subsequently, any bearer of the ancient god bloodline could awaken the power of the 10 fiends within through the cultivation of the 10 transformations of the ancient god. Of course, not all individuals with the ancient god bloodline can succeed. Depending on the concentration of their bloodline, some may only awaken one type of fiendish power, others two, and some may unlock even more. Those who can access the full power of the 10 fiends will be recognized as the holy sons of the ancient god clan. Having obtained merely a golden quality ancient god bloodline, it is likely that the concentration is not particularly high. He even doubts whether he can successfully awaken the power of the gluttonous beast. Speaking of which, Su Yuan discovered something intriguing. Although the 10 transformations of the ancient god does not explicitly list the 10 fiends of antiquity, it is certain that the gluttonous beast is among them. Yet, on Blue Star, it seems there has been no mention of anything resembling the gluttonous beast. However, on Earth, there are indeed numerous legends concerning the voracious beast known as Tao Tai. Although Su Yuan has reincarnated into this world, he remains perpetually nostalgic for his previous life on Earth. It is often said that you are the origin of the universe and the center of all creation, yet Earth possesses no extraordinary powers, nor any methods of cultivation. Alas, I shall not dwell on such thoughts. It is prudent to first become the mightiest being on Blue Star before contemplating these matters. Casting aside these miscellaneous reflections, Su Yuan began to silently attempt the Tao Tai transformation. The Tao Tai, a creature that consumes all, devours without restraint. If he harbors the power of the Tao Tai within his bloodline, he could potentially awaken this ancient secret technique. Once awakened, it would enable him to extract and absorb the utmost nourishment from food, thereby accelerating his growth, a remarkably suitable ability for development. 3 hours later, Su Yuan halted his efforts. He had sensed the essence of the Tao Tai transformation according to its principles but had yet to yield any results. However, he remained undaunted. After all, this was a supreme secret art of the ancient divine clan, and mastering it was inherently challenging. It could not be achieved in a single attempt. Moreover, the Tao Tai transformation, being merely one of the 10 transformations, is divided into several realms. The journey spans from the initial stage of increased appetite and enlarged stomach to the later stage of human-shaped Tao Tai, devouring heaven and earth, encompassing a considerable breadth of advancement. He must first focus on condensing the fourth source aperture. The pace of 1 aperture per day must not wane, as he needed to observe the rising sun's practice at dawn. Sister Ru would arrive at 8 o'clock, and time was of the essence. With these thoughts, Su Yuan immersed his consciousness within his body, beginning the process of condensing his fourth source aperture. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Shangguan Ru arrived punctually. By this time, Su Yuan had already returned from observing the sunrise over Yuha Mountain. He and Su Anyun had prepared their luggage, for Shangguan Ru had indicated that they might not have the opportunity to return home in the next 3 months. Take good care of yourselves, Su Qingling gently advised, simultaneously gesturing towards Su Anyun, who was resting with her eyes closed beside Su Yuan. This gesture implied that Su Yuan should look after Su Anyun during their time away. Understanding her meaning, Su Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. On the way, as Shangguan Ru drove, she brought up the previous day's lecture on the 9-kill gun, cheerfully remarking, "Instructor Su, you truly surprised me yesterday. You cannot imagine how those martial artists spoke of you upon their return. Su Yuan smiled quietly, choosing to remain silent. However, Su Anyun, seated beside him, involuntarily furrowed her brow. Instructor Su? What could that possibly mean? Was it related to the lecture on the 9-kill gun? Just as Su Anyun pondered this, Shangguan-Ru continued, they all claimed you must be the reincarnation of a gun sage. Otherwise, how could one possess such profound understanding and insight into gun techniques? Upon hearing this, Su Anyun began to grasp the situation. It is likely that Su Yuan attended the lecture on the 9-slaughter spear yesterday and grasped its concepts with remarkable ease, significantly enhancing his proficiency in the technique, which astonished the fellow martial artists who participated alongside him. It was unexpected that this individual, apart from his physical talent, also possesses commendable comprehension and aptitude. They had initially contemplated asking me when I would be available to offer guidance on their spear techniques, but I declined, citing your recent commitments. So, how does it feel to take on the role of a mentor to a multitude of advanced martial artists? Su Yuan replied with a smile, It's quite enjoyable. The group indeed exhibits some talent in spear techniques, easily grasping the fundamentals. Is it not impressive? Without these students, how could I have accessed the ancient and enigmatic art of devouring transformation? However, as their conversation reached this juncture, the nearby Su Anyun found herself completely bewildered. Wait, had she misunderstood something? Advanced martial artists inviting Su Yuan to instruct them in spear techniques? Chapter 54. The gathering of 4 source apertures. Su Anyun, thoroughly bewildered, felt a heavy blow. She abruptly turned her head, and for the first time, shock flickered in the beauty of her eyes as she gazed at Su Yuan. If memory served her correctly, the message sent by Shangguan-Ru yesterday read, At 7 p.m. tonight, at the Lan City Ancient Spirit Martial Arts Hall, there will be a lecture on the 9-slaughter spear. The speaker has achieved a mastery level of perfection in the 9-slaughter spear. Will you attend? Indeed, it was perfection. The recent conversation between Su Yuan and Shangguan-Ru unmistakably revealed this truth. Su Yuan had not left home last night to attend the lecture at the Ancient Spirit Martial Arts Hall, but rather, to deliver it himself. He, a mere novice who had awakened and engaged with the 9-slaughter spear for less than 3 days, was set to enlighten fellow martial artists with his perfection level of mastery. How could this be possible? Su Anyun found herself enveloped in profound confusion. In her previous life, she had never trained in the 9-slaughter spear, as it was an A-level martial art. Achieving nearly subtle mastery in just 3 days was already commendable. Why was Su Yuan ahead of her? Noticing her reaction, Su Yuan attempted to ease the awkwardness. I didn't mean to keep this from you. Yesterday, when I asked you to demonstrate the 9-slaughter spear, I intended to point out some of your shortcomings. However, seeing your earnest demonstration, I felt reluctant to speak up. If you wish, I can teach you later. Su Anyun responded with silence. Su Yuan's words undoubtedly confirmed her suspicions. He had indeed reached perfection in his mastery of the 9-slaughter spear. She remained silent for a considerable time. At that moment, Shangguan-Ru interjected, So, are you surprised? We have all gone through this. Last night was quite shocking, and now the tale of Su Yuan is circulating throughout the martial arts community in Lan City, with practitioners treating him as if he were a treasure. Su Anyun remained speechless. She was indeed astonished, but more than that, she was perplexed. Fixating her gaze on Su Yuan, she could no longer suppress her curiosity. How did you achieve that? Su Yuan pondered for a moment before earnestly replying, Enlightenment. Once again, Su Anyun fell into silence. For this reason, it was utterly inscrutable. Enlightenment was an enigmatic concept, often defying logic. In the vast cosmos, many legends spoke of those who achieved understanding at dawn and comprehension by dusk. For instance, one of the 10 radiances, the Sword Madman, had a senior brother who spent 3 centuries in the sword pavilion merely observing swords, neither practicing nor touching them, until one day he grasped a sword, stepped out of the pavilion, and with a single strike, shattered the stars. This too is known as enlightenment. Thus, it became comprehensible that Su Yuan could attain perfection in the 9-slaughter spear within 3 days. After a long pause, Su Anyun softly remarked, You are quite formidable. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He did not anticipate that Su Anyun would utter such a statement, which was somewhat inconsistent with her character. However, Shangguan Ru, reveling in the unfolding drama, cheerfully remarked, "It is no great feat to be praised as a genius by others. What is truly remarkable is to earn the admiration of someone as extraordinary as yourself." Su Anyun chose not to elaborate further. She withdrew her gaze, crossed her arms, and closed her eyes to meditate, her perception of Su Yuan having shifted slightly. Initially, she had regarded the system's selection of Su Yuan as her first comparative benchmark with indifference, dismissing it entirely, even viewing it as a mere novice benefit. Now, however, she felt compelled to muster her focus. Epiphanies are serendipitous. If one occurs, it is already a considerable stroke of fortune. Would there be a second or third? Unlikely. Thus, with merely 7 days remaining, she could still triumph over Su Yuan with her perfect level 9 kill spear. Understanding combat techniques is merely theoretical. The real challenge lies in their execution. It is akin to a genius comprehending the intricacies of nuclear weaponry better than some engineering experts, yet being unable to create one. Clearly, that is impossible. 7 days. I will elevate all 3 combat techniques to subtle level. Coupled with my combat experience, and my understanding and mastery of combat techniques and source energy. Unless his combat power surpasses mine significantly, he cannot defeat me. And to overwhelm me, that is out of the question. Su Anyun remained confident. She ceased her speech, instead silently envisioning the eternal sand prison diagram, honing her mental strength, which was one of her sources of confidence. In her rebirth, her mental prowess was already superior to others. If she could successfully visualize the first prison, she would be invincible within her realm. If only you were stronger, Su Yuan thought to himself. Upon realizing that his mastery of the 9-kill spear had reached perfect level, Su Anyun's astonishment provided him with less than 10 emotional points. This fellow was exceedingly weak. Of course, he had not expected to harvest many emotional points from Su Anyun. Though she, like him, had awakened an SSS-level talent, she currently seemed unremarkable, at least not demonstrating much strength. He was also curious how she compared to that fellow, Morong Bai. Speaking of epiphany, Su Yuan suddenly recalled the combat technique epiphany card he had drawn yesterday. This blue-quality reward, like its predecessors, was most effective for A-level combat techniques, capable of elevating them to perfect level. However, he had forgotten about it in his excitement while training in Ancient Goddess 10 transformations. Should he use it on the defensive technique, Singularity Source Shield, or the agility technique, Shadow Flash? After some contemplation, Su Yuan decided to apply it to Shadow Flash. Offense is the best defense. He still adhered to this principle. Defensive techniques serve only for protection, but agility techniques can enhance the ferocity of his attacks. Ding! The consumption of the Battle Skill Enlightenment card has elevated the A-class battle skill, Shadow Flash, to the perfect level. A wave of comfort washed over me. This enlightenment is indeed remarkably effective. With a contented sigh, I closed my eyes and leaned back against the chair, beginning to envision the rising sun as I practiced the Great Sun Visualization Sutra. After 3 days of diligent meditation, I could genuinely sense a subtle enhancement in my mental fortitude. Though modest, it was undeniably a tangible improvement. The most noticeable change was that I had progressed from being able to visualize for merely 10 minutes to now a commendable 16 minutes, nearly doubling my capacity. Moreover, the searing discomfort experienced during the visualization of the sun had lessened somewhat. With continued effort, I anticipated that once my mental prowess reached its zenith, I would be poised to reap substantial rewards. 2 hours later, at a grand edifice on the outskirts of Storm City, the vehicle came to a halt. Su Yuan and Su Anyun concluded their respective mental visualization practices. This was the specialized training facility I had commissioned since my arrival in Storm City, initially uncertain of when it would be put to use. Shangguan Ru gazed appreciatively at the venue before turning to the two with a gentle smile. From this day forth, you shall endure a rather challenging existence here. Let us proceed. The expansive facility was divided into several distinct areas. Prior to the commencement of the specialized training, Shangguan Ru conducted a thorough assessment of both individuals once more. Logically, having just been evaluated not long ago, a reassessment seemed unnecessary. However, she was acutely aware of Su Yuan's extraordinary nature, which evolved daily. Her intuition proved correct. Su Yuan, how many source apertures have you condensed now? What is your current realm? For source apertures, awakening stage, level 4. Remarkable, indeed, you've advanced a level in just one day. Shangguanru noted with a hint of exasperation in her recording book, before turning her attention to Su Anyun. And you, Anyun?
Su Anyun stood frozen.
Her mind racing through countless thoughts in just a few fleeting seconds. Ultimately, she could only convey her internal musings through silent expressions. Chapter 55. Beneath the devil's figure lies an even more sinister heart, to be honest. Su Anyun felt that her psychological resilience was quite robust. Upon learning that Su Yuan had mastered the A-level combat technique 9 Death Spear to a perfect level within a mere 3 days, she was taken aback, though she managed to maintain her composure. Enlightenment, such phenomena could occur in myriad forms. However, to now be informed that, alongside his mastery of combat skills, Su Yuan had also condensed 4 source apertures, reaching the 4th tier of awakening? Pray tell, this is Blue Star, a primitive civilization yet to connect with the cosmic expanse. Both the understanding and mastery of source energy, as well as the delineation of cultivation realms, remain significantly lacking. Even the efficacy of various rare materials is relatively diminished. Were this the progeny of galactic aristocracies or the scions of immense powers, utilizing celestial treasures to forge their foundations, rapid progress would be entirely plausible. Condensing 1 source aperture in a single day is quite reasonable. Yet, Su Yuan has achieved this as well. This is somewhat astonishing. Su Anyun gazed at Su Yuan, her expression akin to that of someone encountering a stranger, despite having cohabitated with him for an entire year. To condense 4 source apertures in just 4 days. Remarkable. A slight pressure began to seep into her heart, but the issue remained manageable. It was merely the awakening stage. The journey into formal cultivation had yet to commence, and the enhancement of combat prowess with each source aperture condensed was rather limited. There exists no fundamental distinction between the 9th and 1st tiers of awakening. With 6 days remaining until the first comparative assessment, at Su Yuan's rate of condensing 1 source aperture per day, he would require 5 days to reach the 9th tier of awakening. Subsequently, breaking through to the 1st tier would demand further time. Reflecting on her own experience, she had taken 4 days. Even if his aptitude was exceptional, he should, at the very least, require 2 days. Thus, when the first comparison arrives, Su Yuan ought to remain at the 9th tier of awakening, while she would likely attain around the 6th tier. The system had indicated that the comparison would be based on combat prowess rather than mere realms. Unless Su Yuan could ascend to the 1st tier, she would have a decisive advantage. The notion of an underdog adventure was utterly implausible for her, she vowed. Noticing Su Anyun's silence, the bystander Shangguanru assumed she was disheartened by Su Yuan's prowess and encouraged her. It's all right, keep pushing forward. Perhaps through this experimental training you will surpass him. Anything is possible, right? Su Anyun nodded gently. Indeed, with 6 days remaining, she was confident in her ability to surpass Su Yuan in combat strength. Of course, even if she ultimately fell short, it mattered not. Given his remarkable cultivation speed, he would rank among the elite not just in Lan City or the Nanjing administrative region, but across the entirety of the Great Xia. One could certainly find another benchmark for comparison that may be more fitting. Su Anyun remained silent, not countering the latter half of Shangguanru's statement. After all, she was not fully aware of her own capabilities, and unlike Su Yuan, she did not exhibit her brilliance, which made her thoughts quite reasonable. As for finding a different comparison, she was more than capable. If she could defeat Su Yuan in their initial contest, the system would select her next opponent. However, with each victory, the adversaries chosen by the system would grow increasingly formidable. Who could possibly be a more monstrous rival than him? Su Anyun felt a sense of anticipation. After assessing the relevant data, Shangguanru began to introduce the various sections of the venue to the two. Their first stop was the eastern side of the facility, where 2 rooms constructed from a special magnetic material housed high-pressure gravity chambers. During the high-pressure gravity training, I will regulate the gravity multiplier. Based on your physiological data in real time, I will adjust it to the critical threshold. After maintaining that threshold for a period, I will increase the gravity multiplier to 1. 2 times the critical level, requiring you to endure this for 10 minutes. During this process, you may experience immense suffering, and there is a possibility of muscle dissolution or necrosis among other conditions. But fret not. A radiant smile graced Shangguan Ru's face. I have prepared the highest level of treatment equipment and resources, along with the finest medicinal formulations, and I am also a top-tier biologist specializing in human physiology. Su Anyun's expression remained composed. As one of the elite powers in the cosmic expanse, the cultivation of battle energy was indeed a formidable challenge. She had once entered a cosmic storm with her physical body to extract her potential and hone her battle energy. Thus, this gravity chamber was of little significance to her. In contrast, Su Yuan was brimming with enthusiasm. He was deeply intrigued by the power that Shangguan Ru exhibited, which could decompose and resist source energy. However, he was even more fascinated by the vast emotional values he could accumulate upon confirming the existence of qi. According to Shangguan Ru, the entire upper echelon of the Great Xia would be stirred by this revelation. Beyond the gravity chamber lay the southern section of the venue, which housed the virtual combat zone. This area was developed using the latest virtual reality technology by our Clover Group. Upon entering the simulation pod, your physical form could be replicated in a virtual network space with a 95 sense of realism. Here I will arrange death matches for you, and the realism must remain at the highest limit of 95. Only your demise or that of your opponent can conclude the battle. Naturally, should you encounter psychological issues during the intense death matches, you may seek my assistance, as I hold a doctorate in psychology. Virtual combat technology akin to this exists throughout the cosmic expanse, yet it is more mature and comprehensive with a vast number of users, even extending to influence the top 100 battle rankings among the major forces in the universe. Only the most exceptional and formidable combat prodigies can ascend the ranks and earn the adoration of countless admirers. In her earlier years, Su Anyun secured a position within the top 30 of the 100-strong battle rankings, thereby gaining admission to the Kanglan Battle Academy and embarking on her legendary journey. To the west of the arena lies the recovery area, equipped with various elite medical apparatus and resources. Meanwhile, the northern side serves as the living quarters for Su Yuan and Su Anyun. The 3 months of specialized training will not be an extensive duration for you. The true crucible that will hone your skills lies beyond the city walls, in the perilous wilderness teeming with beastly hordes and lurking dangers. Every few days, I will cast you into territories inhabited by formidable beasts that exceed your current capabilities. Only when you are on the brink of death will I extend my assistance. Are you afraid? After introducing the various sections of the arena, Shangguan Ru inquired with a smile. Su Anyun shook her head, while Su Yuan responded with enthusiasm. I could not wish for more. As stated in the 10 transformations of the ancient deities, only through the ultimate crises of life and death can the latent powers within one's bloodline be fully awakened. His desire to master the gluttonous transformation necessitated such extreme trials, and thus his anticipation was immense. Excellent, Shangguan Ru said, her smile growing ever more radiant. I relish your spirited demeanor and hope you will sustain it. As time would reveal, human sentiments are prone to change, especially upon discovering that within Shangguan Ru's devilishly alluring physique lies an even more devilish heart. It was only on the 4th day of their arrival that Su Yuan felt as though he resided in hell itself. During the high-pressure gravity training, Shangguan Ru truly dared to impose multiples. Upon his initial entrance into the gravity chamber, she immediately set the gravity to 10-fold. Shouldn't it have been a gradual increase? Caught off guard, Su Yuan nearly stumbled under the overwhelming weight. What happened next? Shangguan Ru, engrossed in the data displayed on the screen, gleefully escalated the gravity 1 increment at a time. When it reached 20-fold, Su Yuan's limbs were pinned to the ground, rendered immobile by the terrifying force, and only then did she approach the transparent gravity chamber. Her cheeks flushed as she encouraged him to rise. Stand? Are you serious? I possess the bloodline of ancient deities and a robust physique, yet do you truly need to start with 20-fold gravity? And that was not the end. Following the high-pressure gravity training came the virtual deathmatch. The adversaries Shangguan Ru selected for him were simulated, virtual beasts, each at the pinnacle of first-rank strength. Yet he was to face 5 at once. Each time, after barely managing to vanquish 3, he would find himself exhausted and ultimately overpowered by the 2 remaining ferocious creatures, who would then feast upon him. Such a bloody scene, is there no protection for minors? And it boasts a 95 realism. Do you see this as a life fit for humanity? Indeed, though tragic, there exists a plethora of nutritional supplements and cultivation resources, and if Shangguan-Ru is truly willing to spend, then Su Yuan conducted a brief investigation, discovering that even the most commonplace supplements are priced at several $100,000, a true luxury among luxuries. During the break, in the living area and dining hall, the weight of high-pressure gravity training and extreme combat training weighs heavily. Each day feels like a descent into hell, while still balancing the demands of cultivation. To be honest, I truly admire myself. Su Yuan raised the nutritional supplement worth 320,000 in his hand towards Su Anyun, who sat across from him. Shall we toast? We have indeed shared in this adversity. Su Anyun appeared significantly calmer compared to Su Yuan. She gently clinked her supplement with his and drank it in one gulp, allowing the fiery liquid to surge within her, healing various minor wounds. As her innate talent does not lie in physical enhancement, the pressure imposed by Shangguan-Ru is somewhat lighter than that on Su Yuan. However, this relief is exceedingly limited. Any other girl would likely be unable to endure even 5 minutes of such hellish training. Yet Su Anyun persevered. As for her, these trials are not daunting. In her previous life, she endured far more brutal training, her resolve having become unwavering. Shangguan-Ru expressed continuous astonishment, and even Su Yuan was taken aback. He had initially thought Su Anyun would soon give up. Tomorrow marks the beginning of their first practical combat in the wasteland. In virtual combat, I was joyfully devoured by that pack of ferocious beasts. Tomorrow I must unleash a grand slaughter. Su Yuan set down the nutritional supplement, reflecting. Each time he recalls the brutal outcomes of the past day's battles, his resolve hardens, fists tightening. Nevertheless, during these 4 days, despite the exhaustion, he has maintained the pace of condensing one source aperture per day. He has now reached the 8th stage of awakening, drawing ever closer to officially becoming a first-tier martial artist. Simultaneously, under Shangguan-Ru's relentless pressure, his physical strength has significantly increased, with his maximum punching power rising from an initial 512 kilograms to 732 kilograms. Such a rate of growth is truly remarkable. Su Anyun remained silent. The day after tomorrow marks the system's first comparison. Under extreme high-pressure training, she has achieved the 5th stage of awakening and elevated all 3 A-level combat techniques to the subtle level. Moreover, she is employing shadow servants to develop an S-level combat technique named Ethereal Blade Shadow, which has now reached the proficient level, though she has never revealed it. With this technique, she is confident that her combat prowess is sufficient to vanquish Su Yuan. Thus, she feels no turmoil within and has already begun contemplating what resources the system might reward her with upon achieving victory. When her gaze finally returned to Su Yuan, her expression remained serene, her focus no longer on the present but on the future. After I emerge victorious, the connection between him and me should have concluded. Yet, he indeed possesses some unique talents in cultivation. If he does not fall too far behind me in the future, perhaps I might consider bringing him under my wing. At the very least, he seems to be somewhat more reliable than the pair of sisters, Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru. Chapter 56. The End of the Road. Relax, feeling dizzy is quite normal. Do you know what the wilderness is? On a private plane, Shangguan Ru swirled the goblet in her hand, the crimson liquid sloshing within, exuding a rich and intoxicating aroma. With her ice-blue long hair, stunning visage, and alluring figure, she resembled a nonchalant siren of sorts. Ever since Su Yuan and Su Anyun commenced their experimental training, Shangguan-Ru had resigned from her position as the director of the Lan City Education Bureau, allowing her to eschew the formalities of her role. Su Yuan nodded lightly, though his gaze was directed out the window rather than upon Shangguan-Ru. It was said that upon breaking through to the fusion realm and achieving the limit realm, or the 7th tier, one could soar through the skies utilizing their own power. He found himself eagerly anticipating this. During his school days, he had learned that following the cataclysmic event centuries ago, biological mutations occurred, and humanity began to pursue the path of source energy cultivation. A brutal conflict erupted between ferocious beasts, magical flora, and humankind, leading to the downfall of countless nations and the destruction of cities. Ultimately, humanity succeeded in resisting, rebuilding their homeland and establishing civilization, while beyond the civilization lay the wilderness, a paradise for ferocious beasts and magical flora, and a lost paradise for humanity. Shangguan-Ru nodded, taking a delicate sip of red wine, and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, generally, it is quite improbable for one to venture into the wilderness before formally becoming a martial artist, that is, prior to ascending the ranks. Even if one were to go, it is usually in groups. However, you two are different. I shall provide you with the most rigorous training, so shortly you will be required to act separately." As Shangguan-Ru spoke, Su Anyun, like Su Yuan, gazed calmly out the window, that cataclysmic event from a century ago. A flicker of nostalgia passed through her beautiful eyes. Initially, she had firmly believed in it, but later, upon stepping beyond the confines of Blue Star and into the cosmos, she realized that it was not a mere coincidence but an inevitability, a form of evolution, a trial. The cosmic region where Blue Star resides is known as the ancient Source Star domain, one of the 10 star domains of the outer universe. Specifically, it is part of the Eastern Spirit domain within the ancient Source Star domain. 1/3 of the Eastern Spirit domain is occupied by the 9-Star Alliance. The 9-Star Alliance is a federal entity formed by the civilizations of 9 human planets, with Blue Star being an ordinary planet on the fringes of this territory. Years ago, when the exploration fleet of the 9-Star Alliance discovered Blue Star at the edge of their domain, they introduced the seed of evolution. This seed of evolution caused the flora, fauna, and humanity on Blue Star to undergo genetic mutations, enabling them to perceive the source energy within the universe and embark on the path of evolution. The 9-Star Alliance set a deadline for Blue Star of 500 years. Should Blue Star produce a being who could break through to the limit realm and enter the cosmic realm within this period, they would be deemed to have passed the trial, allowed to join the 9-Star Alliance, and enjoy certain autonomous rights. Should the trial not be successfully completed, after selecting a portion of prodigies to join the 9-Star Alliance, Blue Star will be relegated to the status of an industrial planet for the Alliance, tasked with a myriad of production and extraction endeavors. In all honesty, among the vast array of formidable factions, the approach of the 9-Star Alliance can be deemed relatively mild. In stark contrast, the Longyu Empire, another dominant power within the Eastern Spirit domain, adopts a far more brutal method. Those who are not chosen are either reduced to slavery or dispatched to the interstellar battlefield as cannon fodder, mercilessly ground into oblivion amidst the ruthless carnage of war. With only 5 years remaining until the deadline set by the 9-Star Alliance for evaluation, the previous cycle saw no one from Blue Star manage to transcend the 9th tier. The once promising Shangguan Meng mysteriously vanished prior to this deadline, only for news of her demise to emerge afterward. Su Anyun herself had barely managed to break through to the 7th tier due to her limited training time. In this lifetime, the fate of Blue Star will rest upon her shoulders. Su Anyun's gaze was resolute. 2 hours later, the aircraft departed the safe zone, entering the territory of the wild domain. Safety mechanisms on either side of the wings activated, enveloping the craft in a formidable energy shield. Within the wild domain, ferocious beasts roamed the ground, while mutated avian predators soared through the skies. However, as they were at the periphery of the wild domain, the strength of these beasts was comparatively weak. Upon contact with the energy shield, they were reduced to ashes. Alright, Shangguan-Ru set down her goblet. She directed Su Yuan and Su Anyun to enter their respective drop pods, subsequently deploying them at different locations. The sole training objective for the day was to traverse 80 kilometers on foot from the drop point to the designated location. What feral beasts or magical flora they might encounter along the way remained shrouded in uncertainty. Both individuals were equipped with detection devices that would automatically activate protective measures upon sensing lethal levels of damage, though this would denote failure in the training. Those who faltered would return to that venue laden with memories of inadequacy, destined for even more grueling training. With a thunderous crash, the descent pod collided with the earth in the primordial forest, creating a deep crater and echoing a resounding noise. Moments later, the hatch opened, and a figure leapt from the pit. So, this is the wild domain. Su Yuan stretched slightly, bearing the custom-forged long spear upon his back. The spear measured 7 feet in length, adorned with a golden shaft and a dragon head. Its tip fashioned from silver, weighing an imposing 321 pounds, capable of delivering fatal blows with the slightest touch. According to Shangguan Ru, if wielded adeptly, the weapon could be upgraded by integrating higher quality materials without the need for outright replacement. Many formidable warriors have forged a bond with their favored weapons through such means, as emotional attachments rendered them irreplaceable. Thus, Su Yuan aptly named his spear End of the Road. It refers to the notion, at the end of the road lies the gun, and upon encountering this weapon, your life is deemed to have reached its conclusion. In contrast to urban regions, the concentration of source energy in the wasteland is markedly higher. This disparity accelerates the rate of mutation among the flora and fauna in the desolate expanse, resulting in a greater variety of aberrations. A hissing sound pierced the air. Su Yuan shifted his gaze to the right and beheld a massive python coiled around a robust tree. The serpent's slit-like eyes were cold and merciless, its body immense, approximately the thickness of a water barrel, stretching at least 10 meters in length. His smart wristband emitted an alert. Detected a first-tier superior beast, the devouring wolf python. A first-tier superior beast. Su Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. In the next moment, his figure vanished, augmented by the perfect level of shadow flash. Even burdened by the road's end gun, Su Yuan's form remained as elusive as a specter. The python's vertical pupils narrowed slightly, but before it could react, it sensed its body ensnared as if gripped by two iron claws. Easy now, my good brother. Dizziness is perfectly normal. Su Yuan grinned. Then, with a swift motion, he exerted his strength. His arm muscles bulged instantaneously, and the terrifying force unleashed tore the massive serpent asunder. Even as the spinal nerves still functioned, the severed halves of the devouring wolf python writhed violently in Su Yuan's grasp. I told you dizziness is normal. So why are you thrashing about? Su Yuan chuckled. The hellish training of the preceding days had truly ignited his fury. He forcefully smashed the two severed sections of the snake against the colossal trees, several meters in girth, until they were reduced to a bloody mess, and then discarded them as one would refuse. With that, he set forth towards his destination. 80 kilometers away, Chapter 57, devouring the mundane, the spirit, the divine, the earth, and even the heavens. With a swift motion, a gleam of blade flashed through the air, cleaving a first-tier superior beast in twain. Su Anyun sheathed her sword, and in an instant, the shadow attendant transformed into a shroud of darkness, enveloping the carcass of the beast. Mere minutes later, all that remained was a skeleton, as the flesh and blood had been assimilated by the shadow attendant, transmuting into a rich essence of life force that flowed back into Su Anyun. At last, this ability has been restored. Feeling the surge of vitality coursing through her veins, a subtle smile began to grace Su Anyun's lips. During this period, apart from her training and strategizing combat techniques, she devoted her remaining time to diligently developing and restoring the myriad abilities of the shadow attendant. Drawing from the experiences of her previous life, she had preemptively harnessed several powers of the shadow attendant in this life, including the ability to consume the flesh and blood of beasts, thereby replenishing herself through the technique known as essence absorption. However, the efficacy of essence absorption is presently quite limited, with less than 10 of the life force being returned to her, rendering it significantly less efficient compared to the pure energy of origin. Yet this suffices. As long as she slays enough beasts, what does it matter if the efficiency is somewhat diminished? In the afternoon, the sun hung low in the sky, casting shadows over the desolate, blood-scented primeval forest. Su Yuan glanced at his smart wristband, noting he had traversed 36 kilometers, with a cumulative tally of beasts slain. 1 first-tier limit beast, 18 first-tier superiors, 52 first-tier intermediates, and 104 first-tier inferiors. Indeed, the wilderness harbors a daunting density of ferocious beasts. During this endeavor, Su Yuan had sustained some injuries, remnants from his battle with a first-tier limit beast, the Silver Wolf King, accompanied by 4 first-tier superiors and 6 first-tier intermediates. That encounter had been exhilarating, satiating his thirst for combat. After advancing another 10 kilometers, Su Yuan flicked his weapon, discarding the lifeless body of a first-tier superior beast, the Thunder Leopard, which he had pierced through the heart. However, at that moment, an overwhelming sensation of hunger struck him. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Yuan paused, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. He promptly set aside his weapon, seated himself, and commenced the full activation of the ancient goddess 10 transformations. Gluttonous transformation. Hungry, 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 devour, devour, devour. An unprecedented wave of hunger surged within him, making Su Yuan feel as though he could consume an entire cow. Simultaneously, his cells, under the influence of the arcane technique, transformed into gaping maws, ravenously absorbing the residual nutrients within Su Yuan's body. These were the potent nutritional elixirs he had consumed over the past few days, each costing a fortune, hinting at the immense richness of their contents, though Su Yuan had previously absorbed them in minuscule amounts. Boom, boom, boom. The vitality surged forth, a force entirely distinct from the energy of origin. It was an ancient, vast, and pure power belonging solely to the physical form. Success. With a deep breath, Su Yuan rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fervent desire. At this moment, he had successfully awakened the gluttonous power within him. Although this force was still feeble, it represented a monumental leap forward. Approaching the thunder leopard, the radiant energy of the sun surged forth from him, incinerating its fur entirely. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Yuan instinctively felt that he could consume the entire thunder leopard raw and fully digest it. However, he ultimately opted to cook it, roasting it to perfection. The idea of devouring it raw was still a bit too much for him to stomach. In no time, after voraciously devouring the entire thunder leopard, one would expect him to be utterly stuffed, yet Su Yuan felt as though he could consume several more. His mind wandered through the hierarchy of the gluttonous transformation. According to its teachings, the first level, known as the mortal devour, comprises 3 stages: flesh consumption, bone devouring, and blood refinement. Flesh consumption significantly enhances one's ability to digest meat, allowing one to extract the essence within and nourish the body. This was the state he currently inhabited. Next came bone devouring, where not only the flesh of ferocious beasts could be consumed, but also the nutritional essence within their bones could be broken down and digested. Following that was blood refinement, where drinking the blood of fierce beasts could greatly augment one's vitality. It was straightforward and brutal. Beyond the mortal devour lay the realms of spirit devour, divine devour, earth devour, and ultimately, sky devour. Su Yuan's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Through the practice of gluttonous transformation, he aimed to continuously elevate the gluttonous power inherent in his ancient god lineage. He wondered just how far he could ascend. The notion of sky devour sounded immensely powerful. In his imagination, Su Yuan envisioned himself transforming into a colossal gluttonous beast, devouring stars amidst the vast cosmos, consuming all that was visible. Before long, having regained his composure, Su Yuan set forth once more. Along his path, he encountered bizarre, ferocious beasts. Those that appeared grotesque were swiftly dispatched, while those deemed delicious were roasted and consumed. As evening approached, merely 18 kilometers from his destination, Su Yuan faced his most formidable opponent yet. It was a bipedal sheep. Its imitation of human posture was exceedingly eerie. The seemingly docile face of the sheep bore horizontal pupils that evoked an unsettling sensation, sending chills down his spine. Just moments ago, he had passed by without noticing it, only to spot the creature lurking behind a tree, revealing half of its face, thanks to the alert from his intelligent wristband. Tier 2 lesser ferocious beast. Man-eating sheep. Hey there, you startled me, you know? Su Yuan raised his spear with a gentle smile. He relished the taste of roasted lamb, but in the face of this peculiar man-sheep, all he desired was to eliminate it swiftly. Hearing Su Yuan's words, the man-eating sheep tilted its head slightly, as if contemplating. Yet in the next instant, its figure materialized at the very spot where Su Yuan had previously stood. Such remarkable speed. Su Yuan, having anticipated the move, narrowed his gaze. This is the advantage of cultivating the Great Sun Visualization Sutra. His mental acuity, perception, and reflexes had all sharpened significantly. Otherwise, he might have been unable to evade that earlier strike. Moreover, the 2 hands of the man-eating sheep were intertwining menacingly, one to the left and one to the right. If he had not dodged, would his neck have been snapped? Quite intriguing. The tip of Su Yuan's spear rose slightly. Gazing at the second-tier ferocious beast before him, he spoke slowly. To slay an enemy across a major realm is the mark of a genius, a prodigy. To conquer foes across two major realms, however, that is sheer audacity. As his words fell, shadows flickered. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuan had already positioned himself behind the man-eating sheep, and then, with the 9 slaughter spear, this time it was the convergence of 9 strikes into one. Chapter 58. Are you a reborn individual? Do you possess a system? Su Anyun was utterly bewildered. The 9 blades converged. In that fleeting moment, the 9 slaughtering spears unleashed an unimaginable and terrifying force. The body of the pathless spear trembled, and its tip faintly traced afterimages. Boom! The man-eating goat sensed the impending danger and hastily clamped its hands together, attempting to catch the thrusting spear. Logically, a second-tier ferocious beast should have undergone a certain degree of source energy tempering, granting it a decisive advantage in strength over awakened humans. However, it was matched against Su Yuan. A hiss filled the air as the skin on the goat's hands was instantly torn apart, blood gushing forth. Not only did this fail to halt the pathless spear, but it also caused the beast to miss the opportunity to shift its position and evade a fatal blow to its heart. Thus, the pathless spear swiftly pierced through the goat's heart, delivering a force enhanced 9-fold in a mere instant, shattering the heart into fragments. Su Yuan withdrew his spear, observing the corpse of the man-eating goat as it slowly collapsed, feeling quite satisfied. This was, after all, his first time employing the perfect level 9 slaughtering spears, and despite not integrating source energy, the sheer force exhibited was astonishing. In a private jet circling above the wilderness, Shangguan Ru gradually sat up, her beautiful eyes reflecting an indescribable shock. The data relayed from the smart wristband worn by Su Yuan indicated that he had slain a second-tier ferocious beast. Although it was merely a weaker variant of the second tier, the man-eating goat, it was noteworthy that Su Yuan had only just reached the 8th stage of awakening. There existed a significant gap of 2 major realms between him and the second tier. If memory served correctly, during his initial training, he could only contend with 3 first-tier limit beasts simultaneously, yet he had grown at an astonishing rate. Shangguan Ru's breathing quickened, and the excitement in her eyes intensified. Once they returned, she would increase the dosage. I shall thoroughly ravage and rigorously train him. As night fell, at the destination, Su Yuan arrived first. The 80-kilometer journey was not particularly long, yet it was fraught with various ferocious beasts and demonic plants, making it quite challenging. Thanks to successfully awakening the faint power of the gluttonous ancient bloodline, he was able to eat while moving, so his stamina was not a concern. However, he bore numerous wounds, some of which had already formed scabs. The most severe was a knife wound on his left side, approximately 2 fingers deep, with his white ribs faintly visible. This injury was inflicted by the second-tier ferocious beast, the blade ape, which he encountered after the man-eating goat. This second-tier beast was exceedingly agile, possessing razor-sharp arm blades on both forearms. Su Yuan's wound was a result of that encounter. Nevertheless, the blade ape ultimately met its demise beneath Su Yuan's pathless spear, joining the ranks of those who perished by his hand. However, after consecutively executing the perfect level 9 slaughtering spears, even though his physical form had significantly strengthened compared to a few days prior, he had still exceeded his limits. After a while, Su Anyun also arrived. Much like Su Yuan, she bore numerous wounds, some of which were as grievous as the knife wound on Su Yuan's abdomen. Yet, her exquisite visage displayed an air of tranquility, utterly devoid of any trace of suffering. To be candid, Su Yuan held her in high regard. Throughout the harrowing training of recent days, he scarcely witnessed her furrow her brow. At times, he even pondered whether this individual possessed a fully developed brain, entirely lacking pain receptors. The two exchanged a silent glance. After a moment, Su Yuan remarked, "If Aunt Su were to see you in this state, it would surely break her heart." Su Anyun remained silent for a while before slowly articulating, "Fear of pain and injury will forever hinder one from evolving into a formidable warrior." "Well, I didn't expect you to utter such profound words," Su Yuan replied. Su Anyun offered no retort, lifting her gaze to the night sky in the desolate realm, where the stars sparkled brilliantly, reminiscent of many past memories. Su Yuan, too, was captivated by the celestial display, yet his thoughts diverged. He pondered how much stronger he could become if he were to cultivate the devouring heaven stage of the Tao Tai transformation, consuming a star. Suddenly, Su Anyun withdrew her gaze. She turned towards Su Yuan and said, "If possible, do not let yourself fall too far behind." She had resolved that, should the opportunity arise, she would lead Su Yuan out of Blue Star. This fellow possessed a stable temperament and sufficient talent. Moreover, taking him along would ease Su Qingling's concerns. Su Yuan responded with incredulity. "Do you care to reconsider what you just said?" He scrutinized Su Anyun closely, his expression serious and tone earnest. "I must ask you something. Are you a reincarnate?" Upon hearing this, Su Anyun's form momentarily stiffened, her pupils narrowing slightly. She subtly turned her head, her gaze drifting towards the distant, shadowy silence of the forest, shaking her head. "I do not comprehend what you mean. Then do you possess a system?" Su Anyun's brow furrowed deeply. "Have you been reading too many novels?" She vividly recalled that the system had warned her that disclosing its existence would result in the confiscation of all her cultivation and the cancellation of their bond. She required the resources provided by the system to expedite her development, making it imperative that such an occurrence never transpired. Su Yuan grinned. "Then perhaps you ought to retract your previous statement." Su Anyun replied, "I fail to grasp your meaning." Su Yuan chuckled. "In a couple of days you shall understand." Su Anyun suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. "In a couple of days? What do you mean?" The day after tomorrow marked the first comparison. Did his words carry a deeper significance? What did he know? As a ripple of unease began to stir within her, Su Yuan laid back on the grass, hands behind his head, gazing at the myriad of stars, and leisurely remarked, "In a couple of days, I should break through to the first tier and become a formal martial artist. At that moment, do not fall too far behind. It should indeed be your turn." Su Anyun. She initially thought it was something significant. Turns out Su Yuan was referring to this. For her, it posed no issue, for the realm of power has never been the sole measure of strength. Nearby, on a flat expanse, Shangguan Ru's private aircraft gracefully descended. The cabin door slowly opened, and with a cheerful smile, she beckoned the two. "Hey, come over here. I didn't invite you for a public-funded romantic escapade."
Su Yuan.
Su Anyun. Su Yuan stood, gently dusting off his trousers. "Once my strength increases, I shall ensure those meddling in affairs of the heart understand the reason behind the bloom of flowers." Su Anyun solemnly echoed, "I too." Upon returning to launching, the hour was already late. Shangguan Ru conducted a comprehensive examination and treatment for both. In this world, wealth does not guarantee invincibility, yet it certainly brings pleasure. The 2-finger-wide knife wound on Su Yuan's left side, after being treated with a salve named Rebirth, healed astonishingly within a mere 2 hours, achieving the legendary flesh-to-bone recovery. However, upon later investigation, he discovered the price 132,000 yuan for a single bottle. Quite astonishing. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. Su Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to condense his 9th source aperture. Despite his fatigue over the past days, he had not neglected the cultivation of source energy, and today was no exception. Once the 9th source aperture was fully formed, he would be able to challenge the first tier, which filled him with a sense of exhilaration. Before proceeding, he glanced at the system panel. Although he had not made any public appearances over the past 4 days, tales of his prowess continued to circulate in the outside world. The few adept marksmen he had trained not only diligently remembered the flaws he had pointed out, but also spoke of Su Yuan's extraordinary talents to others. Titles such as SSS-level talent, reincarnation of the gun immortal, and achieved perfection-level mastery of A-grade combat skills in just 3 days, echoed around, earning Su Yuan a considerable amount of astonishment points. However, he noted that the emotional fluctuations caused indirectly, rather than through his direct actions, resulted in a certain discount on the acquisition of emotional points. Nevertheless, over the past 4 to 5 days, he had still accumulated nearly 2,000 points. What man does not relish in seeing red? Perhaps, another round of high-tier lottery draws awaits? Chapter 59. The Enlightenment Tea. Su Anyun wishes to spar with me? Is akin to entertaining a child. Come now. One must be frugal when needed, and extravagant when necessary. I am not lacking in this regard. Ding. Consumed 2,000 emotional points to conduct a high-level lottery. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 pound of 4-pattern enlightenment tea. Golden quality. Enlightenment tea. A rare tea produced from the legendary Bodhi tree of enlightenment, categorized from 1 to 9 patterns based on quality. Consuming it permanently enhances one's comprehension, making it one of the most coveted treasures in the cosmic expanse. Another golden reward. How delightful. Truly delightful. Su Yuan possesses a profound understanding of his own capabilities. Without any advantages, his overall level is merely above average. And now, not only does he have advantages, he is determined to elevate himself to greatness. With a mere thought, a small jade vial materializes in Su Yuan's palm, radiating a gentle verdant glow, unmistakably extraordinary. Upon uncapping the vial, an invigorating aroma wafts forth. Even a brief inhalation revitalizes the spirit. Let us brew the tea. Su Yuan promptly retrieves several leaves of the enlightenment tea. The leaves are plump, faintly adorned with 4 enigmatic patterns, exuding an innate aura of Tao. As Su Yuan submerges the tea leaves in water, a miraculous transformation ensues. The tea leaves dissolve almost instantaneously, while the water becomes crystal clear. Despite the stillness of the room, ripples begin to dance across the surface, the 4 patterns seemingly encapsulating boundless mysteries. If 4-pattern enlightenment tea is this extraordinary, what marvels would 9-pattern enlightenment tea bestow? Would it not elevate one to divinity instantaneously? Su Yuan chuckled, stowing the jade vial and lifting the teacup to his lips, savoring the infusion. The effects of the enlightenment tea are subtle and gradual, lacking any violent reactions. Su Yuan remains patient. After all, he possesses a full pound. Drinking it daily will assuredly yield remarkable results. Coincidentally, he is on the verge of breaking through to the first tier, which should ease the process considerably. After finishing the enlightenment tea, Su Yuan immerses himself in his cultivation. Time flows steadily as the 9th source aperture gradually forms. Meanwhile, in Su Anyan's chamber, she too remains awake, visualizing the scenes from the Endless Sands Town Hell diagram in her mind, honing her mental fortitude. During today's training in the wasteland, she vanquished a multitude of fierce beasts, etching the gruesome images of their demise in her memory, aiming to accelerate the formation of the killing hell within the Endless Sands Town Hell diagram. The hells depicted within the Endless Sands Town Hell diagram are innumerable, each possessing infinite utility. For instance, the killing hell allows one to conjure an unparalleled embodiment of slaughter, enabling the cultivation of a tangible killing intent, summoning this entity to confront foes, and severing the adversary's mental acuity in battle. Ultimately, she would personally vanquish this supreme embodiment of slaughter, solidifying her own exalted position and transforming into a deity of death, eternally reigning over the slaughtering hell. However, she is merely at the inception of this visualization, with the journey to the stage still far ahead. What a pity. Should I be assisted by the enlightening tea of comprehension, I envision that the sands of Eternity Town's hellish map would become significantly more manageable. In my previous life, the Grand Chancellor of the 9 Stars Alliance, residing on the Haoyu Star, inadvertently stumbled upon a 6-patterned enlightenment Bodhi tree within a hidden realm. From that moment forth, the 9 Stars Alliance revered the Haoyu Star above all else. In this life, I shall claim this 6-patterned Bodhi tree for myself. Su Anyan's gaze flickered with determination. The struggle for the Tao has never known the essence of fairness. Reborn, she is resolute in seizing every opportunity and treasure she missed in her past existence. The following day, upon rising, Su Yuan was pleasantly surprised to discover that his spiritual strength seemed to have increased. This is the efficacy of the enlightenment tea. Its effects far surpassed those of the Great Sun visualization scripture he had diligently practiced for nearly a week. Nevertheless, Su Yuan did not allow this to diminish his commitment to the Great Sun visualization scripture. After all, the enlightenment tea is merely an external aid. Only through persistent practice can he ensure his continued growth. Previously, he had mentioned to Shangguan Ru his habit of rising early to witness the sunrise, necessitating a brief departure from the venue during the early hours. Naturally, Shangguan Ru had readily consented. However, given the considerable distance from Yuha Mountain, Su Yuan had to seek out another peak. While he found it somewhat disorienting not to have Tang Lao's chatter before dawn, the gentle mountain breeze, the ethereal mist, and the glistening dewdrops provided a delightful experience nonetheless. Following yesterday's training in the desolate domain, Shangguan-Ru learned that Su Yuan had managed to slay second-tier ferocious beasts. Consequently, she had dramatically increased the gravity in the high-pressure chamber several-fold, and in the virtual arena, no second-tier beasts had reappeared. This fellow is undoubtedly a madman. Su Yuan could currently defeat second-tier lower-level beasts. Yet, she had directly assigned him 4 second-tier mid-level beasts in one go. After being torn apart, devoured, and having his very essence wrenched from him repeatedly, Su Yuan began to fear for his mental state. Damn! Even a wealthy woman wouldn't indulge in such reckless play. Alas, Shangguan-Ru cheerfully encouraged him each time, her fervent gaze compelling Su Yuan to bravely enter the virtual combat chamber once more. It was not merely the motivation spurred by this affluent lady. He also yearned to discover the limits of his own capabilities. After all, it was a virtual battle. If he fell once, he could rise again, twice, thrice, 100 times. The blood of ancient gods courses through his veins. One day he would consume them all. And so, a fulfilling and splendid day swiftly passed. During dinner, after much contemplation, Su Anyun resolved to test the waters before the impending comparison tomorrow. Once we finish eating, let us enter the virtual combat chamber and spar a little. Su Anyun gazed calmly at Su Yuan. Su Yuan shook his head, saying, "Perhaps not today. I feel rather fatigued. If we are to engage in a friendly spar, let us defer it until tomorrow." He could not quite comprehend why Su Anyun wished to spar with him, considering the considerable disparity in their strengths. Thus, even in tomorrow's duel, he could not possibly exert his full power. It would merely be a playful endeavor with a young girl. Unaware of Su Yuan's thoughts, Su Anyun, once rejected, would never broach the subject again due to her nature. So, tomorrow it shall be. Her unbroken blade shadow was on the verge of advancing from proficient to mastery. Moreover, the abundant beast blood she had absorbed previously had significantly bolstered her vitality, enhancing her physical constitution. She would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Ignoring Su Anyun, Su Yuan approached the dining window and requested an additional 10 pounds of beast meat. Ever since he awakened the voracious power contained within his ancient divine bloodline, his appetite had expanded several-fold. Fortunately, the cafeteria provided an unlimited supply of high-grade beast meat, which he consumed, digesting and assimilating it into pure life essence to nourish himself, thereby accelerating his physical growth to new heights. Such an insatiable appetite. Su Anyun mused silently as she observed Su Yuan returning with a large basin of meat before turning to leave. The essence absorption ability of the shadow attendant had only just been developed, and it had its limits. Since the previous beast blood had not yet been fully consumed, she had no immediate need for more. After Su Anyun departed, Su Yuan continued to relish his meal. Before long, satiated and ready to leave, a familiar figure appeared, accompanied by a melodious voice. "Brother Su Yuan, I've come to see you," Shangguan Meng exclaimed with a radiant smile. Following her was Shangguan-Ru, her hair disheveled and her gaze evasive, clearly having just endured a thorough reprimand from her elder sister. Having endured both physical and mental trials in this hell for so long, Su Yuan found himself daily subjected to the icy demeanor of Su Anyun, who rarely spoke. Meanwhile, Shangguan-Ru remained preoccupied with analyzing their various physical data, leaving Su Yuan often feeling isolated and anxious. Thus, upon encountering this quirky and delightful little girl, his spirits soared, as though a ray of brilliant sunlight had pierced through a dreary room. A smile instinctively graced his lips as he impulsively lifted the exuberant Shangguan Meng into the air, twirling her about, even playfully pinching her delightful cheeks. Oblivious to Shangguan Meng's rigid form and Shangguan-Ru's astonished expression, he grinned broadly and exclaimed, "It has been too long, little Meng." Chapter 60. Adorable, playful, yearning to ruin. Breaking through the first level. Is it really that simple? What is wrong with you? Su Yuan noticed that Shangguan Meng in his embrace seemed a bit rigid. Ahem. The elder sister, Shangguan-Ru, gently cleared her throat and quickly came to her sister's rescue. "You see, my sister has contact syndrome." Contact syndrome? Su Yuan was further perplexed. It's nothing much, really. It's just that if someone engages in physical contact with her, she becomes inexplicably tense, her heart rate accelerates, and her body stiffens. Shangguan fabricated a lie effortlessly, her demeanor unflinching. She was acutely aware of her elder sister's circumstances. Let alone a hug. Which man in the capital would dare to lay a finger on her? The next moment, he would likely find himself lying flat on the ground. Su Yuan's ignorance rendered him fearless, akin to a naive calf unafraid of tigers. Speaking of which, the elder sister was also digging her own grave by insisting on playing the role of a younger sister. But one must admit, the sight of her wanting to explode yet restraining herself was indeed quite endearing. It made one want to touch her. Naturally, Shangguan only dared to think about it in her mind. Although she was oblivious to why her sister tolerated Su Yuan to such an extent, she was certain that had it been her in that position, she would have been flung away 1,000 miles. So that was the case. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback before gently setting Shangguan down. "I'm sorry. I didn't know before." Huff. Shangguan took a deep breath, striving to muster a radiant smile. It's fine." But the very next moment, Su Yuan's fingers gently poked her cheek, and then he blinked, his face alight with expectation as he gazed at her. Shangguan Ru? What in the world is this operation? There's an old saying. Once a lie is told, countless others must follow to cover it up. To align with the concocted contact syndrome that Shangguan had casually invented, Shangguan had no choice but to grit her teeth and reenact the so-called mysterious tension, accelerated heart rate, and stiffened limbs. Su Yuan found it amusing. In this world, there existed such a condition. It was entertaining, charming, and he yearned to tease. Thus, for the next few minutes, Su Yuan proceeded to experiment, transitioning from poking her face to patting her head, and then holding her hand, thoroughly enjoying himself. Shangguan watched anxiously from the sidelines, her heart racing. Shangguan, while striving to maintain her act, was simultaneously battling a fierce desire to send this radiant individual flying. Finally, Su Yuan paused. He turned to Shangguan "Sister Ru, didn't you mention that you hold a doctorate in psychology? This must be a psychological issue for little Meng, right? Can't you help her with some treatment?" Shangguan gently swallowed, her throat constricting, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, and she forced a smile that appeared somewhat unnatural. Before she could finish her thought, Shangguan voice floated in lightly. "Indeed, sister. Why didn't you assist me with my treatment earlier?" Shangguan complexion paled. "Oh no. Rujie. Huh? Where is Rujie?" Just moments ago, Su Yuan had stepped out to use the restroom, and upon his return, Shangguan had vanished without a trace. He had intended to consult her regarding his impending breakthrough, having successfully condensed 9 source apertures, and was planning to attempt a first-level breakthrough today. "My sister?" She mentioned she had something to attend to and stepped out. Shangguan pouted slightly, her gaze somewhat unfocused. "I see." Su Yuan did not perceive anything amiss. The two continued their conversation as they strolled outside. At that moment, Shangguan reached into her pocket and retrieved 2 lemon candies. After consuming one herself, she pondered for a moment, then raised her hand and offered the other to Su Yuan. "Here, please have a candy." "Thank you. You seem to have a fondness for lemon candies. I recall you giving me one before." "Indeed." Shangguan nodded gently. After a brief pause, she suddenly looked up and asked, "Shall we go out for a stroll?"
Su Yuan hesitated slightly.
"My sister just mentioned that you all have been training diligently. Today can be a day of rest." Initially, Su Yuan had planned to attempt his first-level breakthrough today, but upon reflection, he realized there was no need to rush. After enduring rigorous training for so many days, a day of relaxation was indeed warranted. Moreover, when such an adorable little girl extended an invitation, it was hard to turn down. Seeing Su Yuan agree, Shangguan cheerfully hummed a little tune, her steps light and buoyant. Before leaving, they sought out Su Anyan to see if she wished to join their outing. Su Anyan, however, politely declined. "Thank you, but I'll pass for now," she responded with a calm demeanor. Tomorrow marked the day of their first comparison. Though she was utterly confident in her ability to win, for some reason, possibly due to it being her first time, she felt a bit distracted. Thus, she planned to adjust her focus at home. Humming merrily, Shangguan occasionally spotted delectable street snacks, insisting that Su Yuan stop to sample them. What had begun as a shopping trip swiftly transformed into a culinary adventure, prompting Su Yuan to teasingly refer to her as a little glutton. Shangguan Meng, unfazed, bit into a large piece of fluffy cotton candy and casually remarked, "Eating delicious food, enjoying fun activities, doing what one desires, and speaking one's mind. That is how one ought to live in this world." Su Yuan chuckled. "You're still quite young, yet you express such sentiments. It feels rather peculiar." "I am not that young," Shangguan Meng replied inexplicably. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon a gentle smile graced his lips as he reached out to tousle her silver-white hair, remarking, "When we are young, we often yearn to be adults." "I understand you." "Humph." Shangguan Meng chose to remain silent. "By the way, what about your contact syndrome?" Shangguan Meng. As evening approached, Su Yuan accompanied Shangguan Meng to the entrance of the Yuxiangxia estate. Gazing at the renowned opulent villa community in Lanqing, he felt rather unfazed. He had grown accustomed to the grandeur of Shangguan Ru, this affluent heiress, over the past few days. My sister asked me to pass this on to you. I almost forgot," she said. Before parting ways, Shangguan Meng retrieved 2 small jade bottles from her pocket and handed them to Su Yuan. Each vial contained a small brown pill. "What is this?" he inquired. "My sister said it's a precious pill that aids in washing the marrow and strengthening the veins, something that cannot be easily purchased with money." "Why does your sister always have you do her bidding? What kind of elder sister is that?" Su Yuan lamented on her behalf. Shangguan Meng beamed with delight, and after running a short distance, she turned back to wave at Su Yuan. "Goodbye. I had a wonderful time today." Su Yuan, equally smiling, waved back. "Yes, me too. Until next time." Upon returning to the hell, it was already past 8 o'clock. Su Yuan still had not seen Shangguan Ru's figure and wondered what she could be doing. He knocked on Su Anyun's door, presenting the pill to her. "This is for you. It's from Sister Ru, meant for washing the marrow and enhancing one's constitution." "All right." Su Anyun accepted it, and suddenly, Su Yuan recalled her invitation for a sparring session. "When shall we spar tomorrow?" Su Anyun shook her head. "Forget it. Just pretend I never mentioned it." Su Yuan had approached the notion of sparring with the playful attitude one would adopt with a child, so hearing this was music to his ears. "Fine." Inside the room, Su Anyun poured the pill from the jade bottle, gently inhaling its fragrance. After comparing it with her mental recollections, a glimmer of astonishment appeared in her beautiful eyes. "This is the Extreme Origin Pill?" The Extreme Origin Pill is an invaluable elixir crafted from the blood of 6th-tier or higher ferocious beasts and various heavenly materials. Not only is its efficacy exceptional, but it also contains several gentle medicinal properties that make it accessible to low-level martial artists, rendering it extraordinarily precious and unattainable through mere currency. Even among the prominent families in the imperial capital, only the most gifted scions possess the privilege to use it. If I am not mistaken, Shangguan Ru should not have been able to acquire this. Only the successful Shangguan Meng could possibly obtain it. It's quite remarkable that Shangguan Meng, despite it being Shangguan Ru's experiment, has shown such dedication. Clearly, the bond between these sisters is truly profound. With a sigh of contemplation, Su Anyun promptly ingested the Extreme Yuan Pill, focusing intently on assimilating its potent essence. Meanwhile, in his quarters, Su Yuan brewed a pot of enlightenment tea to sip. After finishing, he took a moment to digest its effects before retrieving the pill and swallowing it. Unbeknownst to him, this was the famed Extreme Yuan Pill. Once ingested, it unleashed a tremendous force far surpassing the combined power of the myriad nutritional supplements he had consumed over the past days, each worth millions. Remarkable. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately activated the devouring transformation, awakening the power of the gluttonous beast within his bloodline, transforming every cell in his body into a ravenous predator, gradually absorbing the immense vitality contained within the pill. As the night wore on, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his body coated in a faint layer of grime. The ancient divine bloodline endowed him with formidable strength, yet it did not cleanse impurities from his system. However, thanks to the effects of the pill, he expelled some of the filth within, feeling a significant improvement in his vitality. With no inclination for sleep, Su Yuan resolved to attempt breaking into the first tier. According to the Martial Path Primer and the Celestial Yuan Cultivation Method, to progress from the awakening stage to the first tier, one must activate a true meridian from each of the 9 source orifices, converging in the lower abdomen source C to prepare for the condensation of the source C at the second tier. Successfully connecting 13 true meridians constitutes the lower tier of the first stage, while 36 signifies the mid-tier, and 79 the upper tier. The limit of the first tier entails expanding these 9 true meridians. Achieving an expansion of more than double would signify reaching the ultimate limit. With this in mind, Su Yuan focused his mind, employing the Celestial Yuan Cultivation Method to stimulate the source orifices, attempting to draw forth the true meridian. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight cascaded down. This marked Su Yuan's first missed sunrise since acquiring the Great Sun Contemplation Sutra. Suddenly, without moving a muscle, Su Yuan exhaled a breath of white mist. The vapor shot forth like an arrow, dispersing several meters away before gradually fading. He opened his eyes, a hint of perplexity present within them. Was it truly this simple to connect the true meridians? Chapter 61. The innate cultivation of the sacred body. The first comparison of combat strength commences indeed. After a night's endeavor, Su Yuan successfully activated a source aperture, drawing forth a true meridian that connected to the source C aperture in his lower abdomen. This newly linked true meridian pulsated with a continuous flow of source energy, bestowing upon him a remarkably wondrous sensation. The source energy would actively emanate from the true meridian, incessantly nourishing and fortifying the flesh and blood in its vicinity. Once 9 true meridians were interconnected, it would equate to the entire physical body perpetually receiving the nurturing essence of source energy, thereby growing stronger. This elucidates why the first rank represents the initial leap in the physical strength of a martial artist. According to the initial understanding of martial arts, the average time an ordinary martial artist requires to connect a single true meridian is a full month, 3 to 4 times longer than the 7 days needed to condense a source aperture. Yet, in my case, the difference was negligible. Su Yuan pondered briefly, ultimately attributing this anomaly to the formidable power of the ancient divine bloodline. After all, whether in the awakening stage or the exploration stages of the first and third ranks, the essence lies in unraveling the mysteries of the human body, awakening its potential, and making it more adaptable to absorb and contain source energy. The might of the ancient divine bloodline resides in its physical prowess, essentially laying a robust foundation in the early stages of innate cultivation of the sacred body. During breakfast, Su Anyun sat opposite Su Yuan, observing him ravenously devouring the flesh of ferocious beasts, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation. The day had finally arrived. By noon, the system would initiate the first combat strength comparison between the two. After a night of digestion, the vitality contained within the Extreme Origin pill had yet to be fully absorbed, yet the effects of the marrow cleansing and meridian opening were undeniably manifest. Although he had not undergone a complete transformation, notable progress had been achieved. Both the circulation of source energy within his body and his control over his muscles had ascended to a significant level. Coupled with his shadow servant, 3 subtlety level A-grade combat techniques, 1 mastery level S-grade combat technique, along with his own combat experience and awareness. She was uncertain how she might possibly lose. Following breakfast and a brief rest, the day's grueling training commenced anew. The previously absent Shangguan Ru had finally made her appearance. She cast a penetrating gaze at Su Yuan. Sister Ru, Su Yuan initially thought she had discerned his successful breakthrough to the first rank. Smilingly inquired, "How is it?" Shangguan Ru, gritting her teeth and taking a deep breath, felt a tumultuous surge within her chest. Were it not for her understanding that Su Yuan could not possibly know the identity of Shangguan Meng, she might have believed he was provoking her. "How is it? Yesterday, I nearly faced a terrible fate at the hands of my sister." "Not well at all," she retorted curtly. Su Yuan pondered, recalling how his ability to condense a single source aperture in a day had initially astonished Shangguan Ru, garnering quite a measure of astonishment. Yet now, having advanced to the first rank in a single day, he was met with the response of "not well at all." "Ah, it seems I have previously indulged her excessively, raising the threshold. Henceforth, I must exercise restraint and moderation. It is as it is. You have your thoughts and I have mine. Our minds are not attuned to the same frequency." Su Yuan and Su Anyun each entered the high-pressure gravity chamber. After establishing the appropriate gravity multiplier for Su Anyun, Shangguan Ru took a deep breath and applied some intensity to Su Yuan. Of course, it was within a reasonable range. Although Su Yuan's remarks yesterday had led to her elder sister reprimanding her, and despite the lingering irritation, she could not truly harbor any ill feelings towards Su Yuan. In her eyes, he remained her treasure, embodying her aspiration to manifest qi, and must not be mishandled. Upon reaching the original limit of 26 times the gravity multiplier, Shangguan Ru was astonished to discover that Su Yuan's capacity for endurance appeared to have significantly strengthened. She was well aware of the fact that Shangguan Meng had bestowed upon both Su Yuan and Su Anyun a primordial essence pill. However, aside from the immediate effects of cleansing the marrow and purging the veins, the immense vitality contained within the pill would linger within their bodies for an extended period, gradually absorbed. Thus, the enhancement of their physical form could not manifest so swiftly. Shall I increase it by another factor? Within the high-pressure gravity chamber, Su Yuan endeavored to maintain his bodily balance. After breaking through to the first tier, a warrior's physique gradually becomes robust, yet the effects are not immediate. They require the nurturing of source energy over time. The true reason for Su Yuan's enhanced physical strength was his ability to mobilize the power of the Taotai last night, compelling every cell in his body to ravenously consume the overwhelming vitality within the primordial essence pill. Yet even so, after a night of absorption, he had scarcely assimilated even 1/10 of its potency. 27 times the gravity. Crack. A slight popping sound emanated from Su Yuan's knee joint as his body bent slightly, nearing the limit of his endurance. 28 times the gravity. The curvature of Su Yuan's form deepened, his posture almost resembling a squat, requiring him to support his thighs with both hands merely to remain upright. 29 times the gravity. 30 times the gravity. At long last, the terrifying weight surpassed the maximum threshold of what Su Yuan could endure, forcefully pinning him to the ground. In contrast, Su Anyun's gravity multiplier was merely 18 times. Gravity, though intangible and formless, can exert influence on any point of the body. Under the immense weight, even Su Yuan's breathing became exceedingly arduous, each cell striving to resist this overwhelming pressure. In the face of such extreme weight, individuals often unlock potential that transcends their limits, which is precisely why Shangguan Ru consistently sets their gravity multipliers to a critical value of 1-2 times. More for me. Continue to consume. After last night's feasting, every cell in Su Yuan's body was brimming with ample vitality, yet it was insufficient, still not enough. The voracious transformation surged with fervor, awakening the dormant power of the Taotai within the bloodline once more. As faint, dark patterns flickered upon the cells, they opened their maws again, striving to absorb the residual potency of the elixir within the corporeal form. This process unfolded at a sluggish pace, for they had largely reached their limits. Yet, regardless of the slow tempo, they persevered without pause. At last, the intense gravitational training concluded. The mountainous pressure receded, leaving Su Yuan sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. He resembled a disassembled figure, drenched in sweat that soaked through his training attire, leaving the gravity chamber floor nearly drenched. The sensations of muscle soreness, tearing, and throbbing surged over him like a relentless tide. Shangguan Ru, brimming with excitement, approached Su Yuan and helped him to his feet, seemingly unfazed by the pungent sweat that clung to her. Instead, her face radiated with enthusiasm, her cheeks flushed. Excellent. Remarkable. Just as it should be. You have just shattered the record, enduring 1-5 times the expected duration under 1-2 times the critical gravitational force.
Su Yuan.
Nearly incapacitated and perilously close to being overwhelmed by Shangguan Ru's fragrant presence, nonetheless managed to muster a brilliant smile. It feels exhilarating. Meanwhile, in Su Anyun's room, her physique was not as robust as Su Yuan's. Each session of high-pressure gravitational training pushed her to the brink, as she endeavored to transcend her limits, sustaining herself for an additional 10 seconds, 20 seconds, until she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, only to be returned to her room by Shangguan Ru. Thus, by the later stages of training, it was predominantly Su Yuan who remained steadfast.
Su Anyun gradually regained conscience.
The excruciating pain coursing through her body causing her to involuntarily furrow her brow. She assessed her physical condition and realized she still had a considerable way to go. During her time at the Kanglan Battle Academy, she had once acquired a secret method for cultivating battle energy. Under extreme pressure, she could successfully harness this energy, but it appeared that it would take at least half a month to a month before she could cultivate even the most rudimentary level of battle energy. Suddenly, she jolted back to reality. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in her mind. Ding! The first combat power comparison officially begins. Chapter 62. I. Lost. Has it finally begun? Just moments ago, she awoke from her slumber, yearning to grasp her phone to check the time, anxious about missing the system's inaugural power comparison. Yet, she discovered that prior to the commencement of the comparison, she felt a twinge of anxiety. However, once it truly began, an inexplicable sense of relaxation washed over her. For the outcome was predestined. She would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Su Anyun propped herself up, leaning against the headboard, striving to alleviate the soreness in her overworked body. Simultaneously, she began to ponder the rewards she would soon acquire and how to utilize them with utmost efficiency. Commencing the first power comparison. The mechanical voice echoed in her mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Please fetch me a glass of water. The shadow attendant silently moved aside to retrieve a glass of water. Su Anyun took a gentle sip, quenching her parched throat that had suffered from her recent unconsciousness. They say waiting is the longest endeavor, and her anticipation for the system's rewards made even a single second feel interminable. Ding! Results of the first power comparison are announced. At last, the power comparison had concluded. Su Anyun set the glass aside, her demeanor serene, as if she had already foreseen her victory. Yet, she displayed little excitement or joy, for in her eyes, this was inevitable. It was what she was destined to achieve. Furthermore, she would not belittle Su Yuan, for after these days of interaction, she was willing to acknowledge. In terms of talent, aptitude, and temperament, Su Yuan's performance was indeed extraordinary, strikingly different from the ordinary individual he had been in her past life. He was truly a genius. Regrettably for him, he encountered her. Losing to me is no disgrace. In the vastness of the starry sky, countless geniuses abound, and one can always find a suitable opponent and place. I wish you prosperity in the martial arts. Ding! Power comparison results.
Loser, Su Anyun.
Winner, Su Yuan.
It was over.
Su Anyun mumuk sopti.
The first power comparison had concluded perfectly. The bond between her and Su Yuan had dissipated. Her next task was to utilize the resources provided by the system to hasten her development. After all, according to the system, each victory in a power comparison would lead to the search for even more formidable opponents. She pondered further. The system had never specified that the opponents it sought would be limited to Blue Star. If it had bound itself to a genius from a certain celestial force, while she held confidence in her talents and aptitude, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage when it came to resources. Wait! Su Anyun suddenly noticed some discrepancies. Her expression stiffened as she recalled the identities of the loser and the winner that the system had just mentioned. Who were they again? It seemed as though the system could perceive the host's confusion and bewilderment, and quite considerately manifested a virtual screen displaying 3 flamboyant characters. You have lost. Su Anyun was taken aback. She had just begun contemplating how to utilize her resources and defeat her next opponent. Yet, the system proclaimed that, in this initial power comparison, the loser was not Su Yuan, but rather herself, Su Anyun. Was this some kind of jest? System, are you certain there was no error? Su Anyun forcefully suppressed her overwhelming doubts and inquired within her mind. Detection of the host's uncertainty regarding the comparison results. A second comparison is being conducted. Please be patient. Su Anyun no longer felt as carefree as she had moments ago. She began to grow somewhat anxious. From any perspective at this stage, she should hold the advantage over Su Yuan, not merely an advantage but a certainty of victory. Ding! Results of the second comparison.
Loser, Su Anyun.
Winner, Su Yuan.
Boom! Upon witnessing the results of the second comparison, which were identical to the first, Su Anyun felt as though struck by lightning, her mind rendered blank. Had she lost again? After a long while, She regained her composure and proceeded to a third comparison. Ding. Results of the third comparison.
Loser, Su Aniang.
Winner, Su Yuan.
Fourth. Fifth. Ding. Results of the 132nd comparison. Loser, Su Anyun. Winner, Su Yuan. System kindly reminds. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Failure is the mother of success. Rather than clinging to ignorance, it is better to seek improvement. Gazing at the results of the 132nd comparison on the virtual screen, Su Anyun fell into silence. Since the moment she bound herself to the system, she had never envisioned the possibility of defeat. If her initial binding partner had been a genius from some vast cosmic power beyond Blue Star, in light of the staggering resource disparity between Blue Star and the cosmos, she could have accepted a loss and endeavored to catch up. However, this was on Blue Star. From the moment of her awakening until now, the resources and treatment she and Su Yuan had received were precisely identical. Although she could discern that Shangguan Ru appeared notably more interested in Su Yuan, who possessed a physical enhancement talent, there had never been any bias in the allocation of resources or training plans for the two. Under such circumstances, how could she still have lost? Su Anyun could not accept this outcome, no matter how she tried. System. She forced herself to calm down. How is your power comparison conducted? To the host. The system's combat power comparison generates virtual entities of the host and the comparison subject within a virtual space, allowing for unrestricted battles. The side that prevails in combat shall be deemed the winner. Virtual entity.
Su Anyang Ponder Taugufun.
Thus, this battle is akin to being controlled by AI. Should the host have any thoughts, feel free to express them. Su Anyun took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination shining in her beautiful eyes. I wish to take control myself. I want to wield the knife in this battle. Ding. Strong will to resist defeat detected. Betting mode activated. Option 1. Abandon the bet, concede defeat, embark on the loving dog adventure, and subsequently engage in diligent training to strive for victory in the next comparison. Option 2. Proceed with the bet, activate I refuse to accept mode, and validate the system's comparison results through practical virtual exercises. In betting mode, first scenario. If the host successfully overturns the system's combat power comparison results, they shall enjoy double the originally allocated resources and gain a specified resource upgrade feature free of charge. Second scenario. Should the host ultimately fail, I refuse to accept will be forcibly changed to accepting defeat is inevitable. The difficulty of the loving dog adventure will be proportionately increased, and the comparison subject will gain the right to issue a mandatory directive to the host. Note: the comparison subject will remain unaware. It may appear as an ordinary request or possess certain intricacies, embodying the essence of randomness. Gentle reminder: betting carries risks. The host is advised to consider their capabilities and deliberate carefully. Ding! How does the host wish to proceed? Chapter 63. No Time for Sorrow. The adventure of the devoted begins. Upon glancing at the information displayed on the virtual panel, Su Anyun momentarily steadied her nerves. She had initially believed her system's capabilities to be rather straightforward, only to discover that there were additional layers of complexity. Should she place a wager and emerge victorious, it would serve as evidence that her combat prowess surpassed that of Su Yuan. Not only would she be rewarded with double the resources, but she could also elevate one of those resources to a higher tier. However, in the event of a loss, Su Yuan would gain the power to impose a binding command upon her, meaning she would be compelled to comply with his requests. Su Anyun pondered for a considerable time. While she did not foresee a scenario in which she would be bested by Su Yuan, she was nonetheless wary of the unpredictable nature of fate. She needed to assess whether the rewards from winning the wager justified the risks involved. System, could you please reveal the specifics of the rewards available for a successful comparison? Upon winning the first combat comparison, the following resources may be obtained. Dragon Soul Pearl 1 piece. The Dragon Soul Pearl? Su Anyun's pupils constricted sharply. This Dragon Soul Pearl was an exceedingly rare and precious treasure. Within the vast cosmos, the number of dragon-type ferocious beasts was incredibly limited, and each possessed formidable strength. The Dragon Soul Pearl was forged by sealing the dragon soul of a slain dragon-type beast within the ethereal jade essence. the bearer could delve their mental energy into it, engaging in a fierce struggle with the imprisoned dragon soul, serving as an invaluable tool for the cultivation of mental strength. If she were to acquire this dragon soul pearl, her progress in the endless sands of the abyss would significantly accelerate. Shadow fruit, 2 pieces. Shadow fruit. Su Anyun's breath quickened in an instant. This was a spiritual essence she had painstakingly obtained years ago, thriving solely within the Convergence Shadow realm of the cosmos. The Convergence Shadow realm was a uniquely rare area, flanked on one side by a dazzling starry sky and on the other by an abyss of darkness devoid of any stars. Such regions were exceedingly scarce in the universe. Moreover, it would greatly enhance her shadow affinity talent. Her talent was the foundation of her existence. Acquiring these 2 shadow fruits would exponentially increase her growth rate. Further along the list were Purple Extreme Crystal, Heavenly Origin Elixir, Jade Mica Stone, each one a treasure of considerable rarity. These were invaluable resources absent from Blue Star, offering immense benefits for cultivation. Yet, what truly captivated Su Anyun's heart were the Dragon Soul Pearl and Shadow Fruit, as they aligned perfectly with her current needs. The Shadow Fruit, having matured for a millennium in the Convergence Shadow Realm, could evolve into an even more potent Shadow Silence fruit. The system had promised that winning the wager would grant her a complementary opportunity for resource elevation. Su Anyun took a deep breath. She refused to believe that Su Yuan could possibly outmatch her. The system activated as Su Anyun declared her determination to raise the stakes. A virtual space materialized around her, and as she regained her composure, she found herself face to face with Su Yuan, who stood there with an indifferent demeanor. Is this the virtual entity replicated one-to-one by the system? Su Anyun mused, her gaze shifting as she brandished a Tang Dao, its weight reassuring in her grasp. Until now, she had yet to engage Su Yuan in combat, leaving her unaware of his true prowess. Come forth, then. Show me how you managed to triumph over me in 132 combat assessments. With unwavering resolve, Su Anyun sprang into action. Utilizing the subtle tear shadow flash, she vanished in an instant, reappearing where Su Yuan had previously stood. This was a virtual battle, a realm where even death bore no repercussions in the real world. Thus, Su Anyun held nothing back. Even in a contest as simple as hunting a rabbit, a lion employs its full strength. She unleashed an S-class combat technique, Wuxia Knife Shadow. The speed of her Tang Dao was blistering, leaving a trail of afterimages akin to the bone-slicing blades of the netherworld, rendering evasion impossible. The optimal outcome was a swift end to her opponent. Simultaneously, her shadow attendant stealthily emerged behind Su Yuan, invoking its innate ability, Shadow Binding. Tendrils of darkness surged forth from the ground, twisting and coiling like vines intent on ensnaring him, rendering him immobile. With a sharp dagger glinting coldly in her hand, Su Anyun charged forward, a lethal intent driving her towards Su Yuan's vital points. Yet, in that very moment, her pupils dilated in alarm. Boom! The mark of the sun on the back of Su Yuan's right hand flared to life. A torrential wave of solar energy erupted forth, enveloping him like a brilliant sun. The shadowy tendrils summoned by Shadow Binding were incinerated, and even the shadow attendant melted away like ice in fire, leaving only the dagger to clatter to the ground. Before Su Anyun could react, without the shadow attendant's ambush, Su Yuan's figure vanished from sight. This was a perfect level shadow flash, faster than Su Anyun herself. How can this be possible? Su Anyun had previously learned that Su Yuan had mastered the 9-kill spear at a perfect level. Though astonished, it was understandable given his prior prowess with the spear in combat classes before his awakening. One could argue he was a natural-born prodigy of the spear. However, why had he also attained perfect mastery of the A-class movement technique, Shadow Flash? There was no time for contemplation. The instincts of battle alerted Su Anyun to an impending threat behind her. With her exquisite control over her own muscles, she managed to halt the relentless assault of Shadow Blade. As she turned, her gaze met the emotionless, radiant golden eyes of Su Yuan. What is this? Following an inexplicable pang of anxiety, Su Anyun's movements were ultimately a fraction too slow. Su Yuan's mastery of Shadow Flash surpassed hers. In terms of explosive muscle power, absolute strength, and peak speed, he was also superior. Furthermore, due to his training in the Great Sun Visualization Sutra, his mental responsiveness, insight, and ability to seize opportunities were equally formidable. Under such circumstances, a swift thrust pierced through Su Anyun's chest without surprise. Blood spilled from her lips, her heart shattered, impaled upon the spear's tip, while Su Yuan merely cast her aside onto the ground with indifference. As her consciousness began to fade, she heard the system announce, "The 133rd battle comparison has concluded. Loser, Su Anyun. Winner, Su Yuan." Friendly reminder, choosing practical combat may bring certain psychological shadows or setbacks to the host. Please refrain from stubbornness unless necessary in the future. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in her own room. Su Anyun's expression was complex, her eyes filled with confusion. Why did she lose? She could not comprehend it. Initially, she had indeed sensed a trace of solar power emanating from Su Yuan, yet that power was exceedingly weak, hardly capable of inflicting such intense damage upon a shadow servant. Moreover, aside from the 9 slaughter spear, why had his shadow flash also reached a perfect level of mastery, enabling him to effortlessly evade her shadow blade? Additionally, his reaction speed, explosive force, and opportunity-seizing skills were not inferior to her own. Even though she had trained in the Endless Sands prison diagram, which should have granted her a distinct advantage in mental prowess. Ding! There is no time to lament the host's defeat. What follows is the enhanced dogged adventure, making its grand appearance. Su Anyun's figure abruptly froze. An indescribable sense of humiliation surged within her. Once, this might have been a different tale. A true hero does not dwell on past valor. A loss is a loss. She was not one to shy away from defeat, especially since this wager was one she herself had chosen out of defiance. This time she lost. But there will be a next time. Next time, she would reclaim everything that belonged to her. With this thought, Su Anyun took a deep breath, biting her silver teeth. Speak. What must I do? Chapter 64. The Substance of the Coercive Directive Authority. It appears we are not well acquainted, are we? Ding. Original plan. The Dogged Pursuit Adventure, 4-5 consecutive days. Purchase or prepare breakfast for Su Yuan and personally deliver it to him. Due to the host's choice to place a wager and subsequent failure, the Dogged Pursuit Adventure escalates. The upgraded challenge is as follows. 4-5 consecutive days. Purchase or prepare breakfast for Su Yuan, including at least 1 heart-shaped fried egg, during which time, disclose this matter to at least 20 individuals. Warm reminder 1. The host is strictly prohibited from revealing any information regarding this system. Failure to comply will result in the forfeiture of cultivation, rendering one a waste, and the system will be unbound. Warm reminder 2. Failure of the Dogged Pursuit Adventure will incur penalties identical to the aforementioned regulations. Warm reminder 3. With each failure, the challenges of the Dogged Pursuit Adventure will become increasingly audacious. The host is encouraged to strive earnestly. Upon observing the stream of notifications on the virtual panel before her, Su Anyun felt utterly disheartened. In its original form, the Dogged Pursuit Adventure may have been embarrassing yet manageable. However, why had the version following the wager become so exaggerated? 5 consecutive days of preparing or purchasing breakfast for Su Yuan was one thing, but the necessity of including a heart-shaped fried egg? The implications of such a gesture were glaringly obvious, akin to an unabashed confession of affection. Over the past year, the few words she had exchanged with Su Yuan could be counted on one hand. How would he regard her if she suddenly presented him with such a declaration? Furthermore, to disclose this to at least 20 individuals. Su Anyun exhaled deeply, attempting to clear her mind and repeatedly persuading herself. Engaging in a form of self-brainwashing, Su Anyun. You can do this. You will surely succeed. In comparison to the prospect of becoming a waste with no hope of ever reaching the pinnacle again, what did this small challenge signify? As long as you can muster the courage. It is merely a fleeting trial. After a considerable moment, she finally fortified her resolve. At that juncture, the system presented another relevant prompt. The first comparison has concluded. Please commence your Dogged Pursuit Adventure. Before the next comparison arrives, you will receive Fangirl Status. Fangirl Status. The strength of your comparison subject inspires admiration and fascination within you, granting you a 20 increase in cultivation speed, solely to stand alongside him.
Su Anian.
My apologies. Although she had faltered this time, she remained unconvinced in her heart. The so-called fangirl status was entirely absent within her. Nevertheless, a 20 boost in cultivation speed was indeed advantageous and not to be disregarded. 10 days. In these 10 days, I shall surpass you. Su Anyun's determination solidified, her gaze unwavering. The initial failure of the dogged pursuit adventure was already a burden too great to bear. She could scarcely fathom what challenges would await her should she falter again. Therefore, next time, victory is imperative. Regaining her focus, Su Anyun suddenly realized that, compared to delivering breakfast to Su Yuan for 5 consecutive days, the challenge of informing 20 individuals about this matter seemed far more daunting. Su Qingling, Shangguan Ru, and perhaps one more, Shangguan Meng, these were the only 3 individuals she was somewhat acquainted with. Therefore, where could she possibly find the remaining 17? A spark of inspiration ignited within her. To minimize the awkwardness, she could seek out unfamiliar strangers. Ding! Friendly reminder. These 20 individuals must be those who are acquainted with both you and the comparative subject. Su Anyun. In the afternoon, it was once again time for the virtual combat training session. During the preparatory period, Su Yuan noticed that Su Anyun, sitting across from him, appeared somewhat restless, occasionally casting glances in his direction. She seemed completely distracted, which was uncharacteristic of her. What could be troubling her?
Su Yuan pondered silently.
While he harbored no particular feelings for Su Anyun, he was quite concerned about Aunt Su. She had previously asked him to look after Su Anyun while they were outside, and he felt obliged to honor that promise. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and took a seat beside Su Anyun. In the past, such an action would have elicited no response from Su Anyun. She would not have even lifted her eyelids. However, now she was inexplicably tense. Having not forgotten that following her failed wager, Su Yuan had gained the power of compulsory command over her. Su Anyun sat rigidly in her seat, her gaze fixed straight ahead, while internally she fervently prayed that Su Yuan would refrain from uttering any commands. Are you all right?
Su Yuan inquired.
Having noticed that something was indeed amiss with Su Anyun, the once indifferent and aloof aura that surrounded her had vanished, replaced by a palpable tension, reminiscent of a love-struck student encountering their homeroom teacher. Yet, that did not align with her icy demeanor, renowned throughout the school. What could possibly cause her to exhibit such nervousness? As Su Yuan grappled with his confusion, Su Anyun gently nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Clearly, she was aware of her own unease and wished to rectify it, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. However, the mere thought of her impending task and the compulsory command authority held by Su Yuan rendered her incapable of tranquility. It felt like a ticking time bomb, pressing heavily against her chest, suffocating her. Su Yuan contemplated for a moment and then spoke slowly, Even though we don't share a close relationship, Aunt Su has entrusted me with looking out for you. If you find yourself in any predicament, don't hesitate to speak to me. I am capable of assisting you, and I will do so. Ding! A strong directive has been detected. Whatever you encounter, just share it with me. Su Anyun. What on earth? Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her heart began to race, and even her breathing grew hurried. Su Yuan. Huh? He was slightly bewildered. As a first-tier martial artist, his senses were exceedingly acute, and he naturally noticed the changes in Su Anyun. What keyword have I triggered? But I haven't said anything. Just as he was lost in thought, Su Anyun stammered, I have indeed encountered some matters. She felt compelled to fulfill this directive. Failure to do so would be deemed a violation, leading to consequences she could not bear. If the former Su Yuan was merely confused, he was now utterly astonished. What he had said earlier, whatever you encounter, just tell me, was merely a pleasantry, a social nicety, if you will. I expressed my sentiments. I didn't mean for you to actually do it. Moreover, he knew well that given Su Anyun's aloof nature, even if she truly faced something, she would never divulge it, but rather bury it deep within, keeping it to herself. So why on earth is she deviating from the norm? We are not that familiar. Is she truly going to share her innermost thoughts with me? Chapter 65. I shall crown you as the king of contrast. As Su Yuan pondered over Su Anyun's transformation, She was fervently contemplating how to fulfill his compulsory directive without revealing the existence of the system. At last, she devised a plan, one that was nearly flawless. This strategy not only promised to accomplish Su Yuan's compulsory directive, but it also had the potential to alleviate the forthcoming awkwardness significantly. She turned her head, locking eyes with Su Yuan for a few seconds, and then slowly spoke. "I have fallen in love." Su Yuan nodded, intending to utter words of congratulations, such as "That's wonderful" or "Doesn't Su know?" But in the next moment, when Su Yuan regained his senses, he was momentarily frozen in place. Then, "Ah?" He sprang from his seat, his face a portrait of shock. Su Anyun claimed she was in love? What nonsense was this? Was such a thing even possible? Absolutely not. If someone were to burst in at that moment, exclaiming that a sow was flying in the sky, strumming a guitar while singing "Pig, your nose has 2 holes," Su Yuan would undoubtedly rush out to witness it. To him, the probability of the latter seemed far more plausible than Su Anyun has fallen in love. Su Anyun, with a calm demeanor, lifted her gaze. "What is wrong? Is that not permissible?"
Su Yuan.
He endeavored to steady his emotions, forcing himself back into his seat. After a considerable pause, he observed that Su Anyun did not appear to be jesting. No, that was inaccurate. If Su Anyun were capable of humor, she would not be Su Anyun. "Are you serious?" "Yes, I am serious." "And how did you come to know him?" "Online dating." "Oh?" Su Yuan was bewildered. He scrutinized Su Anyun from head to toe once more, ensuring he had not misheard. No, he could not have been mistaken. Su Anyun, the woman who resembled an iceberg, with whom he had shared a roof for an entire year, and whose words could be counted on one hand, was involved in an online romance. She could have claimed to have seen a dashing young man on the street and fallen for him at first sight. Online dating? Even my grandmother would not engage in such frivolity. How could Su Anyun possibly partake in this? Su Yuan fell silent. In truth, he was well aware that there existed individuals in this world who presented one faade in public and another in private, embodying a dissonance. To the outside world, they appeared as innocent and pure schoolgirls, yet in private, they transformed into seductive and fiery temptresses. Such individuals could be described as coy or contrasting, yet who could achieve such extremes as Su Anyun? If there were such a person, he would gladly bestow upon her the title of King of Contrast. What kind of look is that? Su Anyun discerned the subtle shift in Su Yuan's gaze. Aware that her words had profoundly impacted him, yet she feigned ignorance. "It's nothing," Su Yuan replied, shaking his head, though he was deeply astonished, so much so that he would rather believe his close friends, Zhang Yuan and Zhao Rizu, were indulging in wild revelries at a hotel than face the reality of the situation. He ultimately recognized that this was a matter concerning Su Anyun alone. She was free to act as she pleased, and it was of no consequence to him. All he could offer was to safeguard Su Yi, ensuring that the individual capable of enticing the aloof beauty Su Anyun into an online romance was not some unsavory character. Speaking of unsavory characters, Su Yuan recalled how he had once reassured Su Yi, asserting that with Su Anyun's temperament, she would never be deceived by a superficial charmer. Who would have anticipated that he too would find himself at a loss? With a resigned smile, Su Yuan inquired, "By the way, does Sui know?" Su Anyun shook her head. "Not yet." "Then how did you suddenly decide to confide in me about this? I would like to ask for your assistance." Assistance? Su Yuan was perplexed. What help could he possibly provide in such matters? Su Anyun pondered for a moment. "Starting tomorrow, please refrain from having breakfast in the cafeteria." Su Yuan was taken aback, confusion etched on his face. "I will prepare breakfast for you."
Su Yuan's bewilderment deepened.
"I intend to practice making a heartfelt breakfast so that I might be prepared for the future." Su Yuan was utterly flabbergasted. He felt compelled to ascertain whether Su Anyun might be unwell. Extending his hand, he pressed the back of it against her forehead. The suddenness of the gesture caught Su Anyun off guard. As the cool touch registered, her body stiffened momentarily before she swiftly swatted his hand away. Having never engaged in any form of physical contact with the opposite sex, she was engulfed in an overwhelming tension, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, entering a state of extreme alertness. "Is there no fever?" Su Yuan withdrew his hand, his expression one of confusion. Was it possible that the grueling training regimen of late had driven her to the brink of madness? After all, he had witnessed her fainting after each intense gravity training session, only to be returned to her room by Wuxia. Otherwise, given her character, merely being involved in an online romance would already be quite extravagant. Now she was even practicing heartfelt breakfast preparations for a lover she had never met? Heaven help him. Could it be that she had been possessed by another? Gradually, Su Anyun regained her composure. She understood that Su Yuan's previous physical contact was unintentional, a consequence of the stark contrast between her usual demeanor and her current state. However, she felt helpless. This was the most effective means she could devise to alleviate the awkwardness. Naturally, this excuse had its limitations, serving only to navigate through this particular devoted admirer's adventure. Otherwise, should she find herself once again vanquished in subsequent comparisons, the system might compel her to undertake even more audacious actions, such as embracing or kissing her partner, or perhaps even venturing into more intimate endeavors. In such a scenario, she would undoubtedly be unable to excuse herself with the pretext of practicing in advance. Fortunately, she vowed never to be defeated again. Her pace of growth would only accelerate as time passed. Not to mention the additional 20 boost to her training speed. Thus, this hypothetical situation would not arise again. Her sole task was to endure this current trial. Regaining her composure, Su Anyun spoke calmly. I hope you can assist me. Su Yuan found this rather absurd. However, after some contemplation, he realized that since Su Anyun's online romance had already been established, he had little choice but to acquiesce. Well, it's merely practicing making a heartfelt breakfast. You can prepare it for Sister Ru. It wouldn't be quite appropriate for me. Upon hearing this, Su Anyun fell silent. Su Yuan assumed she had been swayed by his reasoning and stood up, intending to bypass the matter and commence the afternoon's virtual combat training. At that moment, Su Anyun's voice called out from behind. Wait a moment. Su Yuan halted, turning around with curiosity. Is there something else? I must make it for you. Su Yuan? Chapter 66. I suspect this is merely an excuse. The truth cannot be. No. Why must you go to such lengths for me? Regardless, the purpose remains the same. To practice making a heartfelt breakfast. Does it truly matter for whom it is prepared? Amused by Su Anyun's words, Su Yuan turned around, gazing at her with a teasing smile. Speak honestly. Is the online romantic partner you mentioned merely a fabrication?
Su Anyun.
Fortunately, her mental fortitude is remarkably strong. She furrowed her brow slightly, shaking her head to dismiss Su Yuan's inquiry. Of course it is real. Then that settles it, Su Yuan said with a casual shrug, slowly dissecting the matter. Unless the so-called online romantic partner is merely a pretext, and in reality, you wish to prepare a loving breakfast for me. To put it differently, you are not engaging in online love but rather harboring a secret affection for me, yet find it too embarrassing to voice, thus resorting to this guise. Otherwise, why me? Su Anyun fell into silence. She was perplexed as to how Su Yuan could so accurately discern her thoughts. Was her deception truly so clumsy? Or perhaps her complete lack of experience in such matters rendered her as unconvincing as a girl in love. Of course, I understand that such a situation is unlikely, as we are not particularly suited for one another. I have my own ideal type which is far removed from you. Likewise, you surely harbor no significant feelings for me. Otherwise, after a year of cohabitation, we would not have exchanged so few words. At this point, Su Yuan paused, his smile radiant. Is my analysis not quite reasonable? After a moment of contemplation, Su Anyun nodded. It is indeed quite reasonable. Therefore, I kindly ask you to choose someone like Jie, or anyone else, as your heartfelt breakfast practice partner. Oh, Su Anyun replied calmly. Then, under Su Yuan's puzzled gaze, she retrieved her phone and dialed Su Qingling's number. Mom? Xiaoyan? What's wrong? Su Yuan is bullying me? A few minutes later. Alright. Aunt Su, you needn't worry. Yes, she has finally found someone she likes. I will certainly assist her in learning how to navigate a romantic relationship. Although I lack practical experience, I possess ample theoretical knowledge. Cold sweat trickled down Su Yuan's forehead. He had never anticipated that Su Anyun would resort to such a tactic. Could you please pay attention to the crumbling image you have created for yourself? Aren't you the Ice Queen? resorting to parental intervention when you can't win an argument? On the other side, after hanging up, Su Qingling's beautiful eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. At that moment, her heart was both elated and troubled. Elated because, to everyone's astonishment, Xiao Yan has developed feelings for someone, which is a rare occurrence indeed. It is well known that she usually maintains a frosty demeanor towards everyone except herself. As for her melancholy sigh, Su Qingling let out a soft sigh. Not only is Xiao Yuan handsome and radiant, but he also possesses commendable character and exceptional talent in martial arts. He excels in every aspect. Why, then, does Xiao Yan harbor no feelings for him? They say proximity brings affection, yet this does not seem to apply to them. What is Qingling Jie pondering so deeply? Are you perhaps thinking of a boyfriend? A colleague inquired with a smile. Su Qingling, somewhat helplessly, replied, "What are you talking about? If I were as beautiful as you, I would surely have a new boyfriend every day." After ending the call, Su Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. Su Anyun, on the other hand, remained remarkably composed. Ever since Su Yuan had been reluctant to comply with her request earlier, she had decided to take the plunge. Compared to the prospect of failing the system's devoted admirer adventure and being stripped of her cultivation, what could possibly deter her? The path of seeking enlightenment is long and arduous, and this is merely a minor trial. Moreover, the system's requirements included informing 20 acquaintances of both parties about this matter. As it stands, she had already fulfilled one quota. At that moment, Shangguanru happened to arrive. Noticing Su Yuan and Su Anyun gazing at each other in silence, she curiously asked, "What is going on with you two? Why haven't you started training yet?" Su Yuan glanced at Su Anyun. He initially intended to keep her secret, but who would have guessed that Su Anyun would divulge it to Shangguanru herself? One quota fulfilled? You're in a relationship? Shangguanru was clearly taken aback by this revelation. Ever since she learned of the connection between Su Yuan and Su Anyun, she had sensed that something was amiss. They were both youthful and strikingly attractive, living under the same roof. It was perplexing that no sparks had flown between them. After spending more time with them, she found Su Yuan to be quite normal, a charming and cheerful high school boy, while Su Anyun exhibited a somewhat detached demeanor. Now, the unexpected news of her online romance, along with her intention to use Su Yuan as a practice subject for preparing heartfelt breakfasts, left anyone bewildered. However, bewildered or not, training was still essential. Su Yuan and Su Anyun entered their respective virtual training pods, commencing their fierce training session for the afternoon. Meanwhile, while Su Yuan and Su Anyun engaged in their rigorous training, Shangguanru, with nothing else to do, decided to share this intriguing development with Shangguanmeng. After all, it is human nature to possess a curiosity for gossip, regardless of one's strength or status. Moreover, what captivates and excites the most is, perhaps, the madness of the rational, the betrayal of the loyal, and the debauchery of the pure. In essence, it is a matter of contrast. However, upon hearing Su Anyun mention preparing a heartfelt breakfast for Su Yuan, as if treating him as a mere practice, Shangguanmeng seemed to murmur something, though Shangguanru unfortunately did not catch it. "Sister, what did you just say?" "Oh, it's nothing." Shangguanmeng lightly huffed. "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Oh, all right." In the Imperial Realm, within the confines of Villa number 001, Shangguanmeng, initially reclined on the grand bed engrossed in her comic, ended the call and set the book aside. She leaped from the bed, her delicate, porcelain-like feet gliding gracefully toward the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of a video began to resonate from the kitchen. "Hello, dear friends. Today, I will introduce to you the recipe for a week of unique and heartfelt breakfasts. Those who enjoy it, don't forget to follow." As evening approached, the virtual combat training concluded. Weary in body and spirit, Su Yuan emerged from the virtual chamber, ready to partake in the daily routine of physical data analysis alongside Su Anyun. Upon receiving the analysis report, Shangguanru was taken aback, her astonishment directed at Su Yuan. When did you break through to the first tier?" Chapter 67. The Dog Licker's Compensation Reward. 2 bento boxes? Shocked by the revelation, Su Anyun abruptly turned her gaze towards Su Yuan. "He has reached the first tier? How is this possible?" In her prior expectations, She had anticipated that Su Yuan would require at least 2 or 3 more days to achieve a breakthrough to the first tier. The process of extending the true veins from the source orifices is not a trivial endeavor. It often demands a substantial investment of time and energy. She had already exaggerated her predictions regarding his advancement speed, yet she had still miscalculated. Su Anyun's expression was multifaceted. On one hand, since Su Yuan had indeed become a first-tier warrior, her defeat was somewhat justifiable. After all, she had only just condensed her 7th source orifice and was still merely at the 7th stage of awakening. However, on the other hand, Su Yuan's terrifying rate of cultivation left her feeling somewhat troubled. Could it be that he possesses the legendary boundless Tao body? The boundless Tao body is regarded as the favored child of the universe, unencumbered by any limitations of realms in cultivation. As long as one reaches the corresponding realm, breakthroughs occur effortlessly. This implies that, provided no premature demise, and with ample resources, one is destined to grow into a formidable force within the cosmos. Not to mention, even in the inner cosmos, such a rare constitution is encountered only once in millennia. Currently, he is merely at the exploration stage. If he continues to effortlessly break through to the fusion stage and the ultimate stage, there exists a mere 1% chance that he is indeed a boundless Tao body. While Su Anyun was lost in thought, Su Yuan, seemingly unfazed, chuckled. Last night, I was simply intending to give it a try, and to my surprise, I succeeded on the first attempt. Look at how you're speaking, Shangguan Ru exclaimed, continually expressing her astonishment while reflecting. It has only been a week since your unified awakening. Among your classmates, 99% are likely still at the first stage of awakening, and those with slightly better talents might have reached the second stage. Yet here you are, racing straight to becoming a first-tier warrior. Alas, how unfortunate for those geniuses from your cohort. They must live in your shadow for the rest of their lives.
Su Anyun.
She felt somewhat offended. After Shangguan Ru finished speaking, she suddenly remembered that Su Anyun was beside her and quickly added, Ahem, of course, Anyun, you are also quite strong. I believe in you. Perhaps in due time you will surpass Su Yuan.
Su Yuan interjected playfully.
Provided you don't get too distracted by your online romance.
Su Anyun.
After training concluded, Su Yuan returned to his room laden with a substantial amount of source crystals and nutritional supplements, embarking on his daily cultivation routine. A robust physique breeds fearlessness. Engaging in high-pressure gravity training and virtual deathmatches would leave any ordinary person utterly exhausted and bedridden. However, Su Yuan was different. The more physically exhausted he became, the more invigorated his spirit felt. As he immersed himself in the practice of the Great Sun Visualization Sutra, he experienced an exquisite pleasure that was fundamentally rooted in self-discipline. Meanwhile, Su Anyun had ventured into the kitchen, preparing to create what she deemed a heartfelt breakfast for Su Yuan the following morning. Yet, her culinary skills were virtually non-existent, necessitating some preliminary practice. With the guidance of a video tutorial on her phone, she clumsily ignited the stove, added oil and heated the pan. As she observed the sizzling oil in the frying pan, a moment of disorientation washed over her. Had she not lost the comparison, she would be dedicating this time to her training rather than fiddling with eggs and squandering precious moments. Seemingly attuned to Su Anyun's negative attitude, the system issued a notification. Ding! During the Loyal Dog adventure, the host will receive varying ratings based on the level of satisfaction from the other party. The higher the rating, the more generous the Loyal Dog compensation rewards. Ratings, from lowest to highest, are D, C, B, A, and S. This session's S-tier grand prize is the Dragon Soul Pearl. Su Anyun felt a flicker of solace. The Dragon Soul Pearl, while a lesser substitute for the more potent Dragon Spirit Pearl, was certainly preferable to having nothing at all. The martial arts community of Blue Star was still in its infancy in terms of developing spiritual training aids, rendering such treasures unattainable, even for someone as affluent as Shangguan Ru. Taking a deep breath, Su Anyun fixed her gaze on the eggs and sausages before her, determination igniting within her. You can do this. First, she attempted to shape the sausages into a heart. Failure struck as they broke apart. The second attempt resulted in crushed eggs, with shells mingling within. Failure again. On her third try, she misjudged the heat, leaving both eggs and sausages burnt. Another failure. By the fourth attempt, her shadowy attendant could no longer bear to watch. After several rounds of replaying the heart-shaped egg tutorial, it proclaimed itself a master of heart-shaped eggs. Swiftly, it took the spatula from Su Anyun's hand and expertly demonstrated the technique. The resulting fried egg was flawlessly shaped, appearing tender and delectable. Su Anyun's eyes sparkled with delight. Ding! Please be mindful of your identity as a loyal dog. Allowing another to take over violates Rule 121 of the Loyal Dog Code. Su Anyun remained speechless. In the early hours of the following day, Su Yuan awakened from his cultivation. While the condensation of his second true vein had yet to be completed, he had successfully achieved 2/3 of the process. This progress was remarkably swift, and he felt confident that with an additional 10 days, he could extend all 9 true veins to the source sea and begin to challenge the limit position. As he intended to step outside to witness the sunrise, he passed by the kitchen. The kitchen was ablaze with light as Su Anyun busily tied her apron, stationed before the stove. Though only her silhouette was visible, Su Yuan sensed an air of desolation and melancholy surrounding her figure. How diligent! Has she truly spent the entire night cooking? Is it possible to be so enamored over an online romance? It makes me feel rather reluctant to eat. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned to leave. Morning dawned. The still sleeping Shangguan Ru received a phone call from Shangguan Meng. Hello, hello, hello. Piggy, 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 wake up. Come out to collect something. Despite her fatigue, Shangguan Ru mustered the strength to shake off her drowsiness and ventured outside the venue, where she encountered Shangguan Meng holding a bento box. What's this all about? Shangguan Ru inquired, perplexed. Here, take it, Shangguan Meng replied cheerfully, extending the bento box toward her. I've recently taken up cooking, so I made breakfast for the 3 of you. You'll have to let me know if it's any good. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ru was taken aback, her mind struggling to process. Sister, when did you become interested in cooking? Why does it matter to you? Shangguan Meng retorted, turning to leave. Yet, halfway through her departure, she suddenly halted, glancing back at Shangguan Ru with a playful wink. Oh, and don't tell them it was me who made it. Huh? Why not? Are you foolish? If it turns out to be terrible, I won't be blamed. Shangguan Ru nodded, but as she watched Shangguan Meng's retreating figure, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The brisk morning air pierced her chest, awakening her senses as the realization dawned upon her. Oh no, yesterday, I mentioned to my sister that Su Anyun was preparing a heartwarming breakfast for her online love interest. Could it be that my sister has also fallen in love? Is she merely imitating that? The mere thought left Shangguan Ru astounded. Yet, to confront Shangguan Meng about it seemed impossible. She wished to live a little longer. After a long pause, she gazed at the bento box in her hands and inhaled deeply. This could be dire. At 7:20 in the morning, Su Yuan returned from observing the sunrise, his gaze falling upon the 2 neatly arranged bento boxes before him. A sense of unease settled within him. Chapter 68. Do not allow me to become a part of your game, all right? It is as follows. Shangguan Ru, with an earnest demeanor, began to spin a tale. I have a friend who recently, on a whim, decided to open a breakfast shop and asked me to sample her culinary creations. I see, Su Yuan responded thoughtfully, his gaze drifting over the bento boxes before him and Su Anyun. Curiosity piqued. But why do we have some as well? Shangguan Ru's mind raced. Well, I mentioned to her that I know someone who has just started learning to make breakfast. She suggested making a few extra portions so we could compare and perhaps learn from one another. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan chose not to elaborate further and opened the bento box belonging to Shangguan Ru's mysterious friend. After catching sight of the masterpiece within, he remarked, Sister Ru, your friends are indeed affluent individuals. Initially, Shangguan Ru did not grasp the implication of Su Yuan's words and shook her head. Not at all. When I make friends, I never consider their wealth, for none can rival my own. By the way, why do you say that? Su Yuan pointed toward the indistinguishable black mass in the bento box. Can one truly open a shop with breakfast presented in such a manner? It feels more like an experience of life rather than a culinary endeavor. Shangguan Ru fell silent. An inexplicable tension gripped her as she opened her own bento box. In that moment, The gazes of the three converged upon it, each with their own thoughts. Su Yuan remarked, it is evident this was crafted by the same hand. Your claim of opening a shop is quite the fabrication. This is clearly an exercise in life experience. Shangguan Ru replied, indeed. It is apparent this was produced by my elder sister's hand. This comes as no surprise to me. Su Anyun added, while I do not know who the other party is, I appreciate the contrasting sample she provided. This should elevate my rating somewhat. A brief silence enveloped the atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Shangguan Ru who broke the quietude. Let us consider this. It seems my friend's skills are rather lacking, and I am uncertain if consuming this will affect your training today. Perhaps it would be best to discard it. She felt a pang of conscience for allowing Su Yuan and Su Anyun to partake in the breakfast, fearing it would weigh heavily upon her. However, just as she was about to utter the words "let's discard it," a lively little girl with silver hair and mismatched eyes appeared at the restaurant's entrance, cheerfully waving at them. Shangguan Ru's body stiffened, halting the words on her lips, and with an expression of calm composure, she stated, let us roll a die to decide who will wash the bento boxes after we finish eating. Su Yuan? Su Anyun? As the two were left perplexed by Shangguan Ru's inexplicable declaration, Shangguan Meng approached the dining table with delicate steps, her enchanting heterochromatic eyes sparkling as they beheld the bento box. Wow! Your breakfast looks so sumptuous. It seems incredibly delicious.
Su Yuan.
Su Anyun. Shangguan Ru. What's wrong? Aren't you all eating? Shangguan Meng asked innocently, her gaze eventually settling on Shangguan Ru. Shangguan Ru swallowed nervously, forcing a smile. Of course we are. She then picked up a spoon, trembling slightly as she scooped a spoonful of the viscous, dark substance and brought it to her lips. How is it? Shangguan Meng tilted her head slightly, her face brimming with anticipation as she looked at Shangguan Ru. It's acceptable, Shangguan Ru stammered, finally managing to utter the words as if expending all her strength. Noticing her reaction, Shangguan Meng scrunched her adorable little nose. Just acceptable? I feel like it looks really tasty. Let me have a try. She reached for the spoon to sample it herself. Wait a moment, Su Yuan interjected suddenly. Shangguan Meng's spoon froze mid-air, and all eyes turned towards him. This is not something you should eat indiscriminately, Su Yuan said, ruffling Shangguan Meng's hair and taking the spoon from her hand. Your sister is a formidable warrior. She can handle it, but if you eat something bad and end up with a stomachache, what then? He cast a helpless glance at Shangguan Ru. Ruya, can't you stop her? What if she gets sick from eating this? Shangguan Ru? Su Anyun? At this moment, Shangguan Ru truly felt at a loss for words. Sister, you love to put on a show. Could you please not involve me? She thought, wishing to escape their playful antics. Meanwhile, Su Anyun looked on with a peculiar expression, fully aware of the relationship between Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru. The concern Su Yuan displayed for a powerful warrior potentially suffering from a bad meal was a rather strange sensation. Shangguan Meng remained stunned for a moment before her gaze wandered, hesitating as she murmured, but I really want to know what it tastes like. Why not just ask your sister to tell you? Shangguan Meng pouted slightly. I don't trust her. Shangguan Ru.
Su Yuan.
Taken aback by Shangguan Meng's response, offered, what about trusting me? After a moment of contemplation, Shangguan Meng nodded. Okay, I trust you. Su Yuan promptly scooped a spoonful from the bento box in front of him and tasted it. With the power of a glutton at his disposal, he could digest anything, so he had little concern. How is it? Is it good? Shangguan Meng asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice as her small hands clasped behind her back, suggesting her nervousness.
Su Yuan chuckled.
What are you pondering in that little head of yours? Of course, it's not delicious. Shangguan Ru silently admired Su Yuan in her heart. She realized that in order to maintain her image as a sweet, obedient girl before him, her elder sister would certainly refrain from losing her temper. This was rather fortunate, as it meant he had become her voice, articulating the words she dared not say. Well, it seems it truly is unappetizing. I shall not partake any longer. Thank you.
Broter Su Yuan.
A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Shangguan Meng's eyes, quickly replaced by a radiant smile. Yet Shangguan Ru sensed impending trouble. As expected, the next moment, Shangguan Meng approached her with a smile, linking her arm with hers, Sister, why did you deceive me by saying it was quite good? It turns out I was right not to trust you. Brother Su Yuan is far better. Come on, take me out for a stroll, will you? Shangguan Ru lamented. Oh heavens, why is it always I who gets hurt? After Shangguan Ru was tugged away by Shangguan Meng, Su Anyun pondered for a moment, then resolutely extended her hand, presenting the breakfast bento she had prepared for herself to Su Yuan. With comparison comes contrast, and this was the perfect opportunity for her to elevate her own standing. Here, give mine a try, the young lady said, striving to maintain a calm tone. Chapter 69. Practice makes perfect. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Su Yuan nodded gently. Although he held no high expectations for Su Anyun's culinary skills, he believed that, in comparison to that friend who resembled a sister, could not be too far off. Upon opening the lunchbox, he was immediately greeted by an unsightly heart-shaped fried egg, framed by sausages adorned with dark, questionable substances, and the egg itself bore remnants of shattered shells. Beside the heart-shaped egg lay a gloppy, indistinguishable mass emitting a peculiar odor. Su Yuan thought, do I really have to eat this? He turned to Su Anyun, searching her expression for any hint of embarrassment. However, Su Anyun earnestly nodded. This was her most satisfactory creation after considerable effort. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan acquiesced. Very well. A few minutes later, Su Anyun fixed her gaze on Su Yuan. How is it? Su Yuan managed a faint smile. It's acceptable. With that, he stood up and prepared to leave. I have training later, so I'll head back to get ready. Ding. Currently, the dog-licking adventure is rated D-Class. D-Class reward. A set of intimate apparel. Comment. Culinary skills lacking. Improvise with other attributes. Su Anyun stood in stunned silence for a while. Upon seeing the attire showcased by the system in her mind, her exquisite face turned a shade of pale, as if deeply insulted. If possible, she wished to sever her connection with this malevolent system immediately. Without its presence, she was confident she could reclaim her former glory, rather than squander time honing her breakfast-making skills merely to appease Su Yuan. Ding! This system adheres to principles of fairness and justice. It is the host's own lack of skill that is to blame. Please refrain from disparaging this system. Does the host wish to sever the system connection and relinquish their cultivation, thus becoming a mere shell of their former self? Su Anyun, forget it. She bit her lip, resigning to her misfortune in binding herself to such a system. Gentle reminder. If you are inept, practice more. If you cannot bear to lose, do not play. Seek less justification for yourself and learn from the strengths of others. Su Anyun found herself at a loss for words. After all, it was indeed her defeat to Su Yuan in their initial comparison that had led her to embark on this dog-licking adventure, rather than receiving the system's rewards. Coming to this realization, she silently picked up the plate and walked aside to dispose of its contents. Much like discarding her previous disdain for Su Yuan and her pride from a past life. From this day forward, I shall regard you as a true rival. The concept of killing Abyss has begun to take shape. I must expedite my understanding of combat energy. Next time, I shall undoubtedly triumph. Returning to his room, Su Yuan rinsed his mouth vigorously several times. Gazing at his handsome yet weary reflection in the mirror, he let out a deep sigh. Although he possessed the insatiable power to digest anything he consumed, the daily torment of rigorous training had already proven to be exceedingly arduous. Why must he endure such additional torment? As for that friend of sister, whom he did not know, it could be set aside for the moment. Regarding Su Anyun, he could only lament that if her culinary skills did not improve, the prospect of her marrying would likely become quite bleak. Meanwhile, on the other end, after being subjected to an affectionate reprimand, Shangguan Ru was left disheveled, while Shangguan Meng mumbled to herself. Could it truly be that distasteful? Just as Shangguan Ru was on the verge of tears and preparing to voice her thoughts, Shangguan Meng's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was a call from Bai Zong. Bai Zong, Shangguan Meng's superior, was one of the dual kings of the 4 pillars of the Annihilation Bureau, an 8th-tier individual known as the Blood Butcher King, a man in his 40s. What is it? Shangguan Meng inquired. The Blood Clan Marquis you killed last time was from the AKA's family of the Eagle Federation. The AKA's family, one of the top families in the Eagle Federation, boasted a blood prince and 2 blood dukes, equating to 1 9th-tier supreme and 2 8th-tier kings, thus forming one of the predominant powers within the Eagle Federation. Oh, and then, they have strongly condemned us, asserting that regardless of his crimes, according to international regulations, he should have been extradited for trial. Moreover, he had not committed any particularly egregious acts. Unfazed, Shangguan Meng replied languidly, according to international custom, any individual exceeding the 6th tier entering another country must report in advance. Otherwise, they will be treated as a spy. In the Annihilation Bureau's regulations, espionage is punishable by death. I am well aware of that, Bai Zong chuckled. Besides, this task was assigned to you. Thus, the responsibility does not fall upon your shoulders. So, what is your point? Shangguan Meng remained uncertain of Bai Zhang's intentions. After a brief silence, Bai Zong's tone shifted to one of gravity. Has your relationship with the Shangguan family deteriorated recently? Shangguan Meng's expression was impassive. It has always been thus. Recently, the political climate in the capital has shifted unfavorably. Leveraging this incident, the Shangguan family has allied with the Murong family to submit a proposal to the council, claiming your disposition is too unruly to hold a significant position within the Annihilation Bureau, intending to replace you with Murongjin. Murongjin. Shangguan Meng's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of disdain and scorn flashing within them. Is he not the one I nearly incapacitated previously? Indeed, he has recently advanced to the 7th tier and, in principle, is qualified for a position within the 4 pillars. What does the council say? There has yet to be a vote. However, according to the Annihilation Bureau's personnel management regulations, once the council accepts a proposal regarding high-level personnel changes, your authority will be temporarily suspended. Oh, how fortuitous. Shangguan Meng inadvertently cast a glance towards the venue. I too have been contemplating a period of respite. Bai Zong sighed. Among the 12 seats in the council, the aristocratic families occupy 7, with the Shangguan and Murong families at the helm. The other prominent families may likely cast their votes in favor. However, your initial appointment as one of the 4 pillars was decreed by the ancient chief. Should he exercise his veto power, you would remain one of the 4 pillars regardless. It is inconsequential. Shangguan Meng shrugged. In any case, it matters not to me. It is not the same, Bai Zong spoke gravely. You are currently one of the 4 pillars of the Anomaly Elimination Bureau. The Shangguan family would not dare to act against you, for that would be tantamount to openly opposing the 12-member council. However, should you sever ties with the Bureau, the dynamics would shift dramatically, unless you ascend to the 8th tier of kingship, at which point I would advocate for you to take my place, thereby solidifying your position. Understood, Shangguan Meng replied, her tone remaining unperturbed. Bai Zong hesitated, words lingering on his lips, yet ultimately refrained from voicing further thoughts. Take care. In the imperial capital, at the headquarters of the Anomaly Elimination Bureau, Bai Zong ended the call. This individual, known as the Blood Butcher King, who instilled fear in countless hearts, bore no trace of murderous intent. He appeared more akin to a weathered and affable middle-aged gentleman. Approaching the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed upon the vibrant landscape of the imperial capital bathed in the morning sun, letting out a soft sigh. Shangguan Meng, the millennium-old great Xia, burdened by the aristocracy. The ancient chief was the first to seek a breakthrough, and you are his most valued successor. With the emergence of the Star Realm, we are witnessing an unprecedented upheaval. Born of the aristocracy yet existing beyond its confines, I hope you can become the final blade severing the ties of the aristocracy. Sister, how could the family act in such a manner? Shangguan Ru, having overheard the conversation between Shangguan Meng and Bai Zong, was incensed upon learning that the Shangguan and Murong families had conspired to replace Shangguan Meng with Murongjin in the Anomaly Elimination Bureau. Her fury surpassed that of the embroiled Shangguan Meng. What does it matter to them? Shangguan Meng replied nonchalantly. But Shangguan Ru hesitated. Like Bai Zong, she worried that once Shangguan Meng lost her status as one of the 4 pillars, her temperament would inevitably offend the prominent families, and when that time came, Shangguan Meng, aware of her sister's concerns, smiled reassuringly. Do not fret, for you remain by my side. Shangguan Ru, feeling helpless, knew that despite wielding control over the vast Clover Group and possessing numerous connections, without formidable strength as a foundation, Her influence would be futile in dire circumstances. Noticing her sister's demeanor, Shangguan Meng pointed towards the nearby venue, her smile radiant. Even if you cannot protect me, there is still little Su Yuan, who has now reached the first tier, correct? Even more formidable than I was back then. Perhaps one day he shall transcend to the 9th Order Supreme. I am eager to witness who would dare to provoke me then. Observing her spirited demeanor, Shangguan Ru was rendered speechless. Sister, he has only just begun his cultivation. Who knows how long it will take for him to reach the 9th Order? Wait, what is wrong? Shangguan Meng blinked her enchanting eyes. Some individuals are destined to create miracles. Who knows if he is one of them? Sister, there is no hope for you. Chapter 70. The Radiance of Divine Thought. Substantial Mental Power. The sorrowful Su Anyun, due to her temporary restriction of permissions, Shangguan Meng no longer needed to execute missions for the Annihilation Bureau. She simply moved into this hell training hall. The pretext given was that she was unwell and required a brief hiatus from school. With Shangguan Ru's support, Su Yuan harbored no suspicions whatsoever. In fact, after each training session, he would make an effort to cheer himself up and spend some time playing with Shangguan Meng. Sometimes, they would engage in light-hearted conversation, and at other times, he would recount amusing anecdotes from his cultivation journey. Whenever Su Yuan spoke, Shangguan Meng would sit beside him with a radiant smile, resting her chin on her hands, patiently listening. This left Shangguan Ru utterly astonished. In the imperial capital, she was known as the peculiar demoness capable of silencing children. Yet in Lan City, she metamorphosed into the innocent and charming girl next door. The fluctuations in her temperament were utterly astonishing. On this day, it marked the 4th day of Su Anyun's adventurous quest as an ardent admirer. She rose early and headed to the kitchen to prepare a heartfelt breakfast. With only 2 days remaining, she knew she must persist in her endeavors. During the first 3 days, she had achieved her highest rating, progressing from D to C. The rewards had also transformed from passionate lingerie to secret technique, fox charm. Equally confounding. Sigh. She hoped to attain an S-level rating by the 5th day. Although the effects of the Jiao Soul Pearl were significantly inferior to those of the Dragon Soul Pearl, it remained quite beneficial for her current stage. Furthermore, after 3 days of diligent study and training, her skills had improved considerably. She was confident that today, she could at least reach a B level if not an A level. And there was also the added condition of having 20 people aware of this endeavor. Primarily her classmates who knew both her and Su Yuan. She needed to find an opportunity to fulfill this requirement in the remaining 2 days. Even though it might be quite awkward, yet it could serve as a reminder and motivation for herself. With these thoughts, Su Anyun adeptly ignited the stove and heated the oil. At that moment, a yawn escaped Shangguan Meng as she sleepily entered the kitchen. Since moving in, she had expressed a desire to learn breakfast preparation alongside Su Anyun. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan found it quite absurd. From Ru's mysterious friend aspiring to open a breakfast shop, to Su Anyun diligently practicing heartfelt breakfasts for her online romantic interest. And now Shangguan Meng, why was everyone suddenly making breakfast? Was this some new trend of the era? Moreover, why was it that, in the end, he was the one expected to consume it? Good morning, Shangguan Meng greeted Su Anyun.
Su Anyang nốt đét ghen ly.
She had grown accustomed to Shangguan Meng's presence and, in her, had discovered a newfound sense of confidence. Each time the two individuals prepared breakfast, Shangguan Meng's creations appeared slightly more unappealing and tasted less delightful. She believed that if she successfully attained an S-level rating on her final day, then at least 30% of the credit would belong to Shangguan Meng. Wow, Sister Anyun, how do you make your eggs so flawless? Yours are quite good too. Did I perhaps add too much salt? It might be a tad excessive. Why has this porridge turned so dark? As Su Anyun and Shangguan Meng showcased their culinary skills in the kitchen, miles away on Donglin Mountain, atop its peak, Su Yuan sat in meditation. Gazing at the rising sun, as he had in days past, he silently etched its image into his heart and vividly painted it in his mind. Suddenly, he felt a jolt run through his entire being. In the depths of his consciousness, it seemed as though a hidden pathway had been unlocked. An exhilarating sensation surged from the Fengqi point at the nape of his neck to the Baihui point atop his head, sending a wave of unprecedented tingling energy coursing through him. Su Yuan abruptly paused, and with immediate understanding, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate the Great Sun Visualization Sutra. With the emergence of his divine intent, the sun rose, and the morning light fell, enveloping the divine palace. The radiant power of the sun gradually coalesced within the divine palace, forming a rising sun. Having diligently replicated the scene of sunrise day after day, the rising sun Su Yuan envisioned now bore a striking resemblance to the real thing. Moreover, as the principles of the Great Sun Visualization Sutra continued to circulate, a miraculous occurrence unfolded. The rising sun, which had previously shown no reaction, began to sprinkle down a gentle, ethereal light, akin to falling snowflakes or drifting willow catkins. This was divine morning light. Su Yuan had previously only been able to manifest divine intent arising, the sun emerging, but to his astonishment, at this moment, the internal scene of morning light falling throughout the divine palace had also materialized. This represented a monumental advancement. Furthermore, this divine morning light could significantly enhance the strength of one's mental power. Immediately, Su Yuan concentrated his thoughts and visualized a small figure resembling himself within the divine palace, diligently gathering the scattered divine morning light. With each piece collected, a refreshing, icy clarity coursed through his mental intent, a sensation utterly delightful, akin to biting into a chilled watermelon on a scorching summer day. The entire process lasted nearly 10 minutes. Once all the divine morning light within the palace had been absorbed, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The scenery before him remained largely unchanged, yet could be said to have transformed in every way. What remained constant was the sight of the sun rising, the morning light cascading, illuminating the mountains and forests. This scene, Su Yuan had witnessed countless times, deeply imprinted in his memory. What had changed was how it appeared to Su Yuan. The transformation felt as if a thin veil that once covered his vision had been lifted. Now, everything before him appeared more lucid and comprehensible. This was a hallmark of transcending one's mental power. Unanticipatedly, the first significant enhancement of my mental prowess emerged from an unforeseen opportunity. Su Yuan withdrew his gaze and casually picked up a small stone, no larger than a fingernail, placing it in the palm of his hand. He then focused his mental energy upon it. Initially, the stone remained motionless, but to his astonishment, it eventually stirred ever so slightly. Although the movement was minuscule, it was indeed a tangible manifestation of his mental force. Had others witnessed this phenomenon, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless, for there exists a consensus among martial artists that only upon breaking through to the fourth tier can one hope to condense mental energy into a physical form that acts upon objects. Yet Su Yuan had achieved this feat a full 3 major realms ahead of schedule. It was once again time to reap the rewards. A radiant smile gradually spread across Su Yuan's face, as it had been quite some time since he last indulged in a lottery draw, and his hands tingled with anticipation. Since his last experience of drawing 3 high-level prizes and receiving a coveted red-quality reward, he felt undeniably favored by fate. Perhaps this time, he might uncover yet another delightful surprise. Upon returning to the Hell Training Hall, Su Anyun and Shangguan Meng had both completed their culinary masterpieces. Su Yuan beheld the heart-shaped fried eggs, now considerably more refined than on the first day, and gave Su Anyun a thumbs up, clearly impressed by her evident progress. Su Anyun remained composed, dismissing verbal accolades as mere flattery. It was the ratings that truly mattered. Meanwhile, Shangguan Meng was brimming with excitement, leaning towards Su Yuan, her small hands cradling a plate as she presented it before him, exclaiming joyfully, "What about mine? Yours is commendable too." As Su Yuan surveyed the plate of oddly shaped culinary creations, he offered his encouragement. Following breakfast, after a brief respite, Su Yuan and Su Anyun commenced their rigorous gravity training. Shangguan Meng, astonished, observed that Su Anyun could now endure a gravitational force double that of the previous day. Quite impressive indeed. If someone possessed the ability to perceive resentment, they would witness the flames of resentment fiercely burning upon Su Anyun's form within the gravity chamber. Despite her declared progress, she still received a mere C-grade evaluation, which gnawed at her. Clenching her teeth, she longed to storm next door and confront Su Yuan, demanding to know what culinary delights could possibly merit an S-grade rating. It was infuriating, In the adjacent gravity chamber under the oppressive weight, Su Yuan gazed at the continuously escalating resentment value displayed on the panel, utterly perplexed. Resentment 1111. Who could this possibly be? Did they harbor such animosity towards me? After the high-pressure training session, Su Yuan intended to take a moment to rest, but was interrupted by a message from his friend, Zheng Yuan. Brother Yuan, where have you been lately? The municipal examination is imminent. Will you participate? You wouldn't believe it. While you were away, that coffin-board and pig-faced man have been insufferably arrogant. One of them has reached the 6th stage of awakening, while the other is at the 3rd stage, making them feel invincible. By the way, Yuan, you must be at a higher stage than the 6th, right? Chapter 71. Su Anyun's bold exposure on the campus forum. After contemplating for a moment, Su Yuan replied, perhaps just a tad higher. Following the successful condensing of his first true meridian, he had managed to cultivate 2 additional meridians over the past 4 days, reaching the pinnacle of the 1st-tier lower realm. Once he succeeded in forming his 4th true meridian, he would ascend to the mid-tier of the 1st level. This rapid progression had left even Shangguan Ru in a state of shock and numbness. As for Su Anyun, after enduring her grueling daily training, Shangguan Ru meticulously recorded their physical data for analysis. Thus, both Su Yuan and Su Anyun's advancement in their cultivation was transparent and open, albeit limited to this hardware data. Su Yuan's mental prowess, which had already materialized to the extent of affecting the external world, remained undetectable to anyone but him. Every time Su Anyun noticed her own slight improvement, she would silently withdraw, perhaps feeling somewhat disheartened. However, Su Yuan believed that, for someone as spirited as her, his rapid progress was ultimately beneficial. By establishing himself as a role model, he could provide her with the motivation she needed to keep up. It was akin to a high school sports event where a leading runner's speed elevates the average performance of the entire team. Su Anyun should appreciate this principle. Buzz. A message from Zheng Yuan arrived. Brother Yuan is amazing. I knew that no matter how formidable that coffin-faced individual is, they cannot surpass you. When it comes to the 6th city joint exam, you must help me give them a resounding defeat. Zheng Yuan's excitement was palpable. It was understandable. Recently, Zhao Rizu had latched onto Murong Bai, wielding power and influence in the school, which Zheng Yuan found intolerable. Despite his A-grade innate talent, his martial arts aptitude was somewhat lacking, and it had taken him over 10 days to barely condense his first source aperture, leading to ridicule from Zhao Rizu. Don't worry, it's a minor issue, Su Yuan reassured him. He was indifferent to the rankings of the 6th city joint exam and had little regard for Zhao Rizu and Murong Bai, viewing them as mere clowns unworthy of his attention. Currently, he could easily take on multiple 2nd-tier ferocious beasts in one go. The 6th awakening stage? They were hardly worthy of his notice. What truly mattered to him was how much emotional value he could accumulate from his performance in the 6th city joint exam. This was a perfect stage for exposure, with an audience comprising the collective senior students from the 6 cities. Although their individual strength was relatively weak and their emotional contributions modest, the sheer volume could accumulate into a considerable amount. Not to mention the parents and teachers from various schools. The thought alone was exhilarating. Meanwhile, at launching number 1 high school, the practical combat class was currently enjoying a mid-session break. Upon encountering Zheng Yuan engrossed in messaging, Zhao Rizu shamelessly leaned over for a glimpse. After catching a glimpse of the content, he chuckled mischievously, saying, I wonder what you're up to. Do you really believe that Su Yuan can surpass my brother Bai? Clearly, Murong Bai's current prowess, having awakened to the 6th tier, instilled immense confidence in Zhao Rizu. In his perspective, Murong Bai, as a scion of a prestigious family, possessed innate talent of the highest caliber, coupled with substantial resources provided by his family, which would undoubtedly overshadow any common prodigy. As for Su Yuan, relying on his physical enhancement abilities during the initial awakening phase, he had managed to put on a few impressive displays. Zhao Rizu eagerly anticipated the upcoming 6 cities joint examination, where he would witness what kind of upheaval Su Yuan could truly cause. In contrast to Zhao Rizu, Murong Bai was acutely aware of Su Yuan's current support from Shangguan Ru. Hence, he harbored a premonition that Su Yuan's training progress was unlikely to lag significantly behind his own, perhaps even matching his own attainment at the 6th tier. Nevertheless, he still did not regard Su Yuan as a rival. Why? Because at lower realms, resources could be acquired with wealth. Shangguan Ru may be affluent, but that does not guarantee superiority. She can support him, but when it comes to higher realms, many resources simply cannot be purchased. The Shangguan family's foundation is robust, comparable to the Murong clan. However, given the relationship between Shangguan Ru, Shangguan Meng, and their family, the notion of securing resources is laughable. Unless Shangguan Meng were to ascend to the 8th tier and designate Su Yuan as her successor, thereby accessing resources directly from the national treasury, he would remain unconcerned until he reached the 7th tier. Yet, such a scenario is evidently improbable. Who knows if that sorceress Shangguan Meng will even select a successor? Even if she does, it is unlikely that it would be Su Yuan. Thus, the true contenders against Murong Bai would be the monsters from the capital, not some so-called prodigy from a humble background emerging from a peripheral city. Recently, Su Anyun had been feeling quite irritable. On one hand, she was striving to enhance her culinary skills, aiming to attain an S-rank rating from Su Yuan to acquire the Jiao Soul Pearl to accelerate her mental cultivation. On the other hand, she was hastening her training, hoping to widen the gap between herself and Su Yuan before their next comparison. It is worth noting that only 10 days separated each comparison, and now, for days had almost passed. Only 6 days remained. Su Anyun took a deep breath. Why was he progressing so swiftly in his cultivation? Each time she thought of Su Yuan having consolidated 3 true meridians, it left her feeling overwhelmed. Even with the 20 cultivation speed boost from her fangirl state, she had merely formed her first true meridian, still trailing behind Su Yuan. The only breakthrough solution was battle chi. With 6 days left, if she could refine her battle chi within this time frame, even if it were just a first-level battle chi, it would be sufficient for her to triumph in the second comparison. The training must intensify. It is imperative to extract the utmost potential from the physical form. With the experience from a previous life, there exists a significant probability of condensing power in a short span of time. Contemplating this, Su Anyun resolved to first complete another task related to the adventure of the affectionate dog. Namely, ensuring that at least 20 individuals were aware of her preparing breakfast for Su Yuan. Until this matter was addressed, it felt like a thorn lodged in her throat, neither here nor there. Once this task was accomplished, she could focus solely on her training and refining her combat energy. After all, embarrassment was inevitable. It mattered little. When the time came for a second comparison, she would reclaim her pride. With this in mind, Su Anyun took out her phone, logged into the campus forum of Lon City High School, and posted, "Record. My first time making breakfast for someone else? It was quite pleasant." The post included several images, which she had captured a few days prior for this very occasion. Among them were videos of her preparing breakfast and photos of Su Yuan savoring the meal. Initially, everyone assumed it was merely an unremarkable post. After all, the campus forum operates anonymously, and participants surf casually. Who would click on a post with such a mundane title? However, when the first bored individual ventured a look, they soon realized that the situation was far from simple. Chapter 72. The forum erupted. You promised equality, yet you favor him alone? On the playground of launching number 1 high school, Zhang Hao sat beside a flower bed, idly browsing the campus forum. Nearby, a cacophony of heated arguments broke out, prompting Zhang Hao to glance up. It appeared that Zheng Yuan was in a verbal spat with Zhao Rizu. Following the awakening ceremony, the school had reorganized classes, placing all individuals with talents rated C and above into advanced classes. Zheng Yuan, an A-grade talent, and Zhao Rizu, an SS-grade talent, both surpassed him significantly in ability. He had no idea what they were arguing about, nor did it concern him as a mere C-grade talent. With that thought, Zhang Hao redirected his attention to his phone, hoping to discover some selfies posted by a benevolent junior. Record. My first attempt at breakfast. Not bad. Who on earth would post something like this? Bored out of their mind? Just as Zhang Hao intended to scroll past, he reconsidered. The tone seemed reminiscent of a girl. Never mind, let us take a look. Thus, he clicked on the post. Moments later, what the heck? His exclamation was so loud and filled with emotion that it drew bewildered glances from those around him. Even Zheng Yuan and Zhao Rizu paused their argument, looking over in confusion. Having a good rapport with Zhang Hao and driven by curiosity, Zhang Yuan abandoned Zhao Rizu to approach him. "Haozi, what are you looking at?" Zhang Hao, with a ghostly expression, trembled as he pointed at the screen.
Heng Yi.
"Please take a look. I can't be seeing things, right? Is this really our school's goddess, Su?
Su?
In launching #1 high school, who else could possibly deserve such a title?" Although Zhang Yuan had long since abandoned his pursuit of Su Anyun, his eyes lit up, and he promptly took the phone to examine the post closely. "My first attempt at breakfast?" Zhang Yuan was taken aback by the title. If this was indeed Su Anyun, she would never post such mundane details on the campus forum. It was entirely inconsistent with her persona. Nevertheless, he patiently scrolled down and clicked on the video segment. The video showcased Su Anyun preparing breakfast, filmed from a side angle, revealing her stunning profile and even her remarkable shadow talent assisting nearby. "No way. Is this for real?" Zhang Yuan was utterly stunned. As a former admirer of Su Anyun, he knew all too well how frosty her demeanor was. A goddess of such icy disposition would certainly never share the minutiae of her life on a campus forum. Could it be someone was impersonating Su Anyun and uploaded this video? Yet that didn't make sense. Who could possibly obtain footage of Su Anyun? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Zhang Yuan scrolled further down. Before my eyes was a visage so familiar it could hardly be more so, adorned with a peculiar expression as it partook of breakfast. Just moments ago, in the recorded footage, Su Anyun had captured an image of her breakfast creation, a heart-shaped fried egg paired with a mysterious concoction that bore an uncanny resemblance to the meal depicted in the photograph. Gazing upon this face, Zhang Yuan found himself momentarily stunned, his expression soon becoming increasingly intricate, ultimately morphing into profound heartache as he lamented to the heavens. "Yuan Gu, you have deceived me so terribly." Nearby, Zhao Rizu, upon hearing Zhang Yuan's wail, furrowed his brow. "What madness is this?" he inquired, drawing closer for a glimpse. Upon discovering it was a campus forum, he retrieved his mobile device and scrolled to the post, clicking to delve deeper. Moments later, having perused the content, Zhao Rizu's face flushed a deep shade akin to liver, alternating between hues of green and white, as he stared at the video and images on his screen, his eyes nearly blazing with fury. As time elapsed, this post gradually captured the attention of many, leading to a flurry of comments beneath it. "What the hell? Did I just witness that? Goddess Su is making breakfast for someone? Oh heavens, why must I be subjected to this? Brothers, I shall weep in reverence. I had thought Goddess Su treated everyone equally, which brought me some solace. Yet now I learn her affections are reserved for but one."
Iuip profusely.
I had wondered why I hadn't seen Su Yuan and Su Anyun recently. Turns out they eloped for a honeymoon. How I loathe this. The comments beneath the post were largely of this nature. After all, Su Anyun's image at school was that of an ethereal and aloof beauty, cold and distant to all. Witnessing her prepare breakfast for Su Yuan, particularly posting it to flaunt their affection, created a stark contrast that ignited a collective uproar, leaving many hearts shattered across the board. Such resentment. What was happening? Within the virtual chamber, Su Yuan observed the sudden surge in emotional responses, feeling somewhat perplexed. He deftly sidestepped an assault from a second-tier low-level beast, retaliating with a sweeping motion of his spear that shattered the creature's bones with terrifying force. A foul wind approached from behind. He swiftly turned, driving his weapon through the beast, leaving it thoroughly chilled. Alas, having just slain 2 second-tier low-level beasts, several second-tier mid-level beasts emerged, charging towards Su Yuan. These were the additional training specially prepared for him by Shangguan Ru. With a sigh, Su Yuan emerged from the virtual chamber, a sheen of perspiration beading on his forehead. This time, his demise had been rather brutal, first losing an arm, then a leg, ultimately succumbing to a pincer attack from 2 mid-level beasts, resulting in a gruesome end as he was devoured. For others, such repeated encounters with death could lead to severe psychological turmoil. However, for Su Yuan, even without the tempering of the Great Sun Contemplation Sutra on his mental fortitude, he would not encounter such dilemmas. For each instance of death, his sole contemplation was how to enact a more exhilarating and brutal vengeance upon those formidable beasts. After emerging from the virtual pod, Su Yuan took a moment to rest, and he performed remarkably well. Shangguan Ru cast a satisfied smile in his direction. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Yuan casually reached for his phone, only to realize he had been bombarded with an avalanche of messages. Almost every friend had sent him a note, and every group chat was adorned with glaring red notifications. What had transpired?
Su Yuan felt momentarily bewildered.
He casually opened Zhang Yuan's chat window, which was filled with an avalanche of crying emojis and the message, "Brother Yuan, you have deceived me terribly. You said there was no way anything could happen between you two. Yet you turned around and indulged in his affectionate breakfast. Do you realize the uproar this has caused on the school forum?"
Su Yuan.
Chapter 73. Let me speak candidly. She is my devoted admirer, and I am a victim of circumstance. What on earth is happening? What school forum? What has exploded? Su Yuan was utterly oblivious to the situation until Zhang Yuan recounted the entire sequence of events, and only then did he realize the extent of the chaos that had unfolded during his rigorous training. That rascal Su Anyun. How could she have shared the fact that she prepared breakfast for me on the school forum? And with video footage and accompanying images? Splendid. How ungrateful. I offered to assess the quality of her heartfelt breakfast, and in return, she sold me out? Is she not aware of the multitude of admirers vying for her affection at school? Is she not pushing me into the eye of the storm? Su Yuan felt as though he would never love again. He recalled a saying from Earth. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she tends to be. Taking a deep breath, he logged into the school forum, intending to peruse the post, only to discover it had already been deleted? Brother Yuan, it seems that post has indeed been removed. By the way, what exactly is going on between you two? Didn't TU previously claim to have no interest in Su Anyun? Now the entire school is abuzz, claiming you two are an item. Zhang Yuan inquired curiously. After relinquishing his pursuit of Su Anyun, he had thought that Su Yuan and she were a match made in heaven, yet Su Yuan had consistently expressed his lack of interest. Su Yuan had initially intended to provide an explanation, but suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Little Su Anyun, you enjoy playing these games, do you? I shall oblige. He promptly typed, Su Yuan, you saw the photo of me having breakfast, didn't you? Zhang Yuan, yes. What of it? Su Yuan, did I not appear somewhat pained, somewhat resistant? Zhang Yuan, it did seem that way? Su Yuan, to be frank, I have no interest in Su Anyun. However, she seems to have developed feelings for me and is now pursuing me. No, it's not pursuit. She is merely my devoted admirer. Did you not notice how agonizing it was for me to eat the breakfast she prepared? She compelled me. Consider this carefully. Her current antics, publicizing our situation on the school forum, what do you think her motive is? Zheng Yuan, huh? What is the reason? Su Yuan, of course, it is to pressure me into giving her a title. She regards me as her admirer, yet I have been indifferent towards her, so she resorts to cunning tactics. Hence, I am but an innocent bystander. Zheng Yuan, what? So that's how it is? This is astonishing. And it's you, Brother Yuan. Even the illustrious Su Anyun has become your devoted admirer, Su Yuan. Keep it low-key. By the way, I have some matters to attend to. We shall speak later. Setting down his phone, a radiant smile graced Su Yuan's face. Observing his expression, Shangguan Ru asked curiously, having just completed your training, why aren't you resting properly? What has you smiling foolishly? It's nothing. Su Yuan shook his head, casting a lingering gaze towards Su Anyun's room before turning to leave. Aunt Su, do not blame me. It is your daughter who has acted ungratefully, tarnishing my reputation. I am merely exercising my right to self-defense. Whatever punishment you deem fit upon my return, I shall accept. Meanwhile, within Su Anyun's room, she had concluded her training sessions earlier than Su Yuan, allowing her ample time to rest. The system required merely 20 participants, and shortly after posting, she deleted her announcement. Initially believing this would suffice, she soon realized she had underestimated her own influence and the sensational nature of the incident. Ding! Detected that a total of 1,031 individuals are aware of the host's infatuated behavior. Host has exceedingly surpassed the additional task. Achievement unlocked. Infatuation. My devotion is known to all. Reward acquired. 1 shadow fruit. Upon receiving the system notification, Su Anyun felt a swirl of emotions. On one hand, The thought that over 1,000 people had learned of her infatuation was mortifying. Indeed, this was an immense embarrassment. Thankfully, she anticipated minimal future interactions with her high school peers. Otherwise, she would be at a loss on how to face them. On the other hand, she had never imagined that the so-called infatuated adventurer could yield such extraordinary results. After surpassing the system's requirements, she had received a coveted shadow fruit. This item was among the most desired treasures, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. Without hesitation, she retrieved the shadow fruit from the system space and fed it to the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant transformed into a swirling mass of darkness, devouring the shadow fruit before retreating to a corner, commencing the digestion of its latent power. Surpassing tasks granted additional rewards. Did the main quest also offer similar benefits? This suggested that beyond the S-rank rating, there might exist even higher tiers of evaluation. What rewards could be attained if such heights were reached? Lost in thought, Su Anyun suddenly paused, recognizing the flaw in her reasoning. How had she begun contemplating such matters? Her focus should be on triumphing in each subsequent comparison to secure superior resources, rather than seeking to compensate for losses through task completion. Truly, had her reincarnation into this body subtly altered her mindset? Shaking her head to dispel the myriad of distractions, she prepared to commence her training when suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted her. Her phone had received a message. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was from Su Yuan. Unlike him, who had numerous contacts bombarding him with messages, her phone displayed only 3 names: Su Qingling, Su Yuan, and Shangguan Ru. Su Yuan. Care to explain? Su Anyun concocted a premeditated excuse and replied, I apologize. I originally intended to upload it to my private archives as a keepsake of my life. However, I inadvertently uploaded it to a public area. Su Yuan responded, Do you expect me to believe that? That is indeed the truth. Su Yuan continued, Regardless, your actions have caused me considerable distress. What am I to do when I seek a girlfriend in the future? Su Anyun hesitated, typed a line of text, then deleted it, ultimately replying, I will assist you in clarifying the situation. Su Yuan dismissed her offer. Forget it. Your explanation will only exacerbate the issue. I have already provided a reasonable account, and it no longer tarnishes my reputation. Su Anyun was momentarily taken aback. What did you say in your explanation?
Su Yuan answered.
What else could I say? I simply claimed you are my devoted admirer who insisted on making me breakfast, and I was left with no choice. It was roughly along those lines. Su Anyun felt a twitch in her eyelid, her veins throbbing, her knuckles whitening from clenching her fists. She took deep breaths, striving to calm her turbulent emotions. Being labeled as a devoted admirer by the system was one thing, but to be referred to as such by Su Yuan, and to be accused of coercing him into eating her lovingly prepared breakfast? Restraint, restraint, restraint. Were it not for the Jiao Hun pearl. She bit her silver teeth and cast her phone aside, choosing to disregard it. In the room, Su Yuan observed the incessantly flashing notifications, a smile gradually forming on his lips. Resentment 1111. Su Anyun must be fuming right now. However, this was of her own making. An erroneous upload? Who would believe that? Nevertheless, her actions had indeed elevated the emotional morale among the students. Emotional value, 4,241 points. Let us proceed. 2 high-level draws. Ding. Consuming 4,000 emotional points, conducting 2 high-level draws. Chapter 74. A double golden reward. Congratulations. You have obtained the Dragon Soul Pearl. Golden quality. Congratulations. You have obtained the battle map. Golden quality. What? Double gold? Is this what one would call a high-level lottery? Is this the manifestation of my extraordinary luck? Simply put, it is exhilarating. The smile on Su Yuan's face grew ever more radiant. The worries brought about by Su Anyun's exposure were instantly cast aside. He immediately examined the functions of the 2 treasures. Dragon Soul Pearl, forged from the soul of a dragon-type ferocious beast, captured by a powerful entity and sealed within the celestial jade essence. The holder can delve their mental energy into it, engaging in a struggle with the sealed dragon soul, thereby enhancing their own mental prowess, proving to be immensely beneficial for their cultivation. A treasure designed to assist in the cultivation of mental energy? Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Presently, Blue Star has yet to establish a unified method for cultivating mental energy, let alone a treasure that aids in such practice. The Dragon Soul Pearl is undoubtedly a rare gem. It contains the soul of a dragon-type ferocious beast. The Dragon Soul Pearl lay quietly in Su Yuan's palm, its texture a vibrant emerald, clear as a gem, with a faint golden phantom at its center, presumably the so-called Dragon Soul. Although Su Yuan was unsure of what the celestial jade essence entailed, the name alone suggested it must be an exceptionally high-grade material, otherwise, it would not be used to seal a soul. Suppressing the urge to immediately attempt to fight the dragon, Su Yuan turned his attention to the other treasure. With a thought, a scroll materialized, floating before him and slowly unfurling. This is the battle map. The illustration depicted an endless array of monstrous beings, each one unlike any Su Yuan had ever encountered, far removed from the ferocious beasts of Blue Star. Yet, their sinister visages and eerie auras surpassed any ferocious beast he had previously witnessed. At the center of the image stood a man with an indistinct face, bare-handed, engulfed in a flame-like aura, though the man's features were unclear and his expression hidden. For some inexplicable reason, Su Yuan could sense an overwhelming presence emanating from him, as if he could single-handedly hold back 1,000 foes, slaughtering 1,000,000 enemies before him. His fists akin to a dragon's blood, reeking of ferocity. Battle map. By channeling mental energy, one can enter the painting, sealing source energy and engaging foes solely with the physical body, honing one's courage and fighting spirit, making it an exceptional treasure for cultivating battle energy. Battle energy. Su Yuan suddenly realized that the flame-like aura surrounding the man in the battle map resembled the qi that Shangguan Ru had once demonstrated to him. No wonder it felt so familiar upon first sight. Battle energy. So this is the true name of that mysterious power? When Ru had used battle energy to withstand his attack, she indeed did not employ any source energy. It is a uniquely distinct force. The description of the battle map also indicated that entering the painting would seal source energy.
Su Yuan's excitement intensified.
However, he found that his current time seemed to be rather limited. Beyond the daily infernal training, one must also cultivate the Great Sun Visualization Sutra, consolidating one's true veins to elevate one's realm. Now, in addition to this, the Dragon Soul combat hones one's mental fortitude, while entering the painting sharpens one's battle courage and intent, accelerating the formation of combat aura. Is this the burden of possessing too many treasures? Su Yuan chuckled. Yet, he did not find any displeasure in this joyful dilemma. There is no need to rush. One may slow the pace and take it gradually. One cannot overindulge, for it is essential that each step yields some gain. Having just concluded the deadly combat training, he decided to take a moment to rest, replenish his strength and vitality, and later in the evening, assess the effects of the battle map. The rage and murderous intent stirred within him, unspent after being torn apart by that pack of ferocious beasts. Moreover, he could observe these creatures and discern how they differ from the savage beasts of Blue Star. At dinner, Su Yuan and Su Anyun sat at opposite ends of the table, one on the far left and the other on the far right. What is the situation with you two? Shangguan Ru inquired, puzzled as she glanced at them. At that moment, Su Yuan and Su Anyun shared an unspoken understanding, both shaking their heads in unison and replying simultaneously, nothing. Each paused for a moment, exchanged a glance, then turned away to focus on their own meals. By the way, has anyone seen my sister? Shangguan Ru suddenly realized that Shangguan Meng was absent. She used to appear punctually beside Su Yuan during every meal. I just saw her. She was here, but it seems she received a call and went outside, Su Yuan responded, his words muffled as he bit into a piece of beast meat. Shangguan Ru felt a vague sense of foreboding. As dusk settled, the vast infernal training hall loomed like a colossal beast lying in wait. At the top of the training hall, Shangguan Meng continued her phone conversation while casually gazing at the distant scenery. Her delicate legs swung in the air, and her enchanting heterochromatic eyes betrayed no emotion, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind at that moment. On the other end of the line, Bai Zhang's voice conveyed a sense of resignation. In recent days, the council has engaged in multiple discussions regarding the proposal submitted jointly by the Shangguan and Murong families. The final decision is to temporarily revoke your 4-pillar status, to be assumed by Murong Zhan from the Murong family. Oh, Shangguan Meng replied with a tone of indifference, her demeanor remarkably calm, leaving one to ponder whether she had anticipated this outcome or simply did not care. Bai Zong sighed. I wonder what Chief Gu is thinking. He did not exercise his veto. It doesn't matter. As she spoke, Shangguan Meng reached into her pocket only to discover that her lemon candies had vanished without her noticing. She slightly pouted, a look of discontent gracing her exquisite features, as if this matter were of greater significance than the revocation of her 4-pillar status. Without the protection of the 4-pillar status, you must exercise greater caution in your actions. You can no longer act so freely. Before, I was as I am now. On the other end of the phone, the silent Bai Zong shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, this is the essence of Shangguan Meng. It is what it is. Although the ancient chief did not understand why he did not oppose the proposals from the Shangguan and Murong families, he had nonetheless taken Shangguan Meng as his successor to nurture, so there should not be any significant issues. Furthermore, as one of the dual kings of the Anomaly Extermination Bureau, at least during his tenure, he could still provide her some protection. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had begun to drizzle softly. Shangguan Meng extended a hand to catch a few raindrops and murmured, "All right, it's raining. I must return for my meal." Even with an understanding of Shangguan Meng's character, Bai Zong could not help but admire her indifference. Was a matter of such gravity truly less important than a meal? After ending the call, Shangguan Meng lightly leapt from the rooftop to the ground. The gentle rain fell upon her, dampening her silvery hair. "Hey, don't leave without me." In the restaurant, Shangguan Meng appeared beside Su Yuan, gazing at him as he relished his meal. With her hands on her hips and lips pursed, her adorable little nose wrinkled slightly, Shangguan Ru remained silent nearby. If her guess was correct, the call her elder sister just received must have been from Bai Zong. What was the outcome? My apologies. Su Yuan had initially intended to ruffle Shangguan Meng's little head, but his hands were too greasy, so he withdrew them and chuckled. I trained a bit too hard today and got rather hungry. I'll definitely wait for you next time. That's more like it. Shangguan Meng beamed again, sitting beside Su Yuan, and together they joyfully indulged in their meal. From a distance, Su Anyun cast a casual glance towards the two, ultimately resting her gaze on Shangguan Meng. This girl, has she become addicted to the performance? Today, for updates, a small gift would be much appreciated. Chapter 75. From all directions, invincible yet unseen. Only myself. After dinner, Su Yuan was dragged by Shangguan Meng to play video games, while Su Anyun returned to her room. The shadow attendant was still absorbing and merging the shadow fruit, which would likely take half a day, so she temporarily set aside her training. Instead, she took out her phone and began searching online for how to prepare a perfect heartfelt breakfast. Tomorrow marked the final day of the Lick Dog adventure. If she could not attain an S-level evaluation, she would miss out on the Jiao Hun Pearl. Despite the unexpected delight of the shadow fruit, her yearning for the Jiao Hun Pearl remained intensely strong. After meticulously browsing through various search results, Su Anyun ultimately selected a video that had garnered the highest number of views, likes, and favorites. Hello everyone. I assume those of you who clicked in are eager to prepare a perfect heartfelt breakfast for your loved one, right? Then let us get started. In the video, the host, donned in an apron, greeted the audience with a beaming smile. I am not, Su Anyun silently thought. The following minutes unfolded normally. The host's techniques and control over the cooking process were commendable, and Su Anyun committed several details to memory. Yet, she found herself questioning whether this alone could yield a perfect heartfelt breakfast. Finally, the video reached its climax. After presenting the heartfelt breakfast on the dining table, the host revealed a mysterious smile. All right, now we arrive at the most crucial part. The key to creating a perfect heartfelt breakfast lies in this step. Upon hearing this, Su Anyun's eyes brightened, and she quickly prepared to note down this so-called secret. Warning. High energy ahead. Dodge the bullet. Run. A flurry of colorful comments flooded the screen, occupying a significant portion of it. Su Anyun furrowed her brow and promptly disabled the comments. Then, in the video, the camera shifted. Across the dining table sat a man, smiling as he greeted the camera. The host approached him, standing behind and gently wrapping her arms around his neck, gazing at the camera with a warm smile. The essence of a perfect breakfast does not reside in how delicious or exquisite it is. The true key lies in love. As long as you express your affection with sufficient intensity and clarity, even a breakfast prepared in mere minutes will be the most perfect breakfast in the world. With that, the scene transitioned into a 30-second montage of pixelated passionate kissing. Su Anyun. 30 seconds later, the passionate scene concluded. The video content creator, with an impish grin, raised her head and exclaimed, "Of course, for those audacious and adventurous souls, there exists an even more effective method that will undoubtedly leave your boyfriend or husband with an indelible and perfect impression of the breakfast you prepare." Following her statement, she bent down and disappeared beneath the table. The scene abruptly cut off. Su Anyun quietly exited, leaving a thumbs down and commenting, "Nonsense," before reporting the video in one fluid motion. Meanwhile, in another room, as Su Anyun pondered intensely over breakfast preparations for the following day, a lively scene unfolded. "Slow down. You're going too fast. Don't bump into me. Your banana is so annoying." Su Yuan, Shangguan Meng, and Shangguan Ru were seated cross-legged on the couch, each wielding a controller, joyfully engaging in a spirited game of Mario Kart 8, laughter echoing throughout the room. During training, Shangguan Ru was exceptionally demanding, almost devilish in her expectations, yet during their breaks, she readily joined them in relaxation. Indeed, Su Yuan and Su Anyun exhibited remarkable resilience, resembling superheroes, managing to maintain their composure even under the intense training regimen. In contrast, previous sessions with so-called S and SS level talents left them utterly exhausted, barely able to move, let alone engage in leisurely activities. They lamented their plight, yearning for an escape from the rigors of their training. After a while, the game concluded. "All right, I'll play with you again tomorrow. I must return to my training now," Su Yuan declared, setting down his controller and affectionately ruffling Shangguan Meng's hair. However, Shangguan Meng appeared somewhat unsatisfied. Noticing this, Su Yuan, who had just stood up, settled back down with a sigh. "One last round." "Yay!" Shangguan Meng exclaimed, while Shangguan Ru commented, "Just indulge her." Half an hour later, Su Yuan returned to his room, exhaling deeply. "Honestly, I promised it would be the last round, yet we ended up playing 2 more. He chuckled and shook his head. To be candid, both Shangguan Meng, with her silver hair and heterochromatic eyes, and Shangguan Ru, the stunningly voluptuous figure with ice-blue hair, were exceedingly captivating beauties. For anyone else, spending 3 days and nights in their company would be a delight. Yet, with Su Yuan seeking to experiment with the effects of the battle map, he had to put a halt to their gaming session. He prepared to immerse himself in the painting, honing his combat courage and spirit to consolidate his battle energy. Filled with anticipation, Su Yuan raised his hand, and the vibrant battle map unfurled gracefully in the air before him. According to the guidance of the battle map, one must delve into the realm of mental fortitude to awaken its effects. While other first-tier warriors might find themselves stymied at this juncture due to their feeble mental strength, utterly incapable of self-manipulation, let alone manifesting it in a tangible form and extricating it from their corporeal bodies. A low hum resonated in Su Yuan's mind as he gradually infused his mental power into the battle map. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, his consciousness was drawn into the battle map. On the scroll, the previously indistinct visage of a man began to sharpen, ultimately revealing the unmistakable likeness of Su Yuan. The scent of blood was overwhelming. As his awareness gradually returned, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Was this the world within the battle map? Before him lay a vast, desolate expanse, the sky shrouded in gloom, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Countless corpses littered the ground, and he found himself standing amidst the largest mound of bodies. Having endured numerous deaths in virtual duels, Su Yuan had developed a certain resilience to such sights. Otherwise, any other individual would likely be paralyzed with fear and nausea at this moment. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to tremble. Looking up, Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a multitude of monsters within the battle map, but he had not expected this overwhelming number. In every direction, a dark mass loomed, akin to storm clouds descending upon a city, suffocating in its intensity. A rough estimate suggested that at least hundreds of thousands of monsters were surging toward him. If one were to shift to a heavenly perspective, the impact of this scene would be even more profound. Su Yuan felt like a mere speck of dust, a solitary leaf adrift on an endless sea, while the relentless tide of monsters resembled a cataclysmic tsunami poised to obliterate all existence. His previous encounters with ferocious beasts had involved a maximum of 8 opponents. The sheer scale of this multitude was staggering. Furthermore, as he attempted to draw upon his source energy, he discovered, as the battle map had indicated, that it was utterly inaccessible. Even his mark of the sun had become ineffective. He could rely solely on his physical prowess, employing the most primal strength to confront the enemy. As the tremors intensified, Su Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, there was no room for anything else in his gaze. Only a blazing resolve for battle. From all sides, there was neither adversary nor divine presence. Only myself. Chapter 76. Sister, what brings you to Brother Su Yuan's room? Kill, 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 kill. The vast, dim earth is stained crimson with glaring blood. Su Yuan's figure is engulfed in an endless tide of monsters, their grotesque and fearsome visages surrounding him. With a swift punch, he pierces the chest of one beast. Immediately following, a quick elbow strike shatters the skull of another lurking behind him. The ground around Su Yuan is littered with the mangled corpses of monsters, nearly doubling the already massive heap of remains. Though the monsters lack strength, their sheer numbers evoke a sense of despair. After slaying 10, 100 more surge forth. Having dispatched 100, 1,000 soon follow, then 10,000. It feels akin to traversing a road with no discernible end, perpetually uncertain of how much longer one must walk to reach the other shore. Gasping, gasping, gasping. Devoid of energy sources, sunlight, or any extraordinary powers, both Su Yuan and the monsters are engaged in brutal combat relying solely on raw physical strength. Yet, after such a protracted struggle, Su Yuan's stamina is depleted. His bloodied hands tremble, his battered legs grow weak, and his breathing becomes erratic, his vision even blurring. Nevertheless, the monsters continue to roar and charge at him from a distance. At that moment, a voice echoes in his mind. Do you wish to retreat? Are you afraid? Is this where you draw the line? Su Yuan grins broadly, offering no reply but instead raises a middle finger towards the heavens. He then takes a deep breath, gazing at the approaching horde of monsters, murmuring softly. So, you believe that the many can bully the few? One day, I shall encircle you all alone. No, 100,000, 1,000,000, 10 million. Just wait and see. With that, he strives to extract the last remnants of his strength and charges into the tide of monsters. With a sudden jolt, Su Yuan awakens in his bed. His clothes are drenched with sweat, completely soaked through. In the virtual deathmatch, even after facing the brutal beasts and suffering a dire defeat, stepping out of the virtual pod would allow him to resume life as usual. But within the realm of the battle map, the harrowing violence, the seemingly endless despair, the profound solitude of being the sole survivor, all relentlessly wear down and assault one's will. In comparison, virtual deathmatch seem trivial. Thus, he props himself up against the headboard, closes his eyes, and takes a moment to recover. The aftereffects are quite intense, but exhilarating, so invigorating. Despite being mentally exhausted to the extreme, Su Yuan feels a stirring within, whether termed spirit, fighting spirit, or perhaps the battle courage and battle intent mentioned in the battle map's description. All have been thoroughly honed. It seems it 1 TB long before he can condense that legendary battle aura. In the dead of night, having expended a considerable amount of energy in the battlefield of the world, Su Yuan decided to temporarily set aside his cultivation and indulge in a well-deserved rest. Just as he was about to succumb to slumber, a gentle knock echoed from the door. Who could it be at this hour? Curiosity piqued. Su Yuan rose to open the door. To his surprise, it was not who he had anticipated, such as Shangguan Meng or Shangguan Ru, but rather Su Anyun. The young woman stood before him clad in a light-colored nightgown, her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual poised elegance. In this moment of relaxed disarray, she exuded an inexplicable charm. However, her eyes betrayed fatigue, and her hair was in disarray, suggesting she was not in the best of spirits. Why you? Su Yuan began, but before he could finish, Su Anyun entered the room uninvited. What was going on? He pondered briefly. Could it be that his earlier comments, meant to clarify his innocence, had troubled her deeply? That seemed unlikely, given that she was well aware of the reality. Furthermore, Su Anyun did not strike him as someone who would be easily perturbed by such matters. With a silent sigh, he closed the door behind her. Seated at the edge of his bed, Su Anyun looked at him earnestly. I need your help, she confessed, clearly at her wit's end. The videos she had encountered online, showcasing the creation of a perfect breakfast, invariably culminated in the theme of love. What was she to do in light of this? Reluctantly, she sought assistance from Su Yuan. Help? He inquired, bemused. What kind of help do you require? Tomorrow will be my last attempt at making breakfast, she declared. What? Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Your last attempt? Are you giving up? You won't be playing the obedient little chef for your online romantic interest anymore? Su Anyun bristled at the term obedient little chef. What a ridiculous label. Were it not for the system's coercion, she would never have considered undertaking such a role. Before arriving, she had rehearsed her explanation. The thing is, she tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. My online romance has come to an end. Su Yuan's expression shifted. Are you joking? Just a few days ago, you upended your persona, declaring your online relationship and struggling to refine your culinary skills just to prepare breakfast for your beloved. And now, in the dead of night, you come to me, claiming your romance has concluded. What is this? Do you expect me to console you? With an inquisitive gaze that encouraged her to continue, Su Yuan awaited her elaboration. Su Anyun recognized that her forthcoming words might be somewhat exaggerated. Yet, for the sake of the Jiao Hun pearl, she was willing to endure the peculiar glances from Su Yuan. She slowly began to speak. However, I do not wish for this romance to come to a swift end, rendering all my efforts in vain. Therefore, I would like you to treat me as a genuine girlfriend tomorrow, evaluating my heartfelt breakfast from the perspective of a boyfriend. It would serve as a perfect conclusion to this matter. Su Yuan fell silent, the stillness akin to the tranquility of tonight's Cambridge. Su Anyun, you truly are a playful spirit. Apologies, but I cannot assist you with this. Su Yuan declined Su Anyun's request, feeling an urgent need to converse with Aunt Su, as he sensed that Su Anyun's current mental state seemed rather unstable. Su Anyun found herself at a loss for words. Yet, the word beg did not exist in her vocabulary. The mere act of approaching Su Yuan for help was a testament to her efforts in psychological fortitude. Is it truly impossible? She asked one last time, clinging to a flicker of hope. Indeed, it is not feasible, Su Yuan replied with unwavering certainty. Very well. Su Anyun's expression instantly reverted to its previous state, that icy demeanor re-emerging. If it were the Dragon Soul Pearl, she would undoubtedly strive harder. But the Jiasul Pearl, she absolutely refused. Humph! Upon witnessing her reaction, Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, that's the spirit. Maintain that energy. You look far more comfortable this way. Su Anyun responded with a curt, goodbye. Leaving behind those few words, she intended to exit Su Yuan's room. However, just as she opened the door, her delicate figure froze. Outside, Shangguan Meng blinked her beautiful eyes, tilting her head slightly. Sister, what are you doing in Brother Su Yuan's room? Chapter 77. The Witch's Fateful Artifact. Little dream, how old are you? What could Su Anyun possibly say? She could only remain silent. In the dead of night, a solitary man and woman shared a room. Even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse the implications. If she were indeed a little girl, it would be different. Yet the truth is, this individual is Shangguan Meng. While she appears to be an innocent little girl, she is actually over 20, older than them. Thus, obliteration seemed the only option. Su Anyun chose to leave directly, for sometimes, matters only become more complicated when elaborated upon. Shangguan Meng watched Su Anyun's departing figure, lost in thought. However, this left all the awkwardness to Su Yuan. He cleared his throat softly. Little dream? Why are you still awake at such a late hour? As he grew more familiar with Shangguan Meng, Su Yuan's address evolved from Sister Shangguan to Little Dream Sister, and finally to simply Little Dream, becoming increasingly endearing. Oh? Shangguan Meng withdrew her gaze from Su Anyun, a playful smile gracing her lips. You two are up to no good. I shall inform my sister. Su Yuan, bewildered? He lightly tapped her head, feigning a serious demeanor. What nonsensical thoughts are swirling in that little head of yours? What do you think we were doing? Su Yuan's mind raced. She has just experienced heartbreak. I am merely comforting her. All right. Shangguan Meng smiled mischievously. I heard that girls are most vulnerable to advances after a breakup. Does brother Su Yuan harbor such intentions? Su Yuan exasperated. I do not. Stop fabricating stories. As he spoke, he decided to turn the tables. And you? Why are you still awake? Is that not misbehaving? Shangguan Meng pouted but chose not to dwell on it further. After all, with her capabilities, it was impossible for her not to notice whether anything had transpired between the two. She simply sighed softly. I can't sleep. Can't sleep? Su Yuan pondered for a moment. Although he felt a hint of fatigue, he glanced out the window. After the evening rain, the cloudless night allowed moonlight to cascade into the room. How about this? I'll take you out to stargaze. Perhaps you'll grow drowsy while counting. Shangguan Meng's eyes sparkled. That sounds wonderful. Outside the venue, Su Yuan felt a twinge of headache. This was the outskirts. Where could one find the best spot for stargazing? Naturally, it was the pinnacle of the training facility. However, the height of over 10 meters was daunting for him alone, let alone carrying Shangguan Meng with him. Nearby, Shangguan Meng blinked, discerning Su Yuan's thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, she summoned her weapon. We can use this. It was a gigantic, dark purple scythe, adorned with mysterious and eerie patterns, akin to a divine artifact of death harvested from the netherworld, emanating a chilling aura.
Su Yuan.
Xiang Guomeng chuckled softly. This is a gift from my sister. She said it's for my protection. It can even carry people aloft. Su Yuan was astounded. This contraption operates without the need for source energy. Well, given that Xiang Guoru is a director of the Clover Group, it is not surprising that she possesses such advanced technology. However, this scythe is larger than his own stature and appears exceedingly perilous. How could Xiang Guoru entrust such an object to Xiang Guomeng? What if something were to go awry? In truth, this scythe is indeed exceedingly dangerous, but not for Xiang Guomeng. Rather, for those who behold it. The Nine Nether Scythe is one of Xiang Guomeng's innate talents, a companion spirit artifact. It has been tainted with the blood of countless seventh-tier noble warriors, earning the ominous titles of the Witch's Grim Artifact and the Scythe of Slaughter, causing dread in the hearts of many. It was under this very scythe that a seventh-tier bloodline marquis of the AKA's family met his demise. Seemingly able to read Su Yuan's thoughts, Xiang Guomeng smiled radiantly. Do not worry, I hardly ever use it, so there's no danger. With that, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes, leaping onto the enormous scythe, and then turned to extend her hand towards Su Yuan. He had no choice but to comply. The colossal, dark purple scythe lifted both of them gently, ascending to the pinnacle of the training arena. Once they landed, Xiang Guomeng waved her hand lightly, and it vanished without a trace. Su Yuan could only marvel at the might of the Clover Group. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Xiang Guomeng sat beside Su Yuan.
Her arms wrapped around her knees, gazing up earnestly at the stars above. A cool night breeze caressed her silvery strands of hair. The moonlight, combined with the gentle starlight, illuminated her flawless profile, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. This inadvertent glimpse etched the scene deeply into Su Yuan's memory. He had long been aware of Xiang Guomeng's beauty, but it was only at this moment that he comprehended the extent of her stunning allure. She is still young. Su Yuan discreetly averted his gaze. As he reflected on the age difference between them, he suddenly realized that he had never truly known how old Xiang Guomeng was. Little Meng? Xiang Guomeng turned her head. Her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of clear azure seas and fiery gemstones, radiated an alluring air of mystery on this tranquil night. How old are you? I won't tell you, she teased playfully. Su Yuan chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he rested his hands beneath his head, reclining to gaze at the twinkling stars above. Do you think Earth is up there? Oh, Earth isn't a star. It can't be among them.
Su Yuan chuckled softly.
Falling silent and savoring the beauty of the night. 633. 792. 1021. Shangguan Meng was counting, when suddenly a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Just as she was about to turn to Su Yuan to speak, she discovered that he had already succumbed to slumber? How surprising. A radiant smile adorned Shangguan Meng's face. They had agreed that she would keep him company while he counted the stars. Yet he had fallen asleep first. As she pondered this, a playful impulse surged within her, and she gently pinched Su Yuan's cheek. Su Yuan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he turned over. The following morning, when Su Yuan awoke from his slumber, he found himself in a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? His mind was a haze. His last memory was of lying beside Shangguan Meng, gazing at the stars. Had he really fallen asleep? Oh dear. This was somewhat embarrassing. It seemed he had been excessively fatigued in the battlefield world. By the way, how did I end up here? In Su Yuan's perspective, Shangguan Meng should not have been able to carry him. Could it be that she had called Sister Ru to assist in bringing him down? That would be even more awkward. With 3 women and 1 man present, he felt awkward facing them all, and this was quite the predicament. Bracing himself, Su Yuan rose from his bed and made his way to the cafeteria, where the 3 of them were already gathered. Good morning. Good morning to you too. Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng greeted him in turn. Shangguan Meng even playfully winked at Su Yuan. Su Anyun sat quietly on the other side, silently staring at the last heart-shaped breakfast before her. As long as she did not desire the Jiao Hun pearl, she would find liberation after today. Su Yuan, as usual, took a seat beside Shangguan Meng and, feeling somewhat bashful, remarked about last night. I called sister to help carry you back. Before he could finish, Shangguan Meng cheerfully interjected, Of course, that is impossible. I was the one who brought Su Yuan back to his room. However, to prevent Su Yuan from discovering the truth, she had already conspired with Shangguan Ru on their story. Shangguan Ru was utterly astonished by the events of the previous night, inquiring once more if her sister harbored any crush on a younger man's sentiments. After receiving a thorough scolding and under the iron fist of her sister's influence, she sincerely nodded in affirmation. Yes, it was I who escorted you back to your room. The thought of having been cradled in Shangguan Ru's arms last night made Su Yuan's scalp tingle with embarrassment. I apologize. I was simply too exhausted yesterday. Thank you for your trouble, Sister Ru. No worries at all. Shangguan Meng waved her hand dismissively, speaking for Shangguan Ru. To shift the awkward atmosphere, Su Yuan brought up the upcoming joint examination of the 6 cities. Oh, the 6-city joint examination? If you wish to participate, by all means, it is only for a day and will not interfere with training, Shangguan Ru readily agreed. Just then, Su Anyun quietly approached the trio. She placed the heart-shaped breakfast before Su Yuan, preparing to turn away. Wait a moment, Su Yuan called out to Su Anyun. She turned back and looked at him, asking, What is it? Well, I was hoping to have a lighter breakfast today. Perhaps we should just forget it? Chapter 78. I truly do not hold any grudge against you. The perfectly fitting shadow battle armor. It is not that Su Yuan despises the breakfast prepared by Su Anyun for its lack of flavor. In the brief span of a few days, her culinary skills have progressed from barely edible to quite commendable, which attests to her innate talent. However, after 4 consecutive days of the same fare, he finds himself weary of the repetition and yearning for a change in palate. Moreover, yesterday Su Anyun proposed an exceedingly peculiar notion, urging him to regard her as a genuine girlfriend and to savor the breakfast through a lens of affection. Thus, the prospect of consuming it becomes all the more unappealing. Of course, in order to spare Su Anyun's feelings, he deliberately gestured toward a plate of ambiguous black matter that stood before Shangguan Meng. Look, I assure you, I am not singling you out. I did not partake in what Xiao Meng prepared this morning either. Shangguan Meng nodded in agreement. Indeed. Su Anyun's gaze flickered between Shangguan Meng's masterpiece and her own creation. No, these two cannot be compared. Resolutely, she declared. No way. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Observing her unwavering determination, he began to suspect that she truly wished to conclude her recent efforts with a resounding flourish, regardless of any implications of love or heartbreak. If that were indeed the case, it would be rather cruel not to assist her. However, the idea of indulging Su Anyun's fantasy of being his genuine girlfriend, that seemed somewhat daunting. Her beauty is undeniable, and her figure is flawless. Those long, slender legs are both fair and straight. Yet, he simply does not gravitate towards her ethereal school belle persona. In contrast, he finds himself drawn to those who exude fiery enthusiasm. Just as Su Yuan was caught in hesitation, Su Anyun suddenly realized that the dog-licking adventure system had not mandated that he must consume her breakfast. The task merely stipulated: prepare breakfast for Su Yuan for 5 consecutive days, including at least 1 heart-shaped fried egg, and personally deliver it to him. Yes. As long as she prepares it and places it in his hands, whether he eats it or not is of no consequence. To assure herself that her interpretation was correct, Su Anyun mentally consulted the system, wary of being penalized for failing to complete the dog-licking adventure. Ding! The host's actions comply with the task requirements. However, this will result in the loss of 1 rating opportunity. The final rating will be based on the highest level achieved in the previous 4 days. Grade C, with a reward of the secret technique, Fox Charm. Fox Charm it is. She would never utilize it anyway. Besides, she has already resigned herself to the outcome. This dog-licking adventure is both her first and last. Once she successfully condenses her battle aura and triumphs in the subsequent comparison, she will reclaim her dignity in spades. Fine, Su Anyun said dismissively, reclaiming her lunchbox from in front of Su Yuan before turning to leave the cafeteria.
Su Yuan.
Had she persisted a moment longer, he might have changed his mind. Sigh. At this moment, Shangguan-Ru suddenly expressed her sentiments. It was evident that Yen was somewhat heartbroken. Typically characterized by her cold demeanor, she had finally encountered her true love online, only for the relationship to dissolve merely days later. All the heartfelt breakfasts she had painstakingly prepared were rendered futile. Su Yuan remarked, "Wuxia, have you perhaps dramatized the situation too much?" "You wouldn't understand," she replied. "This is a woman's 6th sense. I can genuinely perceive her sorrow." In the room, the ordeal had finally concluded. Su Anyun sprawled out on the bed in a relaxed manner, her face radiating a brilliant smile. The torment of the past 5 days had finally come to an end. From this day forth, she would no longer be restrained by the adventurous pursuit of affection. She could wholeheartedly devote herself to her cultivation. Regrettably, she had missed the opportunity to receive the initial comparative resource rewards, acquiring only a shadow fruit. Originally, she could have obtained the Dragon Soul Pearl, Shadow Silence Fruit, Purple Extreme Crystal, Heavenly Origin Elixir, and Jade Mica Stone. Never mind, it was best to let bygones be bygones. Adjusting her mindset, Su Anyun summoned the Shadow Servant. After a day of assimilation, the Shadow Fruit had been completely absorbed, rendering the Shadow Servant significantly more solid than before. She wondered if it could split early. With this thought in mind, Su Anyun manipulated the Shadow Servant, transforming it back into a large mass of shadow, which gradually split into 2 smaller shadows. One of these shadows swiftly morphed back into the original appearance of the Shadow Servant, albeit with slightly diminished density. However, the other smaller shadow struggled for a long time, only managing to outline a vague form, yet failing to fully take shape. It was still just a tad short. After several unsuccessful attempts, Su Anyun had to concede. If the Shadow Servant had successfully split, her cultivation speed would have significantly increased, as each Shadow Servant could absorb source crystals, provide source energy, assist in cultivation, and maintain efficiency regardless of their numbers. Furthermore, she could have them train and explore different combat techniques, synchronizing their insights and experiences into her mind, achieving A1 Mind, 3 uses effect. She decided to try another ability. As the 2 shadows reconstituted, they did not form the shape of the Shadow Servant but, under Su Anyun's control, enveloped her body. After a transformation, they astonishingly became a shadow armor. The perfectly fitted shadow armor accentuated Su Anyun's statuesque figure. With a casual flick of her wrist, the shadow in her palm extended into a shadow whip, producing a series of explosive crackling sounds as it whipped through the air. Quite impressive. The shadow armor then receded like a tide, ultimately transforming back into the appearance of the Shadow Servant before Su Anyun. Yet, there was no trace of complacency on Su Anyun's face. The shadow essence, after all, was merely an external entity. While it could indeed enhance the capabilities of a shadow attendant, the true essence of power lay within her own strength, which was essential to fully unleash her innate talents. In 5 days, the second comparative assessment would take place. The joint examination of the 6 cities was scheduled for the day before this assessment, which meant I was granted an opportunity for a preliminary comparison to evaluate Su Yuan's combat prowess. This time, I was determined to secure the top position in the joint examination. Su Anyun brimmed with confidence. Besides the joint examination, she also recalled the martial arts grand examination that was to occur in just over 2 months. I remember that the top 2 contenders from each administrative region would be selected for the Star Realm initiative. As for the Star Realm, Su Anyun's expression turned contemplative. She possessed knowledge about the Star Realm that surpassed that of everyone on Blue Star. Chapter 79. I refuse to believe. My goddess cannot be someone's lackey. In her previous life, she was the top contender in the martial arts examination of the Nanjing Administrative District and successfully selected for the Stellar Plan. At that time, she was oblivious to what the so-called Stellar entailed. However, after departing from Blue Star and entering the cosmos, she came to understand that the term Stellar actually referred to the talent selection arena initiated by the 9-Star Alliance for Blue Star. As one of the dominant forces in the Eastern Spirit domain, the 9-Star Alliance is among the few gentle civilizations. After casting the seed of evolution upon Blue Star and establishing a 500-year trial period, it is now the 495th year, leaving only 5 years remaining. Following an assessment by the 9-Star Alliance, it is highly unlikely that Blue Star will produce a formidable being capable of transcending the ultimate boundary and entering the cosmic realm within this final 5-year span. Thus, the Stellar was established to pre-select the prodigies from various nations, preparing them for future incorporation into the 9-Star Alliance. In the past, the Great Xia had a total of 11 provincial administrative districts, with 22 individuals selected for the Stellar Plan. They were prodigies among prodigies, chosen from millions, yet only 5 ultimately received the stellar inheritance. Apart from Great Xia, there were 5 from the Eagle American Federation, 4 from the Continental Alliance, 3 from Siberian North, 1 from the Cherry Blossom Nation, and this cohort totaled 24. However, after 5 years, only 86 had succeeded. With the entire population of Blue Star numbering in the billions, fewer than 100 received the Genius certification from the 9-Star Alliance. In this life, Su Anyun is confident that she can break through to the cosmic realm within the 5-year deadline. However, prior to that, she still needs to acquire the cosmic resources within the stellar to expedite her growth.
Su Yuan.
In the past, the top 2 in the Nanjing Administrative District were Murong Bai and me, this time barring any unforeseen circumstances. It should be you and me. The stage of Blue Star is far too small. I have witnessed countless so-called prodigies who, upon entering the cosmos, faced severe setbacks and fell into obscurity, becoming indistinguishable from the masses. Among those who entered the 9-Star Federation with me, I alone managed to escape the Eastern Spirit domain. I hope you do not lag behind so soon. Indeed, Su Anyun has begun to regard Su Yuan with a modicum of respect, albeit just a little. Furthermore, this evaluation is based on the standards of Blue Star's prodigies. Compared to the monstrous beings in the cosmos, the current Su Yuan still falls significantly short. At launching number 1 high school, with mere days left until the 6 cities joint examination, the most fervent discussions among students revolve around the gossip between Su Yuan and Su Anyun. Initially shocked by Su Anyun's post on the campus forum, everyone was left speechless, as it starkly contradicted her persona as the ice goddess and cool campus flower, making it difficult for many to accept its authenticity. The school's forum account lacked real name verification, leaving everyone uncertain whether its owner was indeed Su Anyun. Subsequently, the account owner deleted the post and deactivated the account, further shrouding this sudden exposure in mystery. If only Su Yuan and Su Anyun were still at school, the situation would have been much simpler. Whether true or false, the parties involved could have come forward to clarify. Yet now, both Su Yuan and Su Anyun are absent from the school, and their whereabouts remain unknown. In an instant, opinions diverged, leading to a cacophony of speculation. During this tumult, the boys were heartbroken, for Su Anyun was their dream girl. Had she maintained her persona, cold, aloof, and distant, viewable only from afar yet never to be approached, they might have fared better. However, she inexplicably revealed a gentle side to Su Yuan, a side never shown before to outsiders, shattering their dreams and prompting vows of enmity against Su Yuan. As for the girls, prior to the awakening, many harbored secret affections for Su Yuan. His acquisition of an SSS-level talent only intensified their admiration. Consequently, this incident left those infatuated girls in a prolonged state of melancholy. The turning point arrived when Zhang Yuan relayed Su Yuan's words. Hey, have you heard? Zhang Yuan from Class 3 claims that Su Anyun isn't actually with Su Yuan. That post she made was a plea for acknowledgement, seeking to have Su Yuan confirm her status as his girlfriend. In truth, she is merely Su Yuan's devoted admirer. Are you kidding me? A goddess of Su Anyun's caliber would be someone else's admirer? I refuse to believe it. I feel the same. I've never seen Su Anyun showing any particular fondness for Su Yuan. Her demeanor towards him is no different from how she treats us. Exactly. Isn't Su Yuan usually staying at Su Anyun's house? If they were meant to be, wouldn't they have gotten together by now? Why wait until now? Zhang Yuan never anticipated that his attempt to clarify the truth for Su Yuan would only fuel the gossip, igniting discussions even further. Posts such as the mystery of the heartfelt breakfast, the truth behind the admirer, and the love and hatred of an SSS-level talent dominated the forum's trending list. Until one post emerged, instantly capturing the top spot, revealed the truth of the matter. The shameless Su Yuan. Allow me to enlighten you. Those who have viewed the post know that the video and photos are separate. The video depicts Su Anyun preparing breakfast, while the photos show Su Yuan enjoying his meal. There is no connection between the two. The only point of correlation is that Su Yuan's breakfast was identical to the one Su Anyun photographed. But could it be possible that Su Anyun's video was merely a record of her daily life? Su Yuan meticulously crafted a breakfast mirroring that of Su Anyun's, and in a bid to satiate his own vanity, he resorted to obscure means to procure a video recording of her. He then took to the school forum to post about it, ultimately asserting that he and Su Anyun shared no connection, claiming instead that she was the one fawning over him. I have never encountered such audacious shamelessness. It is truly the epitome of disgrace. This post instantaneously garnered a considerable amount of agreement, as many found it inconceivable that the icy goddess Su Anyun, who had maintained her aloof persona for 3 long years, would suddenly prepare breakfast for Su Yuan. Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. If one were to suggest that she was merely acting, one might wonder who could possibly maintain such a facade for 3 years, with hardly any interaction with others. This is clearly impossible. I stand with the original poster. My sentiments mirror theirs. Indeed, how could my goddess ever stoop to be someone else's sycophant? Absolutely impossible. These individuals are fervent admirers of Su Anyun, willing to embrace any plausible explanation that supports their beliefs. Of course, there are also many rational voices among them. Hey, hold on, you guys up there, why are you jumping to conclusions? I am in the same class as Su Yuan. He is not that kind of person, alright? It's laughable that those of you above are disbelieving that someone could earn Su Anyun's affections simply because she does not reciprocate yours. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Now, both Su Yuan and Su Anyun are recognized as SSS-level talents, and it is entirely normal for them to admire one another. The notion of sycophancy might simply be a playful jest between young lovers. Come on, let us not bury our heads in the sand, thinking that if we cannot see it, it does not exist. By the way, does anyone have Su Anyun's contact information? Why not just ask her directly? There is no need for speculation. Simply inquire if she herself authored this post. I don't have it. Me neither. Not I. Over the course of 3 years, Su Anyun has never added any classmates, thus rendering this approach futile. In a few days, the 6th city joint examination will take place. Surely they both will participate? At that point, the truth will be unveiled. That makes sense. But I am simply dying to know what is truly going on. In the restroom, Zhao Rizu squatted while savoring the replies to his post. Indeed, this trending thread was his creation. He had elevated all those who concurred with his viewpoint, while systematically blocking and deleting those who opposed him. Su Anyun as your sycophant? Nonsense. I refuse to believe it. If that were the case, I would rather eat dirt. As he finished, he stood up, but due to the numbness in his legs from squatting, he inadvertently lost his balance, stepping into the pit and landing in a pile of filth. Damn, A curse echoed from the stall, startling the classmate next door who was engrossed in watching adult content. In the Hell Training Hall, within the high-pressure gravity training room, unbeknownst to Su Yuan, the tumult within the school had escalated dramatically. Suddenly, the weight that enveloped him vanished inexplicably. What could be the cause? A malfunction of the equipment, perhaps? While Su Yuan pondered this bewilderment, Shangguan Ru approached and opened the door to the gravity chamber, addressing the two individuals. You should return to rest for now. There's an irritating fly that I must chase away. An irritating fly? A flicker of curiosity crossed Su Yuan's gaze. However, Shangguan Ru offered no further explanation, turning away with an expression that hinted at urgency. Su Yuan then glanced towards Su Anyun, who staggered out of the adjacent gravity chamber, her legs trembling as if they could scarcely support her. Are you all right? He inquired. Yes, I'm perfectly fine, Su Anyun replied, her tone flat, feigning composure. Observing her demeanor, Su Yuan couldn't help but tease. Oh, I'm quite well myself. I exerted merely 70% of my strength during the training. I only used 60%, she countered. I endured 35 times the gravity. Su Anyun's lips twitched as she glanced at her own 22 times the gravity, her expression unchanging, boring. With that, she turned and departed, her gait reflecting a hint of desolation. Ha ha ha.
Su Yuan chuckled softly.
Yet, possessing some reserve of energy, he refrained from retreating to his quarters immediately. Instead, he resolved to investigate what Shangguan Ru had referred to as the bothersome fly, curious to discern the situation at hand.